m'entends pas ou quoi? Si. L'amour avec grand A, celui qu'on se sert. C'est après les mômes qu'il commence pour de vrai. Dans les débuts, c'est l'envie d'hobby. On se promet tout, et ça pour la vie. Ça passe, encore et encore. Et toi et moi, c'est jusqu'à la gare. Si.
Welcome to day 2 of action for the 2023 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. Yesterday was stunning, but this morning is so much more beautiful here on the west coast of France. And we cannot wait to see day 2 of competition get underway. Yesterday we had a full day of SUP surfing, and it'll be the same story today with racing coming later in the week. Finals day for SUP surfing will be tomorrow. So we're going to be knocking through a lot of different heats today in order to get ourselves into position towards finals day tomorrow. My name is Shannon Hughes. I'm joined in the booth alongside 6-time world champion and Casper Steinfath. Casper, it's great to be able to call the action with you. What were your thoughts on yesterday?
Well, thank you, Shannon. It's a pleasure to be here sharing my insights as an ex-athlete now in the booth. It's really exciting to see, and you know, I was just looking at the sunrise out there, and you have a beautiful calm ocean with some really nice lines coming through those. So we're set for a great day of action today. But looking back at yesterday, we had, you know, the first day of competition. There was a lot of nerves in the air and in the water. There were athletes that wanted to prove why they are supposed to be here. And there was also, you know, a fair bit of challenge for the athletes. We had tricky conditions with lots of big waves and a lot of currents pushing the athletes around. So all in all, a great first start to competition. We had some great heat totals as well. And looking forward to see, you know, how the conditions pan out today, but so far with this sunrise and these conditions on tap, it should be good.
Yeah, it's looking really beautiful. We are currently in heat number 3 for round 2. This is first heat of the morning because we had some technical difficulties yesterday afternoon and we weren't able to finish out the round. So we'll be kicking off a couple heats into our men's round 2 with Kai Bates, Tom King, Sebastian Gomez, and Max Torres in the water. Australia, South Africa, Peru, and Puerto Rico, with an opportunity to surf under a beautiful sunrise this morning. Clean conditions. We can feel that breeze is already up a little bit, so we'll see how it plays out over the next couple hours.
Yeah, there's a little bit of texture on the water already. We see the south wind kicking in. The last few days it's been, you know, lurking just around the corner. We'll see if it comes in today, but this heat in front of us is an absolute stacked heat for round 2.
Max Torres having a paddle into this opening ride. Nice snap off the top, drags that paddle as he goes vertical into the second turn. Now wraps it around for a quick layback and is looking to see if this wave will unfold and steepen up for him on the inside section. Yesterday we saw a lot of really great critical finishes, and it's exactly what Max is looking for on the inside there.
And a nice little spinner right there. Yeah, that was a really nice wave to kick off the competition today, as we see in red.
Kai
Bates.
Kai Bates there, just caught behind the section, may have gotten through something a little bit more dynamic earlier on, but we're not quite sure. And there we can see Max Torres paddling back out. So there is a 15-second rule that we heard from one of our mini contest directors around the event site in Anthony Vela yesterday, that they can paddle in a prone position for about 15 seconds in that impact zone specifically before needing to be back up to their feet.
That's right, and that's, you know, with the boards of stand-up paddling becoming so small now, it's very tempting to lay down and paddle out, but judges enforcing this rule to make the athletes remember it is stand-up paddling. We are watching, and as we see Max Torres again up on the left, right? Is this Max Torres or Tom King?
It looks like Tom King. The blue and the white.
It's a very light blue.
It's a very light blue. It's very pretty.
Yeah, but that's Tom King from South Africa getting his campaign started as well. We had some really nice waves right there in the beginning. There was a wave from Sebastian Gomez we were looking to see a replay of, but Max Torres getting very busy with 3 or 4 really nice maneuvers on that previous wave. Max in white from Puerto Rico. And actually also to note, in this heat we have Kai Bates, who posted the single highest heat total yesterday. Kai Bates with a 14.1. Kai Bates returning to competition after multiple years off the international scene. So it's great to see Kai representing Team Australia and you know, being back in business, so to say. Yeah,
and great to see him find that consistency to get 2 really solid scores on the board into that 14-point heat total. On the women's side, we had Luci Cosoletto, who dropped in a 15.33 heat total. So we had a few of those surfers throughout yesterday that really stood out strong, but it was the Australian men's team specifically that had a couple of those really standout moments yesterday.
With Kai Bates and Wesley Fry. Wes Fry posting, I think, 8.17, definitely a wave in the excellent range. So it was, Australia, you would expect it from them. They are a powerhouse nation in both the surfing and the stand-up paddling world. Great competitors and, made the best of those tricky conditions yesterday. But I think it's safe to say we're seeing a lot more consistency in the waves today.
So true, as we have Kai Bates now paddling into this first wave and goes in that first turn now, hits the section for the second turn. Little drive around as he resets here through to the inside section. Looking really smooth, not using that paddle in the water in any way until now to gain a little bit more speed, but times it really well on that finishing section. Unfortunately, just gets bumped off the landing. Yeah,
Kai Bates making the most of that wave. I really enjoyed watching Kai's cool demeanor right there. He wasn't stressing anything. He was really eyeing the wave, working with what was possible instead of attempting something impossible.
Sebastian Gomez now up and riding. Nice snap to start. Throws that tail around. Gets that paddle engaged to try and gain some more speed coming down the line for another snap. Switches the paddle in his hand. Back to the other side again. And looking for that dynamic finish.
Very nice, very nice. Interesting wave, kind of a double up right there. I couldn't determine if it was the angle we were looking from or an actual wave that had a strange double up section. But Sebastian Gomez, also a longtime competitor here at the ISA, also on the APP World Tour, son of the legendary Jarrita Gomez that I've competed with a lot in the early days of my career. So right here, like for me, this heat is a walk down through memory lane. It's really fun to see all these guys getting started.
Very exciting. And Max Torres, having a look at his second wave, he opened up with a 7.5, so he's put that exclamation point on the start of the heat. Best of the scores that have come through so far. Now into this second wave, looking to build on that score line. Nice. Finding some consistency for the Puerto Rican as he throws in that stall after the first couple of turns, and now comes into this end section.
Beautiful.
Nice tag of the lip and a clean, controlled kick out as well.
Yeah, two really nice maneuvers on the outside there for Max Torres. Also no stranger to competition. He's on the APP World Tour. Has made a very strong name for himself. But I liked how he has a very critical element to his surfing. He's very stylish. But all these guys, they're so in tune. I think that's what we're seeing this morning. It's athletes that are really in tune with the conditions out there. They're eyeing sections, but also working with what is in front of them. And I think as we see, we have a really low tide right now. As the tide starts to change later today, again, as we saw yesterday, it's going to be challenging to be in the right position, find the right waves that actually open up and allow for that scoring potential.
Well, as we are talking conditions, let's go down to the sideline, catch up with Drew, and find out what we're looking at for the day.
Thanks, guys. Down here beachside right now with Leo from Techette Beach, our lifeguard. Been a lifeguard down here for 11 years. And Leo, shape up the day for us. It looks really clean out there today.
Yes, very good day for a competitor, I think. The swell is coming. For the moment, it's a little bit small because it's a low tide, but the tide coming, and I think it's a pretty good day for the competitors here. Yes.
What's the winds look like today? Any concerns about winds or anything like that in the forecast?
Actually, it's offshore. It's a little bit offshore, and maybe we turn this afternoon, but just a little bit. I think it's not a problem.
Let's talk about the current, because yesterday we saw a big south current kind of taking our athletes down. Talk about the currents here and how they work between the two jetties here.
Yes, you have a current on this way in general, because this one coming here, it's the rocks, and turn on this one. But it's well because close to the rocks, you have a current go to the lineup. It's a sensor, I know, you do. It's well for the competitor because you can pass behind the lineup.
And how do things shape up for this afternoon's later heats? It looks like it might get a little bit bigger in the swell.
I think a little bit bigger like yesterday, but more clean. Yeah, it's very clean today.
Well, thanks, Leo. We're going to let him get back to work. Thanks for all your hard work out there. And there is your lifeguard forecast right here from the beach. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. So great to know those conditions are going to be shaping up even better through the day. That current, we could see it yesterday really playing havoc in a few of those heats.
Yeah, there's a lot of current pushing the competitors around, actually making it more of a treadmill than a lineup. Some competitors really struggling to make it out to the peak. And I think right now with the low tide, it might not be moving so much water yet, but as the tide comes in, we're going to see probably, as the lifeguard said, get that factor back into play. Actually, just while we were watching the interview, there were some really nice waves ridden by Tom King, had a really nice backside hack. Tom, one of the more stylish longboard approaches on tour. I believe it was Kai Bates as well. Looking on that right, as we see Sebastian Gomez looking at a really nice right here, going off the bottom. Wow, really nice off the top re-entry. Little fist bump there.
It's feeling good.
Get the energy going.
Max Torres has a look there. So current situation in the lineup for those of you listening in, we've got 9 minutes remaining in this heat, 20-minute heats throughout today. Again, in the main rounds, I believe we jumped down to 15 minutes for the repecharge rounds, but we'll give you that official words shortly. Max Torres currently sitting in the lead. He opened with that 7.5 and he's backed it up with a 5.83. So he's in a strong leading position. Kai Bates does have a score to drop, which could improve on the 3.33 as his backup, but he opened up with a 7-point ride, so he's got one of the higher scores on the board already. Sebastian Gomez has a 5.17 and a 4.33 as his high scores. That last one, a 3.27, won't factor into his top two. And then Tom King has, at the moment, just a 2.5 on the scoreboard, but like you said, during that interview with Leo, we saw a really great left from Tom. So we'll see where that score factors in. We're still waiting for it to drop in from the judging panel.
Yeah, waiting for a couple of scores to drop here. I think that what we're seeing here is a heat that's kicking off, with a lot of intensity and a lot of energy. We have, we have 2 7-point rides on the board. There's a really nice ride for Sebastian as well with a 5.17. So this is also going to be one of those heats where it's not just that single high wave score that comes into play. It's also going to be the backup scores. This heat right here, a few years ago on the tour, I swear this could have been like a semifinal with Kai Bates and Sebastian Gomez and Tom King and, newcomer Max Torres as well. So this, I would say, for a round 2 matchup is probably one of the more stacked round 2s you could have out there. And I'm sure with the ocean firing up these conditions, it's far from over at this point.
Few of the safety crew carrying some buoys down to the water. As we can see Sebastian Gomez there just paddling to get out over that wave. That was really good control, just piercing through the lip of that section. He's in a pretty good position with that 5.17, but we have seen that 5.63 drop through for Kai, and so now it increases the requirement across. As we see Team South Africa with Tom's wife Taryn there down on the beach. Yep,
that's Taryn King. The whole King Ohana is in town. I think Taryn's mom is with them as well. They brought their 2 kids, and they're, in between heats, if you see 2 kids running around with South African flags, that's definitely the King entourage.
Little Koa and Izzy down on the sand. Kids that have grown up in the water from, it's Taryn, similar to the story that we're seeing from Justine DuPont, competing right now at 5 months pregnant. Taryn was in the water for a lot of her pregnancies. The kids have been in the water from as early as possible. So it's been really fun to see them now brought along on tour life to be experiencing those contest days, because back at home in Musenberg, they're in the water most days anyways.
That's true. I've had the fortune of visiting them a few times down in South Africa, and they live the waterman lifestyle down there. They're doing downwinders or they're surfing when the conditions allow it. Those kids, I can only say, Koa and Izzy, they're going to be growing up in a family full of action.
Nice little set rolling through here. And we can see the surfers just, finding that positioning in the lineup this morning. Now, you're a longtime competitor yourself, Casper. What are your thoughts on being first heat out, having to kind of suss out the conditions versus being able to watch how things are unfolding for the first few?
Well, it always is a little bit different being the guinea pigs out there. The first heat is a test heat, essentially. It's the heat that sets the bar, not just for the athletes, but also for the judges. The judges are looking at the waves ridden, and essentially the first heat will be the benchmark of how they score the rest of the day. For the athlete in particular, it can be a little bit nerve-wracking because you haven't seen anyone else necessarily prove which peak or which type of waves are the ones with the scoring potential. So there's a lot of guessing going on, as we see Surin Preston here from the U.S. She's going to be racing later this week, probably down cheering for some of her teammates competing soon. But actually, it was really funny. I was talking to some of the athletes this morning, and they were cheering at the fact that the waves look a little bit cleaner today. So less of a guessing game, I would say, than yesterday.
Yeah, I love that. Just seeing a little bit of a groomed lineup on arrival. Currently with first priority, it's our surfer in white, Max Torres. So he's going to try his luck on this wave. Nice 2 turns to start things off. Really releases that tail on the second one. And you can see the variety that Max brings into his approach on every wave is really, really impressive.
Yeah, Max very fluid, very aggressive when he needs to be, but that was a really nice combination of 3 different maneuvers there. A nice hack off the top, some rail surfing to reconnect with the white water, and probably not a wave that's going to change his score line a whole lot, but nonetheless he has that fluidity that's really beautiful to watch, and he's light on his feet. I think that's what I noticed about Max is he's, I swear he's like a flea, just jumping, and that's what you got to do also when the waves turn flat, especially with a midsection here that tends to resemble other, take Huntington Beach or waves that have, some mushy sections where there's no power to get. Being light on your feet is going to be crucial to make it through that section and into the inside where you can find a final, lip or a section to hit.
Yeah, that's such good insight, especially considering that, on a stand-up paddleboard, they're really big boards. There's a lot of leaderage. We were talking about that yesterday with Bo Nixon in the booth about what a lot of the surfers would be riding out there. It's challenging to make a board that has that much volume to it look light, look reactive under the feet, and that's something Max Torres does very well.
It is. It's a huge process. It's a complicated process to shape, any board that is a high-performance board, right? There's so many thoughts and things that go into creating it, both in terms of materials and construction, but then again also the outline, and there's so much that goes into designing a winning board. The boards I think the guys are riding right now are somewhere, everyone has a little bit of their own preference. I'm sure we can hear from Drew down on the beach later today. He can scope out some of the equipment for us, but probably around the high 6 foot range, like 6'8", probably up to around 8 foot. That's the range of most boards, but I'd say the lighter guys are riding just under 7 foot boards. You'll see they're even like halfway underwater when they're standing in the lineup. Boards simply sink until you start paddling them. And that's, it's a change of style. It's a discussion. It's a very emotional discussion as well. Everyone has some strong feelings about it, but no doubt if you want to have a performance surfboard, you're looking at some pretty small boards these days.
Taking a look at Max now, putting himself in position again. You can really see the weight of that front foot.
Yeah, gets his board really nice, flat up against the lip. Unfortunately, just kind of doesn't stick with it right there. Seems like his center of gravity might have gone a little bit off.
And we've got paddlers getting ready for the next couple of heats this morning. We are currently in our men's round 2. We are finishing out this round because we had some technical difficulties yesterday afternoon, and so we did have to go on hold. We weren't able to resume competition before the evening was upon us, and so we'll be finishing out that round this morning. After we finish out our men's main event 2, we'll be into our women's main round 2, which will have 4 heats. Today we've got a huge day of competition ahead of us. We're looking to wrap things up around 5 p.m. with the hope that everything goes well today, and we've got great surf and great conditions in front of us. And we'll be running through a few more main rounds, and then we'll be into repecharge rounds for the rest of the day.
Yep, and we got some elimination coming up then. The repecharge being, the round of second chances, but also the end destination for dreams sometimes. We're going to see some elimination today. We're going to see athletes out of the competition. So a lot of nerves on the, yesterday being a non-elimination day, people could kind of, accept that, okay, I can surf again tomorrow at least. But today, it's make or break.
So true. Down to 45 seconds on the clock. There you can take a look at the judges' tower. This is down at Tanchet, which is the surf break, the surf beach where that event is currently running. We will be at La Grande Plage for the racing later in the week. And it's a really cool setup, incredibly impressive by the local organizing committee that they've been able to run 2 separate venues about 2 kilometers away from each other.
As we see Sebastian Gomez up and riding, flicking that board, really leveraging his paddle there, top turn, bottom turn, sliding the fins on that last maneuver. Sebastian's got, a very little subtle claim right there. I think it might be some sports psychology for himself right there, like saying, yeah, I got this.
He's chasing down a 7.46, so we'll see where the judges go with that one. Torres goes down on the inside section again, looking to get progressive.
Kai Bates up and riding here on a little mushy wave on the outside, pumping the board, trying to get some speed into it to cover the area of this flat section. He is jumping, getting his morning squat workout right there. But
Yeah,
I think we're going to see it connect to the inside.
I think so too.
This Kai lines up, goes through the lip, almost sticks it. That's one of those really hard situations where you hit the lip and you have very little forward momentum, and then you land in the flats and you're actually at a standstill with the water sucking backwards. As we see, Max Torres able to ride out of one of those situations.
Well, we've got some scores to roll through across the board. Aside from Tom King, who looks like unable to find a last wave before the buzzer sounded. Max Torres currently in the lead, but we do have a score to drop in for him and for Sebastian Gomez to see if that will factor in. Sebastian chasing down that 7.46 to take himself into an advancing position. We're going to go to a quick break, though, because this heat has finished out. We'll give you those official results when we return. And actually, it looks like Max Torres, Kai Bates through in that first and second place position. Sebastian Gomez, Tom King into the repecharge round. And we'll be back with more action right after this.
Ta-dam!
Welcome back to the action. We have just seen Max Torres of Puerto Rico take out a convincing win over Kai Bates in second place. Sebastian Gomez walks away in third, and Max Torres walks away in, Tom King walks away in that fourth place position. So Sebastian and Tom will be heading into the repecharge round, so they'll have another opportunity later today. And we are now into a new heat. Doesn't look like we've had the start of our men's heat number 4 out in the water. That last one was a great way to kick things off this morning.
It was a very interesting heat to start off the day. I think we had some, obviously some very talented athletes with Kai Bates and Max Torres, Sebastian Gomez, Tom King, all great surfers. They were making the most of both some rights and lefts. I think the right was showing to be the predominant scoring wave. There was a little bit of south wind coming into the face, which makes me really curious to see if we're going to see anyone take to the air in the later heats.
Oh, that would be so exciting. Well, we've just seen a great heat underway, and we're going to go down to the beach because Drew Murin has found someone else to chat to.
Thanks, guys. Down here beachside right now with this gentleman to my right who just pulled into town, that 6-time world champion Michael Booth. So excited to have you here in France, Michael.
Thanks, Drew. Really exciting to be here.
Let's talk about it. We got the distance race coming up on Saturday, obviously. You got in town a little bit earlier. What's going to be your preparation leading into Saturday's distance race?
Well, as you said, I got here last night and just having a look around to see what the conditions are like, talking to a few different people about the course. I think there's a few bombies and a bit of messy water out past the lighthouse there, so I'll go check that out the next couple of days and just, get used to the conditions. Obviously, they got the tech race on Thursday and Friday as well, so I'll be putting my hand in that and see how I go.
And you got some team riders out there. Kai Bates was just on the water for Team Australia. It's got to be a good feeling to get here to support these guys out in the SUP surf competition.
Absolutely, we're all staying together. There's John, Skylar, Wes, Kai, and myself for the Australian teams. Still a bit of a skeleton crew. We'd like to get back to having actually a full team again. But yeah, it's nice to be with those guys and supporting him. I think he just got through, so it's great.
Yeah, we'll catch an interview with him coming up. Last question for you. I mean, racing, you're no stranger to it. Is this event, World Championship, any new pressures that kind of set in with you going into Saturday's race?
I think for me, it's always just about racing myself and doing my absolute best when I get on that start line. And yeah, most of the pressure that I have these days comes from myself. And I've been fortunate to have a lot of good races over my career, and I want to keep them going for as long as I can. So yeah, just about doing my best and trying to keep up with the young guys.
My last question, Anthony Vela and I were talking about this morning. You always line up in the lineup for the starts a little bit different than everybody else. Have you changed your strategy at all? You used to be way to the outside because you didn't want to get caught up in the minutia. Any change in that for this competition?
Oh, I think it's always based on the day and based on the conditions. I got to look at what's happening like in the surf and see where the best way is to get out, or getting close or getting away from certain people so I can do my own race. And yeah, it's always on the day, and I always make those decisions quickly.
It's so funny because I told Anthony that. Hey, good luck. One of your top contenders for this year's gold medal. Best of luck going into Saturday.
Thanks, man.
Back to you guys.
Exciting to see the racing get underway later this week. As we take a look now at Tomás Lacerda of Portugal, setting himself up for that opening snap. Drives it around, board's looking really smooth under his feet. Nice glassy conditions on the face of this wave as well, as he connects with that lip line and blasts really hard through that last turn.
Very nice wave by Thomas there. So we go right into Sonomura from Japan on the backside right. A nice little encounter with the lip there. Hard to say if there was anything happening behind on that wave, but that was a good flurry of ridden waves right there. Thomas, I was puzzled to see him ride that wave because I'm used to seeing him ride, like 15, 20-foot waves on the island of Madeira. To see him on a small wave like this, same style he has, but just very fluid nonetheless.
Team Japan down on the shoreline for So Nomura. Japan had a great showing yesterday afternoon, and it was exciting to see them getting some men and women through in that leading position.
Japan definitely in a very good position, not just for the individual medals, but as the team competition really comes into play later this week. They have a very strong, solid, I think, complete team led by their coach Suzuki. And yeah, I'm really curious to see how they make it all come together.
Out in the water at the moment, we have Benoit Carpentier from France up against Jonatas Noveas of the USA. So Nomura's already dropped a score. Well, we're waiting for that score to come through, but we know he's had a wave. And Tomás Lacerda of Portugal has just dropped in that 4.33 for his opener. So 3.33 was the opener of Benoit and just a 0.5, which does mean that priority rotation is set as we're coming into this next set with our surfer in the blue jersey, Benoit Carpentier.
Yeah.
Nice two-turn combination.
Very nice wave by Ben. Ben, also one of those very seasoned competitors. I remember fellow commentator Bo Nixon and I being teammates with Benoit many years ago on the Nash team when we were competing on the World Tour for SUP surfing. And Benoit, has been around, it feels like forever, but still one of those lethal competitors. He's young and he's, he has that style that suits beach break surfing very well. Benoit is he's got a cool head, but he's able to just unleash when the right moment arises.
It's great to see that come through in someone that's been competing for a long time, but also still has that, that youthful hunger, that energy to want to continue competing when they've got that experience. And so often we can see those competitors a little bit older in life that still have that desire to be there, that want to be the best in the world, able to kind of put together some pieces of the puzzle that a really young competitor is unable to.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where experience comes in. That's where experience of, dealing with pressure, dealing with ever-changing conditions, dealing with, new competitors, because that's also one of the big factors one tends to overlook is, it's you surfing the waves out there as an athlete, but you're also surfing against two or three other surfers that are also vying for some of the same waves. And just being able to cope with that mental game is something that a seasoned competitor tends to have possibly an advantage with.
Well, paddle from Jonatas, he's unable to get into it. We could see Tomas waving his paddle, wanting to get situation updates from the panel. And as we wait for those, let's go down to the beach, catch up with the winner of that last heat.
Max Torres. Actually, it wasn't heat number one. My apologies. But Max, yesterday you were out in the water getting ready to go for your heat. Unfortunately, the competition got put on hold. They had to come back this morning. How did that affect you mentally in day number 2 here?
So best tide for me has been the medium tide, which was my heat yesterday. I was super amped for it, and actually I haven't done that good in the low tide, which is right now low tide, so I was kind of bummed, but I practice every day, surf every condition, so I'm ready for whatever comes. So.
And let's talk about conditions today. It seems to be a little bit cleaner out there, obviously. You said the heat was a little slow. Why don't you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so heat started, 5 or 6 sets came in, and that was it for the rest of the heat. Little waves here and there. But it was kind of mushy, but super clean. So if you got the right one, it would stand up all the way to shore.
Love it. Hey, congratulations. Moving on. What's next for you to prepare for the upcoming rounds?
Just watch my other teammates and go to my house and sleep for a bit and munch up.
There you go. There's the man himself, Max Torres, Team Puerto Rico. Now go chase the girls.
Yes, sir.
See you, buddy. Tell you what, he's always after him. I don't know what else to say. Back to you guys.
Well, there's much more important things to talk about with Max Torres, which includes his surfing and his performances that he's putting in the water. So that's where we'll keep our conversation focused as we see Thomas Lacerda sitting in the lead with a couple of 4s on the board. Benoit, the 2019 gold medalist, sitting in second place right now.
Yeah, Benoit, actually, he was on the alternate list for France for this event. He was actually not entirely sure if he would be making this event. He was in, I believe, in Africa for a wing foiling competition, a World Tour event there, where he's a very multi-versed competitor. But unfortunately, I think that event not panning out as he'd hoped, so he got on a flight last minute, arrived here. And Benoit, no stranger to competition, a 2019 world champion from El Salvador, where he won at El Sunzal. Benoit, yeah, really cool. But what's catching my eye in this heat is Thomas Lacerda. Thomas putting solid, not high scores, but 2 4s on the board, which, I always consider like that's a very good situation you can put yourself in, like even if it's just 2 4s at the beginning of the heat, because that allows you to take the pressure off yourself. You can be more selective looking at the better waves towards the second half of the heat.
And then if you're able to get in a 5, a 6, even a 7-point ride, you've already got that solid backup score that's at least a mid-range 4.
Exactly. So you just have a much better foundation to build your house, as I believe Anthony Vella called it yesterday.
Building a house, always an important part of surfing, to be able to, build that score line. Sometimes it's starting out strong. Sometimes it's just brick by brick, building it a little bit stronger and stronger as that heat rolls through. And we can see paddlers for the next heat getting ready to head into the water.
Jimenez from Brazil running down the beach, getting warm. A little bit chilly in the air this morning. So the competitors definitely going through a solid warm-up routine before getting on the water.
Nice clean conditions early this morning. We've got a huge day of competition ahead of us. We're running through 20-minute heats for our first few rounds for the main event throughout this morning, which we're starting out to finish yesterday's main round 2, which we only got through the first 2 heats of. We'll be heading into women's main round 2 after this, which has 4 heats, and then our men's main round 3, which has 3 heats in it. Each of those will have 20 minutes on the clock, but for the surfers that have fallen into that repecharge round or are going to fall into repecharge round for the rest of those heats through the day, it will just be 15-minute heats. So it's going to be really, really important to get that work done to start building that house as quickly as possible.
As we saw Jonatas Navais from the USA just taking a quick look at that wave, not seeing a huge load of scoring potential. In green, Tomás Lacerda having a nice right in front of him. Beautiful off the top, carving in the lip. Just comes down, realizes there's not much more potential to milk that wave. I think we're seeing quite a bit of the guys eject fairly early in the wave. As we cut to Benoit, nice top turn. Running down that wave, and back to what I was about to say before, some of the waves seem to be closing out, and especially with this low tide, you're probably not going to see many of the athletes try to milk it all the way to the inside, because that's just going to put you in a very, time-constraining situation where you might actually just lose a lot of time battling your way back out, and you're probably not going to gain much scoring potential by milking it all the way to the inside.
Yeah, I think that's what we saw on the final wave from Kai Bates in that last heat, where he really worked super hard to milk it all the way to the inside, but then it didn't actually stand up for any sort of critical potential.
It's wrong to say that there is no potential, but it is a trade-off one has to consider as an athlete. Like, do you really try to milk it all the way at the risk of, not making it back out and letting your competitors take all the good waves?
Team Australia down on the beach, cheering everybody on. Great to see the paddlers, those that are going to be on the racing divisions coming up later this week, also supporting those in the surfing divisions. And it does mean that some of these teams have a lot of competitors, 9, 10 competitors coming together for a big week of competition.
Yeah, as we saw, I believe that was Wes Fry and his girlfriend they were checking out Team Australia. Right here, we've got the next heat getting on the water. Pascal van der Mast walking through the screen from the Netherlands. As we get an interesting little view here of the reef. It's very exposed at this time.
So true. As we take a look at the current conditions out in the water here at Les Sables del Olon, it is a great 4 to 6 feet. We've got plenty of swell. That swell direction from a west direction means that it's really just coming straight into the beach here. Light winds this morning. Hopefully it doesn't pick up too much as the tide begins to fill in.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a thermal condition around here. The wind might pick up during the day, but that depends on so many local conditions, which the lifeguards was talking about before. Low tide just after 9 o'clock, so we still have a dropping tide actually, which keeps big parts of that reef we saw exposed. Not really an area that the waves are breaking so much in, but nonetheless, you see the big tidal swings here in France.
And we can see a paddle now from our surfer in red. So, Nomura, setting up that first turn. He's chasing down just a 2.93 at the moment to put himself into an advancing position, but he'll want to be going bigger than that, knowing that he could be taking away the lead if he gets something in the 5-point range onto the scoreboard. Finding all that combination of major maneuvers, getting that nice big wrap on that last turn, setting himself up here as he comes towards the finish of this wave. He's not going to have any more scoring potential, but he got a lot of good work done in the middle.
He kept busy on that wave. It was definitely one of the longer waves ridden in this heat. Curious how it's going to affect his paddle back out now. But some very nice turns from Nomura from Japan. He, I'd say there were some nice turns in there. If it was really critical enough to, it's probably going to move into second place, but I'm not sure it's going to better his 4.83. He's definitely probably still going to be looking for a very good score to maintain one of those advancing positions later in this heat.
Scores to roll through. Thomas currently still sitting in the lead, Benoit in second. A bit slower today than what we saw yesterday as far as the consistency of the sets. A little bit more time kind of in between everything that's rolling through as we take a look at the contest site once again. Pretty good setup down there for all the athletes and the tents, especially as that sun peeks through later today.
Yeah, we have the local surf club based here where when there's not competition happening, there are tons of junior surfers running around, filling the beach, lots of energy down there. But I'm very thankful that they are lending us out their spot for this competition.
Team USA having a look to see where Jonatas is out in the water. He's currently sitting in 4th place position, wearing the white jersey, and here we go, up and riding. Looking for his first real score. He's just got a couple throwaways so far. Finding a lot of speed as he drives down the line here. Now engages that rail for that first change of direction. Paddles through as he hits off the lip and redirects up into the foam. Setting himself up for maybe that critical end section finish. This is going to be really important for his score line, but he just nosedives on the finish.
Yeah, but Jonatas got a lot out of that wave. He was keeping busy, and I liked his style. It's a very powerful style. As we see Benoit taking to the lip. 2 really nice maneuvers there, going critical. And I think if you just compare those 2 waves just ridden with Jonatas and Benoit getting the last one where coming a little bit more into the lip, getting the fins maybe a little bit more out. Jonatas, probably looking for a little bit bigger wave. You can see he has a lot of power. He's a bigger board as well, so he probably would have, wished there was a little bit more power in the wave, but that's where Benoit really has that technical advantage, being a long time subsurfer.
Being a former gold medalist as well, as we take a look here at Thomas, straight into the lip, nice critical pocket as he kicks out, and just that single maneuver, but really dynamic and in the right place of the wave.
Yeah, Thomas, very stylish. I love his dismount, the same way he would dismount a 20-foot wave. But very solid surfing. I think that's the term I would use this morning for all of our competitors. We're seeing a lot of maneuvers, statistically, a lot of maneuvers being stuck. Not as many wipeouts as I would say in the early rounds yesterday. Hard to say if it's just those initial nerves that are gone now, but I would say probably the waves are better today.
Yeah, it's just looking a little bit cleaner. It's not quite as sucky through those inside sections as what we were seeing yesterday afternoon. It will be interesting because the tides are just a little bit behind what we had yesterday morning, but as that tide starts to push through, yesterday we had that sort of mid-tide where we were getting some of those waves that were looking really straight, really complicated to be able to find anything that was really open, like any open shoulders. And so we'll see how that shapes up later on today as we head into our later rounds.
Absolutely. And just as cutting back there a second, we saw on the beach Team Spain getting ready before. We had Ibai Argueno and Alasne Eracoechea from Spain, getting ready of probably the women to look out for in the competition towards the final rounds.
Very excited to see. They had some incredible surfing yesterday. Ibaya specifically put together a really well-structured heat. We're down to 2 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock, and Benoit's sitting in the lead. He's increased his heat total with a 5.33 and a 6.33 on top of that. So he's now leading over Tomas. Tomas, with those couple fours on the board, hasn't been able to find himself outside of that 4-point range. He's already got 3 scores in that similar range. So he'll be looking for a wave that allows him that opportunity to really go a bit bigger, chasing down that 6.89 to take the lead away from Benoit, and specifically to try and put So Nomura of Japan into a more challenging position, being that he's only chasing a 4.31 right now.
Very true, very true. Benoit having the commanding lead so far. Thomas with a solid range of backups, but Thomas and So, if you look at their scores, there's really not a whole lot of difference, but they're going to have to better something in the mid 4-point range to really secure or advance. So a very interesting end to this heat as we see that was the reef fully exposed right there.
Very low tide this morning on the west coast of France as we take a look here at Jonatas. Starting to get some work done. So he dropped a 3.53 for his previous wave. Now he's had a couple maneuvers together on this one, so he's going to replace that 0.5, but chasing the 5.61, it'd have to be one of the highest waves of the heat so far.
Yeah, I definitely think so, yeah. But I'm no judge.
There we can see those really low tide conditions on the beautiful coastline. So our surf event at Tanchette is about 2 kilometers south of La Grande Plage, which is just at kind of the top end of town there as we're heading towards the harbor. And there's 2 different venues here for the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships, because we want to see the surfers competing in the conditions that are best for them, and we want to see the paddlers have the best opportunity for the great racing conditions.
Absolutely, and the two venues definitely brings out the opportunity for for highlighting both things. Like as a racer, you're really excited to have waves, but not waves that are ultimately too chaotic. Or if you ask me, yes, I love the more chaos the better. But it's a really great venue up by the inlet, the legendary inlet where the boats come out that sail around the world for the Vendée Globe. We're going to be racing in some really cool waters, and condition-wise, it's probably one of the better venues we've ever been to.
Yeah, it's really, really an incredible location here. And to be able to spend time in Europe, I think for a lot of the, the athletes traveling here, a lot of the staff behind the scenes, it's always exciting to come back to Europe. There's so much history, so much culture, and it's just a beautiful part of the world to be able to spend some time in, specifically here in France. So we're really stoked to be back once again. We're down to the last 5 seconds. Benoit, the experience of the 2019 ISA SUP surfing gold medalist, taking him through with the lead, and he's been able to increase the scoreline. He dropped in a 6.6 for his last wave, and now he's having one last victory lap. It looks like this one will be caught after the buzzer, so I don't think this will be a scoring wave, but he's already got those couple of sixes, and now he's just starting to really show off and let that tail loose. Nice
little reverse there by Ben. He's having fun. You can see Ben, this is more of a victory lap than an actual score he's chasing. And I swear Ben surfs 200% better when he's not under that pressure.
Well, an impressive heat from Team France. Benoit Carpentier taking out the lead. Tomás Lacerda of Portugal walking away in second. So Nomura of Japan in third, and Jonatas Noveas of the USA in fourth. We'll be back with more action right after this. Heat number 5 for men's round 2 coming up next.
Ta-dam!
Back to the action into heat number 5 for men's round 2. Not heat number 5 of the day. We're finishing out men's round 2 that we kicked off the first 2 heats with yesterday afternoon. We're now watching Leo Jimenez of Brazil getting his first ride underway. Shannon Hughes next to Bo Nixon to call the action. And Bo, it's been a great way to see things kick off this morning, and we've got a great field of competitors in the water now.
Yeah, we certainly do. It's been amazing to see those first 2 heats get in the water today. The conditions looking fantastic out there for our SUP surfers as well. As we see our names up on screen now for the surfers in this heat, we have Guillermo from Spain. He put on a great performance yesterday. Aaron Rowe from the Channel Islands competing here. Leo Jimenez that we just saw on a wave then. And then Pascal Vandermast from the Netherlands. So, yeah, quite a stacked heat in this one, as you see Aaron Rowe taking off on this wave.
Drives through that first turn looking really sharp as he uses that paddle as well. Just flies with so much speed into that section that you can't hold on to control for it. And we got 18 minutes on the clock. We're going to go straight down to the beach and catch up with Drew Murin.
Ready, Coach Suzuki? Thanks, guys. Beachside right now with the coach for Team Japan, Coach Suzuki. Coach, now 2 of your best surfers aren't in this contest. They're doing other things, competing in longboard competitions. How has that shaped Team Japan and had to force others to really step up?
Of course, Inoue family are very good, talented athletes, but we still have talented athletes here. So Nomura and Kapono and Takayo and Aya are here, and I think we are still a solid, good team. And Inoue family are in a longboard World Series, World Tour. I hope they do a good job, good job on that tour.
Now, Kaede and Tacos, who we're talking about, are competing in that longboard tour. But I'll tell you what, you've got to be pleased with the way the other 2 surfers have stepped up for Team Japan here in France.
They're good. They are good surfers, and I'm looking forward to get a medal too.
Well, here comes Team Japan behind us as Sol comes into the picture here. Sol, good job. You see there our surfer from Japan. So, yeah, without their 2 best surfers, they still got a lot of talent. Sol, how do you feel it went?
Bad.
Bad. We're going to work on that, you guys. We're going to work on that. So, back to you guys in the studio. You want to talk about it? You okay?
Well, great to hear from one of the coaches behind Team Japan, fielding out a really fantastic group. Some newer names for this side of things, but excited to see how they perform this week.
Yeah, Suzuki, the coach there, big name in the SUP world, coaching for the Team Japan, and yeah, he seems like he's doing a great job with the team. We saw So there, unfortunately, getting knocked into the repechage round, but he's going to come back a bit stronger next time, I think.
That's so true, and Suzuki just seems like a really great person to be within that role. Really caring and obviously having all that knowledge as well to pour into the team. As we take a look at the replay for this last wave of Guillermo, we've got some scores rolling through. How's that last maneuver?
Yeah, very nice off the top there from Guillermo. You can see he's really trying to chase this wave down toward the end, and he's actually found another section at the end here. So continuing to improve his scoreline at the end there as we catch up with Leo Jimenez out the back there with a nice slashing turn off the top. Switching that paddle over as well, so really making use of that paddle. The judges will like him switching that over and using it for good power surfing. But yeah, he's selecting some nice waves. He's already had a couple of good ones this morning.
Yeah, this is good. So this is just a couple of replays that we missed during that interview as we take a look at this last wave of Aaron Rowe.
Yeah, Aaron here setting up nice on the inside as we saw him fall off there. But yeah, Aaron, a 3-time UK champion, surfing for the Channel Islands in this event. So he actually broke his ankle, I think it was last year. So he's been out of the water for quite a long time. Yeah. So it's good to see him back in the water and back competing again. Yeah, he took a bit of a break there, focused on some work and things like that. But yeah, it's good to see Aaron competing again. And
an ankle injury is one that can take so long to actually heal all the way, you know, maybe back to walking and bearing weight on it quite quickly. But when it comes to actually that feel, that control within it, especially as surfers, it's so important to be able to have that mobility.
Oh, it really is, especially when you stand up paddling as well, because you're using all those muscles in the ankles to stay standing and stay balanced as you're paddling out. So yeah, it can take a long time to come back from an injury like that.
So we've got some scores across the board. We're down to about 14 minutes on the clock. Leo currently sitting in the lead with a 5-point ride as the high score of the heat. Guillermo with a 4.1 as his high score, hasn't found that backup score yet. Pascal sitting in with a 2.6 and a 2.17 for that first attempt from Aaron Rowe. We do have a second score to drop through for Leo, so we'll see where that falls through as far as increasing his lead over the rest of the field. As we can see, everyone in that positioning out in the lineup currently, our surfer in in blue having that first priority as we take a look at some more replays here for this last wave of Pascal.
Yeah, Pascal cutting back there at the opening section. You can see these waves a little bit slower on the outside, so the surfer's opting to stay close to the pocket of the wave or that white water section as he sticks with this one through to the inside, but getting a bit of work done on the outside there, carving it around. You can see that wave not having much scoring potential for him on the inside, so getting back out as we catch up with live action.
Guillermo now, so snap back after that first section. It's all the way on the inside, so we know we would have caught that wave out a little bit deeper. Quick transition back to paddling out to the back of the lineup as we take a look here at Aaron Rowe. Nice opening maneuver, drives hard off the bottom, keeps that composure as well to finish out. Nearly loses it on the end, but it is able to ride out clean.
Yeah, I think he learned his lesson from the previous wave and he really managed to hold on to that turn off the top there. So a couple of nice turns on that wave from Aaron. He's starting to feel his feet again and you know, start to get some good waves under the belt. He's finding those lefts as well. So a couple of the surfers opting to go right, where Aaron's really looking at those lefts.
So scores to roll through. A 5.1 drops in for Leo Jimenez, which increases his heat lead over that 5-point ride that he opened up with and puts decent requirements on the rest of the field. A 6-point ride for Guillermo. Guillermo's last wave was a 2.90 and now waiting for that last one from Aaron. And that was a really good adjustment from him, from Aaron specifically, off of the strength of his opening turns has been there, but now to really be able to connect the dots with that last turn as well.
Yeah, exactly. He'd be looking for those waves again, very similar type of style of wave, and he wanted to be at a lot of speed from that and try and finish off on a bit of a bigger section next time.
Well, we've got a quick turnaround here for Aaron Rowe. We'll track with live action as he's just setting himself up. Nice bowly section of this wave, putting a lot of power into that first turn. Switches the paddle in his hand. Now drives back for that second carve. Sets himself up through the inside here. So a flatter wave, but he's really able to get a lot of power out of that back leg. And transitions back to his forehand. And he's putting a lot of effort into this wave as he tags the lip on the backhand and now is really looking sharp for the Jersey surfer. Now, before we take a look at that replay, we're going to go down to the beach, catch up with the winner of that last heat.
Here we go. Thanks, guys. Here with Benoit Corpendier from Team France. Last year, finished with a silver medal, gold medalist in 2019. And Benoit, surfing well out there, friend.
Yeah, it was a tricky one from the beginning. So I just arrived yesterday from the night before from Morocco. I was doing wing foiling events and got knocked out. So got here in time and stoked to be here representing France with representing Starboard at the same time. It's been a tricky one yesterday. Today I'm kind of finding my feeling through the heat and got two nice scores. So keep on going.
No, your scores have been great the last 2 days. First of all, I want to talk about, you don't really surf down here all that much, you were just talking about. You don't get down to this area all that often. So is it kind of like, even though it's your home country, kind of fairly new territory?
Yeah, I'm from Brittany, so it's like 4 hours driving up north, and I don't come that often. I came here like 2 years ago for the French Championship, actually, and I got first with my big brother second, so it was a good memory, and hopefully I know a little bit that beach, so it's a bit different this time, but we should get some good condition, and yeah, I'm excited.
Let's talk about your equipment now. You're on your Starboard, obviously. This is not the usual board that you ride. It's actually new for this contest. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, we did develop this range of spice last year, with 2 years ago actually, with Oli from Starboard, and so this year we kind of review it, beginning of the year, and that one is exactly the same shape as the spice, just like 24 wide, so it's a bit narrower, and no, it's a great board for anything that is a bit mushy like this, like you got condition like this today, and a bit choppy. It's just such a nice board and go nice through the section, flat section and everything, and it's just fun, you know, riding as a quad, and it just goes fast, you know, it's fun.
I used to seeing you on that bigger board, man. So, hey, good luck at the upcoming heats, and definitely one of the top contenders to watch at this year's ISA World Championship. Best of luck.
Thanks, guys. You.
Always great to hear from a gold medalist, well-spoken, has vision for what he wants to get done here as well.
Yeah, Benoit, just that solid competitor. And he's put together a really good heat this morning as well. And we saw him kind of playing with that fins free on the last waves that he surfed in. So having fun with it too.
Yeah, very exciting stuff. Oh, Aaron Rowe just slips off the wax and he goes down. He's dropped in a couple of smaller scores in that 3-point range. We've got this last one to roll through. So he's currently sitting in second behind Leo, who's currently still holding on to that lead.
Yeah, but we saw a great wave from him during that interview with Benoit as well. Great wave from Leo on that left. So I'm expecting that score to probably be the best one of the heat so far.
Now, looking at the score line that we've seen from Aaron's wave specifically in comparison to the 817 that we've just seen drop through from Leo, so we'll have to get another look at that one because it was really exceptional during the interview. Smaller scores under that 4-point range where Aaron's getting a lot of work done, but where's the difference in being able to actually get those scores up to even those 5s?
Yeah, so I think the size of the wave is holding the scores back for Aaron there. You see doing lots of turns, but you know the wave size doesn't offer that critical section, so you really want to see these surfers catching the sets and doing turns where the wave is really steep, close to the pocket of the wave. So I think Aaron needs to maybe change up his strategy a little bit to increase those scores. But he is sitting currently in second place at the moment, so in that advancing position.
Down to 8 minutes on the clock. Good looking set starting to roll through here. Surfer in white, Pascal, has priority. He's in a great position here for that foam takeoff. It's going to give him that speed and projection down the line as he snaps through that first turn. And, oh, he's just caught behind the section, but he's got a real steady balance as he tries to hang on to it, and that water will just clip his heels, unfortunately, and take him down. Chasing down a 4.67, which could have been looking favorable had he been able to roll through to the inside and get something really good.
Yeah, he started off with a really nice turn. I thought maybe he'd be able to get around that section and connect a few more turns on the end there, but unfortunately just going down behind the white water there.
Yeah, that was a solid size section. Let's take another look at this one, though. The 8.17 of Leo.
Yeah, great. Some turns on the outside there. Nice snap again and comes through to this inside section, carving it around. I think that was not maybe his biggest wave. I think this is the one here where a really strong turn off the top of the wave there as he brings it through. Another really slashing turn off the top, and then he finishes it off here nicely. Oh, he's still going. So this wave obviously offering a lot of potential for him. And I think this turn was where the bulk of the score came from. He got the fins free at the back there, throwing lots of spray. So that's where those scores get up into the excellent range.
Super impressive. So that first wave was that 5-point ride, now an 8.17 on the board, and all eyes on the shoreline. So Leo currently sitting with a really convincing lead over the rest of the field. Aaron with a requirement of a 9.60 now to be able to take himself into leading position. And Leo up and riding once again. Nice opening snap on his backhand, just hooking it up into the pocket, gets that tail loose as well, and holding so much control.
Yeah, although it was just 2 turns, 2 great turns. So right at the top of the wave, really critical, sliding the fins as we catch up with Pascal here. Nice off the top to finish that wave as well. So he'll catch back up to Leo, still surfing.
Just finds that connection on the inside. He would have stuck with that foam and just found that next little corner that opened up. Taking a look at the equipment as well to make sure everything's still intact. Is it common to see stand-up paddleboards broken, given that there's so much volume, they're so thick when it comes to like heavy sections like that?
Sometimes. I mean, you don't really see them breaking because they are quite thick and there's quite a lot of volume in the board. As we're watching Guillermo there off the top.
Yeah, great looking opening turn from Guillermo. Team Spain looking like one of the really powerful teams coming into this year's draw. But Guillermo's in a position right now where he's looking at the repecharge rounds. He's chasing down that 3.17. He got that first big opening maneuver. Now he's got a few more done on the inside section here. That's going to be really important to add to that score line and try and take over that leading position from Aaron Rowe.
Yeah, that score, I think that wave's going to be right on the cusp of the score he needs to get into advancing position. So we'll have to wait to see what the judges put in there. But yeah, just going back to talking about the boards, these guys are on some very lightweight boards as well. So the weight definitely comes into it, and they can easily break if you're in the wrong section at the wrong time.
Lots of consequence when it comes to surfing beach breaks on those end sections. The outside section, maybe not quite so heavy looking. It's looking quite slopey and soft. A lot of those roll-ins are nice when you've got that foam to kind of push along to be able to get into those softer outside sections. But we can see when those waves really hit that inside bank that it gets super, super shallow. Now we're really lucky here to have the support from the Institute of Sports and Ocean just behind the contest setup. It's a really incredible zone here to be able to run events from.
Absolutely amazing for the spectators as well as competitors. There's a lot of different areas for people to go to and to watch the action from. And we've got such a nice beach and waves as well for this event. So I think the competitors are all very happy.
Taking a look at this last wave from our surfer and green, we're still waiting for the score to roll through, Bo.
Yeah, those 2 turns were very strong. Although 2 turns, I think it's still going to go up into a very good scoring range. He got a lot of work done on that 8.17, but I feel like this one's going to be a great backup score for him, extending his lead in this heat as he still finds a bit more room on the inside to get another turn in as well. And you can see that kind of heavy landing there, so obviously checking the equipment after that. We'll see Guillermo here on the replay as well. So looking for that 3.17 to get into advancing position, into second position. So nice off the top there. Gets caught a little bit behind this white water, but manages to hold his balance through this and finds a couple more turns on the inside here. So cutting back, waiting for this wave to stand up. There we go, nice slashing turn there. Getting ready to hit that end section as he gets that board up into the lip, throws it up there and lands it as well. So hopefully we'll see that score come through for him.
So scores in for Last of Red. It's a 3.67, and it's just enough to take him into the advancing position over Aaron Rowe. This is a non-elimination heat still, so Aaron's looking to head to the repechage rounds unless he should find himself on a 4.10. That was a great opening turn, nice and dynamic. Breaks through that lip line on the second, goes vertical, and looks for that heavy finish as well, which would be crucial to being able to keep himself in the conversation right now.
That would have really sealed the deal, I think, on that score, getting him back up into second position. But those first 2 turns were very, very nice as well. So I'm interested to see how the judging goes with those turns. That kind of vertical slash in the pocket was a bit more critical than Guillermo's wave. So I think maybe the judges liking that a little bit more with the kind of radical approach and just his power surfing.
So down to 2 minutes on the clock and scores to roll through. Last of our surfer in green, a 7.60 for Leo. Has him with a very convincing lead, and now the highest heat total of the event across men's and women's with a 15.77.
Yeah, even though it was just 2 turns for that 7.6, you can really see that he's putting a lot into those turns and doing them in the real critical section too. So getting up into the lip, and you'll notice that difference between the scores that Leo has and also the scores from the other competitors, as we do see a score drop in there from Aaron. He hit a 5.57 on the last ride, so the judge is really liking those 2 turns, even though he did fall on the third. So he's back up into second position, into that advancing spot, and now Guillermo, he needs a 5.15, and Pascal sitting in 4th place looking for a 6.64.
Man, I mean, that wave had such good shape to it for that 5.57 for Aaron. A bummer he didn't finish out on that finishing maneuver, because it could have been a really, really solid score, but well done for sticking into it and putting a solid requirement now in a 5-point ride onto Guillermo.
That's right. It'd have to be Guillermo's best wave of the heat as we catch up with Pascal here.
All right, so on his forehand, first opening snap. Now hits the lip on that second one. A little bit of a slower paced wave. Getting a bit of work done through here. Looking to improve on a 2.6 as his high score. This wave still has a little bit more in front of him. He's going to just tag the foam and go one more time, demonstrating that control to the judging panel.
Yeah, great control on the inside there as well. Probably not the 6.64, but putting on a great performance here. We'll see him into the repechage rounds coming up later on today.
Down to 30 seconds on the clock. Leo Jimenez of Brazil currently sitting with an 8.17 and a 7.60 on his score line. Guillermo now with an opportunity for Team Spain. He goes big and cannot pull it off.
Yeah, you have to go big though, don't you? If there's 10 seconds on the clock, you have to do all you can to get that score. You can see a bit of frustration there from Guillermo, but he will be going through the repechage rounds later on today.
It was so tight between second and third for, maybe 17 minutes of the 20-minute heat. It's really not a breakaway moment for either Aaron or Guillermo until that last 5 of Guillermo drops through. As we take a look at Leo now, huge snap right in the face of his competitor. Throws a lot of spray and demonstrating why he's going to be a tough surfer to beat within this event. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and we'll bring back more action right after this. It's all going down day 2 of the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. We'll now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
Good morning, bonjour. Welcome back to the 2023 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship here in Le Sable d'Olonne on the west coast of France. My name is Casper Steinfeld. I'm joined in the booth with Bo Nixon from Australia. Bo, a former competitor himself. And we're taking you straight into action here for heat number 6 of the men's round 2 of the SUP surfing. In this heat, we got, Bo, a pretty good lineup. Take us through it.
Yeah, we've got Oyhan from Spain. Great performance yesterday from him, so looking forward to seeing how he's feeling today. And then we also have Nick Kretlin from Switzerland, that's right. Adriano Nozakowski from Brazil and Cohen Prost from the Netherlands.
Yep, a truly international lineup here as we get started. The heat is already underway. There's a 1-point ride on the board for Oyhan, and we're waiting for 2 scores from Nick Kretlin and Adriano Nozakowski. Bo, what's it like being here in France, you being a former competitor yourself, seeing all the action unfold?
Oh, it's been amazing here being back in France. I know we've spent a bit of time up in Brittany, around the La Torche area, competing up there, but it's my first time to this area of France, and it's been absolutely amazing. The locals are really friendly, and it's great to know that they're letting us have their lineup for a few days here, and then obviously moving toward the SUP racing and paddleboarding toward the end of the week.
Exactly, and that is absolutely a good point. The locals sharing their lineup with us for this event. This is also my first time to this region of France, and what a beautiful region it is. As we see some athletes paddling, taking a look at the wave. We've seen some good waves written so far, as we have Nick Kretlin from Switzerland up and riding, taking a look at this left. Nice little slash off the top there going left, fading right. Little backhand swirl right there.
Wow, that was pretty fancy on the inside there, but I really like the read on that wave that he had, going left and then cutting back toward the right to identify the more kind of powerful and steeper section on the end there. So I think hopefully he can get another wave and improve that scoreline.
Absolutely, and it's early days inside this heat, just under 17 minutes remaining. We have a score on the board that we haven't seen yet. Adriano Nozakowski posting a 3.5, taking the lead of this heat. And the conditions definitely looking very calm out there today. There's a little bit of texture from that south wind that, the devil wind we're talking about that might come up. But so far the conditions have been good, and I think we're going to get an inside view right now from Drew Murren, who's down on the beach with Team Japan. Take it away, Drew.
Thanks, guys. All the racers are bouncing around the beach down here today, and I caught up with last year's gold medalist in both the technical and the distance racing in Puerto Rico, Shuri Araki, also known as Shrimpy from Team Japan. Shrimpy, I'll tell you what, everybody's stoked to see what you could do this year and see if you can double up. How's the pressure feeling coming into France this year?
Yes. Last year, I get gold medal in technical and distance, but this year I tried to 3 gold medal. Distance, technical, sprint, so I'm very excited.
That's a lot of pressure to put on yourself. Now, coming off a lot of contests this year, you just came from Portugal, and I know you performed well there, so that's got to be good for your confidence coming into France.
Not pressure. I forgot last year gold medal, so only try challenge, and because my family support for me and Japan team support for me, so only I challenge. Yes.
Let's talk about the support from your coaches and your family. You got a lot of support for Team Japan. I mean, you guys, when you guys come out, you come out deep. How does all that support play into your performance?
My dad teach everything in Okinawa Island, so so many train with my father, so just keep paddling.
Just keep paddling. There it is. It's all a family affair here for Team Japan. Shrimpy, one of your top contenders, trying to go for 3 goals here in France in 2023. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Drew. That was a lovely, lovely interview with Shrimpy on the beach there. Very, very, how do I say it? It was a very special experience to see him take those 2 gold medals last year and to put the pressure of wanting to win 3 this year. What a goal to set.
Yeah, exactly. A huge goal for him, but it definitely has the capabilities to do it here.
As we see up and riding, this is Adriano from Brazil taking a look at this left, the goofy footer, making a nice whack under the lip right there.
Wow, that was power surfing at its finest there. Throwing the tail really far away, laying right back on that paddle, and he used that paddle to get back up as well, so keeping his balance on that one, so landing that turn.
Bo, being an athlete yourself, take us through that term you just threw out there, power surfing. What do you mean when you say an athlete is showing proper power surfing?
Yeah, so you really like to see the spray coming off the board during turns when watching for a power surfer. But also you saw Adriano there really push his back foot like really hard and really strong, so that tail would whip right around, and that's just a lot of power there coming from that back leg. So you might see a lot of surfers just opt to do those carving maneuvers and still throwing some nice spray, but I really like the power that Adriano's bringing.
He definitely put it on the line right there as he takes a look at a left right here. A little bit behind the section, taking off, navigating around, going above and beyond.
Again, just trying to release those fins at the back. You saw, I think, Leo in the previous heat from Brazil. He was throwing the tail, so he wants to repeat that.
And coming up next, we have the women's round 2, the first heat featuring Ibaya Rueno, Milanka Linde from Germany, Laura Del Pont from Italy, and Emily Wing from New Zealand. As we see on screen right now, this is Ibaya Rueno warming up, getting ready, being cheered on, being helped by the Spanish team to get in the zone.
Yeah, she seems like she's having a bit of fun with it too, relaxing, and she would still have a little bit of nerves, I think, today, but after a performance yesterday, she should be going to this fairly confident.
She definitely will. As we look at the clock, there's 12.5 minutes remaining. Situation in the water is in first place Adriano in green from Brazil, sitting with a 3.5 and a 3.77, tailed by Oihan from Spain with a 1 and a 3.0. So still a very much open heat. Coin Prost needing a 0.87 to advance, and Nick from Switzerland needing a 2.01. As on screen, we see Adriano keeping busy, this time looking at a right. Nice cut back, paddle transition, roundhouse getting into the whitewater there on this smaller wave. But you're seeing some waves. There's some variation in the waves out there, the smaller versus the bigger. How big a factor do you think, as we see a replay here from Blue, from Nick, how do you see the smaller versus the bigger waves factoring in the judging?
Yeah, I feel like the bigger waves are definitely going to get those higher scores because you're going to get a bit more of a steeper section as we see this replay from Adriano here. So you can see those turns a lot bigger, a lot more, I guess, nicer to watch as well. So those judges really are favouring the bigger waves. But I think those little waves as well, you just get kind of a backup score as we're watching a replay here. This is Cohen on a nice left. A lot of turns on this wave, which is nice. So linking it through to the inside. But again, that kind of smaller section on the end there. Not like we saw those big closeout sections at the end of waves yesterday. Catching up with a really nice turn there, Moyhan, on a replay. So
that was an interesting turn. There was a lot of speed in it, but was it on rail, do you think?
It wasn't really. He was really leaning on his back foot, so it was kind of a bit of a flatter turn. The judges probably are going to notice that as well. But I like that he brought it around and he was able to keep in control and land that maneuver too.
Absolutely. We got lots of action unfolding here. Still waiting for some scores to drop for Nick and for Adriano and Coin. So we got a lot of action unfolding, watching the replays here. And if you're just joining us, this is day 2 of the 2023 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship here in Les Sables d'Olonne on the west coast of France. We have some beautiful conditions on tap today. We have World Championship here, 30 nations, over 200 athletes, as we see from Brazil, Adriano, nice cut back into the whitewater, going off the top throwing some fins and some spray, casually leaning back there.
He's staying really busy in this heat, catching lots and lots of waves. I think that's a really good thing to do because you can always just sit and wait as we're looking at Oyhan here.
Yeah, and we see Oyhan up and riding here. Nice wave, but kind of mushing out towards the end.
Yeah, just...
And on the beach right now, we have Drew Murrin. What do you have for us, Drew?
Thanks, guys. Down here with the winner from the last heat, Leonardo Jimenez from Team Brazil. And Leo, huge score, throwing up one of the highest scores of the day with that 8-point ride. First of all, congratulations. Why don't you take us through that 4-turn sequence?
Yeah, I'm really happy to really do my surf, you know, and finding that left that I was like searching for the left, you know, and yeah, 4 big turns, and yeah, I'm really happy to find this wave. Yeah, let's go the next round.
I know. Now, you're standing here with this board. This is not the magic board, right? You talk about this magic board. What makes it so magical?
I don't know. When I turned off the shaper, he made it the first board for me. And that first one was like the magic. He never do like another one like similar. It's similar, but not equal, no? And that's, I just keep it in my board storage, like only for the competition, you know. And it's a really magic. I done with Delto Menezes shaper from Brazil, and really good work, and that's it.
You don't even bring it out for the interviews. It's in, you have it like in protective. It's in bubble wrap over there right now, right?
Yes.
Well, congratulations. Moving on to the next round. I know you want to get out and watch your fellow countrymen on the water right now, so we'll let you go.
Yeah, let's go Brazil. Let's go and destroy these waves and showing all our power, and yeah, that's it.
Leonardo Jimenez for Team Brazil, also one of the top contenders for that gold medal here in France. Good luck.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Drew. Thanks for the insights down on the beach. Brazil is definitely here to do business, as we see up and riding Oyhan from Spain, dissecting a really nice wave right there.
Yeah, great left-hander there from Oyhan. And
still going.
Cutting back to the right now and hoping to finish off with another maneuver here as he does off the top. So it's 3 really good maneuvers. Oh, and another one as well, just for good measure.
Make it all the way to the beach.
Yeah, that's it. I think we did hear some cheers as well from Spain. Fellow country representatives cheering him on.
So take us through, Bo, when the athletes are standing out in the lineup right now, what are they experiencing? Of course, they're looking at the waves and looking at, bettering their scores, but what information do they have available to make these decisions with?
Yeah, so priority comes into it. I think kind of the first main thing. You can see Cohen there sitting with that number 1 next to his name in the top left of your screen. That means he has first priority. He has next pick at the wave that comes through, as we'll see him go here. So, for example, I have to, Nick next to him, have to let him go this wave.
And here he goes. Cohen from the Netherlands, up and riding on a nice left-hander, doing a nice open face cutback, speeding down the wave, another little slash, hitting the white water. Cohen, a very familiar surfer with the chaotic North Sea waves. And yeah, makes it all the way to the inside. 3-4, really nice turns. What do you make of that wave, Bo?
Yeah, that was a really nice wave. He surfed it quite a long way and got some maneuvers done as well. So I think he used his priority really wisely on that one. As we do catch up here with, this is Nick surfing on his backhand. Is he going to be able to ride out of this one? He's not, unfortunately.
I'm curious to get an interview with Nick at some point here if he's surfing the famous Swiss wave pool, the Alaya Bay. Curious. I know a lot of the Swiss national team surfers are training in the wave pool over there these days. I wonder if Nick has had that opportunity as well. As we see Adriano from Brazil, another beautiful float off the top into a very strong slash on an open face, eyeing that last section as he floats up and over the white water, but just comes a little bit off the board.
Yeah, great left there from Adriano, and those first 2 maneuvers were really, really strong. I think the judges are going to really like that. That could be one of the better waves of this heat lift that we've seen. But yeah, unfortunately not being able to finish that wave, but he's going to get back out there. It's just under 5 minutes 40 left on the clock.
Yeah, the heat's coming towards the end as we see Team Spain in full force down on the beach. Actually, one thing I wanted to ask you about, in the previous heat we saw Aaron Rowe from the Channel Islands taking on the surf. Aaron, a good friend of mine, I was very curious to see how his heat went, but he locked some really good scores, but I was very curious on the variation between single maneuvers and multiple maneuvers on the waves. It seems like Aaron managed to crack that code.
Definitely he had multiple maneuvers on the wave. He got one, his highest scores were one turn off the top and then a really nice vertical turn after that.
And as you see on screen here, join us online. We prefer if you join us on the beach for the event, but you can join us online and follow all the action at the International Surfing Association on Facebook, ISAsurf.org, watch the live webcast, and also make sure to follow the brand new ISA Instagram account dedicated only to stand-up paddling. It's ISASUP, okay. There's a funny story behind that name, I know, but the ISA is posting a lot more content on that channel regarding SUP, and make sure to tune in there to get your daily dose.
Yeah, so I hear Nico is in charge of that channel. What's the story behind the okay at the end of that?
Well, I believe the story is that someone once upon a time actually claimed that the ISA SUP name, and we're not quite sure. They're trying to get a hold of the handle. And
I see. Yeah.
And I believe it's a way like to also, some accounts say official Bo Nixon, for example, if someone else has taken Bo Nixon's name.
Yeah.
But it's either way, it's really nice to see a channel dedicated to stand-up paddle surfing, to stand-up paddle racing, because the world of stand-up paddling has so much great content and great stories to portray. And as we are portraying a really nice wave here on the right, Adriano from Brazil going to town, 2 really nice roundhouse cutbacks, some nice paddle transition as he makes his way to the inside of this wave with just under 3 minutes 40 on the clock. Keeping busy, a little airdrop over a bump there, and decides to go for a little bath at the end.
Yeah, catching a lot of waves in this heat, Adriano is. As we catch up with Uhan here, nice cut back into the pocket as we see him set up his next maneuver, switching the paddle over, ready for this one. Oh, another off the top, carving, throwing lots of spray on that one. So 2 really good turns on that wave from Uhan. I think it's going to solidify his second position there.
I like his style on that backside. It's really fluid. It might not be that vertical hack, but it's really beautifully carving in a critical section.
Yeah, there's a lot of control with it as well, so the judge is really looking for that control in those critical sections.
So situation on the water right now with just under 3 minutes remaining. We have Adriano in green from Brazil in the lead with a 10.16 heat total. Still waiting for a score to drop for him. I have to scroll down on my tab right here to see, because he's caught a lot of waves this heat.
Yes.
In second place, he's trailed by Oyhan from Spain. He needs a 5.46 to travel to first place, but he's in an advancing position already. In third place, Koen Prost from the Netherlands needing a 4.77 to advance to second place and get into that advancing position, which will take him to the third round. The losers of this heat, third and fourth, will go to the repechage and have a chance to surf later today.
Yeah, so we'll see those guys surfing again later today, which is good. You get the second chance in the ISA events.
How big of a difference, or how big of a shock would it be for you, like competing to, if you don't have a great first or second heat and you end up in the repechage series? How big of a mental challenge is it to cope with that? Is there any benefit to it, or is it not preferable?
It really depends. I mean, we've seen quite a lot of finalists come through from the repechage round in previous years at the ISA championships. But I think one of the biggest things is that you kind of relax a little bit knowing that you do have that second chance as well. And if you do fall into that repechage round, you can actually gain momentum through that too, because there's quite a lot of rounds to go through and a lot of surf that you need to do to get back into that main round final. So you can really kind of find your groove and get into a bit of a rhythm and start to kind of build on your scores and go through it that way. And yes, you might be coming up against surfers that have come down from the main round and maybe a little bit better, but they've kind of a bit bummed out that they've been dropped into the repechage. So you've got that kind of confidence going into the next heat.
As we see on our screen, Nick Kretinan from Switzerland taking a quick look at this left, but ultimately opting not to continue all the way to the beach. 1 minute remaining as we have Koen Prost from the Netherlands taking a look at this foamy face, opting to go right. Comes down with the lip, but just doesn't quite stick it.
No, I couldn't hang on to that one. Looking for that 5.97 to be able to get up into that advancing position, but unfortunately couldn't do it there.
As we take a look at the judges panel, this is the panel of international judges scoring each single wave ridden. There's a panel of, I believe, 5 judges right here taking a look, scoring a wave. The way the judging works, the highest and the lowest score for each single wave is dropped, and then an average is found by the remaining judges, which gives you the number you see on your screen here. And the situation right now with just under 20 seconds is still in first place Adriano from Brazil with a 5.33 and a 4.83, followed pretty closely by Oyheim with a 4.7 and a 4.57. Coin Prost needs a 5.97 to advance, and Nick from Switzerland a 7.27 as this heat comes towards the end. A pretty close heat.
Yeah, very close heat with all those surfers. So I think Cohen and Nick moving into that repechage round, taking a lot of learning experiences from this heat into the repechage rounds later on today.
Yeah, and we're going to stay busy with the repechage later today. We have coming up next is the women's round 2. We got some great heats coming up there. And the conditions are great, so we're going to have a lot of action unfolding. But then we're going to get busy with the repechage afterwards, where we're going to see, the end destination for a lot of athletes, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's right. We will be saying goodbye to a few of the competitors. It will be the end of their run here at this event, as we are going to move on into the women's now. And then we are going to see round 3 of the men as well coming up in between those repechage rounds.
Absolutely. So this heat wraps up the final heat of the men's round 2. Next up is going to be the women's round 2, and when we come back, we're going to have a really interesting heat in front of us with Ibaya Ruano, Milanka Linde, Laura Dalpont, and Emily Wink. So stay with us. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to take a look at the opening ceremony, and we'll be right back with more action here from the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship in Les Sables d'Olonne.
Hello everybody at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. I want to thank our host for putting this incredibly successful event. Please enjoy this time, this special time. Join riding and competing against people that you might know, friends from prior competitions, and new friends. You might or might not get to get home with medals, but you're a champion because you're there representing your country, and that's the highest honor for any athlete in the world.
Welcome back to the action here for the 2023 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We've got families on the beach. We've got competitors that are traveling on their own. We've got those that are traveling with teammates. It's a really exciting week to be here on the west coast of France in such a beautiful region of the world, and to get to experience some incredible waves and culture as well. Shannon and Casper here in the booth to call the action, and looks like a great morning down on the beach.
It is a fantastic morning down on the beach. The sun is rising just above the horizon, and we're getting, that mist and that energy with a big day in front of us.
And we're now heading into our women's round number 2, heat number 1. So we've finished out that round of men's surfing that we started out yesterday for men's round 2. We're now into 4 heats for women's round 2 with Ibaya Ruano from Spain, Milanka Linde from Germany, Lara Delpont from Italy, and Amelie Wink from New Zealand. So this is going to be a really exciting heat to watch unfold, because we saw some really fantastic surfing from them yesterday.
We sure did, and the name to watch in this heat is, without a doubt, Ibaya Ruano from Spain, from the Canary Islands. Ibaya, 2018 Vice ISA World Champion in the SUP surfing, but actually a 2018 World Champion on the APP World Tour, where she completed a very successful season, and reached the top of the world.
Amazing to be able to have those world titles, backing a surfer or backing an athlete like this in SUP surfing. As we take a look at this first little set starting to roll through, Amelie has a look at it. She decides not to go. Laura now up and riding, pumping down the line, trying to gain a bit of speed here as she redirects onto her backhand. This wave's staying really soft and slopey for her. It hasn't really given her that critical pocket that she's been looking for just yet. She adjusts that weight forward and now engages that rail into that first turn.
Yeah, nice little look at the wave there for Laura. First wave ridden for her. There's obviously always a lot of nerves going into a competition like this. She is I wouldn't say a completely new name in the world of SUP. She's a very active racer as well, as we see up and riding multiple riders on one wave here.
That's right. So no priority established at the beginning of this heat, but the surfer with the inside positioning would have priority at the beginning of the wave. So our surfer from Spain getting a lot of work done as she connects with that in section for Ibaya. And that was a great looking wave as we can see the start of this heat. We're going to go down to the beach quickly to catch up with the winner of that last heat, and we'll be back with results after that.
Don't worry about it, sir. You need to step away. Thanks, guys. I'm beachside now with Team Brazil and Adriano Ferro, the winner of the last heat. And for the interview, I'm going to turn it over to our correspondent, Aline Adesaka.
All right. Good morning, everyone. So here we are with the Team Brazil representative, winner of the heat. Conta pra gente como é que você se sentiu. He's going to tell us how he felt about it and how was the conditions and all.
Pô, me senti à vontade ali, o mar hoje melhorou, estava com a condição mais lisa e consegui achar duas ondas boas ali que entrou na somatória e melhor de tudo, sair da bateria, encontrar o time sempre unido, positivo e isso contagia e a gente ganha mais energia para a próxima fase.
And what are your strategy of like equipment and position for the next coming up hit? Sorry. He said that it was very exciting and he was very grateful to have all the team after he got out of the water and he felt good and yeah, he's ready for it.
Adriano also has one of the best beards in SUP surfing. I do want to point that out. That's just amazing, amazing. So hey, we're really excited here. Team Brazil, you guys ready? Yeah, I need a little more energy here. Brazil, are you guys ready? Brazil! I'd say they're ready. Back to you guys. Adriano, congratulations.
Brazil looking really strong this week. That was a great interview with Aline and Adriano. She'll be a sideline reporter for us in no time.
Yeah, Aline being a very accomplished athlete herself, but also a great spokesperson, a great translator apparently. I traveled with her a little bit in Brazil some years ago, and she has a multicultural background, and I think that just really shows, and also the endeavors she's engaging in outside the world of stand-up paddling. But it wasn't Aline that interview was about. It was about Adriano, who's advancing for Team Brazil. Team Brazil posting some very great heats with actually in one of the previous heats, Leo Jimenez posted a 15.77 heat total, the highest of the event so far.
That's right. It was really impressive from Leo in that heat. As we can see, Malanka having a paddle into that wave, wasn't quite able to catch it, and then just got hit by one of those sort of side chops, and she's going to swim quickly to get through this section for Team Germany. We got a 5.5 that has dropped through for Ibaya, and that sets her up with a solid, convincing lead over the rest of the field. Amelie Wink now paddling into this wave. It looks really challenging at the moment to find a wave that has that wall to it and isn't just a very slopey shoulder.
It does look challenging. I will also say it is difficult for us here in the booth, actually, like you on the webcast at home, to see what is the bigger picture. There definitely seems to be a channel on the left that is allowing the athletes to paddle back out. But, it's a big area that the area of competition covers. So if you got to make some decisions as an athlete. Which peak are you going to pursue?
So true, especially with that channel that makes it an easier paddle out, but also makes it more challenging on those shoulders to be able to get into the waves. Laura now up and riding, so took off in that deeper section of the wave. Now looking for that first turn and setting herself up here. She comes through to the inside section for the Italian. And she'll just go down in the shore break, but got a couple of maneuvers in. It's challenging also with that drone angle to really see how dynamic any of those maneuvers were.
True.
But the 20-year-old has put a score down on the board to hopefully improve on that 1.23 as we take a look here at our surfer in blue, Malanka. Putting in all that effort to come all the way through to the inside section, hits that lip on that last little moment, and she'll kick off on the shoreline.
And she makes her way all the way to the beach on that wave. That's it used to be one of the virtues of surfing, one of those deep qualities, like, oh, you ride the wave all the way to the beach. And sometimes that is the best scoring potential, but when you're surfing in a heat, sometimes you make some trade-offs, and getting back out to the lineup quick to defend your position might be better than milking it all the way through. But we'll see what the judges think about that. I'm not a judge. I'm a commentator.
It is what we can see, though, showcased in the scoreline so far that we've been seeing throughout this event, throughout day one of competition yesterday, is that 2 critical turns out the back and an early kick out can facilitate a really solid score, where getting that length of ride is not part of the judging criteria. It used to be historically for a long time. It was, you know, the rider that got the longest ride, whether it was in shortboarding, longboarding, or in SUP surfing, was able to get, you know, one of the higher scores. But now it's all about those critical maneuvers.
It's been, the criteria has been condensed into, you know, what can you do in the serious consequential pocket of the wave where the, you know, the more critical maneuvers take place. So, I mean, I think there's still something to be said about length of ride if it is a good wave, but if it is not one of those great waves and you're just milking a little mush burger whitewater, you know, you're not going to dramatically improve your scoreline by going all the way to the beach.
Exactly. We're down to 10 minutes on the clock, so halfway through this heat. Spain currently sitting in the lead. Italy in second now with a 2.27 that has dropped through to improve on the 1.23. New Zealand sitting in third with a 1.83 and a 1.03, and Germany in fourth with a 1.5 and a 0.6. So pretty tight for that second place position at the moment. Looking really favorable for our surfer in the lead. If she can back up that 5.5 well, then she'll be putting a convincing lead on the rest of the field, like she did in yesterday's competition.
Yeah, Ibaya casually patrolling the outside right there. She has a very strong foundation already with that 5.5 ride. She you know, she's looking for a backup score. She's not stressing. What's probably going through her mind right now is, you know, spending some extra time analyzing the conditions for future heats as well, seeing what, because, you know, when you're competing and you have a very dedicated goal of, like, you know, making it through a specific heat and you need a score, you go into a little bit of a tunnel vision sometimes where you can't really see the bigger picture. And I think when Ibaya has a commanding lead right now and she looks pretty comfortable, she'll also take it all in, you know, taking notes, so to say, for future heats.
Really being able to study things and adjust to what the conditions are offering, be able to kind of reset at the end of the heat. So important, especially when you have a big week of competition. We have those rapid charge rounds as well, which means even if you knock out, then you have that second opportunity, which is really nice for, you know, athletes that are traveling from far around the world and coming from faraway places like the USA all the way over to Europe. Having those two opportunities is really nice when it comes to, you know, taking that first loss and having another chance.
Absolutely. And taking a look at the athletes in this heat, you know, Ibaya obviously being the household name that we all know, but I also think it's very interesting to focus on the youth element of this heat. You know, both Emily, Milanka, and Laura, young athletes. Laura and Milanka both being primarily race athletes, taking to the SUP surfing as a, you know, I'm not going to say they're not serious, but I think it's more the fun part for them. Emily Wink being a New Zealand champion stand-up paddle surfer. I think she's 18 years old, but it's definitely one of those youthful heats where the three young guns are up against Ibaya, the defending, the legend.
The legend, a former silver medalist for the ISA World Championships, but an APP World Champion herself, and an incredibly well-rounded water woman.
She's a 10-time windsurfing world champion.
Incredible. I mean, great to see that sort of thing running in her family as well, with the titles that her sister has. As we see this line starting to roll through, and it's the Spaniard putting herself into position. Nice strong paddle. She's been really patient through this heat. Wave selection. Took off on that first wave, got a 5.5. Now riding her second. A little bit slower on this wave for that first section, and you can feel a little bit of that frustration. Took her a long time to commit to taking that second wave to get the backup score.
Yeah, it took her a while to, you know, she looked at a lot of waves and opted to go on this one. Just ultimately, you know, didn't quite connect through to the inside. I think we're seeing that rip really come into play now. Just some water moving against her and ultimately making the wave not what she was hoping it would become. But, you know, I think she's got a 5.5, so she knows she doesn't need a huge score to back it up.
Amelie, the 18-year-old from Christchurch, goes down on the opening section.
Yeah, it was a bumpy face. I think that's what we're seeing right now. There's a lot of bump moving up the face. It's not a clean, smooth, buttery bottom turn that you can do. You got to really activate your legs, get your muscles going, and absorb the shocks. And you know, if one of those bumps from the rip catches you unaware, it is kind of you know, it's a rodeo that can throw you off.
Yeah, and with that rip that rolls through, the bumps get so challenging to be able to stay balanced, especially with stand-up paddling, where you have to stay on your feet for the vast majority of the time.
Yep, absolutely. There is in the rule book that you're not supposed to lay on your stomach. It is a stand-up paddling competition, and that is, you know, it is a challenge now and then with the smaller boards being difficult to stand on. So you gotta, you know, you gotta be an athlete. You gotta put effort into to stay on your feet.
Yeah, really focus on that training behind the scenes. We were chatting yesterday about, you know, getting that time on the board is probably the most crucial, because the more time on the board, the more comfortable you are in the ocean with that water moving, but also the opportunity to hop on indo boards or, you know, balance balls, all sorts of things to be able to really engage that core strength, to get all those muscles firing that are necessary to be able to stay standing on water for 20 minutes at least, or if not a lot longer when you're out free surfing. So down to 5 minutes on the clock. We've just seen one missed opportunity. Our surfer in red may be having a turn, and we'll track with red. Strong paddle. She dropped just a 2.77 for that last wave. She's unable to get into this one, but still off the strength of her opening ride. She's got a 6-point requirement on Laura DuPont for Italy to be able to take away that leading position. Like you said, Laura having that racing background, that's, you know, more her strong point. It's exciting to see her competing on the surfing side as well. As we see a paddle here, I can't quite make out the color. Amelie for New Zealand. Nice snap to start things off with. Paddling hard to try and find some speed as she makes that connection to the inside, but just finds herself in that rip zone.
I think she went a little bit too far out on the shoulder there. You know, she had her initial really nice bottom turn. Could have maybe brought the board further back, had a radius that finished in the white water. But yeah, we're seeing the waves kind of flatten out a bit, so it's really crucial to stay in the pocket, in the curl, where the power of the wave really is. And you know, at some point, we saw it in the first heats yesterday. You cannot make something of the wave that the wave doesn't allow.
Yeah, that's a great way to look at it. As we see our surfer in red having a dig, getting into this first section, and nice opening snap on her backhand. Just positioning that paddle from side to side. Nice carve, sets herself up through the inside. She's looking to improve on that 2.77 as her backup score. And might have a little stand-up section right for the finish. Controlled, composed, and showing why she's one of the tougher competitors in the draw this week, someone that's looking very favorable to be in that gold medal match.
Yeah, that was a very nice wave Ibaya caught right there. You know, going left initially, having a really nice hack on the top. Fading back, you know, there was a critical section she didn't quite hit, but what I really liked about that wave was it was a left, go right, where she got to the inside and it actually reformed going right and produced some punchy sections, and that's interesting to see. Like the right is really good, but sometimes maybe you got to go left and wait for the reform.
Yeah, those reforms can be really good, but it's being in the right position to even make that connection. 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Amelie Wick has just jumped into that second place position with a 2.2 on the board. She's chasing a big score that's going to get even bigger to be able to take away the lead, but she does have that second place advancing position over Laura DuPont, and Amelie's sitting with first priority over Laura in second priority. How much do you think that will come into play now in the last couple minutes of this heat?
Well, it's hard to say. Like so far, we've seen very few situations that actually demanded the real use of the priority system. You know, it's definitely towards the end of the heats that it typically becomes relevant. Emily having the first priority here is in a defensive position. She can block, so to say, Laura DuPont. She can, if there comes a good wave through, Emily can choose to take it or try to force Laura to take it. There's a game between giving up priority and using it at the right time. So I would say, I mean, again, they're not so close to each other. It's the two paddlers on screen here, I believe. Emily being further out to the right and Laura on the inside. But if I was Emily right now, I would be actually paddling over to Laura, metaphorically giving her a hug and making her know I was there.
Yeah, that's a great way, a kind way to put it, especially knowing that the requirements are tiny, minuscule. A 1.76 is all that Laura needs to be able to take away that advancing position to avoid repecharge rounds. Means a little bit less surfing for whoever does advance in that main round today. We won't be running any more of the women's main round, It'll be into the rapid charge rounds on that side of the draw. And so it will give another opportunity to just take some rest and to be making an appearance on finals day specifically tomorrow.
Absolutely. We got finals already tomorrow. That's crazy to think, but I feel like we just got started here.
Yeah, it is a very quick turnaround. A small enough field of competitors, though it has been growing over the years, to be able to run through all of the surfing side of the heats in just 3 days. So that'll be great to kind of wrap it up. And also, I think for all of the athletes to know that, you know, they could focus on the surfing side for the first few days of the competition and then focus on the racing without having to chop and change that throughout the schedule this week. We've got a paddle now for Laura, but it doesn't look like she'll be able to get into that wave just a little bit too deep before being able to get into it.
Yeah, and as we see Emily paddling closer to Laura, I don't think it's necessarily with them. I don't know how much priority is going to come into play here. There might be a little flurry of waves here towards the end, but I would say it's safe to say Emily has... No, it's not safe to say she's got it covered. It's never safe to say.
Well, it does look like the time is in her favor, and we will not see another wave ridden in time, though Laura's paddling into this one. This will be after the buzzer, and she will not have an opportunity. Emily into that one as well. And so just one more lap through, but we will see Ibaya Ruano of Spain taking away the win. Amelie Wick of New Zealand in second. Laura Del Pont and Milanka Lind of Germany in third and fourth place position heading to rapid charge rounds. Those with the stronger SUP surfing backgrounds in Ibaya and Amelie advancing through in this round. Those with the strong racing backgrounds falling into the rapid charge rounds. We'll be back with more right after this.
Ta-dam!
Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World SUP and Paddleboarding World Championships. It's been a fun couple days of competition so far. I mean, we're only into day 2, but of course we had the opening ceremonies day before yesterday, and that was a great way to kick things off, to see the local town engage and in support of the paddling community coming together, to see women like this competing for an opportunity to advance through into the next round.
Yeah, it's been fantastic to see the competitors out there today in some nice conditions, as well as we're looking at the women's round number 2, heat 2 in the water. Takayo Yokoyama from Japan, Billy Scott from New Zealand, Camille Dubrana from France, and Ayaya Urakuza from Japan as well.
Well, with that, we'll go straight down to the beach, catch up with Drew Murin before we get underway in this heat.
Thanks, guys. Down here at beachside right now, I was just talking with Team New Zealand's head coach there, and he was mentioning that their team is relatively small this year. Unfortunately, past athletes Stella Smith, Sean Hubble could not make the trip due to Hubble had a surgery and Stella Smith having other obligations, so they've had to go deep into their order and bring up some of their newer athletes to represent Team New Zealand. He's very happy with the way they performed so far, as you saw Emily's performance just moments ago, but it'll be interesting to see how they can take the pressure here at the ISAs. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much for that insight. Exciting to see some of those teams that are fielding that younger generation, hoping that they put together great performances here, but also knowing that for the future, these are going to be the athletes that are showing up in the next 10 years.
Yeah, that's right. It's fantastic that these younger competitors can get some experience on a world stage and against some top competitors in the world as well, because yeah, it's great for them to be able to can hopefully continue that progression into the future.
17 minutes on the clock. Scores across the board for 3 out of our 4 surfers, which means that Billy Scott of New Zealand is currently sitting with first priority, though she has yet to catch a wave because we've got very small scores across the board outside of that. Everything will end up being a throwaway below that 1 point ride. At the moment, we have Aya in that second place priority, and priority to be established between Takayo and Camille for Team France. Team France, feeling pretty stoked, I think, to be able to host this year specifically, knowing that at the start of the season, we weren't sure that there was going to be a World Championships on the ISA calendar for SUP and paddleboarding. Really love the fact that the France community, surfing community, and the local community here in Vendée has stepped up to running an event and gets to, call one of the more powerful surfing nations, as we see a solid size set there taking out Takayo, unfortunately. But France has had such a strong performance in the last two appearances, walking away with those team gold medals, that they're going to have that hometown field to really pull them through maybe again.
Yeah, that's right. And being on home soil, maybe they can make it a three-peat, maybe. So, but some really strong countries as well, as we see our competitor there. That is Kanani Auckland from the USA, getting ready for the next heat coming up in round number 2, heat number 3, the women.
Yeah, some great surfers. Taryn King will be paddling out. That was her son Koa there, giving a wave to the camera. And we're going to have 4 heats total in this women's second round. Smaller division than the men's side. So if there are any women that are tuning in around the world and you're riding a stand-up paddleboard back at home and you're surfing in your local break, reach out to your national surfing federation and find out how you can be here, because there are spots available. If you can qualify for your national teams, we've got all the more opportunity to grow the women's field.
That's right, and as we've seen earlier and heard from Drew then, some of the competitors that were in the top ranking positions couldn't make this event, so it kind of filters down to the next available position. Even if you do kind of not make it into that advancing position, then you might have a chance at getting to the ISA and represent your country.
An incredible opportunity as well, especially with the hope of Olympic inclusion for the paddleboarding community eventually. As we take a look at some live action here. Now, Camille Dubrana from France, beautiful connection with the lip for that first maneuver. Nice and composed, finds the pocket for that second turn as well. 2-turn combination, seamless.
That was really nice. I actually did a little clap there for her because that last turn was really nice. I'm glad she held on to that end section. 2 great turns on that wave. I'm going to see that's going to definitely be the best wave of the heat so far and one of the highest scores of the morning.
Very exciting. She started surfing when she was just 12 years old with her dad. He's someone that absolutely loves stand-up paddling and spends so many afternoons in the water.
Yeah, it's fantastic that the whole family's into the water sports, and that Camille's learned from her dad, and I'm sure that she's probably teaching her dad a few things now.
Especially competing at this level. She's a European champion as well, which is a very hotly contested title to walk home with in this region of the world.
Yeah, it really is. There's a lot of great surfers coming from this area, especially southwest France and even up in the Brittany region where Benoit is from. So a lot of great SUP surfers and a lot of really talented paddlers, racers as well coming out of France.
Well, down to 13 minutes on the clock. We've got a score to drop through for that wave of Camille. We're still waiting for it, and we'll see if anyone's able to get into this wave. We've got a few of our surfers in position, possibly our surfer in white, Aya, and she's just going to paddle over the top of this one, as well as our surfer in, I think, the green jersey there. So while we wait for that, let's go down to the beach and catch up with Ibaya, who took out the win in that last heat.
Thanks, guys. Here with Ibaya Marano from Team Spain, taking home that heat. Gotta feel good, Ibaya.
Yeah, it was a bit intense at the beginning because of 4 women in the heat. And yeah, it was tricky out there as usual, but I got 2 good waves, so I'm happy about it.
Now, as mentioned yesterday, Ibaya said that she's been going to compete in the World Championships until she takes home that gold medal. How are you feeling so far in the competition to achieve that goal?
I feel good. I mean, I've been training a lot this year, and in the 20-minute hits, anything can happen, so you gotta stay focused and do your job and go hit by hit.
Let's talk about the conditions here compared to your home break of the Canary Islands. What's the differences? Is there any similarities?
It's very different. I surf more on reef breaks, and this is more like a beach break. But yeah, I've been the whole summer in the Canary Islands training in all kind of conditions, windy, on sandy beaches, and yeah, it's it's been fun summer, and I hope the job pays off here in the event.
Well, you look in the best physical shape that I've seen you in a long time, so congratulations on your goal.
Thank you.
Baya Marano from Spain, ladies and gentlemen, chasing the gold.
She's looking favorable to take it away with the performances that she's been putting forward today and from yesterday. So exciting to see her putting all that work in behind the scenes as well in preparation for a big event like this.
Yeah, she really trains hard at Bayer, and she's been training hard for a lot of years now, being in the windsurf circuit and also the stand-up paddleboarding. But she does have quite some tough competition coming up against her as well. We got Luchi Kozoleta from Argentina, a former gold medalist here, and also we have Justine Dupont too. So.
Yeah, some really stacked women in the field as we see Aya just charge on a solid size set. Unfortunately, can't make the bottom turn, but let's take a look at some replays from what we missed during that last interview, or actually this strong wave from Camille.
Yeah, this is the 5-point ride from Camille, so that first turn really nice, but I love this last turn getting up into the lip. You can see her using that paddle for balance, so fantastic 2-turn combination there for Camille, and you can see that score getting up to that 5-point range. So she's sitting comfortably in the lead at the moment.
Sitting in that first place position, Billy Scott down into second with a 2.67 as her high score. And we are in day 2 of the 2023 ISA World SUP and Surfing Championships. Currently tracking through the SUP surfing competition. As we take a look at this first turn from Takayo, and she gets that first bit of rail engagement, but the wave softens out so much. What can you do in those situations to be able to keep that momentum moving forward, or to keep that speed and flow within your surfing on a stand-up paddleboard specifically?
Oh, well, using that paddle, of course, is going to help you. I mean, you use that paddle for speed, you use it for power, you use it to balance on as well. So it's a real key tool for these stand-up paddlers. It would have been nice to see Takayo there maybe use the paddle a bit more to get back to that critical section as we catch up with live action.
Looks like Billy Scott on her forehand, I believe in the blue jersey. Nice redirection now as she's coming into this bowly section. Connects with it really well, uses that paddle to balance as she lands that turn as well.
That was a great wave, Shannon. That was that was surfed really well from Billy, and I think we'll see another great score drop for her. So solidifying that second place as we're catching up with Camille here, surfing another left, another off the top. Not really enough speed going into that turn, so she falls off the back of that wave there. But I really did like Billy's wave on that right-hander. She got quite a lot of work done on there too, so a good amount of turns done. We'll have to see what the judges lock in for that. It'd be great to get a replay of that wave too.
This is the second time that Billy Scott has been competing at the ISA international level. She was also present for the El Salvador event, so something a little bit more tropical than what the surfers are currently competing in this week. And it's been exciting to see Billy continue to, grow in that ability and to be competing on the world stage. As we take a look now at Camille, she's got that 5 on the board so far. First takeoff, wave's not going to facilitate very much today. So it seems like that's turning into a bit of a theme. Challenging to get into the right sections, and or even to find a wave that's going to stand up with much more than that first section.
Yeah, that's right. It looks like the wave might be standing up further down the line, but then it hits a bit of deeper water and kind of disappears. So surfers really having to read the ocean and stay close to where that wave is going to be a little bit steeper. As we watch Takayo here, again, that wave just going into that deeper water there. So competitors maybe having to reposition themselves out in the lineup, looking for a bit of that, more of a wall on the wave, as we saw Billy on that long wave there. And she's dropped a 4.67 for that ride, so that pushes her up into first place.
That's a really solid score to drop through. That last turn was really dynamic, but she also just found that wave that offered a nice looking wall, had that critical section to it on the end as well. So judges well rewarded, and that's going to feel really good for Billy, hearing from the beach announcers that she's now up into first, Camille down into second, and Takayo having a quick paddle to try and get herself back into position. And we've got the Puerto Rican crew down on the beach just, working things out, because we will have our men's main round 3 coming up after this.
That's right, yeah. So we're going to be getting into the kind of higher, pointy end of the SUP surfing, and a lot of these surfers are going to be very similar level between each other. So I think there's going to be some very hotly contested heats coming up.
Exciting stuff to stay tuned to, and then of course a lot of repicharge heats throughout the afternoon as we take another look at this wave of Billy.
Yeah, so a really nice carve out there. She's really cutting back to stay with that white water and positions herself really nicely for this turn. Gets a lot of speed up into the lip there, so that's where the bulk of that score is coming from, that last turn on that wave, because she was able to be a bit more committed, a bit more radical in her surfing.
Billy Scott is a 2-time New Zealand SUP champion. Also loves kite surfing, foiling, and just surfing on a normal shortboard. As we take a look here at Aya for Team Japan, so 2 Japanese surfers in the mix right now. Aya linking into a really beautiful looking ride in front of her, using that paddle and really getting all that weight forward to try to make that inside connection that she just falls shy of. So she's chasing a score to get herself into an advancing position of a 5.5 at the moment. And it's been tough for the 2 Japanese women in the lineup to find themselves on a wave that facilitates that scoring potential, where Camille has been picking out a couple of decent waves. This will be her second best wave with the 5-point ride already on the board. Now sliding around, nice little snap of the tail, and puts it straight up into the lip as she comes down. Can't hold on to that finish. That would have been really difficult to ride out of.
Yeah, it looked really difficult, but it's great that she was actually going for that section because she identified that it was going to be that steeper wall, steeper section. Judges like when you're able to finish your waves off too, but I like the work she done on the outside. 3 good turns, so that's going to get up into her scoreline as well. It's going to really improve her situation, maybe even jumping up into that first place as we watch our surfer in red.
Takayo is 47 years old. She's competed at the ISA SUP Championships 6 times, and it's been incredible to see that consistency coming from her performances. Big looking wave out the back, tries to make that inside connection as the wave goes soft. It's awesome to see the longevity that a lot of the surfers in the SUP side of surfing have, that are able to show up year after year and surf and compete at a high level well into their late 40s.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a sport that it's quite a new sport, isn't it, really? So, and, the guys like Laird Hamilton and Dave Kalama, back in the day when they were starting stand-up paddleboarding, they're still doing it today, and they're, well into their 50s kind of thing. So it's great to see that this, as a sport, you can have that older generation competing. But again, you've got that younger crew coming through as well, making the surfing a lot more progressive.
Like that of Billy Scott. So setting herself up on the rail. And what went wrong there with that turn?
So I think she just had a bit too much weight on her front heel, her front foot there. So you saw the whole rail of the board dig into the water rather than lifting the nose out and turning from the back of the board. So I think she'll look to reset herself and realise I think the wave is a little bit slow as well. So yeah, not getting her position on the board quite right.
So a little readjustment for Billy Scott, chasing down a 5.16 to gain the lead back from France's Camille, who's dropped in a 4.83 to back up that 5-point ride. Charged that in section of the 4.83, didn't quite ride out of it, but had a lot of nice work done before that.
Yeah, that's right. I'm really excited to see Japanese surfers get on a bit more of an open face. I think there's a lot of potential there. And, some good scores needed, a 5.17 from Aya and a 5.61 from Takayo to get up into that advancing position. So hopefully we can see another wave as we get under 4 minutes here remaining in round number 2, heat 2 of the women's.
Yeah, it's been a great day of surfing so far here in France, and we've seen some really solid waves like this of Billy Scott. Now setting her up on her line, finds that opening maneuver, and she manages to ride out complete. She's chasing down a 5.16 at the moment to be able to take herself into that leading position, and she's got some great wave selection.
She really does. I think that wave is going to go up into her top 2 for sure. It'd be a keeper for her. Her takeoff on that wave too was really late. It was under the lip. It was critical, and she managed to get around the white water and finish off nicely with that turn at the end there.
That's right. I'm Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth by Bo Nixon. Bo, it's been great to be able to call the action with you, a longtime competitor on SUP surfing as well. So it's been really nice to have you breaking down all the ins and outs of equipment as well as what's good and bad surfing.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited to be here. It's been great watching the competitors out there. That you can just see the level rising and rising every time we get to these events, and it's so exciting to get the first day underway, but day 2 those nerves have settled for everyone. So yeah, lots of great performances happening out on the water.
Exciting as well to see, like you're saying, the level of these competitors rising through the years. Also the level of investment that the ISA has been putting into the stand-up paddle and the paddleboarding world, and wanting to run these championships and wanting to help facilitate a better world through surfing for the paddleboarding community.
Oh, definitely. The ISA does so much, and a lot of the scholarships as well that's happening with the ISA too. So really helping the youth as well, and stand-up paddling. It's great to have that governing body that can overlook the whole sport and really progress it forward. And as we've been talking about, that Olympic conversation as well maybe happening 2028.
Well, Aya with a really solid looking wave in front of her. She is chasing a big 7.4 though at the moment. High sevens is the requirement for both of our Japanese competitors. And we've got 2 minutes on the clock, but we got Drew down on the beach once again. Let's go down quickly.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with the assistant coach for Team Argentina, Gonzalo, and we're talking about Lucy Cozoleta, who's coming up in the next heat, coach. You got to feel pretty confident. She surfed very, very well yesterday and seems to be very focused going in here today, too.
Yeah, she is very focused. I noticed her that he is very concentrated in his new heat. He is really prepared to go to the finals, and let's see how is she today.
How was her focus last night? Did you guys have any conversations about how she felt, or anything about conditions out there going into day 2 here at the ISAs?
Yeah, she's feeling really good. This is a beach break similar like in Argentina, where she's from. So she's really comfortable, and she's feeling really good. And I think that she will take the gold again.
Is there any pressures going in? Did she talk about handling the pressure of being a gold medalist last year in 2022 and then coming here to France in 2023?
I think she has a little pressure, but she knows that she is really prepared for this, and she trained a lot, and she just enjoys surfing. So I don't think that that's a problem. So I think that she will take the gold again.
Thanks, Coach. Thanks for your time. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Team Argentina looking really sharp coming into this year's championships.
Yeah, it's good to hear that he was just saying that Lucci's having fun with her surfing as well. I think that really relaxes the surfer out in the water. As we're closing out this heat, catching up with live action. Oh, kick out there from Aya. Yeah, so Billy did increase her position there, her second place position. So those Japanese surfers looking for a 7-point ride or higher.
Billy on one more opportunity on the inside section. Really tight between the heat totals of France and New Zealand at the moment. Just, 0.3 dividing the two of them. As Camille's looking for this wave on her forehand. Just redirects now to her backhand, uses that paddle as well, and slides that tail around. Can't quite hold on to control as the buzzer sounds. I love that we saw, Aya absolutely charging within this heat. She had a couple of really good waves for wave selection, but just couldn't quite get the board where she wanted it to go.
Yeah, that's right. I feel like, she had great wave selection, and maybe just those waves maybe just didn't offer her the best sections. But yeah, we'll see her again in the repecharge round coming up.
That's right. We'll see Aya and Takayo for Team Japan competing in the repecharge rounds coming up later today. Camille and Billy advancing through into the main round 3 on the women's side of the draw, which means they don't have to surf again. We've got 2 more heats to roll through on the women's side of the draw before we hit men's action, and we'll be back with more right after this.
Hello, everybody at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. I want to thank our host for putting this incredibly successful event. Please enjoy riding and competing against people that you might know, friends from prior competitions, and new friends. You might or might not get home with medals, but you're a champion because you're there representing your country, and that's the highest honor for any athlete in the world.
Bonjour, welcome back to day 2 of action here at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship here in the Sable d'Olonne in the western region of France. I'm joined in the booth by Bo Hodge. Oh, sorry, not Bo Hodge, Bo Nixon. We had another Bo previously, but my name's Casper Steinfeld. I'm joined by Bo Nixon, and we're watching the day 2 of competition here for the SUP surfing. We are about to start heat number 3 of round number 2 of the women's. We have a really packed heat coming up in front of us. We'll dive into that in just a second. But here we see on screen Team France cheering on, I believe, the winner of the last heat. That was Camille.
Yeah, that's right. She put on a great performance, put together some really good waves as well. So yeah, really commanding win in that previous heat. As we see the women in the water right now, Luci Cozzoletto from Argentina should be in the red, Taryn King from the Republic of South Africa in the blue, Kanani Yorkman from the USA in green, and Sarah Perkins from England in the white jersey.
Exactly, and we have a defending world champion in this heat, Lucia. She won in Puerto Rico last year. She put on a dominant performance, and we just heard from, I believe, her coach, the team coach from Argentina, just a second ago, about the pressure she was feeling and or pressure she may not be feeling. What was the conclusion there?
The conclusion there was that she was just having a lot of fun with her surfing, and I think Luci, being that, you know, gold medal winner last year, has a lot of confidence going into this year. They were pretty confident that she was going to get another gold this year, so we'll have to see. But she has some tough competitors in this heat.
Well, confidence is a good thing. You need it at some point to reach the top of the rankings. We got just under 18 minutes left of this heat. No, there is one wave caught yet. We have Taryn King waiting for a score there, but a fresh heat, fresh start. We got a tide that's starting to fill back in as we see one of our competitors fighting through the whitewater to get out. We are at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship on the west coast of France, in the city of Les Sables d'Olonne. This is a city known for its start of the legendary Vendée Globe boat race, the sailing race that goes around the world. It starts here every 4 years. It's going to start next year in 2024, where I talked to some of the organizers the other day, and it's actually a race where it's a solo race, apparently. Like one person on a big boat sailing around the world. It takes 2 or 3 months. As we see a replay here of Taryn King's wave. What do you make of it, Bo?
Yeah, so wave hasn't quite broken yet, so she's just kind of doing a little bit of work for it to stand up on the inside as she hits it off the top. Unfortunately, just not enough speed to come down with that wave, so Taryn should be looking to get it back out the back. And we did see a big set roll through, so I think, yeah, those conditions changing as that tide's starting to roll back in. But Taryn with a 2.5 on that first wave to start with.
Yeah, 2.5. At least that's a score on the board, but we're going to see a lot more in this heat as the waves start to fill in. We see the event site down here, Team USA cheering on their competitor, Kanani Yorkman from Hawaii. We have, I believe, Søren Preston holding the flag there. Team USA out to support their team. And it's really interesting to see the beach actually there in the background with this low tide we have right now. The beach is huge.
It is, yeah, really, really big beach. Big tides here in France, so a lot of variation between high tide and low tide, so it's going to change the conditions quite a lot. We'll see as that lower tide this morning, those waves closing out. We've been seeing those waves kind of standing up a little bit more as that tide rolls in, and I think we'll start to see some bigger sections as well on the inside.
We sure hope so, and we sure hope the wind doesn't kick in too much. Taking a look at the competitors in this heat, obviously Lucia, no stranger to many of us. We have Taryn King from South Africa. Taryn here with her family. We've mentioned that before with her kids, Koa and Izzy, and her husband, Tom King, as well, who's also competing.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Tom and Taryn, they've been big names for a long time on the SUP tour. And as we see, a great turn there from Lucia off the top. So starting and opening up her campaign with a really nice one-turn wave.
A one-turn wave to get going there. That was a really nice turn. We'll probably see a replay in a second. But that was one, looked like one of those critical turns, that really got into the critical section of the wave.
Yeah, that was kind of that inside wave. We know that there are waves breaking a bit further out, but Lucia identifying that she wants to be on those steeper sections, so getting high up into the lip, riding out with control as well. So, yeah, the judges will like that one-turn maneuver.
Absolutely. And also in this heat, we have Sarah Perkins, as we see paddling for this wave right here in white from England. Taking off, taking a look at this wave as she navigates the white water to find a really nice wall here at the end. Small little cut back here, back to the white water as she speeds across. Nice little bottom turn. Racing this section. Oh, it goes down.
I was really looking forward to that end section there that she finished off that wave. That was a really well put together wave from Sarah. So great to see her opening up her account there.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sarah being finished second at the British Nationals this year in the SUP surfing. I like her profile. She says, when I'm not surfing, I'm doing science. And she's a professor at the British University, apparently.
Oh, amazing, yeah. Sarah, jack of all trades there. So
as we see Kanani Yorkman up and riding, nice looking left here, paddle transition, cutting back, finding a nice little open wall to work with. She does another cut back. Really nice flow between maneuvers. She comes towards an end section. Take us through that boat.
Amazing. And I like the word you said there, Casper. It's just flow. She flowed through the whole wave, linking together maneuvers, staying fairly close to that critical section and completing that wave really nicely with that kind of floater top turn. As we're looking here at Taryn King from South Africa, nice cut back there with a switch paddle. Is she going to be able to get another turn in? Unfortunately not before that wave slams on that inside section.
Yeah, now Lucia up and riding.
Yeah, you can just see the power that Lucci surfs with. Throwing lots of spray, cutting right back into that whitewater section. That was a smaller wave, but I think the turns were of high quality, so she looked to back up that 4.67 that she dropped earlier.
Yeah, and situation in the water right now with just under 13 minutes remaining. Lucci in the lead with a 4.67, waiting for a second score to drop. That was a 4.07 just dropped for a smaller wave even.
Yeah, 2 turns. It's good.
In second place, we have Taryn King with a 2.5, also waiting for a score to drop. She needs at current a 2.18 to take that first place. And in third position, we have Sarah Perkins needing a 0.68, but still working on her campaign to really get going. And we actually had a score drop for Taryn just now, a 3.17. So she takes the lead and puts the pressure on Lucci, now needing a 1.0.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Kanani's score come in as well because she had that great left. Lots of turns on that wave. So I think it'd be maybe even one of the better waves of this heat, I think.
How was that last turn she had?
It was amazing. That kind of float off the top and then landed it with control. You can see that she was above the white water the whole time, so not getting knocked off or unbalanced from the turbulence of the wave. So really in control and use of the paddle too. So I think the judges are going to like that.
Absolutely. Judges probably taking an extra look, watching the replays, making up their decision before they lock in the scores. The judges have the option to rewatch waves to take an extra examining look at what actually happened. They can also compare scores to previous waves and previous heats, and actually also on previous days to maintain consistency in their scoring. Because you can, if we dive into the scoring just for a little bit there, judges, they try to stay consistent. You know, some days they score higher than other, but throughout a day, they try to stay consistent. Take us through that for a second.
Yeah, you want to remain consistent because otherwise then you kind of get, gaps here and there and it can become a little bit, biased or that. So the judges are always looking for that consistency. They will always, the first kind of couple of heats of the day really sets the scene, sets the tone. And then when you're changing divisions as well, so the men will have a different kind of scale to the women. And I think just keeping that consistency is really key. You can see that if you get the bigger waves and you do the bigger turns and more power, you're going to get the higher scores, you're going to get rewarded for that. But if you can get a lot of work done on the smaller waves as well, as long as those turns are critical with flow and speed and control, that you're still going to get those good scores.
Absolutely. As we see on screen right now, live action, Taryn King taking off on a nice looking right, going to the bottom of the wave, little cut back towards the midsection, eyeing something in front of her. She's waiting for something to materialize, and the wave kind of doing a strange little double up right there.
That was a really tricky section to navigate for Taryn, so she did well to stay on her board and try and find something to work with there. But she did a couple of nice turns on the outside. So the surfers opting to surf a little bit closer in on that inside section rather than getting the bigger waves out the back.
Yep, there's a lot of strategy that goes into wave selection. As we see a really nice drone shot of Les Sables d'Olonne here. And we're going to go right down on the beach. At the bottom of your screen here, we're going to see Drew Murren with the winner of that last heat.
Thanks, guys. Here beachside right now with Camille Gibrano from France. My apologies. Camille, you got to feel pretty good. Last year you finished 15th in Puerto Rico, and the way you're surfing here, you're already going to do better than that 15th place from last year. So that's got to be a very good feeling.
Yeah, I training a lot this year for do a better place. So I'm happy to pass another hit, and now it's bonus, and I'm gonna try to do better and the wave for have more big score and try to manage with the really strong girl that they're gonna be in some semi-final with me.
Let's talk about, after you finished your heat, you had a very lengthy conversation with your coach/boyfriend. Tell us what you guys were discussing in that conversation.
Yeah. I'm not really happy of my heat because I really want to have better wave, more not only to wave. I would like to find other and good ones. So he told me to move more on the water and to try to have a better placement. So I'm gonna try for the next hit. But it's not easy. The wave is not really easy. So, but today is better. But we will see.
Let's talk about the dynamic of having your boyfriend as your coach. Is there moments where it gets a little bit touch and go?
Yeah, it's not really easy because he's really stressed also when I was in the water. So we try to find like some different moment of like in life with like when we are on the beach he's my coach and when we are at the hotel or at the rest of the day he's my boyfriend. So that's strange, but it's the second time, so we managed like to do it.
Have you ever had to tell your coach / boyfriend to beat it? Has there been any confrontational moments where you had to tell him to step away and I'm going to handle this?
Yeah, sometimes I not like agree with him, so I just say no. I don't want to like exchange with you anymore. So we just finish the conversation and that's it. I think when he's your boyfriend, it's not really easy to be training or because you don't like not ready to hear all you. Yeah, you want to say. Because I love him, so it's better to hear to another person than him.
Well, we're going to get her boyfriend / coach's side of the story here coming up in another interview. But Camille, congratulations. Moving on to the next heat.
Yeah, thank you.
Go France. Good job, girl.
Thank you, Drew, for some really interesting insights there. I just had some thoughts popping through my mind of would I be able to work in a coaching-athlete relationship with my wife? I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't. Well, I want to say yes, I could.
I think
definitely.
so. Yeah.
It might be a huge benefit some ways because you have a person that really knows the ins and outs of you. And here we go, live action. Whoa, we got some big action going right here. We have Sarah Perkins taking a nice look at this right-hander. Just kind of too steep to do much. What do you make of that, Bill?
Yeah, she kind of just in that real critical section there, waiting to do something, but just I think the wave was just traveling too fast for her to be able to get up into the lip. She might have been able to do one turn on that wave, but I think she was just trying to set it up, make sure she was in control for a maneuver, but unfortunately just ran out of wave at the end there.
Yep. Not every wave materializes to be that big open face that allows for huge scoring potential. But situation on the water right now, just over 6 minutes remaining. We're watching a replay here of a wave that was caught by Lucci.
Yeah, so that was one of her first waves there, that 4.67. So the judges liking that one big turn off the wave. And I really like this wave from Kanani. This is the 4.17 that's dropped there. Cut back right to the water. Casper, you were mentioning that she's surfing with flow on this wave, using that paddle very nicely, cutting back to the whitewater section. Another little turn here, and then just looks at the inside. Is like, yeah, I'm going to hit it off the top. Whack off the top. Big float. So great. She was happy with that too.
You could see that smile from a distance.
Yeah, watching a replay here from Lucci. Nice carve off the top there. So this would be her 4.3 that has dropped into her scoreline. So smaller wave, but 2 good turns on that wave as well. So she's in front in the lead in this heat.
Yeah, so Lucci in the lead with a heat total of 8.97. She has a 4.67 backed up by a 4.3. This means that Taryn King needs a 5.8 to advance to the first position, but Taryn is sitting in that second place and advancing position herself. Third and fourth place made out by Kanani Yachman from the U.S. and fourth, Sarah Perkins. Kanani needs a 1.5, and we're waiting for a score to drop for her to make it into the second place. Sarah Perkins needing a 3.84 with, I believe, 5 minutes remaining on the clock. And we see a nice lineup shot here. You can really see the whitewater line that is proving to be the line of the right-hander many of the surfers are catching this morning. The left also having is it favored, especially among the goofy footers, and being a goofy footer myself, like I'm always looking at what line could I take if I was surfing right now. But left versus right, what are you seeing in terms of scoring potential right now, Bo?
I think it's changed quite a lot since the previous heats with that tide coming back in. We've seen quite a lot of rights recently being ridden, but obviously we saw that great wave from Kanani on the left-hander, so I think they're still coming through. But you can see where the girls are paddling out now that there's that rip in that kind of deeper water. So those waves are going to break into that rip and really hold up for those right-handers, as we're going to see Lucci go for one of these right-handers here. Oh, she just falls off paddling into that wave. I think
doesn't quite make it into that one. Also looks like a more mushy wave. But you can definitely sense a lot of water moving just from looking at the screen right here. There's some refractive waves coming off the rocks. to the left of the screen here. Well, one thing I wanted to hear your thought on, Bo, is when I compete myself in these type of heats, I'm always weighing out like which wave should I be chasing out there. Is it the left peak or the right peak? And I think I have a tendency of maybe dreaming a little bit too much. Like I see what I want to see, right? And I forget to look at the big picture. How do you do that when you compete? How do you really objectively look at what is actually out there?
Yeah, so I like to sit, about half an hour, 40 minutes before my heat and just watch the waves. And I actually like to draw a little map of the surf break and kind of just put like a little X for where those right-hand waves are breaking and like a little 0 or an O for where the lefts are breaking. So I kind of have an idea of when I go out exactly where the waves are. Match that up with a landmark on the beach, and you can kind of position yourself, in the right spot to catch those X's and noughts. So there's lefts and rights. But I think with the tide changing as well, it definitely comes into play. So you kind of have to leave your strategy a little bit open as well when you are out in the water and just identify where the waves might be breaking. You might have to change your strategy as well. Sometimes, the tide can fill in just enough and the right stop breaking, then you have to head to the lefts. Or
in the middle of your heat.
That's right, exactly, in the middle of the heat. So you really just have to be really on top of it and watching the conditions.
As we go to live action here with Lucci in red from Argentina, looking at a really nice right-hander, little off the top there, eyeing a beautiful little section, comes down, continues riding through the whitewater, but gets engulfed at the end.
2 amazing turns on that wave from Lucci. You can just see that, as a former gold medalist and world champion, she has, great heat strategy. She knows which waves to select, and that's a really big part of it, as we were saying, just identifying the right waves to catch. If you put yourself on the wrong wave, you're not going to have that higher scoring potential as you would do such on a wave like Lucci just caught then. Those 2 nice turns, as we saw, earlier, Sarah racing down the line on a wave that didn't really offer much.
Here's the replay.
Yeah, so coming off the bottom of this one, she gets right up, nice and high, big power, nice spray on that wave as well. Leaning back on that paddle, and again, nice bottom turn. Gets that board up over the whitewater, and that really helps the wave push the board back down as well. So it's going to help her come back down with control.
So she's making the wave do the work, essentially.
Yeah, exactly right. So these good surfers and good SUP surfers know how to kind of read the wave and maximize that, so they're not expending so much energy.
Absolutely. And as we look at the clock, 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining. Situation still in front. Lucci from Argentina, the defending world champion. Can she make it a repeat this year here in France? She won last year in Puerto Rico, but she's going to have her work cut out for her, not least in this heat, but with a lot of very tight heats coming up later today and tomorrow. In the next heat after this, we have the fourth heat of the women's round 2. And just looking at the heat sheet there, it's Aline Arisaka from Brazil, Justine Dupont from France, Alasne Aurecoechea from Spain, and Nimse Garcia from Puerto Rico.
Wow.
We got, I don't know if you have to leave the booth after this one, but I'm happy that I'm in it to watch.
Yeah, we're switching out with Shannon. But yeah, that's going to be a great heat to watch, as is this one, and all the heats of the women's have been as well. So yeah, a lot of great SUP surfers coming to show this year at this event.
Yeah, and the level is high, and the conditions are great right now, as we see the morning glare from the southeast right there, as we have a rider up and looking at it. That's Taryn King from South Africa in blue, taking a nice look at this wave that's really ramping up on the inside. She finds that section. Oh, I thought she was going to pull in right there.
Me too. It actually looked like she was about to. As Sarah Perkins here, she's looking to get 3.84 to get up into the lead. Obviously wait for that wave from Taryn to come through. But she's getting a little bit of work done on the outside. Hopefully she can finish this wave off on the inside with something big. Oh, she just hits that little bump on the wave and goes down. But we also saw a huge 8-point ride, excellent ride from Lucci, dropping for that last wave of hers.
As we take a break now, stay with us. We're going to be right back with heat number 4 of the second round of women's. Don't go anywhere. A lot of action to come.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature. the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to the action. We are in heat number 4 for the round 2 of our women's division here at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We are specifically running through our SUP surfing divisions for the first 3 days of our window here in France. And so day 1 was yesterday, day 2 today, and we will be crowning our champions in SUP surfing tomorrow before heading into our racing divisions for the rest of the week. As we take a look at some live action now with Aline Adesaka, great redirect after that opening section into that second turn now. Just twirls that paddle in her hand, looking like she's in so much control as she hits the lip.
Wow.
And that was a really well-surfed wave up until she fell in the end.
Well, Aline is on fire. She means business. That was a very nice opener wave for her campaign. I liked her low center of gravity. Aline always reminds me of someone that is ready to get in a fight right there. She's got such a good posture and good composure to take on the critical sections of the waves.
And here we can see the surfers that are coming up in this heat.
Aline Adesaka from Brazil, Justine Dupont, the 2019 ISA World Surfing Champion, stand-up paddle surfing champion, 5 months pregnant as well, opting to surf. We have Alasne Arecoechea from Spain, I believe runner-up at the European Championship last year, and Nimse Garcia from Puerto Rico, as we see up in writing on the right side of our screen here.
Very exciting field of women competing in this one. Top 2 will be advancing through to the main round, which will be surfed tomorrow. Bottom 2 will be heading into repechage, will be surfed later today. We will be heading into our men's round 3 on the main event side of things after this. And so we'll have a few heats on that side of the draw, and then we'll head into repechage for the rest of the day. 20 minutes still for all the main event heats and 15 minutes for the repechage. We'll see where it all falls through tomorrow as we head into finals day. A quick opportunity there for Alanze. She's unable to get into that wave, sitting with a 0.5 on the scoreboard so far. But we do have that first wave of Aline to drop in and a first wave of Nimse Garcia. So that leaves Justine Dupont out the back with priority.
Yeah, and I think priority might be the key word for this heat. As we see Aline up and riding here, nice looking right. She eyes a beautiful section to float up and over, just comes a little bit off the board on that landing.
Alanze now with an opportunity as well on her forehand. Nice little rail to start things off. Snap for that opening turn. Great use of the paddle as well now to torque on that second turn, and just negotiates that end section really well.
Yeah, Lasne getting a lot of speed out of that wave. She had a nice hack initially, and then did you noticed it, Shannon, that paddle transition she had going there. As we look at Justine Dupont in blue from France right here looking down. A nice looking right, carving cutback all the way back to the white water. Setting up for another turn and takes out the back door.
Yeah, that was a big section. A lot of sections like that starting to really suck up and kind of bowl out on the inside. So it's going to be interesting to see if anyone can really make the most of it. Let's go down to the beach though and check in with Drew Murin.
Rodriguez Caruz for Team Brazil, the coach. And coach, you got Aline Adesaka on the water right now, and I know she was very focused going into yesterday. Any conversations last night in preparation here for day 2 of the ISAs?
Yes, we know that it's one hit after the other, and we're very focused and concentrated. We have to take one step at a time, and we're going to this one. We know we have to do good and have another hit to go to be ready to the finals tomorrow.
And let's talk about Aline coming into this competition. I know she competes a lot around Brazil and stuff. How did she prepare for this competition that differs from other competitions?
She spent a whole month in Peru, and to get here was a whole peripecy. I don't know how you say that in English. It was a whole battle to get me here. And she spent, so it's winter time there in South America, so big waves, and she did like strong preparation in there.
Was she happy with her performance yesterday? Did she feel good going into day two? Is there anything she talked about that she could do better coming into day two?
The ocean changed a little bit, so yesterday was a much more trickier because only time to get one maneuver. Today is a little easier, less wind, so we're hoping that we can express her surf much better today.
And you got to feel pretty good about Team Brazil's showcase so far here at the ISAs. A lot of camaraderie, all the athletes performing extremely well. You got to feel good about that.
Yes, we're very confident. So we're looking forward to Léo Jimenez and Trincaferro and Aline. So we're very excited and also looking forward for the racing Thursday and Saturday.
Well, congratulations, Coach. Go back and watch your athlete, okay?
Thank you.
There it is, Team Brazil. They're focused, baby. And we got all the school kids coming down. How cool would it be to go to school and get to come watch a SUP surf competition? You guys having fun back there? Hey, they even know. Look at this guy's dance moves right there. You guys, okay, dance competition coming up. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. So fun to see schools getting an opportunity at contests around the world to be able to come down and kids to be able to get into part of the action. But I'm just so impressed that the Brazilian coach was willing to walk away from the shoreline knowing that his surfer is out there in Aline, so focused, wanting to make it through, willing to have a chat.
That is actually pretty interesting. Of course, that is a testament to Aline's abilities as an athlete, right? She's very autonomous. She's very, experienced as well. So this is not her first rodeo. She knows what she's doing. And, of course, the coach's job becomes more relevant later in the heat. And here we look at Aline up and riding, doing a nice, really nice carving turn back to the white water. Horizontal turn there at first. Now a more aggressive slash using the paddle. Transition, carving back again. And here comes that inside section that's proving really tricky. But Aline does a nice little floater, claims it. Job well done.
That was beautiful surfing. Timing was perfect. Right in, each of the sections, that bit of variety, like you said, some of that horizontal surfing, but able to get vertical as well. That finishing section was so well timed.
It was really well timed there at the end, and I'm curious how the judges are going to analyze this one, because there was those first few turns were beautiful, but they were very horizontal, and not like, say, compared to Justine's carving cutback. We'll see it again here from Aline. This first turn, she's carrying a lot of speed, but it's a very mushy, open face. Does a nice cutback there. More of a slash on the second one. Now she does the transition with the paddle again, carving again. And here comes that hard inside section where she eyes the top, comes down, very stable in control. So we'll see how the judges choose to look at that.
We'll take a look at the replay here as well. This is the 3-point ride for the opener of Justine.
Yeah, there you saw especially the cutback being full. Like she went all the way back to the whitewater and put her board up against the whitewater.
And the 4.20 from Alonze in green.
Yep. Nice little gouge there. Transition. I think it's a good way for Alonze to get started, but she's going to be looking to better that. And definitely she wants to show that she can do more.
And this is the 4.5 from Aline for her opening ride. Really leaned into that first turn.
Also a very good first turn from Aline. She's so good at staying busy on the wave. Like you don't see her looking around, wondering what to do. She's always straight into that next move. And had she landed that last floater off the top there, that would have been a good score, I'm pretty sure. But it came in at a 4.5.
So we're still waiting for that last score of Aline to roll through. Like you said, a couple more horizontal turns, really smooth, able to use that rail and had a lot of speed to it, but nothing really dynamic until that end section, which was really, really critical. And she's rewarded with a 7-point ride.
Yep, it makes sense. So those turns at the beginning of that wave, like even though they're horizontal, they were in control. She was on rail. It makes sense that the judges reward that, and especially that last off the top sealed the deal.
As we see Justine now into this wave, sitting on just a 3.23 at the moment. Nice carve to start things off. Switches the paddle in her hand. Now sets herself up for this inside section. Nice second turn. Nothing really dynamic yet, but just keeping that board and adding in a bit of variety until that end section where she's able to just tag the lip really easily.
I love watching Justine's style. She's so fluent, coming, of course, from
competitive surfing in many forms, longboarding, shortboarding. She's competed for France, and I don't know how many different events. Justine serves as chair of the ISA's Athlete Commission, where she and I'm actually also on that commission myself, where we take in athletes' worries and problems and ideas. We take those into account and make sure that they are presented to the correct institution of the ISA, whether it's the executive committee or the technical committee. Justine is a phenomenal chair of that institution.
It's amazing to have, athletes like yourselves that are there speaking on behalf of the rest of the surfing communities. As we take a look at this wave from Nimse Garcia, couple turns, gets hung up on the lip and unfortunately can't ride out of it. Let's go down quickly to catch up with Drew on the beach.
9 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Yep. Thanks, guys. Here with Luchi Cazzaletto from Team Argentina. Luchi, an 8-point ride in that last heat. You got to feel good about that. Why don't you take us through that entire ride from wave selection to each maneuver?
Well, I was watching the waves like 2 hours ago. I get up and I come here, and the wave is difficult because there are a lot of closeouts, but I saw the ride and I say today I want to catch some rides because yesterday I just surfed left, and well, I was waiting and it came and I surfed.
So it's all about patience out there right now is what you're saying.
Yeah, I think yes, because there are some difficult conditions, but you have to choose the good wave, and the good wave is really good, so you have to be patient.
Well, congratulations moving into the next rounds, and I know you're feeling really confident about this World Championship this year. Any mental things that you're kind of going through in your mind as you prepare going into the latter heats?
I came here and I say I have to be calm and have fun. Have fun, have good waves. I was training a lot, so I just want to show my surf.
Well, you're showing it, girl, so keep it up, okay?
Thank you.
Luchi Cazzaletto from from Argentina. We'll be back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, Luchi put together such an incredible performance. It was so fun to witness that last year in Puerto Rico, and I've just loved seeing her rise to that occasion again. She's got all that pressure on her. She's got that reigning title to her name, and she's been dropping in such solid scores day after day.
She certainly has. So far, she's proving that she's rising to the occasion. She's got the pressure on her shoulders like any defending champion. You go into the event, maybe not feeling anything is really different, but you got the weight of maybe your sponsors, you got the weight of your nation on your shoulders. There can be a lot of things to cope with, and I think that Luchi is dealing with it very, very mature, and like she seems very calm when you see her both in her interviews and on the beach and in the lineup. Because you also see some athletes where the nerves really get to them, and it unfortunately breaks them.
It's so true, and even to hear like how calm and clear she's thinking through, you've got to find the right waves, but also you got to be able to perform on the right waves. So being able to link those things together, and that's exactly what she's been doing with her performances. Justine now sitting in second place position. She dropped a 5.67 for her last wave. We'll take a look at this one as she's coming through to the inside section and just digs that outside rail, but manages to hold on to it, nearly rides out clean to that finishing section. She's looking to improve on a 3.23.
Yeah, Justine staying busy out there. She's just loving surfing right now. She has a passenger on board. Little boy that she and her partner are expecting later this year. I'm really amazed to see Justine ripping like she is, and of course she should. Actually, just returning to Luchi there before, it's clear to me that like when you look at a world champion that's coming into a competition and you're defending, like from my own experience doing that, you become your own worst enemy. Is actually in a weird way, actually you're competing against yourself more than anyone else, and then that's what really gets your mind racing and can set you totally off guard for the competition. But I don't know, I was just touched by that interview there before, like, wow, she seemed calm.
Yeah, she seemed so calm. What were some of the tactics that you brought on board? Because with 6 world titles, you were defending champ often enough. What were some of the things that you were doing to try and calm down your own mind?
I was working with a sports psychologist quite a bit to reflect on some of these things, but I was trying to focus, lead the focus away from the external and more on what I could control, focusing on my own routines, pre-performance routines, like, getting in the right zone by listening to music and analyzing the conditions and, doing the things that I can control so that
when someone, when I would walk to the beach and people would like pull me in all kinds of different directions, I would have a game plan in my head. And that was something that, didn't come immediately for me, definitely not after my first world title. So it's something that, builds over time, but Lucci seems to just be radiating that confidence.
Yeah, she really seems to be, having that little, that process really dialed the way that, she said she wanted to get down here a couple hours early and really just set herself up, watch the conditions, figure out which waves to select, and keep her mind in the right spot. So that was really fun to hear from her. As we take a look now at Nimse Garcia, and little carve back in the section, couple paddles to try and gain some of that speed and momentum moving forward, and even that shuffle of the feet, which we can see a lot of the SUP surfers using to transition that weight, and that does really well for her to have that speed and that control coming into the final section.
Yeah, exactly. And talking about trimming the board, like I get some flashbacks to the stories of, in the shortboard revolution, when people went from surfing longboards back in the day to cutting the boards down, but a stand-up paddleboard has so much volume displaced or placed around in some different positions. So sometimes you actually got to move your feet when you're riding the wave, depending on if you're setting up a critical bottom turn or you want to be ready to project into a section you're going to hit. And that, if you pay attention, most athletes are actually doing some little bit of shuffling here and there just to make sure the board is trimmed exactly for the position and the part of the wave they are in at the moment.
We've got a paddle now from Alonze, currently sitting in third, chasing down a 5.41 to get the advancing position. Nice 2 turns to start things off with. A little stuck off that second one, but she's able to use that paddle to gain some speed. Hitting the foam, now redirecting onto her backhand once again. That was a really challenging section. She threw that board straight up into it.
She went for it. She went for it on that end section for sure, but there were a couple of really nice links before that. I think the judges are going to take a look at that, definitely reward her for it. She needs a 5.41 at this point to get into that qualifying position. She needs to beat Justine Dupont. So not quite sure it's going to be a 5.4, but it was a really nice wave surf from Alazne, as we see Aline up and riding here.
Correct.
Charging,
current heat leader into the lip on that last section. I mean, she's going for it, and she's already in a really convincing leading place. How much does that free you up as an athlete or competitor in the water, knowing that you've got some good scores? Does it give you that freedom, or is it?
There's a bit of freedom attached to it, as we see Justine taking another wave here. I think the freedom from having a solid foundation towards the later part of the heat gives you more opportunities. Put it like that, where if you're under stress, needing scores at the end, you don't have many other opportunities than to just go for it. So you can take a little bit more of a relaxed approach as you get towards the end. But then again, if you get too relaxed and just wait for a good wave, you might end up you're prone to errors even though you're in the lead, because you got to surf a little bit more defensively. Both number 1 and 2 will advance from this heat. But for example, Justine right now will have to keep her eye firmly on Alazne. And actually, that's the battle we're looking at right now, because Alazne needs a 5.41. That's very attainable at this point. And so definitely being in the lead gives you more opportunities, but it's no safe pass.
Justine there, just staying really low and crouched to balance on that board. Back up to her feet, but like you said, needs to really replace that 3.93. Has a quick look to see if she should get into this wave, decides to let it go. And it does look like it was going to go a bit flat with that little double up section just in front of it, but there's a good looking set rolling through, and it could provide the opportunity for her to replace that score.
Yeah, and we're still waiting for Alazne's score to come in. Judge is still thinking about that one. It's probably going to at least replace her 2.87, so she will better her score and maybe reduce, it might reduce what she needs, but it's hard to say exactly. Thankfully, I'm not a judge.
So Justine now chasing down a 3.93 is her bottom score. If she can increase that, it's going to make the requirement that much higher. Nice combination of maneuvers. That's a good finishing section as well. And so she's looking to see if she can increase on that 3.93. Alonze with her score dropped through as a 4.1. It is one of her top 2 waves, but it's not enough to change her situation. Still chasing at least a 5.41 as we take a look at the replay for Justine.
Yeah, that was a first really nice turn, setting up for Justine. She likes these 2-move combos and does a really nice off the top at the end. I would say not one of the more critical end section I've seen in this heat, but a stable wave nonetheless. It could come up in the range of her 3.93 is my guess. But again, like I don't think it's going to drastically change her scoreline. Lasne's 4.1, though not quite enough to change the situation. She still needs a mid-range 5 to really put Justine under pressure and get that second advancing position.
Yeah, she's done well to build that score line, but it wasn't enough to even change that requirement. She would have needed to improve on the 4.2. Down to 5 seconds on the clock. Lasne and Aline paddling close to each other, but the timer has run out. We're still waiting for that last score of Justine to roll through. Justine would be chasing down a 5.84 from her last wave in order to take away the leading position over Aline.
Yep, still waiting for that score. I think it's probably safe to say at this point we're going to have Lasne Aurecoechea surfing in the repercharge along with Nimse Garcia later today. Justine Dupont, you know, putting on a very controlled approach here. Really cool to watch. I know my wife is watching this back home right now. She's cheering for Justine. Yeah, what a great role model.
So Justine's last score, 4.23 for the stand-up paddle surfing world champion, for the big wave world champion. She'll walk through in that second place position just behind Brazil's Aline Arisaka, who put together an absolute clinic. That 7-point ride was really, really impressive, and we'll see more of that from her. Alonze and Nimse into the repecharge round to come up later today. We've got more action with men's main round 3 coming up next.
Ta-dam!
Welcome back to the action here at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. It's been a great couple days of competition so far. Justine Dupont of France, the local team, the host team, has just walked away with that second place finish, so she advances straight through into the main round, and she'll get to just rest and relax this afternoon in preparation for finals day tomorrow for a former gold medalist here, so that'll be exciting to see. And we're now into our men's main round 3, heat number 1, with Jethro Johnson, Wes Fry, Max Torres, and Tomas Lacerda. South Africa, Australia, Puerto Rico, and Portugal in the water. Shannon Hughes alongside Bo Nixon to call the action. And Bo, this is going to be a really good heat to watch.
It is going to be an amazing heat to watch. I think, yeah, the men's round 3 coming up. I think there's 3 heats of this, so it's going to be very exciting to see all these surfers. They've advanced through the main round so far, so they've got a lot of confidence in that going forward. They know if they can still kind of get knocked out and still have another chance in the repecharge rounds later on. So I think these performances are going to be top notch.
We've already got a 4.9 on the board for Wes Fry, as we see Jethro Johnson now. He's been putting together some really smooth surfing, nice opening carve into the lip for that second turn, and he'll go down, but it's early days. He'll have plenty more opportunities. And Max Torres has just dropped in a 7.5, so we haven't had a look at that one yet, but he's clearly setting the standard out in the water.
He really is, yeah. The young gun from Puerto Rico is, really setting the tone for this heat. 7.5, that's a really great score to start your heat off with. Gives you that kind of little extra boost of confidence. As we're going to take a look at the replay here from Wes Fry, he's going to go on his backside, so surfing to the right, little carve off the top. This was the 4.5 coming through from Wes, so another little carve there as well. He must finish this quite strongly on the end section. We'll take a look. Yeah, he does get nice and vertical up into the lip there, so that's where a lot of that score is coming from, is that end section. As we see, Wes having to pull off here for Max as he carves back around. This is going to be that 7.5 that we saw. So really great opening carve. Carves it back around in the pocket. Really just some setup work for this end section, which he's eyeing off. Nice carve off the top there. So throwing lots of spray, and again, he's going to be able to get another hit on the end there. Finishes it off with control. Wow, a bit of a double up section at the end, so does well to navigate that.
All right, impressive surfing for Max Torres. This is the 2.83 of Jethro that we got eyes on.
I really like the way that Jethro is reading the waves. You can see him kind of doing a little bit of a longer stall or bottom turn there to get right up into the lip. Unfortunately, just coming unstuck, but he's got a great read on these waves.
Tomas having a look at this one. Nice steep takeoff. And just carves back into the pocket. A big roundhouse to start things off with. Hits the lip, and he'll go down on the second section.
That was actually Wes Fry on that one.
Thank you.
Yeah, from Australia. So Wes, yeah, going down on that second section, but yeah, that blue and white rash guard, kind of tricky to get to know, but lucky spent a bit of time with Wes surfing. So yeah, I understand his style, and he's got a great backhand, Wes. But yeah, riding smick boards out of Australia as well. Wes originally from Western Australia, has moved over to the East Coast, to Byron Bay. Him and his girlfriend Skylar, who's going to be coming up later on today in the rapid charge rounds of the women. Yeah, they live in Byron Bay, and they've been doing some great surfing there, really into their fitness and coaching a lot of personal training and things like that. So we'll see the replay of Wes there. Just couldn't quite hang on to that section, quite a meaty whitewater section coming toward him, and he just couldn't keep on his feet.
Really awesome to hear that dynamic between those two. You know, spending a lot of time in the water, pushing each other with their own training, but also working with other clients outside of that would have them physically in tune with what's going on with themselves, as well as helping those other people in their community, which is awesome. Max Torres with a big layback for that opening snap, and he'll go down on the second. Looked like that board almost flicked back to hit his face. A little bit of kook slams in the moment. We're down to 14 minutes on the clock, and Max is sitting with that huge leading score, though, of a 7.5, and that's a great way to start things off. I mean, you've been competing for so long. How does it feel to actually find that sort of wave off the buzzer?
Oh, it's amazing, because it gives you basically the whole heat to find only one more wave. So you got a lot of time to really be selective, or if you want to keep busy, like looks like Max is, trying to find a backup score. It's really good, because at least you've got one good score in your scoreline. That way it takes the pressure off finding two good waves.
Jethro now up and riding. Snap to start, and draws out that bottom turn as he climbs the foam. He'll ride out of this one and still have more opportunity in front of him as this wave starts to stand up. Oh, I love that he pushed that tail around, but just couldn't maintain.
No, he just couldn't maintain it. Again, just that bottom turn, I love that he stalls it and really draws it out to get vertical into that lip. But yeah, Jethro maybe not as solid on his feet as he was as yesterday. Maybe feeling those nerves a little bit coming up against some really top competitors here. But I think Jethro is just finding his feet on the board at the moment. He'll know what he needs to do in the next couple of waves, and once he's got those couple of waves under his belt.
Jethro loves surfing at Nahoon Reef back at home in East London, and some great waves in that region of the world. Lots of good reefs, but also some solid beach breaks, and a really core, tight-knit surfing community in that part of the Eastern Cape of South Africa, just north of Jeffreys Bay. As we take a look at Team Brazil, we've been putting together some really solid heats throughout the morning, and they're always hard to miss with the bright yellow and the green.
Yeah, they are. They're always bringing, everybody from Brazil. It's just such a team camaraderie with the Brazilians, and they're really fun to hang out with too. You get a lot of laughs when you're hanging with Team Brazil, as we see Max here.
Just kind of, attacking his way through that opening section, looking to gain some momentum now as he drives through that rail, generates even more speed as he comes through to this inside. Nice, quick transitions for that combination.
Yeah, really nice ending maneuver there. You really notice the surfers, they're really having to project out from the lip to really land that last section, because you don't want to get caught up where all that steep water and that wave is landing. So Max doing really well to navigate that end section.
Jethro sitting on a 3.67 as his high score at the moment, so he's really looking to push the boundaries here and get himself into that advancing position. Nice 2 turns to start off with. You can see that equipment under his feet looks a little bit bigger, a little bit more meaty than that we're seeing of Wes Fry or of Max Torres specifically. He's doing a really good job of getting it right in the pocket.
Yeah, he's got a big frame, so he's able to use his weight to throw that bigger board around. he's going to need that bigger board as well for balance and stability. So usually the bigger you are, the bigger board you're going to need to have. And it's good to see Jethro there getting a good wave under his belt, learning from his previous rides.
Tomas now up and riding. So it's been a quiet heat for Tomas of Portugal so far. 2 turns quickly connected together. Wes Fry up and riding again on his backhand. A 4.5 being his best wave so far. And just redirecting here. Big open face carves. A little bit horizontal, but that's what this wave is really offering. He hasn't had one of those sections yet to really go vertical until now, and connects with that lip line. That'll be his best wave without a doubt. And we're down to 11 minutes on the clock. We've got scores to drop through across the board, but as we wait for those, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Drew.
Hey guys, down here beachside right now with the Alini Adesaka fan club. I mean, they come out of everywhere. You guys having a good time? Yeah? I'll tell you, Alini just came out of the water, but we're going to go to her dad, Jackson, and talk about her performance because I know he's her biggest critic. Jackson, how do you feel that heat went?
The wave today is better, and she had the opportunity to surf more waves and do some maneuvers, and pretty good.
Hey, so Alina, you got the thumbs up from Dad. He says you surfed pretty good. How does that make you feel going into the upcoming rounds?
Well, there is still a long way to go, so definitely feels great to make one more round. But yeah, I've got so much respect, and most of these girls are my biggest inspiration. So I know there are a long way to go, but definitely grateful to make one more round.
What's the biggest thing that your dad tells you before you go on the water that just kind of resonates with you on the water? Does he give you any advice or any sort of messages before you go out and surf?
Well, the work is already done, yeah, so just trust God and go have fun.
Well, I'll tell you, you look like you're having a lot of fun out there. And how's it feel to have this huge fan club with you? Let's back out and pan out. I want to show the Alini Adesaka fan club. This has got to be a good feeling here in France.
I couldn't be more grateful to have such a warm welcome from Les Sables d'Olonne. So yeah, I already in love with this place, definitely coming back, and just merci beaucoup to all of the Les Sables d'Olonne community, Anik, Capsine, and merci beaucoup to Les Sables d'Olonne.
You guys okay with that? Okay, let's go, put it in, let's go. Here we go, get in here guys, get in here, everybody. Here we go. I'll tell you what, it is chaos down here right now. You guys having fun?
We.
There you go, we got a wee, so that means they're having a good time. Back to you guys at the studio.
Thanks so much. So fun to see all the school kids down on the beach this morning, getting to meet, some of their heroes as well.
Yeah, that's right. Even just along the promenade where we are down at the Grand Plage is seeing all the kids walking along, and I think throughout the week when we get to the racing as well, they're going to be able to see some, really spectacular, competitive racing.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic week. We're in day 2 of competition for this year's ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. The contest directors have made the call to run 3 days of surfing at the very beginning, hold off until day 4 to start out the racing divisions, and then we'll have 4 days of that leading into our finals day next Sunday. We began the week with our opening ceremony, which was really special. I'm sure a lot of those kids were actually here in town in Les Sables d'Olonne to be able to, hear the drums walking down the streets, and to be able to see all the athletes with their flags, with their, their team colors and their team kits on as well, walking through the streets.
Yeah, there were hundreds of spectators down here, maybe even thousands, being a Sunday afternoon. Beautiful weather as well. So yeah, a lot of people for the opening ceremony. It was fantastic to see. Such a great welcome from the town here.
Well, we're down to 7 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Torres holds on to the lead. Fry in second drops in a 6.33 for his last wave. We knew that was going to be, a good score in the range that we were looking at within this heat. That does now mean that Johnson in third is chasing down a 5.94, and Lacerda in fourth is chasing down a 6.63. So not in any way out of the question, but for Wes Fry to get that 6.33 on the board now really is looking more favorable for him and Max Torres to be advancing through.
Yeah, that's right. That 5.94 that Jethro needs, that's quite a good score to be able to chase. So he's going to have to really be patient and look for those waves that are going to offer him at least a few maneuvers or at least a couple of really big turns to get up into that kind of 6-point range. Thomas just hasn't really gotten going in this heat yet. We've seen him in previous rounds. You know, he's won his heat previous, so he's you know, definitely up there as a contender. But just, yeah, we haven't seen him on the best waves in this heat.
Still a young competitor, 21 years old, from the island of Madeira off the coast of Portugal. Loves big wave surfing as well as, you know, stand-up paddling. So it's been great to see him as one of those that's very cross-disciplined and just loves being in the ocean. He said he started surfing when he was 7, started paddling when he was about 16, and his dream is to become a world champion. And I think this is the perfect environment for him to continue growing towards that dream.
Oh, definitely. He's still really young as well, so a lot of experience gained from this event, and he's, you know, he's still in the running as well. We could well see him in the final and, you know, completing that goal of becoming a world champion.
Quiet moment out in the ocean as we can see those lines starting to roll through. We've seen a lot of ships rolling through. Of course, we've got the harbor here at La Sable d'Olonne, closer to La Grande Plage, where we'll have the racing. So we'll have some great footage of that through the rest of the week, as we're down to 5 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. But lots of sailing boats as well that we've been seeing out early in the morning, especially when that wind picks up in the afternoons as well.
Yeah, it's a great area for sailing. Obviously, Casper knows a lot about the kind of round-the-world race that sets off from here. But it's been great to kind of get into that. You see a lot of the sailing community around the town as well. So a lot of people in the marina coming in to enjoy, you know, local culture here in France and stopping in to say hello as we see Max in live action.
All right, nice snap to start, throwing a lot of aggression into that first turn. Smaller sized wave, but just linking it up with any little moment that this wave stands up a little more tall. Setting himself up here as he comes through the inside section and connects with the lip really well. That board looking like a true shortboard under his feet.
It really is, yeah. Just get rid of the paddle and he'll be able to rip it. But that was a great wave from Max to finish off there. And we see Jethro really looking for those 2 big turns. He goes vertical into that one. So fantastic surfing. I think this is going to be one of his highest wave scores for this heat so far. Cuts it back into the white water. He's going to end quite nicely on the end here with a big turn off the end. So he's going to be very happy with how that wave panned out.
That was an incredible wave. Nice size to it. He did well to, you know, kind of place that board exactly where it needed to be. Chasing down a 5.94. Of course, Max Torres, if he improves on the 4.87, is not going to change the requirement on Jethro specifically, because it's going to be up to West Fry to change up that requirement. Tomas, the 21-year-old from Madeira Island, up and riding now, setting up this opening turn. Nice carve and looking for that next section. Just a little check turn there to set himself up. As you can see, his eyes really focusing down the line for that finish.
Yeah, he wanted to hit that big section at the end there, and he just waited patiently for it as well. Timed it really perfect, so a really nice finish from him on that wave. I feel like when Max took off on his wave, it was looking just like he wanted to get a backup score, but at the end of that wave, he did a lot of work, and he got quite critical, vertical into the lip as well, so I think we'll see that score bettering that 4.87.
So scores to come through for green, red, and white, our first, third, and fourth place surfers, which leaves our surfer in blue, West Fry, out the back with priority. He's looking to improve on a 4.5 as his backup score, but let's take a look at some of the replays now.
Yeah, we'll take a look at West Fry to start with. This is a nice carve out the back. So yeah, looking at this heat recap, Wes starting off his campaign with a 4.5 on this ride. He's doing a little bit of work, cutting back. Nicely done. I think this is actually his highest score, the 6.33, because he finishes off with that bang up into the white water. So great surfing there from Wes. We cut to Max's 7.5 to start off this heat. Cutting back into the white water there, switching the paddle, realizing that he's going to cut back again because he needs to wait for this wave to stand up. He's going to race down the line. He's going to get another couple of turns and hit really big, pushing on that tail at the end there too, and then gets vertical up into the lip. So that's how you get a 7.5 on a wave.
That is exactly how you get the job done. So that was a great way for him to kick things off. This is the wave, I believe, for the score we're still waiting to drop for last of Jethro.
Yeah, amazing surfing for Jethro here. Getting quite vertical. I love this turn here. So he gets right up into it, gets that board above the lip line. So showing the judges that he can get nice and vertical. Switches the paddle over for that transition cut back as he sets up the end section here. Great off the top, throwing lots of spray out the back.
Yeah, so much power in that final section as well.
Yeah, it really was. I think this was probably Max's last wave here. So you can see quite a smaller wave, getting a little bit of work done on the outside, but nothing really super critical as yet. But he identifies that, I'm going to stick with this one because I know that on the end section, I'm going to get another 2 great turns. As you see that wave starting to steep up, he goes nice up into the lip there, throwing a bit of spray, then vertical on the end section as well.
Yeah, really seamless as well. Coming out of that first turn on that inside section, straight through the bottom turn, drives that rail, and then connects with that end as well. So solid surfing. Judges rewarding it with a 5.7. That puts him into a convincing lead.
Yeah, still waiting for that last score of Jethro, though, so I think that could easily change the situation after watching that replay, but we'll have to wait to see what score drops in for the surfer in red from South Africa.
Yeah, that's right. So his requirement of 5.94. Important moments as we're down to the final minute. Wes Fry sitting in a position where he's holding on to priority. He's needing to improve on a 4.5 to make the requirement higher for Jethro Johnson. But Jethro does have a score to roll through that could definitely hit the requirement that he's chasing down. Tomas Lacerda also has a score to drop through that we're waiting from the judges. As we're down to 45 seconds on the clock, and Jethro gets it a 6.3, well rewarded for the South African. Leads him into an advancing position ahead of Wes Fry. This is still non-elimination because we're in the main round, but staying in that top 2 is really good for the campaign moving towards finals day.
Yeah, it really is. Jethro's going to be happy with that last wave, pushing him up in the second spot. Wes has been sitting out the back with priority for quite a long time now, so he hasn't really found another wave to improve his situation. As we're watching Tomas here, bit of a flatter wave at the back, but getting lots of speed down the line.
Yeah, looking to connect with this next section, throws a lot of power into it and, kind of drops into that layback style. Seems to be really common technique or a common maneuver in stand-up paddling with the use of that paddle behind. Can't hold on to that finishing section, though he really, went to blast the tail out. Those laybacks, they're out there.
They certainly are, yeah, he loves it. Loves doing those layback turns, and that's like you said, the kind of that staple turn that you pretty much learn when you start paddleboarding and start really pushing that tail to slide the fins.
Well, score is still to drop. A score to come in for last of Torres and a score for Tomas Lacerda. But Thomas chasing a 6.6. That's not going to be the score for his last wave. And Max Torres already in the lead. Will be looking to take away his 3rd heat win of the event so far. Jethro Johnson in second, and Wes and Thomas heading to the elimination rounds or the repechage rounds, which will be taking place in just a little while. Be sure to stay tuned, and we'll be right back with more action right after this.
Hello, everybody at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. I want to thank our host for putting this incredibly successful event. Please enjoy this time. It's a special time. Join riding and competing against people that you might know, friends from prior competitions, and new friends. You might or might not get to get home with medals, but you're a champion because you're there representing your country, and that's the highest honor for any athlete in the world.
Bonjour, welcome back to day 2 of the 2023 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship here in Les Sables d'Olonne on the west coast of France. My name's Casper Steinfath. I'm joined in the booth here by Bo Nixon. We're commentating the SUP surfing. Today, and we got some beautiful conditions on tap. Down on the beach right now, Bo, we have Drew Murren with some action for us. What do you got for us, Drew?
Thanks, guys. Down here with Bobo Gallagher for Team USA. He's got to fight his way back through the repechage heats here coming up. And Bobo, how do you prepare yourself? You have to go a little extra, take distance a little extra this time and fight your way back through. How have you prepared for that?
Just been watching the WEBCAST a lot and seeing what the conditions are looking like, what people are doing, resting up for a bunch of heats coming up, hopefully, and yeah, just really preparing for mentally and just finding the right place to be watching, and yeah, just trying to find best waves to hopefully make it through.
Now, your dad's been with you the entire time. What has your dad, Andrew, told you or talked to you about going into these repo heats?
Yeah, just like get confidence and like get the first wave, and don't wait for others to take the lead. And yeah, just really take advantage of this opportunity that I have. And so, yeah.
And what do you want to say to your dad and mom who have given you so much and allowed you to compete at the highest level and supported you the entire time?
Yeah, they've really helped me. I wouldn't really be where I was right now if it wasn't for them. And yeah, you know, like my mom and sisters watching back at home, it's really cool, and like the whole West Maui community, and like with the fires, it's like cool to see the whole community come together, you know. It's been like a tough time, but we're gonna get through it. And so, yeah, it's been cool.
And what about a big I love you for your mom and sisters back?
Yeah, I love you guys watching. I'll do my best out there. So, yeah, no, I'm stoked to get back out there.
14-year-old Bo Gallagher for Team USA. He's a good man. I'll tell you what, you were raised right.
Yeah, thank you.
Kudos to your parents. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Drew. Thanks to Bobo Gallagher for a nice interview there. We're back with live action here for round 3, heat number 2 of the men's SUP surfing. We have Oyhan from Spain just taking a look at that wave. Plenty of action unfolding as we have Gabriel Bachelet from France taking a look here. Nice roundhouse cutback, foamy section of the wave as he navigates into the inside section. Nice off the top, bottom turn, transition of the paddle, and finds a lot of beautiful lines on this wave. I'm joined here by Bo Nixon. Bo, take us through the action unfolding.
That was an amazing wave from Gabriel. The read on that was incredible. He managed to fit a lot of turns into such tight, kind of short space of time. So I think that's going to be a great score for him to get his campaign started here in heat number 2. And you just saw a quick wave there from Capono, but also, yeah, Oyhan getting started as well.
Yeah, so lots of action unfolding. If you're just joining us now, we are in day 2 of the 2023 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. This is the men's SUP surfing. We're in round number 3, heat number 2. We got a lot of action coming up. This is a stacked heat in front of us. Looking forward, we have a great heat in the next one as well with a returning world champion from France as well. So don't go anywhere. We have lots of action unfolding. And Bo, we got some replays coming up here. Take us through it.
Yeah, let's take a look at this one here. So this looks like it is. There is red as well, so Leo on the inside there, not being able to get around that section. But Gabriel, the read on this wave, like I said, amazing. Up into the lip, just holds that bottom turn there really nicely, carves it back, but to be able to fit this end turn in as well, up into the lip. Really super critical, gnarly end section, but manages to ride out with control. And Capono here, I think just getting that campaign started, but I think he falls off on this turn here. Not getting the kind of projection he wanted out from that lip. He has been really nailing those turns yesterday in his heats, and he got some big scores for single wave maneuvers.
Absolutely, and we're only 3 minutes into this heat. We got the judges keeping busy. That we're waiting for scores from Leonardo Jimenez from Brazil, and we're waiting for scores for that great wave by Gabriel from France. Curious to see how they lock in. We see a 5.33 coming in for Leonardo on that wave before. And yeah, what a flurry to start off the heat with. We've seen conditions change with the tide, obviously a lot both yesterday, and we're probably going to see it again today. But the wind staying combo, what are you seeing outside the booth when you took a break before?
Yeah, it's really nice out there. Looks like a bit of cloud cover, so I think that's just keeping the wind down at the moment. Competitors actually loving that because the wind can become quite tricky, especially when you're on a stand-up paddleboard. You know, you've got a big board. If you get that board up into the lip, the wind's going to come into play as well. Especially just paddling out makes it tricky. As we see a nice big set rolling through. So these competitors opting to sit on that inside section, where it's a bit more steeper, a bit critical. And we'll see if Leo here can get a little left on the end of this one.
Yeah, nice set rolling through from the way outside. We got Leo in red. Taking a look at this left, it's walling up really nice, powering off the bottom. Goes into the lip, just does not quite stick it down to the bottom. But nonetheless, a really beautiful line powering deeply off the bottom there.
Almost looked like he maybe just come disconnected from his board slightly.
Yeah, and getting some insight on what the conditions are like out there. We have Drew Murren on the beach right now with the winner of that last heat, Max Torres.
Thanks, guys. I'll tell you what, as we've been talking about all day long, good surfers come from good parents. And this is no other example than Mr. Roy, Max Torres' dad from that last heat. Roy, I'll tell you what, you seem pretty excited about your son out there. He had a couple big runs there, and I hear you kind of giving the kind of big excitement burst out there. Why don't you take us through your emotions as you saw your son surfing out there at the ISAs?
But it's very hard to be here, and the tension is hard, but he knows what he needs to do, and I support all the time, but sometimes it's hard for us as parents to see that.
Now, how do you keep your son on track? There's so many distractions when you get to be in your 20, 21-year-old time. How do you keep your son focused and eye on the prize, per se?
Well, no, it's not easy. I need him.
Close my ear.
Yeah, I need him remember college, contest, swimming, less time for party, okay? Have time, but it's hard to keep in track.
And I'll tell you what, you got such a great son. He's a great ambassador of the sport and just an all-around personality. Where does he get most of his charisma, from his mom or from his dad?
Well, the charisma is one for me. but
my mom's too serious.
Yeah, but she's the one keep him in track and study in college. Well, she's there.
So mom's all about education, dad's about fun.
Yeah, I'm sport.
Well, congratulations. Thank you, Roy, for bringing it around. And Max, I want to talk to you just for a minute. You're on a new piece of equipment out there, a really light, agile board that seems to be showing to be successful here in this wave.
Yeah, I'm riding a 610, I believe, by 22. And it feels super light, and it's up from North Carolina, Jeff Cummings. He's been making my board his past 2 years, I believe, and each board is better and better. And we worked this board out together for these types of waves, and it's been working out lately.
And I see you and your dad have the best camaraderie. I mean, he's probably your coach, your best friend, and so much more. I know you owe a lot to him and your mom. What would you have to say to him right now, just as you progress through life and everything?
Yeah, so my dad's the best. Without him or my mom, I wouldn't be here. They supported me since day one, and right now, well, Committee of Puerto Rico is helping me out a lot because of my dad's, where they put me and invested in me. So, yeah, thank you, Dad and Mom.
We want to meet your mom one day, because I want to know how you keep this guy in line. So what's your mom's name?
Gisela.
Gisela, if you're watching, call me. We got to talk, because you have your work cut out for you. Hey, congratulations, Mac. The upcoming rounds, we'll look for you. Back to you guys. Team Puerto Rico.
Team Puerto Rico on fire, as we had some great insights there from Max and Father Roy. Stand-up paddling, or actually any sport in the world, is very often a family affair, right? And great to see the support that Max is getting, and the direction he's getting from his dad. While we had those interviews, lots of action unfolding right here. Bo, take us through the drone angle of Gabriel.
Yeah, looking like a great wave here, cutting right back to that white water. He's going to wait for this wave to set up on the inside. He's going to do another little kind of snappy turn there. He's going to wait for this wave to, set up and do something as he gets that end section. Nice hit off the top and lands that with control. But we did see a lot of waves during that interview, so we're going to have a lot of scores to lock in.
Absolutely, a lot of action, and we're waiting now for a score of white Gabriel here. But the situation right now in the water, we saw a great wave ridden by Capono from Japan, came in at a 5.3. He's taken the lead with a heat total of a 6.7. Here's a replay of Gabriel.
Yeah, so dropping down to the bottom of that wave, switching the paddle, cutting right back. Love that cut back. And
I like that, yeah.
It's really nice, good flow, really nice. And then cutting it back again. Just, this wave flattening out, you can see it hits that bit of deep water, and then all of a sudden stands up on the sandbank. It does well to navigate that end section.
And a 4.03 came in for Gabriel's last wave. That puts him into the lead. He has an 8.86 heat total. He's followed by Capono from Japan. Looking at this wave, he needs a 3.56. Can he get that here to take the lead as he navigates a nice, take us through this, Bo, a nice little mushy face initially?
Yeah, a bit of a mushy face. He realizes he needs to get speed along, and he wants that one big hit. Oh, Capono. Wow. Putting his all into that section, and he really needed to land that to get a big score.
That looked like a potential board breaker right there.
Yeah, it definitely could have been for sure. He was dropping off like a 2-story building on that one. So he's going to have to take another one on the head as he makes his way back out.
Capono from Japan putting everything on the line. That's the type of surfing that's interesting to watch. It gets our hearts racing. It gets gets the nerves going even here. Like, did he make that? But Capono needing a, what is he needing? He's needing a 3.56. Do you think he got that?
Unfortunately not. So the start of that wave, a bit flat, and he had to kind of really do a lot of work with the paddle to keep up with the wave. And then he could see that that kind of oncoming section toward him, and he just wanted to throw his board right up into the lip, and he did that, but unfortunately just not riding out. So it's not going to be the score he was looking for. We do have Leonardo on screen now. He's in that first priority position, so he's got choice of the next wave that comes through. The other surfers will have to give way to him.
And Leonardo standing with a 5.33, the highest wave of the heat so far. He's looking for a backup wave. He had a great heat earlier with a 15.77 heat total, so no stranger to looking for a solid heat combination. As we see up and riding Oyhan from Spain in blue, highlining this right, navigating a frothy little face, goes for an attack above the lip, now looking for a nice transition with his paddle, still making his way down the wave. Another hit, looking at an open face in front of him, powers off the bottom. Yeah, that didn't look too pleasant.
No, it didn't. Unfortunately, he would have liked to finish that wave off, but I just like the pace that Oyhan brings to the wave and his surfing. It's slow, it's relaxed, it's nice. The surfing is just really, really nice to watch as well. So got a lot of control, and I feel like the judge is going to like that.
Do you remember Antoine Del Perro?
Oh, amazing.
I had a little flashback there.
Yeah, definitely. So true as well. Antoine Del Perro, very accomplished longboarder as well, and a gold medalist. 2012, I believe.
He was actually the original ISA subsurfing gold medalist back in 2012, yeah. Were you in Lima for that event?
I was in Lima for that event, yeah. You were there too. You won the, Casper won the...
I think that was the following year, 2013.
Oh, it was, okay, right.
But yeah, that was the year that I got to hold hands with Jamie Mitchell.
That's right.
That legendary wave
Yeah.
going into the final of the technical race. That was one of my highlights of my career to this date.
Definitely. Amazing memories.
And as we see in the water right now, we just have under 9 minutes remaining. We have Gabriel Bachelet here from France in the lead. He has 8.86 heat total, looking at a wave right here in front of us. He's looking at the right, but just opting for a quick in and out.
Yeah, quick in and out. He noticed. I think Leo was on the wave as well with first priority, so nice carve off the top. You can see Leo trying to get a few more turns on this wave. Again, up into the lip there as he's looking to finish this one off. Oh, really critical. I love the way he just drops out that tail on those turns. He's able to ride out of that section.
A little fist bump there, claim it.
Yeah, I think the Brazilians on the beach are cheering him on right now, so he's pumped up, he's fired up.
Exactly, and as we're entering the second half of this heat, we got actually a pretty tight heat on our hands here. The scores are relatively close, only a point, nearly a point and a half, covering the top three at least. What are we going to see the priority system? What are we going to see that do to the competitor's mindset and strategy as we get into these closer heats? Let's take a look here at Leo first.
Yeah, so he's going right on this wave to start with, and he gets a nice hit off the whitewater there, throwing lots of spray. Such a powerful surfer. So yeah, you can see that spray off the back of the wave there, and again, just getting up into the lip. More of a transition turn, getting set up for these turns on the inside, but he really notices this oncoming section. It does so well to put that weight on his back foot to keep that nose out of the water, keep it from nosediving in that steep section. So that's going to be a great backup score for him. I actually see him jumping back up into the lead with that.
He received a 6.0 for that wave. And the judge is probably definitely looking at that last maneuver there, the criticalness of it, sending him into that good range score.
Yeah, exactly.
So returning to the priority situation. Right now we have Oyhan in blue with the first priority, Gabriel in second, and Capona with third priority. As we see Capona looking at a nice looking wave here. The right, doing a paddle transition as he carves his way into the inside section, just maintaining some speed, throwing the paddle around, really eyeing up a section in here as he goes to town. And again, one of those flat landings.
Yeah, I feel like maybe he's just missed timing that end section a little bit. I think he's getting up there a little bit too early. He just needs to wait an extra second for him to kind of project out in front of that section. You see him really landing down in with the wave, so you really need to get in front of that when landing. So just missed timing that. But yeah, with that priority situation, I feel like coming down to nearly 6 minutes left on the clock, you kind of got to sit and wait for a good wave now, because you don't really have time to get two waves, especially quite a long paddle out at this beach, as we see Gabriel.
There is no lack of action in this heat, that's for sure. Gabriel taking on another nice looking right. a couple of check turns on the outside, floats over an incredible midsection right there.
It's looking pretty dangerous and pretty crazy on that inside section. You see his back foot there, Gabriel just slipping off the back. So
I bet you there's some team coaches and team members in there holding their breath, looking for, ready to act in case a leash breaks or, a board decides to snap.
Yeah, of course. And even easy to lose your paddle as well if you get caught in that turbulence. So we see Leo there just not finding a great wave, but I think maybe repositioning himself in the lineup.
Yeah. So touching back on the priority, it's hard to get time to really talk about it because there's so much happening in front of us. As we see out the back, Oyhan, he's got first priority. He's got the call on taking whatever wave he wants. Really nice angle from the drone here. You don't quite see the steepness of the wave, but finding nice little first carving check turn, pumping his way, keeping the board alive. Wow.
No. Oh, unfortunately, it just goes down, but that was definitely going to be the wave to get up into that advancing position. Unfortunately, going down.
Yeah, so Oyhan needing a 4.4 as of current to make it into that qualifying position. We're waiting for some scores to drop both for Oyhan, Gabriel, and Capono as we see Leo up and riding here. Nice looking left, a little bit more on the frothy side, but we're really seeing this left starting to open up.
Yeah, I think the conditions are changing a lot. We've had a lot of waves come through in the last kind of 5-10 minutes, so hopefully it's going to keep that consistency up for the next few heats.
Yeah.
As we're watching a replay here, this is Oyhan, and we see him carve off the top here, and then you could see with that drone footage of this wave that it was standing up for this section, and he really identifies that he needs to go big, and he does go big, but unfortunately just can't get the nose of the board back around enough and just bogs that rail.
Is this where, in that type of situation, is that where a bigger board might actually be a hindrance to completing the maneuver?
Yeah, exactly, because you've got a bit of a longer rail line with a longer board as well, so you really need to step on that back foot to get the nose of it up and to stop that rail from digging in. So Oyhan there not quite getting the weight back as we see our competitors paddling out after that set that come through.
Yeah, so now finally we might actually have 30 seconds where we can talk about priority. The priority system really going to come into play in these later rounds where the competition is really tight, very high level. And what is it the benefit of the priority system is going to be? What difference is it going to make for the athletes out there?
So if you are sitting with first priority, it means you have choice of any wave that comes through. So all the other competitors have to give way to you. And how you get priority in a heat is you start off with no priority at the beginning of the heat. And then as surfers start to take waves, the people who are left out not catching wave will start to get the higher priority and so forth. So you'll see surfers paddling back out and having to give way to other surfers, but to have that first priority is such a benefit. But it also could be a hindrance as well. So it's a benefit in terms of, you have choice of the next wave, but also it's a hindrance because you're not quite sure if that next wave is going to be a good one or not. So you really have to be confident in your wave selection. Because if you do choose the wrong wave, you're back down into fourth priority, which means you have to give way to everyone else.
Yeah, that priority system really bringing another dynamic to the heat in action, and priority also hindering that free-for-all chaotic element that also could provide, could show up if you have a lot of aggressive surfers all paddling for the same wave. So it keeps a little bit of order out there, and I think that's definitely going to be something the surfers will appreciate as we get into the later rounds. 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock situation with Leo from Brazil in a commanding lead. Currently, he has a 6.0 and a 5.33 on his scoreline. Gabriel Bachelet from the home country here of France. Gabriel with a 4.83 and a 4.03. Oyhan from Spain needs a 4.4 to move into that qualifying position, and Capono from Japan a 3.56. So still very much a heat that's open to play for.
Yeah, very small scores needed from the surfers in blue and green, as we see our heat leader here surfing on his backhand. Just a nice little turn underneath the lip there. He'll switch that paddle over, ready to prepare for another turn. As he's just waiting for this wave to stand up, you notice how far forward he is on that board to get the speed. Then he has to step right back onto the tail because here comes this end section. Bang! Up into the lip. Nice.
Wow. That was one of those beautiful backside attacks.
I feel like Brazil has a lot of these great backhand surfers, Leco Salazar, and then obviously with Leonardo Jimenez.
As we see Oyhan from Spain up and riding. Got a little bit bogged down there on that turn, but stepping on the accelerator right there, making it past the section. Nice off the top, gets caught out, doesn't make it into that inside section of the wave. He's going to still be chasing a score. He needs a 4.4 Is Oyhan going to need to find another wave, or is that going to this one going to give him the score, do you think?
And unfortunately won't give him the score. That first turn not probably strong enough to garner that 4.4, and then falling off the back of the wave on his second turn. But Kapono Fukuda only looking for a 3.56. Could this be the wave that does it? He's looking to go big. Oh no, Kapono.
He goes big.
Again, mistiming that end section, so I think he's just a little bit too quick in his turns. Oh, lovely cut back there.
Yeah, very critical move by Gabriel. Just unfortunately doesn't. He gets engulfed in that whitewater right there. Doesn't make it out. Gabriel is going to be defending now from Oyhan and Kapono. Kapono needing a 3.56, looking for a score with only 20 seconds left on the clock. This heat is winding down. We're waiting for scores. We'll give you the situation as soon as we can, but you have the scores on your screen as well to follow all the live action. And as this heat is winding down, we're looking forward to another heat coming up behind this. Heat number 3 of the third round, featuring some very prominent names. We have Benoit Carpentier from France coming up, Kai Bates from Australia, Adriano Nozakowski from Brazil, and Aaron Rowe from the Channel Islands, as we see Gabriel just diving into the whitewater there.
Yeah, so that heat is finished now, round 3, heat number 2. Leonardo Jimenez really taking a commanding lead.
Yes, and on the beach right now, we have Drew Murren for us. Drew, take it away.
Thanks, guys. Down here beachside right now with a bunch of college freshmen at St. Marie. Is it right? St. Mary College?
Yes.
And I got Grace on my right. And you guys are down here. You got this ISAsurf sort of informational packet with a bunch of questions. It's part of your actually curriculum in school, isn't it correct?
Yes, we have 3 specialities to choose at the start of the year, and we've chose to integrate in the world of sport. So this is one of our projects this year.
Well, this is cool. And so the ISA is a big part of it. Why don't you take us through this actual document and what exactly we're doing here? So what kind of questions are asked and what are you doing here today?
So basically we have to interview somebody from the ISAsurfing Association, and then there is the main guy that's organizing, that's going to come and present to us how it works, and then we've got to do a recap on it all. That's basically what we have to do today.
That's so fun. That's fun. So you guys get to come out and enjoy some surfing on a school day.
Yeah, that's it.
And what do you want to do with in your life or your career? Are you thinking about the world of sport as a possible career choice?
Yeah, dancing is my sport that I do about 12 hours a week. So yeah, that's a dance teacher or either a professional dancer, something in that world. Yeah.
And how excited was it to bring the ISA here to France? I mean, when the announcement was made, were you pretty excited?
I was quite excited. Yeah. I don't know about the rest of them, but it was quite exciting to know that the whole world was coming around in our part of the world. So yeah.
Well, you guys got a beautiful place here and great people, and we want to thank you on behalf of the ISA for having us and hosting us so well here. So thank you to you and all your families around here.
Yeah, thank you too.
All right, so now we're going to give you your own moment. Back it up. We're going to show off your dance moves. You want to be a dancer? Let's go. You going to show us how to dance? Come on, show us something. If you're going to be a professional dancer, we're going to work on that, you guys. So yeah, it's also an educational element here in France as part of the ISA, which is kind of cool. So Grace, thanks for your time.
Thank you too.
You sure you don't want to show us any dance moves?
Okay.
Okay, we're good. Back to you guys. Bye, guys. Wave bye.
Well, cool. The integration of students into the event.
Thanks,
behind
Grace.
the scenes on a lot
Good
of
job.
levels.
We didn't catch your name.
And to be able to hear, what these students specifically are working on behind the scenes, the fact that sports are integrated straight into the curriculum.
Yep, that is pretty cool. You get to come down to the beach, check out the surf, see some of the best stand-up paddle surfers in the world taking on the waves. That doesn't sound like too bad of a school day description, does it?
Yeah, pretty great, that's for sure. Especially on a day like this, it is so beautiful. I had to walk around during my break just now outside, and it's just such a lovely day that's shaping up. We're, of course, currently sitting at La Grande Plage while the surfing event is happening up at Tanchette Beach, and there's a lot of paddlers from the racing side that are out in the water at La Grande Plage right now, just starting to, get a feeling for getting feeling for the races that are coming up in the next couple days.
Yeah, so just outside us here, we have a lot of the racing athletes just testing out the beach, checking out what the conditions are like. And there's some really nice waves rolling through here. We'll see them later in the week as well. But I think it's shaping up, like that's at least the word on the street right now, that it's shaping up to be one of those favorite venues of all time. You have small waves that can make the racing really exciting and, you know, change up some things. So it's not necessarily just the strongest athletes that are going to dominate. It might be the ones that are willing to take chances and, you know, play it smart as well. So I know we're on the surfing right now, but I'm really excited to get into later in the week as well and see some world-class racing take place.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. Well, we've already got Drew ready to go with the winner from that last heat, Leo Jimenez of Brazil.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Leandro Jimenez. He wasted no time. Got out of the water, he ran up, he goes, Drew, let's do this. Leandro, congratulations. The Magic Board did it again.
Yeah, did it again. This board is so good, and I'm really connected with these waves a little bit more, and yeah, really happy to show my surf here and representing Brazil.
Let's talk about this Magic Board. You wouldn't bring it on any of the other broadcasts or any of the other interviews, but you got it here today. Why don't you show us what makes this board so magical? Why don't you talk about the size and volume of it?
Yeah, I think this board is 6'11", like 23 1/4. And when my shaper done this board was the first board he done for me. And we put so much energy, so much passion on this board that she came like magic, you know. It's 3 years did this board, and yeah.
What's your fin configuration, Leandro? Let's talk about your fin configuration on the Magic Board.
I don't know. Oh, okay. These thrusters, and I only use thrusters, and yeah, I think I never used a quad in stand-up, and yeah, this board, yeah, is really good. I feel really confident with it.
It's all about confidence. You know what they say, surfing's 10%, 90% mental.
Yeah, that's the goal, you know.
Well, congratulations. We'll see you in the upcoming rounds.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Really impressive surfing in that last heat. Team Brazil walking through with another victory. And now in the water, down to 18 minutes on the clock for heat number 3 of men's round 3. This is a main round event. After this, we're heading straight into our very first elimination heat on the women's side with the women's rapid charge round 1, if I can get that out of my mouth. But this will be the last heat where we'll see those top 2 surfers, paddlers advancing through to the next round, and the bottom 2 heading to the rapid charge.
Exactly. We're going to go into the rep charge and see some, you know, that which will be the end destination, unfortunately, for some of the athletes. So it's going to get really tight with these rep charge rounds coming up soon. This heat, though, in front of us, wow, what a stacked heat with the 2019 ISAsurf Surf World Champion Benoit Carpentier, Kai Bates from Australia, Adriano from Brazil, not least Aaron Rowe, the legend from Channel Islands, just back from a shoulder injury in 2019.
Great to see him back in the water. He's been looking really strong as we take a look now at live action with Kai Bates in the light blue jersey. Nice re-entry to start things off. And just staying kind of low as he tries to get around that opening section. Really bumpy. That wave has a lot of size to it. Really difficult to hold on to that kind of control. And then to be able to throw up that tail into a big re-entry. Unfortunately, unable to find the momentum to come out of it. But he's going to get that first wave underway, and we'll have a score on the board with the rest of the field still waiting for their first opportunities.
Yeah, Kai Bates getting busy there from the start of the heat with just under 17 minutes left. Kai had a really nice opening turn there. Really, I recall it was really vertical there. We're probably going to see a replay in a second, but that end section, we're going to see a lot of that in the coming heats. I think that end section is really starting to prove tricky. I have a couple of theories on why that is, but I'm curious just to watch it for a little bit. As we see up and riding, this is green.
Adriano paddling into this wave. His Brazilian teammate Leo just took out the win in the last heat. Nice opening turn. Great rail to rail, generating some speed as he hits the oncoming section and goes down.
Yeah, it just seems like he got caught up by a little funk in the lip right there. He put his board really nice up against that section as it was crumbling, just for some reason came off, but really nice flow, carrying some speed through those turns. That's what I love about the Brazilians. They're able to generate speed out of any type of wave, and that's something I think a lot of other surfers from around the world have struggled with, and it's become a trademark of the Brazilians.
Yeah, it's really important to be able to generate that speed, especially on a stand-up paddleboard where you have that paddle to be able to do that as well, but you're riding a board that's bigger, it's got thicker rails, just typically a little bit more challenging to find that speed with.
It can be. You have more board, you have more volume, you have some other opportunities as well with the paddle. But it does differ from, say, shortboarding or longboarding, where it's a different combination of paddling and popping, pumping the board, especially through flat sections. But that's where it is a benefit having a paddle in your hand.
Taking a look at some live action here. Adriano, solid size hit on that first turn through a lot of spray.
Really nice slash on that open face there. Not sure it's gonna weigh in too high with the judges, because there was only a few maneuvers, and it wasn't one of those super critical situations he got himself into there.
So current situation in the water, Adriano is sitting in the lead at 2 and a 2.5 as his high scores. Kai Bates with a 4.17. So waiting for Benoit and for Aaron to get their opening rides. This will be the last heat of the day as well. That's in that 20-minute mark. After this, we'll head into 15-minute heat, so it'll be real quick turnaround for the surfers in the water as soon as they're out there, especially if they get caught on the inside, being more challenging to get those boards over a big wave like that, like we saw from our surfer on the right-hand side of the screen, having to kick that board up and over. And so really making good use of that time is going to be really crucial as we head into our next few rounds.
Definitely a lot of strategy is going to come into play. The mindset of the athlete is going to be put under pressure, because if you have 20 minutes, that means you have relatively good time to analyze, try things out, see if it doesn't work. You can still readjust, but when the heat goes down to just being 15 minutes, it puts more pressure on the athlete. You got to be concise. As we see Aaron Rowe up and riding here, nice looking right, a little frothy. Aaron, the goofy footer from the island of Jersey, definitely having a nice couple check turns initially. Backside hack. Is he going to go for a last top maneuver here? The bull from Jersey taking a little head dip there.
Yeah, that was a nice couple turns on his backhand. It would have been great if he could have made it around that section, but it was just racing away so quickly as it hit the bank.
Yeah, the wave kind of ran away from Aaron there, but I'm sure he's going to be back out there quick. Aaron is a strong ex-race athlete as well, so he'll know how to get back out and charge the lineup one more time.
Here we go with the 2019 gold medalist, Benoit, up and riding on his first wave of this heat. Board looking smooth as he goes for that first cut back. Now just patiently timing it as he hits the lip on that second turn. Not really vertical, but just really nice rail work, and then leans into that last turn with a little bit more power as Aaron Rowe is just underneath him.
I love watching Benoit surf. He's got such a fluid style to him. Like on that outside, you could see his board was just carrying a lot of speed, even through the more mushy sections. That third turn, wow, what a beautiful slash. He had sent some spray flying, but also you could just see the board was responding to what he was asking it to do. Unfortunately, that fourth section just didn't quite cooperate, but Benoit, what a guy.
Yeah, really, really beautiful. I like the way that you described his kind of approach and his style as fluid. That's exactly what it is. It looks like he's just drawing such a clean line through the wave, and everything is connecting really seamlessly, all that style really coming through. And the judges rewarding it with a 5.67.
That makes sense, yeah. What a beautiful wave from Benoit. I like how his, you probably noticed as a longboarder yourself, Shannon, he's wearing his leash up over his calf. That's Benoit, obviously a very talented longboarder as well, but it's just funny to see. You can kind of decipher his style just from the way he's wearing his leash.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense too with the lines that he's drawing, because he's not really forcing anything too much. He's kind of letting that board really just place itself and allowing the little bit of a longer rail that the stand-up paddleboard has to find its way in the wave really well, just like a longboard. As we take a look now at Kai in the blue jersey,
nice.
Going straight up into that vertical re-entry. He'll kick out the back of that as well. But yeah, wearing a leg rope or a leash on the calf as opposed to the ankle really just frees up your feet if you're going to be moving around at all. So obviously with shortboarding, you're not moving your feet. Once you stand up into that pop-up position, your feet are pretty much stable, especially your back foot. But on a longboard specifically, you're cross-stepping constantly. And on a stand-up paddleboard, there is a little bit of shuffling to be able to get that body weight into the right positions on the board. And so keeping that leash or that leg rope up on the knee instead of down on the ankle just frees up any risk of that leash getting tied between the toes.
Yeah, that's a bad feeling when it happens.
It's the worst.
You can have the best wave and then you're just like, you're blocked, you can't do anything. But Benoit, also pay attention to his board. He has a board that carries a little bit more volume than maybe some of the others. I can't quite see from these angles, but it looks a little bit wider, maybe a little bit more meaty in some places. So it definitely would make sense that he would want to shift his weight around depending on the sections.
Down to 10 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. And yeah, that makes a lot of sense. If he's going to be shifting his weight because of the way his equipment has been designed, then trying to get that leash up away from his ankles or away from his toes is really smart. Can see that he seems to have a little bit of an easier time holding that balance as well, which speaks to the volume of that equipment under his board. Obviously paddling and making sure he's got a little bit of that movement to keep that board stable, which seems to be a really crucial element of staying standing.
It is. If you have a very low volume board, you're going to sink, and you're seeing a lot of the guys standing almost completely underwater. But, it's a strategy call, more or less volume. As we see Ben taking off on a really initially nice looking wave, but kind of looked like it closed out towards the end.
It was pretty solid. I like that he got himself in position, and it just looked like it was so easy for him to get that board in the right place. He could see that wave coming from a long way off. It's a huge advantage as well to stand-up paddlers, and sometimes you'll see this in a longboard tour event where the surfers will be laying down on their stomach, because obviously in longboarding or in shortboarding you're allowed to sit down as much as you want to. You can only stand up once you've caught the wave. But for a lot of longboarders, if they can't really see that there's a set coming, they'll take a couple paddles and they'll stand up on that board. There's enough volume to it that they can have a peek over to see what sets are rolling through and kind of decide, okay, do I go on the small one, or is there maybe a set rolling through? For stand-up paddlers, they've got a great vantage point being above that waterline.
It is an advantage, and definitely, in a competition, you have a better outlook at what is happening in the lineup, what's approaching. It gives you a little bit more time to react as well and position yourself, and just put yourself in the best possible position. And especially also when you look at big wave surfing, you've seen stand-up paddling have quite a role to play there. Like when we've been surfing, not that it's big wave surfing, but surfing Sunset Beach for the APP World Tour, that's a huge playing field you're surfing on as well. And being able to stand up on the board just gives you a better chance at knowing what's coming at you.
Tracking now with Benoit on his forehand. Nice wrap to start off with. Uses that paddle to get a little bit of speed. Just kind of like gracefully drags that paddle on the surface of the water as he went into that second carve. But now looking for that speed and momentum as he comes into the end section. Tries to use that paddle as well to balance, but can't hold on to the finish.
Okay, yeah, that was an interesting wave from Ben right there. Definitely, he eyed that inside section, and I have a theory I want to share with all of you about that inside section now. As we see up and riding Aaron Rowe from the Channel Islands. Aaron, very nice wave he's looking at initially here, but just kind of fades out. Aaron, great friend of mine as well. It's good to see him again after many years. He had a nasty shoulder injury a few years back. But good to see him back on the water, joined by his dad, Tim Rowe, I believe, down on the beach.
Now, what is your theory about that inside section?
So you got a rip current over on the left side of the screen here. It's pulling a lot of water out, especially after a set has come in. So as you catch one of the waves later in the set, there's going to be more water rushing out. It almost looks like when they come off that last hit on the inside section there, it's like they come to a complete standstill. Of course, they're coming off the top and going down. So they're doing like a vertical drop, but they don't have enough horizontal energy to match the outgoing current. So said in other words, there's a lot of water going out against them as they land, and that just brings them to a complete standstill. And that means that standing on a board, it's like riding a bike that's standing still, doesn't work very well. You're going to fall probably. So I think it's that water moving against them that just catches them dead still in the water.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's like that conveyor belt that's rushing out to the ocean.
Exactly.
And once you're going in the opposite direction against that conveyor belt, it's very hard to keep your momentum moving forward.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily just a bad thing, because that current rushing out is also going to be beneficial to making the wave stand up as well. So it's just, I think, unlocking that fine line between, using the critical section that it creates, but also being stable enough on your landing to, just land flat without momentum.
Yeah, that's right. Oftentimes those rips will create a rip bowl, especially in a beach break situation, which creates a really good critical section to that wave, nice and bowly, creates a lot of pocket rather than it just being soft and slopey. So it's good for the shape of the wave, but it can make it that much more difficult to finish out those maneuvers. Down to 6 minutes on the clock. Love this drone angle, beautiful part of the coast that we are here on the west coast of France, the Atlantic Ocean, generating a lot of swell this time of the year. There's so many events that have historically run within France and across the European coastline as we come into that autumn season. So it's great to kick things off with the SUP and Paddleboarding World Championships as we're starting to head into that season now in late September. Benoit on his forehand.
Nice.
Really starting to kick into gear now.
Combo, 2 maneuvers right there. Really nice executed turns, top of the wave, both of them. Ben knows what he's looking for here. So we see Aaron Rowe taking off, fading left. Is he going to go right, though? Yes, he is. Nice little carve as he makes his way to the inside section. Transitioning the paddle. Ooh.
That was hectic.
I don't know what to call that move.
That was like a free fall. Went for that big snap on his backhand, but literally just like fell through the sky.
Yeah.
Hopefully landed in deep enough water as well.
He looks like he's okay, but Aaron definitely putting the board in the most critical position possible, sending himself catapulted out across the face of the wave.
That was really impressive the way he was able to actually pivot that board fully vertical in that short of a space.
It was super, super tight, and I think it was more of a flick. He was able to, like with the ankles, flick it up right where it had to be.
Taking a look at live action now on his forehand. Nice opening turn. I believe that's our surfer in blue, Kai Bates, as we saw Aaron Rowe before go down. And Kai will kick out with control after that first wave. He's looking to improve on a 4.17, which was his opening wave. The 5.23 for his second set him up in the lead ahead of Benoit. But we do have a score to come through for last of Ben and for last of Kai that will definitely factor into their score lines, the possibilities of their situations. Where Aaron Rowe with that fall on the in section, he's chasing a 4.55, maybe tougher to find.
Yeah, Aaron's sitting with a 4.73, so I mean he has a score on the board that is significant. He's just looking for, you know, either a solid backup or a better wave still. So it's still very much open, but Adriano as well needs a 6.77, waiting for a score to drop for him as well.
So down to 3 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. It's about 11 a.m. local time here in France. And it's been a big morning of surfing. As soon as that sun was up, we had competition going around 8 a.m. Taking a look at this last one from Aaron.
Yeah, pay attention to this turn coming up here, his backside. He really projects the board up there, 12 o'clock. But clock strikes 12, and Aaron went over the falls on that one.
Talk us through this one of Kai. We saw the drone angle, but
Yeah.
we haven't seen this sort of footage.
Kai Bates, that was a more critical turn than it actually looks like. It was vertical right there. Kai making his way through the white water. I don't remember if there was another. No, there wasn't another move on that wave. Here's another one of Kai, actually same wave by Kai Bates. Really critical move. Just you can see coming down almost under the lip right there. Curious what the judges are going to score that single maneuver wave. Because that was one of the more on edge maneuvers we've seen of this heat.
Wow, a 5.40 drops in for Kai Bates for the single maneuver, but you could see in that camera angle that was, you know, the shot the judges would have looking straight onto it. It was really, really critical and dynamic in the pocket. He's already up and riding. We'll throw that one away and we'll focus back on the fact that Benoit's actually taken the lead away from Kai with his last score dropping in as a 6.07. So current situation, 2 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Benoit in the lead, Kai in second, Aaron Rowe down in third, now chasing a 5.9, still waiting for his last score to drop. And we've got a score for Adriano to drop in as well for Team Brazil, but he is chasing a giant 8.13 and just hasn't been able to find the momentum that we saw from him in his round 2 heat because Adriano was so sharp. He was really on fire and found all the right waves in that one.
He just doesn't seem to have linked some waves together in this heat. It's definitely also a much tighter heat. You have 3 excellent competitors he's up against. And, you know, that might be a factor also that it's not as easy to come by the good waves. You have to really fight for them now. Adriano, you know, taking a look at some really good waves, but I think he was really looking at the lefts earlier, I believe. And the lefts seeming to close more out than they maybe did earlier, so that could factor in as well. Interesting fact, actually, Benoit, Kai, and Aaron have had numerous heats together going way back to 2000 and I believe 14 or 15 at the APP World Tour. Further up in France, up in La Torche, where we've competed for several editions. And yeah, it's funny to see actually Benoit and Kai especially. They're good mates. They've traveled a lot together over the years. And yeah, it's one big reunion here in France.
It's so awesome. You know, more than a decade on from the very first time that the ISA introduced SUP and paddleboarding World Championships to their calendar back in 2012. When was it that the APP Tour began?
Well, the APP, formerly known as the World Tour, kicked off, I believe, in 2010 or 11, and it has been going since. Had numerous stops around the world, from Hawaii to Tahiti to Europe and everything in between. We see Ben up and riding here on an interesting looking wave that's really lining up on the inside. What's Ben got for us? A nice little off the top. Not a whole lot of scoring potential there, but I don't think it's going to change his situation.
Yeah, he's already got that 6 and that 5, 6, 7. Doesn't look like it'll replace his lower score. Adriano now with an opportunity. He's a strong surfer. He's displacing a lot of water with each of those carves. Nice 2-turn combo to start with. Throws it up nice and vertical on his backhand, but can't hold on to the finish. Similar to that one that we saw of Aaron Rowe.
Yeah, that backside attack is looking tricky for the goofy footers in this heat. The regular footers like Kai Bates and Ben are definitely favoring this right, that it seems to be just the wave that offers the most scoring potential. Kai Bates making it his way to the inside here. Nice few check turns. Beautiful off the top by Kai Bates. Will it better his 5.23? I'm not sure, but it looked like a pretty critical maneuver he had going there on that off the top towards the end.
Well, what an impressive heat. At the moment, we have Benoit Carpentier, sitting in the lead for Team France. Kai Bates sitting in second with a score to drop. He would be chasing a 6.34 to take himself into the leading position. Aaron Rowe and Adriano for Team Brazil definitely will be heading into the repechage rounds to be surfed later today, with last of green for Brazil dropping in as a 3.57. We'll give you the results for this heat officially for who takes out the win when we return, because we know there's a score to drop through for Kai Bates. We'll have more action to come right after this.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
Well, welcome back to the action. Another exciting heat that has just finished out. That was our men's round 3 for the open side of the draw, and it was officially Benoit Carpentier from France who takes away the win. Kai Bates in second for Australia are advancing through into men's main round 4. Aaron and Adriano heading into the repechage rounds, which will be surfed today. We've got a lot of action in front of us, and we're going to go straight into 15-minute heats now. Shannon Hughes alongside Bo Nixon to call the action. And Bo, we've got 3 women in the water. We've got Holly Bassett of England, Claudia Postiglione from Italy, and Bettina Cole of Germany. 3 women with the opportunity to keep themselves in the draw. Unfortunately, bottom will be knocked out.
Yeah, that's right. So the last place surfer in this will be eliminated from the event. So it's good having 3 surfers in a heat. You kind of get a little bit more, I guess, you kind of relax a little bit more knowing that you've got, a little bit of an extra chance to get through. But these women are going to give it their all to continue through in this competition.
13 minutes on the clock. We don't have any scores yet, so we know that no one has caught any waves. We've got nothing coming through on our judges' kind of tabulator as well, as we can check Holly Bates now putting herself into position. And I stand corrected, we've got a score that's just started to pop up for Claudia, so we know she's got that first wave on her way.
Yeah, so it looks like a score coming through for her. We'll have to see what she did on that wave and how the score fits in. But it looks like maybe another SUP surfer there on the inside too, so possibly another wave to lock in as we see our surfer in red, Holly from England, taking a look at this wave.
All right, solid takeoff. deep behind the section. She's not going to be able to get around to it, but I like that approach, the way she was able to keep that weight on the back foot just to make the landing of that opening takeoff.
Yeah, that's right. Just identifying that's a bit of a closeout, so having to straighten out on that one. But Holly is the UK SUP Surf National Champion, so coming into this, the highest seed for the UK surfers, and we'll hopefully see her on a bit more of an open face. It's interesting to see with that tide coming in that there's a bit more closeouts on the inside section now, and I think, yeah, probably sitting out a little bit further where those sets are out the back there. You can see them lining up, a little bit of white water just to the right-hand side of the screen. That's where our surfers, should be sitting out the back there to get some good waves.
Well, as we wait for the score to roll through for that first wave of Holly Bassett, the women are currently stuck on the inside. They'll be looking for that rip to get themselves back out there. Let's go down to the beach to catch up with the winner of that last heat.
Thanks, guys. Here with Benoit Carpentier from France. Another great heat, man. You got to be happy with it.
Yeah, super stoked. I was with my friend Kai Bates that got me in first round, so happy to advance with him, obviously, and beat him. So it feels nice. And yeah, happy. It's gonna be a rest afternoon now that the repo are on. So all the team friends make it through to the next round. So no one is going to repeat shot. So it feels great, and we're all gonna be having lunch in a few minutes.
Hey, lunch is critical. Going into tomorrow, any thoughts on changing anything up for tomorrow? You're just going to keep surfing your same game?
Keep doing what I've been doing pretty much and getting a better score every heat pretty much. And might be tricky tomorrow, it might be some winds. So I might change equipment and go to something a bit bigger. We'll see how it goes, but it's going to be a good day.
Well, you're surfing like an animal. Congratulations for moving on.
Thank you very much.
Benoit Carpentier from France. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. And Team France sticking really strong. Everyone through to the next rounds, avoiding the repecharge round across the board. Very impressive for a team that could go for the three-peat of the gold medal.
That's right, yeah. Going to be a lot of points in that to keep both surfers in this event. Also on the women's side too, so progressing through. So you'll have to see toward the end of the week what the standing is going to be like. And we get kind of a little bit of an idea of how the standings are going to show up after this surfing event concludes tomorrow, after the finals have done. So we'll see the team rankings for each country.
Yeah, that's true. We'll have a really good look at what's going on, as one of the major events within the entire week's calendar will already be completed. So that's going to be exciting to see the outcomes. And there we can see all three women caught on the inside. Now that first score of Holly, a 1.93. That quick little X that we had next to Claudia's name has gone away, so we don't actually have a score to come through for her, which means that for Claudia and for Betty at the moment, neither of them have caught a wave and are just looking to get themselves into position as one of the bigger sets of the day rolls through.
Yeah, it's a real struggle to get out through this section here. You can see that white water closing out all along the beach where the competitors are surfing. So going to have to wait for a little bit of a lull to paddle through, and these competitors just opting to sit on the inside, go up and over. As we see Claudia there staying on her board. Oh, it does well, but just unfortunately comes unstuck. It's real key to, it's a real kind of technique to be able to get over these waves, especially standing on your board. We'll notice you can see Holly and Bettina there just paddling out on their knees to get through these white waters. They are allowed to do that as a safety concern, but obviously the judges want to be seeing them standing on their feet for the majority of the heat, because it is a stand-up paddleboard competition.
And then we got a little future world champion swinging the paddle around on the beach. It's really cool to see so many different families down here, bringing the young ones with them as well, and creating the next generation.
That's right. So cool to see. Stand clear of the paddle, though.
Yeah, definitely watch out for that one. You'll take out at the knees.
But no, super cool to see. You can see almost like a summer's day here in France. People in shorts and shirts, and you can go swimming in just a swimsuit as well. The water is quite warm. The competitors opting for a wetsuit, I think, just to keep the cold off and keep their bodies nice and warm. But yeah, I got in the water yesterday for a swim, and it's beautiful in there, especially coming from the UK. It's a little bit warmer, so a bit more tropical. But yeah, not as tropical as some of the other destinations that the ISA have been to.
Love that. Well, Betty looks like she's going to change her tack, the 56-year-old out of Hamburg in Germany, taking that white water in just to get herself into a position maybe where she can kind of run or actually just reposition her spot in the lineup. There we can see Holly Bassett with the only score on the board so far. Like you said, the British SUP surfing women's champion 3 times, so she's had a lot of experience for the 25-year-old. And then we have a very young competitor in the 14-year-old Claudia out of Toronto in Italy from Puglia, and she has been SUP surfing for a few years now, so it's really exciting to see her in the conversation as we take a look at that first replay.
Yes, just that one wave ridden in this heat so far from Holly, closing out on her unfortunately, and then just, these women just, I think, timing it wrong on the inside there, but it does look like there might be a little bit of a lull after this this single kind of line coming through, so hopefully we can get all these women back out to the lineup to be able to get some more waves as we see 7 minutes on the clock in this heat, as we see the Germany contingent there cheering on Bettina.
Great to see the crew down on the shoreline. 6 minutes, 50 seconds remaining in this heat. And like you said, it's just a full summer's day down there. And we've got warmer weather on the way as well as we head towards the weekend for the finals of the racing side of things, or at least till our closing ceremonies, because we'll kind of roll through finals event by event as we go through the calendar this week.
How amazing that we get great forecast and great weather for this event. It's been great seeing the SUP surfing held in really contestable waves, and the SUP racing and the paddleboarding as well toward the end of the week. You're going to get some nice conditions to really showcase a great week of competitive racing and surfing.
Yeah, it's always so nice when you show up and you have waves and you also have sun, and it's not coinciding with a big storm and you're kind of, bundled up and trying to stay dry and get those wetsuits even to dry when you've got to be wearing a wetsuit to compete in. So really just an incredible region of the world, a great time of the year as well to be hosted here in France. So that's been really exciting. Team Brazil has been putting together a pretty solid run so far. And it's been really fun to be able to see the variety of competitors, so many different ages. Young Groms like Claudia in the water at just 14, who's been stand-up paddling for a couple of years, but knew as a 12-year-old, the moment she tried it, this was going to be her sport. She fully connected with it in an instant with her heart. And this is, someone that will be having a long future. And then we've got the 56-year-old Bettina out of Germany, who as a 51-year-old competed at the World Championships in China a few years back and was the oldest competitor in the draw.
Oh, amazing. I'm going to say she's probably the oldest in the draw here as well. Fantastic to see her. It looks like we do have a SUP surfer on a wave on the inside there, as we see. It might even be Bettina opting to just catch a little whitewater wave. And I think that's a really smart option coming down to that 5-minute mark. Just getting a little wave under the belt. It's not going to be a big score, but at least it could get her up into that second place. Well, she's in that equal second at the moment, but at least solidify her spot moving through to the next round.
It's so true. Getting any score on the board. We often see that in these rapid charge rounds when the conditions are a little bit more challenging and when surfers are stuck in those kind of positions. Oftentimes it's a score in that 0.5 to 1 point range. That's the requirement to be advancing through or not advancing through, and turning to go on a wave is sometimes that make or break decision.
Yeah, exactly right, as we see the replay here from Bettina. So paddling on, did really well to paddle on in that whitewater section too. So good use of the paddle, just gaining speed along this wave, trying to look for a little bit of an open face. Unfortunately not finding anything, but really nice control there and doing some little roller coaster turns up and down. But we did see, like in the opening round of the women at Baia Verano, her opening, she only had one really good wave and couldn't really find a backup score. So those 0.5 of a wave differences really do count.
We've got a score to roll through. It's a 0.93 for Bettina. Sets her up in second, but we've now also got a score to drop through for Claudia, for our Italian in the blue jersey. There is, I believe, our surfer in red, Holly Bassett, also just trying to get that backup score because she's been sitting in that leading position with a near 2, which is a great score at the moment for that solid takeoff out the back, but just really needs to back it up.
Yeah, I think they saw Bettina there take a wave and be like, she's got the right idea here just to get at least a couple of waves. And we see her on another one riding through as well. So is that these women's surfers are going to be just battling it out in the whitewater here. Unfortunately, those really big sets have come through, just closed out the bay. So all three surfers here very close to the shore, as we do see Claudia here paddling for this one.
She's got a 0.5 for her first wave for Claudia. Unfortunately, just can't get caught by that wave. Really, you can see how quickly that rip is pulling out underneath them as well, which would make it that much more challenging, even to catch that soft inside wave.
That's right, yeah. It almost looked like she was moving backwards there because the rip was so strong. So, yeah, really having to paddle really hard to catch that wave. As we see Holly right at the back there. She's going to try and get back out the back, I think, for a bit of a bigger wave. On the inside there, looks like we do see one of our competitors, Claudia, paddling for this wave as well.
She's got a great posture, great technique with her paddling as she's pulling into this wave. She's got that 0.5 and 0.2. She is chasing a 1-point ride in order to get herself into that advancing position. And this is where it's really important on the judges' side to set that scale for what deserves a 1-point ride as opposed to something that would fall just shy of that.
That's right. And if we refer it back to Bettina's first wave at 0.93, so just under that 1-point ride. So I don't think it was as good as that one. So I don't think it's going to go up into that 1-point range to be able to advance in this heat. But still 2 minutes on the clock, so it has enough time to at least get out for another little wave. And hopefully we'll be able to see, it's very hotly contested, this heat.
Yeah, this is really, really tight. I mean, it's small scores, but it's just as challenging as anything is. And looking at a 1-point ride, it may mean getting into that open face just for that moment in order to get yourself above that point line rather than just sticking in the whitewater. So there's a lot of things that are really important coming into that conversation. As we're down to 1 minute, 45 seconds, and it's definitely hard to see the color differences of the surfers out in the water right now. We've got a little turn from the surfer out the back. I think that's our surfer in the red jersey.
It is, yeah.
Holly Bassett. So she's already got that 1.93 and a 1.3, which means the requirement on that second place surfer is all the way up to a 2.3.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. So Bettina needing to really probably head out the back to get that kind of score as we see Claudia here on a nice little wave on the inside. You can see opting to ride quite a big board. I think it's a really great idea to do that because you need that stability in this white water. It's going to give you a lot of paddle speed as well, so she's able to catch these waves quite easily. You can see just the stability she has over, say, Bettina paddling next to her on her knees. So yeah, Claudia doing really well. Hopefully we're still waiting for that score to drop, actually.
So we've got scores to come through. Last of Claudia, 0.37, falls shy of that 1-point requirement, which has actually increased now because Bettina's dropped a 0.80. Now means Claudia's chasing a 1.23. And Betty's got such an interesting story behind the scenes. She's got a website and a film called Betty Would Go. So be sure to check that out, www.bettywoodgo.com. She's just an absolute ocean lover and really wants to, spread the love of surfing as well as how to save the oceans. And so she's doing so much behind the scenes with that.
That's super cool. I love to hear these kind of stories as well. And it just goes hand in hand, looking after the ocean, respecting the ocean, doing great work for that as well. And as we see here, this looks like a nice little inside wave for Claudia. Hopefully she gets across to the right-hand wave. Unfortunately, that white water just pushing her off balance a little bit. You can see that wave running through in the distance. She's going to paddle through, looking for that 1.23 to get into advancing position. The heat is just finished now.
Incredibly impressive that she was able to stay on the board that whole time with so much weight back, but to be able to kind of dig herself out of that hole. As we see the surfer in green, Bettina, who's been able to hold on to that second place advancing position. This was a challenging heat. I mean, the conditions really ramped up. A lot of those sets started rolling through. With that high tide, it may be getting even more difficult throughout the afternoon. So we're going to see where some of that strategy comes in for some of our other competitors. But I love that camaraderie coming through as well, the support from each of these women. Holly Bassett walks away with the win for Team England, and Bettina Cole for Germany walks away in second. Unfortunately, Claudia Postiglione from Italy will be knocked out of competition, but gave her absolute all in that effort.
Yeah, it was great to see these women go out there today. Holly with the kind of highest wave of the heat, sitting out back and getting a closeout wave. But yeah, really well done to all the competitors.
And we've got more action to come. Stay tuned for heat number 2 for the Rapid Charge round 1 on the women's side of the draw.
Ta-dam!
Welcome back to this day 2 of the ISA SUP World and Paddleboard Championship here in Les Sables d'Olonne, France. My name is Casper Steinfath. We are on day 2 of the competition. We're having the women's repechage kicking off with heat number 2 here. I'm joined by Bo Nixon as we're watching on screen right now Skylar Rayner from Australia taking a look at this wave. Bo, we had the first heat just before this one, which was elimination heat. We've said goodbye to the first competitor of the event so far. What do you make of that repechage heat before?
It was very challenging conditions. You see a lot of these waves here standing up quite tall on that inside and closing out. So competitors were opting to sit on the inside and catch the smaller whitewater reform waves to try and get some scores. And it was very hotly contested heat. We did see Claudia Postiglon unfortunately not making it through. But yeah, this heat is going to be great. We've seen Skylar Rayner out the back. She's going to be positioning herself to find a good wave. And we're catching up with one of the surfers here on the inside.
Yeah, so we are into the repechage. And the big difference here between the repechage heats and the main rounds is they only have 15 minutes on the water. In the heat, as we see Skylar Rayner from Australia taking a look at this right-hander. Looks like a little mushy wave at first, has a nice section to hit potentially down the line. She navigates the wave, tricky conditions to say anything.
Yeah, that's right, but she did well to surf through that. It looked like it had a lot of foam on that wave from the previous sets that had come through, so doing really well to stay on her feet with those waves.
And in this heat, we have 3 ladies. We have Skylar Rayner from Australia, we have Veronica Silva from Portugal, the island of Madeira, and joining us from the country of Iran, Roya Bakhtiarnia. First time Iran competing, I believe, in the stand-up paddle and paddleboard world championship. She's here with a big team from the country of Iran. They have a lot of good energy surrounding them. I saw them on the beach yesterday. They were really enthusiastic about competing in the SUP surfing, but also making it clear that it is challenging. They are learning. They're here to gain an experience and learn as much as they can, from the athletes and the teams from all around the world. Have you ever been to the Middle East, Bo?
I haven't spent a lot of time in the Middle East. I know that during the APP World Tour days, they did some stops in the United Arab Emirates, just outside of Abu Dhabi, in the wave pool there.
That's right.
I've spent a little bit of time around Qatar, in Doha, flying in and out through there. But as we get a look at the next heat coming up.
Yeah, we see in next heat right there, we have Taryn King, not in the heat, but Yvette, looking at the conditions. She will be in the blue jersey coming up in the next heat, representing South Africa. And Taryn King also competing, walking with her baby girl, Izzy, I believe, and carrying her around. So lots of action on the beach and on the water. We have just over 10 minutes remaining in this second heat of the women's first repechage. If you're joining us, if you're just joining us now, we've been going for a few hours looking at the SUP surfing. We have some conditions that are really starting to change. We have a tide that is starting to fill back in after being really low this morning. But what are we seeing in terms of wave quality? What is happening and what's changing and what can we expect?
So we're about into that mid-tide at the moment now. So another few hours until we get up to that high tide this afternoon. The waves have definitely changed from this morning. We saw some nice long rides from our competitors. But now I think with that tide filling in, the beach is getting a little bit smaller. So the sandbanks are getting covered a bit more. And we've seen a lot of closeouts recently. And these women really struggling to get out the back because of that. The waves getting quite powerful as well, breaking a bit closer to shore on that steeper section. We've been speaking about that all throughout today and yesterday as well. Those competitors having to throw their all at that last section on the wave.
As we see Veronica Silva making her way on a little inside wave here. There might have been something before that we didn't catch on screen. Veronica, I know her from the island of Portugal. I've surfed and raced with her for many years. A great young talent, I believe 21 years old. She's fearless in the bigger waves. But, to get to the waves, you have to punch through the white water today. And I think that's maybe where Veronica can count on her background as a racer to come in handy.
Yeah, exactly. So obviously coming up later in the week, we're going to be seeing that technical racing in and out through the waves. And Veronica has those skills, a lot of, training in those types of conditions as well. And, coming from Portugal, they get lots of great waves around there. So she is no slouch in these wave, in these kind of, a bit bumpy and challenging conditions.
Absolutely. And on the menu today, we have the SUP surfing. This is the second day of competition. We have the third and final day of the SUP surfing competition coming up tomorrow. The rest of the day today, we're going to be going through the repechage rounds of the women's, going back to the men's and the women's again later. We have a lot of elimination that's going to take place. Surfers battling, scratching to stay in the event. Then come Thursday and Friday, we're going to move beaches. We're going to move the event over to the Grande Plage, the main beach over in the city of Les Sables d'Olonne, where the racing is going to take place. Technical racing on Thursday and Friday, and then followed by the long distance on Saturday, and sprints and the famous team relay on Sunday. So we have an action-packed program for you for the rest of the days, and we see a future world champion right there.
Yeah, that's it. He was on screen about 15 minutes ago as well. So he's getting closer to the water with that paddle. So cool to see these little kids growing up around this kind of environment, the ocean, stand-up paddleboarding. He's really interested in the paddle, so hopefully he takes to it.
Yeah, as we see our competitors in this heat, it's hard to see with the glare of the sun, but making their way through the white water out towards the lineup. Position or situation in the water right now in green, Skylar from Australia leading with a 5.33 heat total consisting of a 4-point ride and a 1.33. Was that a ride we just saw incompleted here from Red, or was it an attempt to get over the white water?
Attempt to get over the white water, but it seemed like it did push her back a little bit. But no, you need to have the nose of the board pointing toward the beach and a concerted effort to paddle for the wave. So we won't see that one being counted in a scoreline.
Yeah, and the biggest opponent today, probably the waves for these athletes.
Definitely is. You can see, it's been pretty much non-stop sets for these women trying to get out through to the back there, and that rip pretty much disappeared with this tide coming in. So it's really struggling to get through that white water. It's very powerful here. These waves have traveled a long distance to get here, so there is quite a bit of power behind that wave. And these SUP surfers opting to might be a little lull here actually. Hopefully they are. So a lull is where kind of a little bit of less waves coming through. You get a little bit of a break from the sets. These SUP surfers opting to paddle hard to get out the back through this lull.
It's a window of opportunity that sometimes presents itself. When it happens, you as an athlete got to grab it and go with it. It's definitely one of those situations when you're making your way through the white water and you feel like you're on a treadmill. I remember just from my time competing that it can seem overwhelming. Like it's hard to get the full grasp of the situation, and you just might feel a little bit hopeless. That's where the team element really comes in. Having we see the Portuguese team here with Sapo, Ricardo Rodriguez, and I believe Thomas Lacerda taking a look at the conditions. That's where the team really can come into play in a way where they can communicate with the athlete and perhaps help show them a different route through the whitewater.
Yeah, definitely. And you've got, such a talent, between countries of SUP surfers, and also the races coming up later in the week to really you can feed back on. And if you are in that inside or you're doing a run around or you've just caught a wave, you can hear the cheers, you can hear people yelling to get back out there, and maybe, looking at a bit of, kind of confidence as well coming from your team.
The team inspires confidence. And as we look at the clock, 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. The situation in the water right now, Skylar Rayner from Australia with a 4-point ride and a 1.33 in the lead, chased by Veronica Silva from the island of Madeira in Portugal with a 0.77. Still looking to put some materialistic scores on the board. And Roya from Iran still, I believe, struggling to make it through the white water. Victory at sea, that's the code word for today.
It certainly is, yeah. I think we might have even seen Roya at the beginning of the heat there, walking back in. She might not even be in the water at the moment. So I think we did get a glimpse of her. We'll see if she managed to get in the water to try and catch a wave. And I mean, what an amazing achievement from her to be competing here.
Nonetheless, yeah, exciting to have Iran here. And, sometimes, like we all know from surfing, there are days where you become very humbled when you go into the ocean, even for you being a long-time surfer. There are days where, it's not us that goes out and sets the ocean on fire, it's the ocean that sets us on fire, right?
Exactly.
So, but every experience on the water is something that we learn from, and I'm sure Iran will be taking lots of notes and lots of experience with them back to their country.
Definitely, and it'd be great to see them in years to come as well, hopefully being a stronger force to be here. And we'll see them coming up in the racing later this week as well.
Let's take a talk about, let's go for a little walk down memory lane right here. We are in France, we're on the west coast in Les Sables d'Olonne, a beach break. You've been on tour for many years, Bo. What wave are we looking at here, and what does it resemble of other spots around the world that we've competed over the years, both at APP World Tour events and ISA Championships?
Yeah, of course. So, being a beach break, sand bottom, so the sand really moving around a lot, creating different kind of sandbanks, then opposed to a reef break where, the rocks or the reef stationary, so the waves are going to break in the same spot all the time. It really resembles places such as like in Brazil, so the Brazilian surfers really liking this type of wave because there's a lot of beach breaks in Brazil and have competed there as well on beach breaks. Being up in the northern part of France, in Brittany, in La Torche, there's a beach break around that area as well, but it's definitely more of that point break at La Torche. You kind of have a big channel running out next to the rocks, and you kind of get a right and a left-hander that breaks next to the deeper water. So surfers, I guess where you're coming from in the world, in Australia, Skylar Rayner here, she is surfing lots of beach breaks. She does live at Byron Bay, so there's obviously the pass at Byron Bay is a great wave, really long point break. But then along the beaches, like around like Belongil and things like that, is where Skylar's going to be getting a lot of her experience in these kind of beach break conditions.
As we see Skylar on screen in green from Australia, just making it over the top of that wave. Some really nice sets approaching. The waves are standing up far outside as the athletes take a look at them. Very tricky to navigate which waves actually open up for scoring potential. Skylar not opting to go on that particular wave, so she's going to keep her eyes glued to the horizon, seeing what might come in. She's in a comfortable position right now with a 4-point ride and a 1.33, enough to see her in that first place advancing position. Veronica Silva from the island of Madeira in Portugal with a 1.64. Not a huge heat total, but she's on the board. She's in that second place, and as I discussed with Anthony yesterday, there's that theory of turn and burn. You heard of that?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, you just got to get it done.
And that meaning that sometimes making it to the lineup might actually not be attainable, but turning around, catching deliberately a wave in the white water and milking it to the inside will still give you a score on the board. And sometimes that is, you got to be very strategical making it through the heats.
That's right, and it can make a difference as well, as we see, her getting a score on the board to be able to progress through this heat. Roya, hopefully getting in the water and maybe catching a wave too, because there are some little scores to be found on that inside section, and it really does come down to a hard-fought battle, as we saw in the previous heat, as we saw Betty making it through on a couple of nice inside waves.
That's right. Bettina Kohl from Germany making it through that heat in second place before. She still has her campaign here at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship alive. She's in the next rapid charge round in the women. I believe we'll be seeing her again later today. And also coming up in the next heats, we have some interesting conditions making for a day of action. We have Skylar up and riding here, nice looking right, a couple of check turns as she races down this wave, goes for an off the top, but unfortunately doesn't seem to stick it.
No, you just need to be timing those turns right on the end section today. You can see a little bit of bump on the wave, but also you need to make sure you get there kind of not too early, because you want that wave to help you push back down, and we saw Skylar there maybe turning just slightly too early, and then digging that rail as a result, with that wave not pushing her back toward the beach.
And Skylar riding the white water here on screen, just on her stomach. She is making her way back to the beach with only 30 seconds left on the clock. She realizes she's not going to make it out for another round to the lineup. Probably also some strategic calls there, realizing she will not have the time to make it back out. Conserving some energy, maybe?
Definitely. If she's going to be surfing, quite a few times today, if she gets through these rapid charge rounds, and you really need to conserve that energy.
As we see Skylar exiting the water here. Victory at sea heat for Skylar, Veronica, and Roya. Roya from the city of Tehran in Iran. And Roya definitely one of those athletes here at the ISA Worlds looking to gain experience, and I believe we'll see much more of Team Iran later this week, also for the racing, where they admit they have practiced quite a bit for it. Coming up in the next heats, we have the women's rapid charge again, heat number 3, I believe. It is with Lise Richard from Canada, Yvette Terblanche from the Republic of South Africa, Jocelyn Alabi from El Salvador, and I know they are going to be hungry to put on a show, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We're going to be right back with the SUP surfing here at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship in Le Sable d'Olonne, France.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to the action here for the 2023 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We are in heat number 3 for women's repechage 1 with Lisa Richard from Canada, Yvette Terblanche of South Africa, and Jocelyn Alabi of El Salvador. So 3 surfers, top 2 advancing through. Bottom surfer will be falling out of the draw. And for those of you tuning in, we will be skipping the 4th heat in this round because it only has 2 surfers. So we're going to give them seating directly into the next round, and we'll save that time on the clock throughout the end of the day. As we can see, one of our surfers already up and riding on her opening ride straight into the sand. Hopefully those fins are okay. And she's going to be running back around to get herself into the water.
Yeah, hard to see with the glare right there, but it looks like Lise Richard in red from Canada. We definitely have a heat on our hands with some surfers that are up for a fight. Conditions like in the previous heats we've seen are becoming more and more challenging. There's a lot of white water on offer. We have the rips in place, but the rip current's not exactly doing all the work getting the athletes back out to the lineup.
Yeah, it is. It's challenging on a lot of levels right now. If a surfer can find that bit of open face, that's going to be really important for some of the smaller scores that may be rolling through.
Yeah, and we might see a change of strategy from the surfers in this heat, you know, having realized that it was very hard for the previous athletes in past heats to get out. Some of the ladies here might opt to surf the inside section of the break. You know, instead of fighting all the way to get out, they might start by putting a couple of scores on the board just with some small, nice, easy, conservative waves before attempting to approach the outside later in the heat.
Yeah, that's a great way to look at it, especially because there's only 15 minutes on the clock, and that takes up so much time. Just paddling alone takes up that much time to be able to get out the back, let alone then waiting for a set to roll through or making sure there's a wave when you're finally in position.
Yeah, and 15 minutes flies by so fast. It's you know, you're busy paddling, you're going over, you're going under waves, and yeah, it'll be done in a heartbeat.
So we've got a 1.57 on the board for Lisa Richard of Canada, the 38-year-old from Dartmouth in Nova Scotia. Currently lives on Vancouver Island. She's been living there for the last decade on the west coast of Canada, which is really kind of the surf hub of Canadian surfing. But Nova Scotia, coming out of that kind of region, learning how to surf on that side of the coast, that is some true grit of an athlete.
That requires a lot of energy, and I've always wanted to go to Nova Scotia, coming from Denmark and the northern latitudes myself. I keep seeing these pictures now and then of Nova Scotia with some amazing point breaks and some cold water surf destinations.
Yeah, really incredible. She learned how to surf there back in the year 2000, so 23 years later, representing her country here for the ISA SUP and Paddleboard World Championships. As we see another one of our surfers on her forehand. Now we've got a 0.9 on the board for Jocelyn. I believe that this is Yvette Terblanche of South Africa, who's from that Cape Town area, loves surfing out at Muizenberg, and loves a long downwind run.
Yeah, I was talking to Yvette yesterday. We're actually at the bike rental. We're at the bike rental, having the
you
same
had your bike
idea.
and you cruising to work this morning. That's cool.
I found a bike and was riding through town eating croissants this morning. I loved it.
Amazing.
But Yvette was, you know, having the same idea. And I remember meeting Yvette years ago in Cape Town, doing downwinders with them. They have the famous, I believe it's the Miller downwind from Table Mountain and down along the west coast a little bit. They have super consistent winds, which makes for an ideal destination if you're in the downwind groove.
Yeah, it's a really incredible part of the world, very exposed to the elements, which creates some of those windy conditions that make it really ideal.
South Africa is interesting. South Africa just is, in so many ways, just on the frontier. Like, you have the roaring 40s, the systems of low pressures always generating some type of swell. So you have action on the water very often. You have the Indian Ocean meeting the South Atlantic Ocean as well. And, the next stop, if you go south, is Antarctica. So it's really one of those interesting places where I've always enjoyed every chance I had to go back there. And Yvette, part of that community in the Cape Town area that relishes in those fantastic conditions they have for surfing and paddling in all its forms.
That's so true. Some of the, heavier big wave opportunities in that part of the world as well with Dungeons. And then going up the coast, you got some really world-class point breaks on the west coast and the east coast. As we can see, looks like Yvette there on her forehand, so opting to just push that board to the left now, redirects on her backhand, and you can see that there are some rocks on the inside section, so that's something that these stand-up paddlers are going to be paying close attention to on the inside here.
Yeah, as the tide is filling in, those rocks are going to start becoming covered by water. So actually, this zone, this time in between high tide and low tide, is actually one of the most treacherous times because the rocks are half submerged, half not. So definitely, they're going to be looking at not destroying and dinging their equipment on those rocks as they catch these, these smaller waves on the inside. They're not, the athletes are not at the peak right now catching the waves, but it is probably, as we talked about earlier, it's a deliberate strategy they're implying just to put some scores on the board. Like, remember, a 1.2 is better than a 0.0. So
exactly.
For stating the obvious, I feel like Will Buxton right there calling a Formula One.
Learning from some of the best in your commentary. Very good. You're doing an excellent job, by the way. First time joining the team officially, and it's been really fun to have you in the conversation.
Thank you, Shannon. It's a fantastic learning experience for me. Another type of performance. Trying to approach this like an athlete, doing my homework, but new territory.
You're going to win the race by the end of the week, that's for sure.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I got some great commentary partners here with you and Bo Nixon and Anthony Vela jumping in yesterday, so very honored to be learning from you guys.
So fun. Well, scores on the board. Lisa's out in front with that 1.57 and a 1.53 for the Canadian. Yvette of South Africa with a 1.2 and a 1.07. She's chasing now a 1.90 to take the leading position away from Lisa. And Jocelyn of El Salvador from La Libertad, a very wave-rich region of the world. She's sitting with just that 0.90 on the board at the moment, chasing down a 1.37, which is going to need to be a wave with a little bit more size and at least that open face for a moment to get that score line going that high. And it's been really fun to be able to see Jocelyn in this conversation as well. She loves spending time working on social projects when she's at home, helping those that are in need, while, spending time with her friends and all sorts of other things. But she has a real heart to give back to the community with those in need.
She does, and she has a wonderful community where she lives in El Sunzal in El Salvador, which hosted the ISA World Stand-Up and Paddleboard Championship back in 2019. That was a special experience for her, I know, competing in home waters. So the conditions here today probably a little bit different, a little bit colder than back in El Salvador. But she's always been a great athlete, but also just a great ambassador, having lots of positive energy whenever you meet her on the beach.
It's so true, and she's the lone competitor for Team El Salvador at this event, so it's great to see her here represented and hoping that, the love of stand-up paddling and paddleboarding specifically continues to grow back at home in El Salvador, because for a lot of the other ISA events, they've got a great juniors team now, they've got a great team that shows up for World Surfing Games and for the longboarding event as well. So it'll be exciting to see how the development of stand-up paddling and paddleboarding continues to grow in that region.
Absolutely, and El Salvador, playing a huge role in recent years for multiple ISA World Championship events, with the World Surfing Games being there, the juniors, stand-up paddling in 2019, various WSL events as well. So that one of those countries definitely committed to building and nurturing a surfing culture. So great to see Jocelyn here as an ambassador of that.
Sitting on 4 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Strong paddles from our surfers out in the water. And really, battling through that inside shore break which is a challenging thing on a stand-up paddleboard. Specifically, if you're from a traditional surfing background and you're tuning in for an event like this and wanting to kind of see more about the stand-up community, it's so challenging to get these boards out through the lineup because there's no duck diving involved.
It's really hard to duck dive a stand-up paddleboard. Let's just leave it at that. Not impossible, but really hard. And, you know, the board of a stand-up paddling board generally, you know, carrying quite a bit of volume, but the boards these athletes are riding are probably in the, you know, 7 to 8 foot range. I don't know, somewhere between maybe 24 and 29 inches wide. You are able to go over whitewater if you paddle really fast and kind of angle the board over the whitewater, as we see up and riding here. A little wave on the inside.
Nice redirection from our surfer, and we've got a few scores to roll through. We've got a score to come through for the last of Jocelyn, a 0.73, so that does increase her heat total. Still chasing down that 1.37, and that was Lisa that we saw before with a 1.53. 1.53 was the score before. We've got another score to drop through to see if she can improve on that 1.53 and get herself into an even better lead. Yvette now with a strong paddle to get herself out the back if possible. She's found that rip and she looks like she's in a good position. She might be able to sneak past this wave, and pretty perfect timing and great posture and control, and she could be looking to get herself into one of the better waves of the heat now.
Well, you can really see Yvette's paddling technique right there. That's no novice paddling technique. She's got the explosiveness, she's got the rhythm, and she's really driving that paddle, making some forward propulsion. So I don't think she's going for one of those inside now. She's trying to break out to the outside. She's got a 1.2 and a 1.07 in her score line. Now it's time to build that house, go out, take a chance. And I think we might see her try to take one of the bigger waves of the heat now.
Yeah, that's amazing. I mean, that was a really solid size set. It almost looked like she was, you know, right there at backline, but we're so pulled in on her that we couldn't quite see how that set was going to roll through. She's going to pop back up. She's got 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. It does look like there's one more set starting to roll through right in front of her. She kind of has a look around, deciding where exactly she wants to sit. And there we go with a little bit more of a pulled back angle. So she's still got quite a ways to go before being at backline, but she's put herself into maybe a better position. As we see Lisa on her forehand on the inside. Or sorry, that might be Jocelyn Alabi for El Salvador.
Yeah, definitely all the way to the beach right there. In between the rocks.
Right in between the rocks. That's the sketchy part of this too, is that, you know, you want to take care of that equipment. You want to get every point possible, especially at this stage when it's really small increments that are dividing things, but also knowing that if you make it through, you're going to have more heats to surf in throughout today. We got a big day of repicharge rounds in front of us.
I think this is Yvette we have right here. It might actually have been Lise Richard we were looking at before. My apologies for calling the incorrect name there. Yvette working on the inside here. It might have been Lise that was trying to punch through the outside before. She has a 1.7 and a 1.57 in her score line. So she's definitely looking to get to the outside and try to catch a wave that also will improve those scores.
All right, down to 1 minute, 15 seconds on the clock. And there we've got a nice angle to see really what's happening on the beach here. It's really challenging to get through this front section where we can see one of the surfers that just dove straight underneath this wave, but that closeout section's really challenging. And we saw the same thing yesterday afternoon where that kind of mid-tide filled in and the waves were breaking on that shallow bank that was really challenging to get past.
Yep, there's some motion in the ocean today. Plenty of power detonating on that middle section right there, making it plenty difficult for the athletes to make it out. I think if it was myself trying to get out right now, it's hard to say from the booth right here because it doesn't look like there are a whole lot of keyholes to kind of squeak out through. It's going to be, you want to paddle as far out through the whitewater as you can, and then you basically just want to keep paddling, maintaining your position, but saving energy for that break in the set where you can punch through and get to the lineup. But that's easier said than done. And, sitting here in the booth, it's easy to be saying what to do, but we're not on the beach seeing what the waves are doing.
Oh yeah, these are so challenging. I've surfed in heats like this in the past where, you just get stuck in one of those sections and it's really challenging, especially on a beach break that's just got long lines rolling through into it to be able to find the right positioning. So I definitely feel for the crew in the water. And I love that everybody's putting that effort. They're working out the strategy because at the end of the day, as challenging as this is and as hard as it is to get a score above a 2-point ride, 2 surfers are going to be making it through and one's going to be knocking out. And there's going to be a way to figure out how to be in that advancing position. Well, there we go. That's the finish of that heat. That'll actually finish out the round for us because in our next heat, heat number 4 for women's repechage round 1, we only have 2 surfers, so we're going to already give them the pass into the next repechage round. And we'll be heading straight into our men's repechage round 2 right after this. Congratulations to Lisa Richard for Team Canada for advancing through alongside Yvette Terblanc of South Africa. Well done to Jocelyn Alabi of El Salvador. Continue flying that flag for stand-up paddling in Central America, and we'll see so much more of you in the future. And we've got more action to come, so stay tuned right after this.
Yeah, this be fun, boy. T'entends pas ou quoi? Si. L'amour avec grand A, celui qu'on se sert. C'est après les mômes qu'il commence pour de vrai. Dans les débuts, c'est l'envie d'hobby. On se promet tout, et ça pour la vie. Ça va, c'est encore et encore. Et toi et moi, c'est jusqu'à la gare. Si.
Hello, everybody at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. I want to thank our host for putting this incredibly successful event. Please enjoy this time, this special time, join, riding, and competing against people that you might know, friends from prior competitions, and new friends. You might or might not get to get home with medals, but you're a champion because you're there representing your country, and that's the highest honor for any athlete in the world.
Hello, welcome back to the action here at Les Sables d'Olonne in the western region of France. We are watching the men's repechage 2, heat number 1. This is an elimination round in the SUP surfing. It's day 2 of the 2023 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We have up and riding blue. I believe this is Bobo Gallagher from the US. Bobo, part of Team USA. And yeah, I'm joined here in the booth. My name is Casper Steinfath, and I have the pleasure to welcome Bo Nixon here beside me. We're going to call this heat for you watching all around the world. It's heat number 1 of men's repechage, number 2 for the SUP surfing. Bobo Gallagher from the USA, Omel Garcia from Puerto Rico, Jesse Cohen from Canada, and Noah Stender from the Kingdom of Denmark.
That's right, yeah, your home country as well. So Noah representing Denmark.
Yeah, Noah representing Denmark. He is very hungry to show what he's got as we look at a replay here of Bobo Gallagher.
Yeah, Bobo, you can see the conditions really changing out there. Starting to get a lot of bump on the face of these waves, so Bobo doing well to navigate through this, but realizes there's not going to be much of a section to offer up any scoring potential, so kicks out to get an easy road back out to the lineup.
And this is the first heat of elimination for the men's. This is unfortunately the time we are at the end of this heat is the time we're going to say goodbye to 2 of these 4 athletes. They're going to be relegated out of the competition, while the advancing 2 will continue to the next repechage round and actually have a chance to still win the entire event.
That's right, yeah. These surfers will progress through the repechage rounds, getting into a repechage final, and then from that repechage final they will jump up into the main round final with the top 2 competitors in that main round.
And watching this heat, we have 12 minutes remaining. The heats have been reduced to 15-minute heats now. That is going to put a lot of pressure on the athletes. Previously, it's been 20-minute heats. And with the mix of some pretty challenging conditions, which we saw for the women's repechage before, there's a lot of pressure on the athletes now. But what's going through the mind of an athlete in this heat?
Yeah, it's kind of a high-stakes moment because it is that elimination round. Competitors wanting to get through to keep their hopes and dreams alive. Although getting knocked out in an ISA event, it's not the end of the world because you can cheer on your team athletes and you have the racing to look forward to as well. A lot of these competitors crossing disciplines in from SUP surfing into that SUP racing as well toward the end of the week, and paddleboard is as well to come along at the end of the week as well. So, but it is a high-stakes situation. You want to make sure that you do your best, catch the better waves in this heat, get 2 really good waves under your belt, and that way you at least give yourself a good chance of getting through to the next round.
As we see on screen now, live action, Omel Garcia from Puerto Rico on a nice right-hander backside snap off the top. Goes down, doesn't quite ride out of that one.
Getting very kind of progressive upside down in that section there. You can see that wave A lot bigger on the inside on the higher tide, standing up a lot more. So Surfer's going to be going really high up into that lip to get those bigger scores, and Omelv there giving it his all.
Yes, we see up and riding 2 surfers taking a look at this wave. It is Jesse Cohen, I believe Jesse Cohen in green here taking a look. Not finding much scoring potential on that wave, kind of closing out on him.
You can see him riding backside, so he's backwards to the wave. You can see him looking up at the lip every now and then to try and think if he can get a chance to get up there, but unfortunately that wave just closes out behind him.
As we have 10 minutes on the clock, situation is Omelv Garcia in first place with a 1.9, Bobo Gallagher holding a 1.5, and Jesse Cohen a 1.33. We've seen some heats recently featuring some relatively low scoring. I believe we're seeing the waves being very tricky right now, but there is scoring potential to be had, especially on these open faces.
That's right, yeah, and especially these sections here that Omelv's just lining up for. If, you know, surfers can ride out of the turn like this, they're going to get rewarded with higher scores. But yeah, unfortunately, just those waves starting to close out on this high tide. A little bit of more bump on the face as well. Where we're situated up at the La Paz Le Grand is quite clean conditions. It's offshore wind here, but as that bay bends around down toward the surfing location, it does get a little bit choppy and a little bit windy.
It is a little bit more exposed to the North Atlantic Ocean down there, the waves being bigger. The wind also obviously playing more of a factor down there. We're pretty sheltered where we're sitting here in the booth. A little bit too sheltered almost. It's nice and warm here in France. As we see the surfers in this heat spread out over a pretty big area, we have Jesse, Bobo, and Omelv staying more to the left. Noah Stender over in the right side of your screen in the white, taking a look at something here. He usually likes eyeing a left, but opts to go right, and it doesn't really hold up for him.
No, I thought he was making a really good call there to create a bit of separation between him and the other competitors to try and find something. Unfortunately, doesn't capitalize on that opportunity. But Noah Stender, a young Danish rider. Tell me a little bit more about Noah.
Well, Noah is one of those young guns up from Cold Hawaii, where I live. Noah breaking through last year in the competitive world, winning the European Junior Subsurfing title. Remember, I was on the beach helping coach him for that, and I remember it was one of those nail-biting heats where we didn't know the scores until afterwards, and the judges were sitting there tabulating what was happening. And Noah had put together a really great heat against some phenomenal juniors. But we got the score, and I remember it was the most euphoric experience watching him succeed as we see Noah up and riding.
Yeah, Noah unfortunately just catches that inside rail there, so goes down on that one, trying to get something happening on that wave. But yeah, what a tense moment when you're trying to find out the scores at the end of a heat and at the end of that final. But amazing that he walked away as the winner of that event.
He was very. I remember he was very carried away with the feeling of winning, but he's a very humble character, very Danish, I'd say. We're not the greatest at lifting our arms and claiming anything, but he took a lot of stuff, a lot of great learning with him from that event, and he's looking to improve his surfing here in France as well, and getting a little bit of a rough start to this heat, it seems.
Yeah, I think all competitors really struggling to find a good wave to begin with. These 15-minute repechage around heats, they're very quick, they go by very fast, so competitors having to kind of get a lot of waves in this and stay really busy, because if you do sit and wait, you might only have the opportunity at one good wave with a 15-minute heat.
If Bo Nixon was competing right now, what would Bo Nixon be doing?
That is a very good question. I used to be very patient in heats and kind of wait it out and wait for the good ones.
I remember.
Yeah, and I'd always kind of leave it to the last minute or so to get a backup score. So I think I'd be waiting for like a wave like this. It looks like it's got a great kind of right hand on this one. Might even be a left as well, but we'll hopefully see a competitor maybe take this one. Yeah, looks like it's going to be top priority paddler.
Yeah, Omelv Garcia taking a look at this one. Backhand attack, doing a nice little check turn on the face of the wave. Second turn, using the paddle for stability. Sends his board up, does a nice little slash speed turn as he works his way through the white water and chooses to hit that eject button.
Yeah, obviously it's always a little bit nerve-wracking when you wait, good 8-10 minutes at the start to catch your first wave. So these surfers getting their scores on the board quite quickly and looking for a wave that's going to open up and offer some opportunity. Obviously, we've seen those really big sections on the inside, so doing a turn off the end there is going to get those higher scores. As we see this replay here from Omelv, going to be the highest score of this heat so far. A few nice turns, switching the paddle there, as we see him just slashing through. Another little carve off the top. bringing it right through, using that paddle for balance, like you said, Casper, and he's just racing down the line here to finish this one off.
And he's locked in a 4.83 score for that wave. Definitely the high-scoring wave of this heat. What do you think? Oh, now we have a really nice set approaching. Actually, I almost think these sets, when I look at them, they look so deceptive. You think they're going to break way outside, but curious to see how it. What would you do if you saw a set like that breaking way out?
Paddle out. Paddle out to it. But I think a lot of these waves have been breaking a lot further out than the competitors are sitting. It just depends if you get a heat that set that comes through within that 15-minute heat. But if you can get yourself on a wave like that holds up, it's going to be a much higher scoring potential wave. So these surfers opting to sit on the inside, staying busy in there, but you can see getting cleaned up by this set.
They paid the price right there. That's the never-ending trade-off, right? Of sometimes you play the outside, but you get skunked because no wave comes through, or you play the inside and get that wave right on your head, which it seems like at least three of our competitors got caught there with 4 minutes and 45 seconds remaining on the clock. Situation in the water. Omel Garcia from Puerto Rico in first place with a 6.73 heat total. Noah Stender from Denmark with a 2.43. Very exposed. He is under pressure from Bobo Gallagher. Bobo needs only a 0.93 to go into that second place advancing position. Jesse Cohen only needing a 1.1. Absolutely obtainable here with 4 minutes remaining.
That's right. They just literally need to catch a wave, and they'll get the score.
So right now we have Bobo Gallagher in blue standing with first priority. He's in blue. Noah Stender in white in second priority, and Jesse Cohen in third priority. How much is priority going to play off right here between them now?
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting to see how this heat plays out, because you want to be in that top priority that it actually looks like Bobo Gallagher might have lost that priority there because he paddled for that wave. So Noah now in that first priority situation, so he's going to have choice of the next wave that comes through, and he's going to have to make it a good one because we're down to 3 minutes 45 seconds on the clock.
So we see Team Denmark on the beach, led by Jesper Carlsen, the newly appointed sports manager, Polar Bear, Catherine, and Asker, the newcomer on the team, cheering for Noah. Noah, having first priority now. You are in second place. You have first priority. What would be the strategy to apply here to make yourself advance through this heat while being under such pressure from Bobo and Jesse?
Yeah, such pressure. I mean, even just a little wave to surf through it, just to kind of improve that scoreline is going to help. Even if he puts, a 2 or a 3 on the board, it's going to help his situation, because the other surfers are going to need something considerably higher to be able to overtake that position. So Noah needs to catch a wave in the next 3 minutes to improve that second place position. But Bobo Gallagher, Jesse Cohen sitting with first priority out there now, because the priority judges deem that Noah paddled for that wave.
Yeah, Noah might have created a complicated situation there, having paddled for that little wave. Bobo probably intentionally making Noah make a move for that wave and forcing priority away from him. A lot of strategy happening underneath the surface here as we see green Jesse Cohen from Canada taking a look at this really nice looking wave. The left looking interesting, but not getting a big turn in except for making it down the face of that wave.
Yeah, he seemed like he was going into it with a lot of speed. He wanted to do something, but just he didn't have time to do anything on that wave. And, it's really interesting with the priority judge deeming a few of these riders paddling for a wave. If you do make a concerted effort, and it looks like you are, trying to catch the wave, and you miss it, that means you will lose that priority. But interesting that even though Noah might have just been having a little look at that wave and not really concerted effort, that he lost priority.
And the surfers in the lineup will be able to see the priority situation. They have the panels on the beach by the judging tower, big panels that illustrate the color of the respective riders with numbers according. I think what we see right here is some internal communication on the Danish team on screen, but up by the judges there are some signs indicating who has priority, and they also change them as the priority shifts between the riders. So Noah will be aware that he lost priority there. He is in second priority now. Bobo Gallagher and Noah. This is turning into a little bit of a nail-biter right here.
It really is.
3 riders vying for that one advancing spot.
That's right. Right now with a minute on the clock, Noah's going to be very, very nervous as he watches Bobo Gallagher paddle into a wave here.
As we see Bobo making his way into this nice-looking left, taking a high line, building some speed, a little check turn before, making a slash, but going for the sit-down. Unfortunately, doesn't quite ride out of that one.
No, his back foot slipped off as we see Noah. Come on, Noah. What's he got in store for us on this one? Oh, lovely paddle switch.
Nice.
That's a nice turn off the top. So we can see that this is going to be his best wave. Oh, and just comes unstuck on that second turn, but a really nice first turn on that wave, and I think that's going to solidify Noah's position there. Bobo waiting for a score, but I feel like, yeah, with that wave, not much was happening.
I believe both Noah and Bobo will be improving their scoreline. Obviously, Bobo having no backup score before this, waiting for the judges to lock in those scores of Noah and Bobo as we take a look at the replay here.
Yeah, so Bobo opting to paddle onto this left within the last minute of this heat. And we see him cruising along here. Looks like he's got something set up nice. Little slash turn off the top there and goes for this bigger turn on the inside, but his back foot slips off and you see he ends up just sitting down on the board. Fortunately comes down, and then Noah behind him was on a wave.
So Bobo receiving a 2.03 for that wave as we look at Noah's replay here. Nice backside off the top.
Really good paddle switch there as well, and tries to finish it off. Unfortunately comes unstuck, but that's going to really help his situation.
So still awaiting scores. Actually, we have a score locked in. Noah Stender receiving a 3.17, enough to see him through to the next round of the Rapid Charge. Way to go, Noah and Omel Garcia. We'll see them again and say goodbye to Bobo Gallagher and Jesse Cohen for this time. Great camaraderie on the beach. As we say, we're going to take a short break here. We're going to be back with lots of more action from the Rapid Charge heats. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Ta-dam!
Welcome back to the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. It's been incredible to be here on the spectacular coast of France to be able to witness some great surfing at Plage du Tanchet, where the SUP surfing has been taking place. And later this week, we'll be at La Grande Plage for all of our racing events. As we take a look at live action now with Marcio Diaz for Team England. Getting off to an early start. He's already got that 1 point ride on the board. This is the elimination rounds in the Rapid Charge, so it's really important to try and get things going early and get that score on the board, especially when he's got such a stacked field that he's up against. Shannon and Bo here in the booth.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting heat. And this one, I really like that wave from Marcio there. A smaller wave, but got a lot of turns done on it, so he's going to position himself in that first place to start the heat off, as that last wave score comes in at a 3.5 for him. We can see the surfers in this heat. We have Leo Nica from Italy in the red, Benedikt Gotz from Germany in the blue, Marcio Diaz in the green from England, and Przemysław Kowalski from Poland in the white.
Yeah, this is going to be really good. Italy, Germany, England, Poland, all with that opportunity to keep their countries represented here. Of course, for Poland, this is our only surfer in Kowalski represented in the draw, so hope that he's able to find a couple good waves out here and keep their country going and continue to showcase what is possible for those Polish surfers out there.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see him competing here. I'm not sure where he trains, but I'm sure that he's got a lot of experience in these bumpier conditions, because the North Sea there can get very, very windy, very bumpy. So him probably having a little bit of an upper hand, I think, here in this heat. As we see some sets coming through at the back. Surfer in red repositioning himself to be able to get on this next wave. We'll see if Leo can get onto it. But looking like a nice right-hander shaping up.
Yeah, this is a really solid looking set. A 3.5 is the high score of the heat so far for Marcio. Leo has a look at that one, decides not to go. Now repositioning himself as he can see this next set rolling through. We'll see if he turns to get into this one, possibly in a better position on this wave. And just caught behind that section a little bit. You can really see how that wind is coming into factor this afternoon as well.
Yeah, it is making those conditions quite bumpy, but it's also amazing to see with this drone shot how much distance you can cover on a paddleboard when repositioning yourself in the lineup. We saw Leo really paddle from that right hand of screen over to the middle of screen in a very short space of time. So him repositioning himself to try and get onto those waves. I think he's sitting a little bit too far out. Those waves kind of just going underneath him as we see him trying to paddle onto a wave here. We'll see if he can get his heat started.
All right, digging in deep. Shoulders well over that front foot. Nice snap to start things off right under the lip. Uses that paddle as well just to torque off. You can really see the extension of that back leg off the second turn.
Yeah, he really kind of got a little bit of air underneath that board as well and kicked that tail out to show the judges some progression in that turn. He did really well to read that wave and come down with control too. So a nice turn out the back and finished it off really strongly.
Well, scores to come through at the moment. It's Marcio in the lead, but we do have the first of Leonica to drop in. Let's go down to the beach and catch up with the winner of that last heat.
Tried with Mr. Garcia from Puerto Rico. It's gnarly conditions out there right now from what we're seeing.
Yeah, it's gnarly. The waves have gone up, the current has gone up, but we fought through. Yes.
Yeah, 2 waves there. That's all it took to move on. Talk about those 2 waves. Basically just had to be really patient out there, it appeared.
Yeah, I didn't want to catch a wrong wave, then I couldn't go to the peak again. But I caught my first wave, a big ride, hit it, the lip, fell strong, got to the peak again gladly, and caught another one, could hit it a couple turns, and that made the heat.
Let's talk about how's your forehead healing up since that incident.
It's healing good. I don't even feel it, so definitely we did a good job. We're feeling good, and it's good to be back.
Well, good deal. You're moving on, so good luck in the upcoming rounds.
Thank you. A todo el mundo de Puerto Rico, estamos activos. Los quiero.
Back to you guys.
Great surfing from Omelv in that last heat. Stoked to hear that, the forehead's feeling a bit better. He's not getting those headaches like he was before. And that adrenaline's got to be helping as well to just fight straight through it all.
Yeah, definitely. He got the best wave of that last heat as well. So doing really well to find those waves in these tricky conditions. You can see competitors battling to get back out through this lineup with that incoming tide. They're kind of building swell almost, it looks like too. Omelv was saying it's gotten quite big out there. So yeah, you can see those waves closing out. But we've still had some nice waves breaking on the outside. And we'll hopefully get those surfers back out there soon as we see Leonica dropped a 5.83 for that ride that we saw.
Yeah, really solid. What a great way to start things off, especially knowing there's not that much time. He's now caught on the inside, but he's got still 9 minutes remaining to get himself a backup score, and he's in a great leading position considering that Benedict and Kowalski have yet to get that opening ride.
Yeah, exactly. So they'll be looking to open up their campaign hopefully soon to battle for that advancing position. Marcio as well with that 3.5 to start with, so he's in a great position too. As we go to a replay of Leo's wave, you'll see that nice strong bottom turn, a little carve under the lip, gets a little bit caught up on the rail there, but he comes through really nicely for this section. You can see he kind of kicks that back foot, releasing the fins a bit, and just jumps off there on the inside. And we see the 3.5 from Marcio here, surfing along, just getting a little bit caught behind, but manages to get on the open face for another couple of turns toward the end of the wave. A little bit smaller size wave, so that's why the score didn't go as high as Leo's, and we'll see him finish off on the inside. But yeah, Marcio finishing 3rd in the UK National SUP Surf Championships this year. The first 2 competitors, obviously we had Aaron Rowe, but he surfed with the Channel Islands. Then the second place surfer, Ollie Ladderman, he wasn't able to make this event. So Marcio taking that spot, and also William Ferry that we're going to be seeing coming out later in the event as well from England.
Oh, that's great. Love that, Marcio having put in all that effort, all that time and effort training for the national championships or for the UK championships, for him to then still get the call up, although he wasn't in that top 2 conversation, that it's fallen, in his favor there as well. It's just really exciting. It's always really nice to be able to represent countries. And of course, with the ISA, a lot of the conversation has been around, having to surf for a nation that has a national Olympic committee specifically, which, when it's an Olympic sport, is the case. So in the shortboard world, so for World Surfing Games and Juniors, the Channel Islands is not allowed to be represented. England is not allowed to be represented. But here in stand-up paddling or in the paddleboarding World Championships, because it hasn't yet been established as an Olympic sport, which is the eventual goal, and the reason why we're all here this week is to hopefully push that towards LA 28. But it does open that opportunity for more athletes out of your region to be here.
That's right, exactly. So yeah, so opening up that kind of competitive arena, and a lot of competitors coming through, like we see Aaron Rowe from the Channel Islands, and fantastic to have competitors coming from different areas of the world. As we know, there's 2 new countries this year in Iran and Belgium as well competing, so fantastic to see them here. And it looks like the beach is getting pretty packed out with spectators, as we do see a paddler here. Looks like one of the paddlers opting to sit on the inside and just get a score on the board. Not
Nice.
quite sure if that's Benedict or Kowalski.
I believe that's Kowalski on the inside, but it is so hard to tell the difference between the white and the light blue jerseys, especially with the sun and the angle of where they're currently sitting in the water. There's Leo back up to his feet. So he's been stuck on the inside for, the last 4 or so minutes since taking off on that first wave, maybe a little longer than that now, even as we're down to the 6-minute mark, really showing that it's very challenging even to be able to get out the back today. And that's going to showcase those that have maybe more experience and that have those skill sets honed in to be able to deal with a challenging beach break setup here at the World Championships.
Oh, totally, definitely, because as an experienced rider, you're actually looking for those places that the waves aren't breaking, so you can easily paddle out. Maybe even over to the top of screen there, to the other end of the beach might be a bit of a better area. There's not many waves breaking there at the moment. Identifying that, moving across and paddling out. These surfers look like they're going to get hit by another little wave coming through as well. So really struggling to get back out where the rip usually is. So that tide coming into play, filling in that kind of area there, and the waves they just keep coming and keep breaking.
Well, we'll have some scores to roll through, but as we wait for that, let's go down to the beach and catch up with Drew.
Out here beachside right now, I just want to give a little conditions update. As you can see, a lot of our surfers having a tough time getting to the outside, and it's because of this heavy just beach break that's coming on, just crashing down. Plus the current. We talked about the current yesterday. This southerly current's just ripping almost twice as hard as it was yesterday. So it's posing a big problem for a lot of our SUP surfers to get to the outside. Judges have given multiple different warnings about not standing up once they start powering through and paddling from their knees and from their bellies. So it's pretty treacherous out here right now, here through these repecharge heats. There's your update. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Yeah, just showing how challenging it really is through, pretty solid sized beach break conditions to be getting out there.
Yeah, great to hear that insight from down on the beach from Drew as well, because it's hard for us in the booth here to know exactly what's going on. So knowing that there's a bit of current out there to contend with as well is going to play a part in how hard it is to paddle out, because you've got this force of current, ripping against you, and also those waves coming in too. So surfers struggling to get back out. But I think that might be due to this big bay. You've got a lot of waves breaking up in toward the harbour wall, and all that water's got to rush down the beach and rush out somewhere, and that's where that current comes into play.
So 3 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock, and it's been a great couple days of surfing so far. We've got more to get through on the SUP surfing schedule specifically, and we'll be running through our finals tomorrow, which will be really exciting. Any of the competitors that won in the first couple rounds this morning, which was the men's main round 3 and the women's main round 2, they've already graduated straight till competition tomorrow on the main side of the draw. So they've got a bye throughout the afternoon, but we're going to be running through quite a few rounds of the repecharge, taking advantage of getting some work done throughout today, as we see Marcio with a great takeoff on his backhand. That wave shuts down in front of him though, but he could be replacing that 1-point ride.
Yeah, he could be on that one for sure. The wave was a little bit bigger. He got along that wave quite a lot, but I think he's just checking his head there. It looks like as he jumped off the board, kind of kicked back toward him with that white water. So hopefully he's all right. Seems like he's paddling back out okay as some more sets come through. Hopefully he gets back out there quickly before getting caught on the inside again. But yeah, surfer spending a good 7 minutes on the inside before getting back out, as we see our surfer in red taking off here.
Solid looking wave. I love that he takes off with that angle as well, which is going to get him past that first section that was going to close out in front of him. Nice use of that board to get up into that first real turn, and he'll kick out on the inside. So he's going to put another score down to back up that 5.83. And at the moment, a 1.23 drops through for Marcio, and the judges have not dropped a score through for Benedict or for Pozmalski, for our surfer out of Poland. And so that battle for second place is wide open, but the bottom 2 competitors will be falling out of competition.
Yeah, that's right. 2 competitors will be bowing out, but they will be able to support their team as well throughout the week. So definitely not going home just yet. And also fighting for that team, medal as well. So that, gold, silver.
It's so true. And that gold, silver, bronze, and copper are so important and so coveted to walk away with those medals to bring home to their national surfing federations as well, to show, hey, we did so well at this event. Please help us, pour some resources into the growth of the sport back at home. But also for a lot of these teams that are maybe not going to make it to the finals or even to the top 10, but anywhere in between there, the farther that they go in the draw, the better their points are and their ranking is coming into next year's World Championships.
Yeah, very true. So France, obviously with the last 2 years winning for the team, they're getting a great seed coming into this event. So, they're the top surfers and racers coming up against those lower seeds, which does give you a little bit of an advantage coming through. But then sometimes you never know who the lower seeds are. It could be some unknown, amazing, surfer or racer coming through. So it's really exciting to see those dynamics.
It's so true, because you could have a team that doesn't have, a full team. They don't have 10 or 12 athletes competing across all the disciplines. They've just got 1 or 2, but they could be really outstanding within their discipline and could be walking away with medals themselves. So they might have that lower seed because it's just the one person, but they've got that, that skill set behind them as well. Now scores are in. A 4.67 for Leo has put him up into a really convincing lead and means that Marcio is now chasing a 7-point ride, as we can see paddlers in the next heat that are also in the water. That's why we've got 2 reds on screen at the moment. Leo, being up on his feet, is the surfer that we're going to track with for now before we head into the next heat. Down to 15 minutes on the clock, digging as hard as he can to try and get into that. He's not quite going to be able to catch that wave. We'll see if this next one behind stands up for him. But we are down to the 5-minute mark, and it looks like Leo and Marcio will be advancing through, and this will be just after the buzzer from what we can see here on screen. Regardless, unnecessary because he's already in that leading position.
Yeah, so congratulations to Leo and Marcio there, making it through to the next round of the repechage. They'll be coming up again today, so lots of surfing action happening today. We are saying goodbye to Kowalski from Poland and also Benedict.
Great to see those 2 in the lineup, though, and to represent their countries is a dream come true. So well done, and we'll see you all around throughout the rest of the week for a great week of competition. We've got more action to come. Stay tuned for heat number 3 and men's repechage round 2 right after this.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. We'll now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. As we've just seen Leo and Marcio advance through into the next round. Unfortunately, Poland and Germany knocked out of the draw in that last one. And it's great to be reminded in that break of the vision of the ISA to make a better world through surfing and to be pouring into all of the disciplines, including the development, the leadership, and the promotion of stand-up paddling and paddleboarding for the last decade. It's been amazing to see the World Championships continue to happen since the year 2012 to see the development programs, the scholarship of young SUP athletes around the world as well, and promoting national championships in order to help the national growth. And that leads into, the growth of the world championships as well. Bo, it's been so fun to have you calling the action, as you've been part of that as an athlete, from the beginning days.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, competing at ISAs back in 2013, 14, 15. As we take a look at the lineup of surfers we have in the men's repechage to Heat 3, Sebastian Gomez from Peru, Jonatas Novaes from USA in the blue, William Ferry from England in the green, Dan Thompson from Canada in the white.
This is going to be a great heat. 2 surfers advancing through. Bottom 2 will be out, and it looks like Jonatas already finding himself on a solid size wave. He does have first priority, and Sebastian Gomez is going to have to kick out behind him. Big, solid takeoff. Not really able to find any connection with a change of direction, though he found that open face.
Yeah, I wonder if Sebastian was trying to sell him onto that wave in that priority situation, because Sebastian is really top quality SUP surfer. I think a lot of these competitors are going to be following his lead in this heat and looking for the waves that he might be looking for. And Sebastian, yeah, maybe doing a little bit of tactical selling of a wave to Jonatas there. But yeah, 1.2 for him. And we'll see some small scores as well. 1 point ride for Sebastian Gomez.
Yeah, Sebastian, 25 years old, born and raised in Punta Hermosa in Peru. World-class waves. As we see, that was a solid size. I mean, the size of the waves out there it's very big.
And he's getting bigger as well, it looks like. That was a huge wave that broke on top of Sebastian there.
Yeah, those sets are just like growing in size. Heat after heat. We saw that start to pick up during the women's repechage round. It seemed like there was a little bit of size still when we were in that men's main round, but it really started getting super consistent in that first women's repechage round, which is really challenging to be, kind of in the lineup in those change of conditions. Sebastian Gomez now, like you said, would be setting the standard. That was an incredible lip line drive for that first maneuver. Goes up for the second, and that would have been so awesome if he had pulled that off.
Wow, that would have been probably the wave of the day. But that first turn was unbelievable. Fantastic from Sebastian. And yeah, like I said before, a very accomplished SUP surfer. He's been putting out a lot of videos recently on YouTube of him surfing, getting big barrels. He was in Indonesia recently. He's just been kind of all over the world. So putting lots of video edits together, but that was just a display of fantastic SUP surfing.
That was nuts. That was like full airdrop off the lip for that first turn. And the second one, he still had so much. He was able to carry that speed and momentum so well into the second as we take another look.
Oh, this is going to be such a good replay here. So setting it up right off the top. Oh, I love the slow-mo as well. Airdrops out of that. Almost loses it with the balance. And then looking for another turn on the inside. But unfortunately, just can't quite get that, that lift and extension out into that flats. So the whitewater just engulfing him there. But great opening ride there. So it's going to really set the scene for this heat, and probably going to be one of the highest scores in the repechage rounds.
Yeah, it's so true. Had it been, a completed second maneuver, we could have been looking at highest wave of the day easily so far.
Yeah, very exciting surfing. So that's what the judges want to see. It's what we want to see as well. It gets us on the edge of our seat every time we see these waves and these surfers, hitting those critical sections. So fantastic surfing.
Now, SUP, stand-up paddling has become quite a large phenomenon in a recreational sense globally. It's something that's very accessible to people of all ages, all maybe athletic abilities as well, on flat water, out in the ocean, but a lot of flat water paddling. When it comes to being a competitive SUP surfer specifically, what is it that someone that's, at home, maybe tuning in, they've got a vision, a dream to be here one day, but they're not quite into that surfing and catching waves side of things? What would be some advice from you as a first kind of transition from that flat water paddling at a real recreational level to start getting out into the ocean?
Well, I think from that very first, getting into the sport of stand-up paddling on the flat water, there's so many different avenues you can take in the sport to go into, touring and adventuring, or maybe into racing, into SUP surfing, into whitewater. SUP has so many disciplines, and that's the greatest thing about this sport. But if you are transitioning, or if you want to get into that surfing, biggest thing for me is just to go get a lesson. Just get a couple of lessons from a SUP surf coach, or at least from a surf coach, to help you understand the waves, because it's really helpful for you to understand the ocean, reading the waves as well, and then just trying your hand, keep practicing in those whitewater conditions, and then you'll be able to progress into riding those waves. But if you have the goal of being here at the ISA, that is an amazing achievement and a goal to have. So definitely take the steps toward doing that.
And there are some seriously world-class coaches around the world that are willing to, get you into riding waves for the very first time. We'll see William Ferry here for Team England, just angling down the line, trying to get himself maybe into a position to put that score on the board, and then also to find himself out towards that rip to get out to backline. So nice couple turns. I do believe that we've got a surfer from the last heat taking out the win, and he's down on the beach with Drew.
On the long distance.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Leonard Nica for Team Italy, taking home first place in that last repecharge heat. Leonard, struggle getting out there. You're on only a 7-liter board. It looks like you might need something a little bit bigger out there currently with the current sort of weather conditions, we'll call it.
Yeah, my board, actually it's 73 liters, but you know, it's like very hard to get out there. It's challenging. I like challenge, so yeah, I make it my best to get out there, at least catch few waves for 50 minutes heat. So it was a win, and really love this kind of condition. That's what I have at home, basically. And yeah, my board worked pretty good on that maneuver there on top, so pretty stoked, and yeah, looking forward for the next heat.
Let's talk about it. They shorted down from a 20-minute heat to a 15-minute heat. Do you think that was a good call?
Looking at this condition, I would like at least 25 minutes heat. I mean, giving the time, have more waves, more action, you know. I kind of could make it like in a few more good waves. Like the waves are really, really good now. So I could do a few more turns there.
And usually in the ISA, you compete in a couple additional events, but this year you're just SUP surfing. What made your decision to do the surf comp portion of it?
Well, I just kind of chilling out a bit just on surfing, leaving the other guys showing up a little bit. You know, Team Italy this year is very, very strong, so we have riders doing one specialty, and you know, like they all are focused in their best, doing their best on one specialty. So all the past years, 7 years, I did SUP surfing and SUP racing. So basically technical and SUP surfing or long distance. And this year, yeah, I mean, I kind of not quit SUP racing because I love SUP racing, but just want to focus on surfing and enjoy a little bit the ocean, be more, you know, connected with the waves. And then maybe next year, focusing also in some good race, long distance marathon that I'd like to.
And your brother, Claudio Nica, he's going to be competing in this year's World Championship, but he's going to be competing in only the sprint races, confirmed?
Yeah, he's really focused. He's really happy to compete in SUP sprints. Is the goal he's made this year. You want to be really, you know, the top rider in sprinting. He's also good in SUP surfing, and I know very well he can do very good in long distance. But you know, his main goal now is focused on sprints, and you know, the guy is the #1 in world gold medal in 2019, and he wants to have that medal back, and he can't wait to do that.
Well, congratulations on moving on. You got a few more rounds to go, but all of Team Italy is behind you.
Yeah, the team is strong, man. They are really cheering for me in the water, and that makes it so good feeling and emotional.
Well, good luck in the upcoming rounds.
Thank you.
Team Italy, Leonard Nica. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Yeah, Leo getting some really solid waves out there. Challenging conditions, but surfing waves like Super Tubos back at home in Peniche. He's used to being out there on some waves of real consequence.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he runs his SUP surf school there as well. So, yeah, a lot of experience coming from that Portugal.
William Ferry on the inside section, connects with the lip, goes for the layback, but the board just pops out from under his feet. He's looking to improve on that 0.97. Well, actually, he just needs to put a backup score on the board, and at the moment, it's only a 0.69 that he needs to be moving into that advancing position. And there he goes. It's a 1.63, so now Ferry into the lead. Jonata is chasing a 1.41, and this wave is going to get it for him regardless of the outcome at this stage because he's already had a couple great turns. Fortunately, falls on the in section, but some great top-to-bottom work on the way through.
Yeah, really nice surfing there from Jonata. It's a shame that he fell off in that last turn, but like you said, some good work done on the outside. It's going to get him that score he needs to get back up into that second position, so to advance into the next round. But, you know, coming down to, 3 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock, it's going to be a tight 3 minutes left in this heat for the surfers to get into that advancing position because it's so close in the scoreline.
Sebastian Gomez with a 7.77 that dropped through as his second scoring wave, a 3.5 to back it up, has him sitting in a very convincing lead for Team Peru. The English crew down there cheering on William Ferry, who's opted to take a couple of waves kind of more on the inside section. His last one scored the 163, which got him into that advancing position momentarily, but a 3.1 has just dropped through for the American surfer in Jonatas, and he's jumped back into that advancing position, which does also, it increases the requirements on the rest of the field like quite significantly given the context of what we've been looking at the last few heats. A 2.68 for Ferry to go from third into second, and a 3.47 for Dan Thompson of Canada to move himself into the advancing position.
Yeah, it's at least, one or even two turns on a smaller wave. So, yeah, that's going to be a tough one to get. But I just want to go back to Sebastian's wave, because a 7.77 for one turn is a huge score. So the judge is really liking that commitment. And that's what the other surfers need to do, is to find those waves that offer those more critical sections. And yeah, that one turn wave was rewarded highly.
Yeah, looking for that big critical section is super, super important. And that 7.77 is going to be feeling really good for Sebastian right now. Down to 2 minutes on the clock. He might be positioning himself for this one. He's going to let it go just underneath him. Team Peru has such a long-standing surfing history. And so it's been great to see SUP surfing continue to develop in that South American region and pull together some of the best in the world for the World Championships. As we take a look here at our surfer in blue, Jonatas up and riding once again, full commitment into that section.
Just come disconnected from his board on that end section there. So Jonatas trying to improve his situation there, because he knows that the other surfers don't need a big score to overtake him. But yeah, that time is winding down. I haven't seen the other two surfers out the back yet.
Yeah, that's right. It's been a real challenge for both William and Dan to get themselves out to backline. Let's go down to the beach quickly to catch up with Drew.
Thanks, guys. Here beachside right now with Leo, our lifeguard here from Tanshep Beach. And Leo, you just came out of the water. You noticed that current super strong, a lot stronger than yesterday, which a lot of our SUP surfers are witnessing.
Yes, it's very strong today. The swell came. It's a big swell, and with the tide, it's between to the high tide and the low tide. In general, it's like that. You have a strong current, but I think it will be better after.
So we're about 2 hours away from high tide. How do you, you've been at this beach for 11 years. How do you expect the conditions to kind of change? More favorable, obviously, for our competitors.
It's water level. When you are between two, when it's low tide, it's clean, it's high tide too. But between two, sometimes it's like that. It's big, and the wave close a little bit, and the current is very strong on this way. But in maybe 1 hour, it will be better.
Perfect. Leo, thank you so much for providing safety to all our athletes, and thanks. Keep up the good work.
Thanks so much.
There it is, Leo the lifeguard from right here at Tanshep Beach. Back to you guys.
Yeah, interesting to hear that about the conditions as we've just counted down to the finish of that heat. Tight for that second place finish, but it was that 3.1 for the MMA fighter and the Jiu-Jitsu champion in Jonatas Novaes for the USA that was able to secure that 3.1 and get himself into that advancing position behind Sebastian Gomez.
Yeah, fantastic heat there on hand. We've still got lots of action coming up as well. But yeah, we will be saying goodbye to Dan in that heat, along with William as well.
Yeah, great to have those two represented, and we'll see much more of them on the shoreline and in future years coming up. And we'll be back with more action. Team Peru victorious in that last heat, and more to come here at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships.
Ta-dam!
Welcome back to the action. Shannon Hughes in the booth alongside Casper Steinfeth, and it's been a great day of surfing so far. We are in the Repicharge rounds, round number 2 specifically on the men's side of the draw. We got 6 heats total in this before we go back to the next round of women's Repicharge. And we're currently in heat number 4 with our surfer in white, Benyam Bosak of Germany. On the paddle out, So Nomura of Japan, Tom King of South Africa, and Marco from Italy out in the water right now.
Yeah, Marco Giracitano from Italy representing the green, white, and red. Here we go. Got the heat overview here as we, as we're getting into the Repicharge 2, heat number 4. Again, this is one of those heats that has the athletes extra on their nerves because it is an elimination round. We are going to lose 2 of these athletes here today, and 2 will advance to the next Repicharge.
Yeah, it's been a tricky one with 15 minutes on the clock only instead of those 20-minute heats earlier on, and with that swell increasing. And we just had another update, a conditions update with one of the local lifeguards that's been down at the beach, Leo, for this week, who's kind of keeping an eye on things. But he's been great to kind of tap into and find out more about what those conditions are. And he was saying that that mid-tide is actually the most challenging part of the tide, which is usually not the case. Typically at a lot of breaks around the world, the low tide's the challenging part. The high tide gets a bit maybe slow as well, and that mid-tide's kind of favorable. But here, that mid-tide gets really challenging. It's really straight. It's on the lower tides and the higher tides that it tends to clean up. So we're hoping that those conditions shape up to looking a little bit better this afternoon, the way that we had such good conditions this morning.
That's true, yeah, and the conditions still, looking favorable. There's a lot of good things going for the conditions. It's a beautiful North Atlantic swell rolling in here. The Atlantic Ocean waking up from its summer hibernation. We have winds that are turned a little bit slightly onshore now, but still very clean conditions. But as we heard from the lifeguards before, the X factor is really that tide making differences here and there. And we saw it yesterday, that mid-tide for some reason just is the really challenging factor. Low tide was nice this morning. And as the tide fills in, it might become a little bit more pronounced where the waves are breaking. So hopefully the athletes have some good stuff in store.
Here we can see Benyam driving through on his toe side rail, and he'll go down. As we wait for scores to roll through from his first couple of waves, still waiting for the opening rides of the rest of the competitors in the water. Let's go down to the beach to catch up with the winner of that last heat.
Thanks, guys. Here was Sebastian Gomez, the winner of that last Repicharge heat. Sebastian, congratulations, buddy. Moving on.
Thank you. Yeah, the conditions are hard. There's a lot of wind right there, and I got a really good one at the start. I did 2 really good maneuvers, but I fall on the last one because I slipped. And then I got a one from, they put me 3 points, I think, and that's it.
Let's talk about how that Infinity performed for you in that heat. Conditions a little choppy, hard to stay standing up, but you seem to control it pretty well with that Infinity. Talk about your board.
Yeah, this is a really good board because I can use it in a lot of type of conditions because of the rails. They are very thin and it's very thick in the middle, so it's very maneuverable and very stable at the same time.
Well, congratulations, you're moving on. We'll see you in the upcoming rounds.
Thank you.
Sebastian Gomez from Team Peru moving on. Yeah, we got them all out here. It's El Delgado behind us. Wild on the beach. Back to you guys. Nice job, brother.
What a great wave we just witnessed from Tom King during that interview. Forehand attack, and we'll have a good score to drop through. He's got a 5 on the board so far. Quick in from the judging panel.
Yeah, I think that might actually be the score for the wave we just saw of Thomas. We see up and riding Marco Giracitano from Italy here. Nice looking right initially, goes left, got a very nice off the top there by Marco. That was that's really funny seeing like the right go left. You think it's a right he's going to take, and then suddenly he curls back and boom, off the top on the left.
Yeah, that quick redirect really, important to be able to figure out, especially in conditions like these, where that wave has kind of a small zone where you can actually capitalize on doing anything critical. Benyam's just charging away on the inside section, one of the youngest competitors in the draw this week, representing Team Germany. It's been really fun to see him in the draw, and he's just, getting as many waves as he can there on the inside, now chasing a 2.38 to get the advancing position. So Nomura from Japan, chasing a 3.18. He's been patient, taking off onto his first wave, so this will be his first and only score on the board with a couple maneuvers thrown in.
Yeah, lots of action kicking off this heat. You know, seeing Benyam from Germany charging. You know, he's a young gun in this heat. You got to remember he's taking on some waves that are way over his head. But great to see that spirit of fighting, and I think that's in his nature as a racer as well. You fight, you don't give up, you do what you can do, and you learn from it. And then So Nomura from Japan, you know, trying to make the most of those tricky mid-sections that we're seeing right there. What really stood out to me in the beginning of this heat was Tom King with that 5.5. Tom just applying some beautiful rail work, putting it also on, putting it on rail and getting the paddle involved in some really beautiful carves.
Yeah, that was a really nice wave from Tom. Putting in that 5.5 on the board, it was kind of surprising to see him lose out in his main round event heat earlier on today with just a couple small scores. I think he had a 2 and a 3 on the board. So he's already bettering that and figuring out the lineup more than he did in that opening heat this morning.
As we look at Tom King's 5.5 right here, setting up with a really nice bottom turn. Beautiful open face for a whack right there. Brings it all the way around. Eyes a second section. Right into the lip, beautiful control of that board. Looks over his shoulder and realizes he got what he could out of that wave. Here's Marco taking a high line on the right before, little slash redirection before milking that left and setting his board right up, almost 12 o'clock right there. And I think that has been a decent score, dropping for him as well with a 3.17.
That's right, and here's the 4.27 from So Nomura, so it set him up in that second place position.
Yeah, second place right here. Got a couple of really nice hacks. Gets over the wave. You know, there's not much more he could have done on that one. We did So Nomura in second place, needing 1.24. Doesn't have a backup ride yet. Actually, none of the riders really have a backup ride at this moment. Benyam opting for the smaller inside waves at this point. And, you know, it's still a very open heat, 6.5 minutes remaining. Like, I think Tom King is in the driving seat at this point, but everyone's in a striking distance.
Yeah, it's not. He hasn't entirely run away with it, especially considering the strength of the Japanese surfer So Nomura in that second place position. Opening ride was the 4.27, which was really well surfed, but the wave quality wasn't that great. He kind of surfed up the score potential of that wave, and so we could see him taking away that lead with just a 1.24 requirement. Benyam on the inside, he's already taken off on 5 waves. A 0.80 being his highest score, but he's been staying super active on the inside section.
I think he's treating it as a race session, or preparation for the racing later this week. Benyam, you know, I remember that feeling of being a young frothing Grom, or we see them all around us. You know, they just love being on the water. They love taking advantage of every single wave that comes at them. And then Benyam definitely with a bright future in front of him. I think he's really stoked to be representing Germany at this World Championship. I remember definitely in my first days, it was just great to just be there, and I almost couldn't contain myself either at the event.
Yeah, hence the 5 waves that he's already caught within the 8 minutes of this heat, so almost a wave a minute, which has been really, really great to see. 5 minutes remaining. Tom King currently sitting in the lead. And talking about the fact that Benyam will be competing in the racing side of things, we do have 8 medal awarding disciplines at the World Championships this week. One of those includes a junior division, the under-18 SUP technical race. We've got the men's and women's open SUP technical race. This guy will be competing across on that side of things, so that'll be really exciting to see him in on the junior side.
Yeah, especially the junior technical racing has been one of the highlights of the event in recent years. You know, we've had past champions move on from the juniors to actually be huge contenders in the open men's and women's. So a very great move by the ISA already back in 2018, including that junior series as you know, as an investment in the future, like giving a platform for the young athletes under 18 to shine and receive the spotlight and show the world what they got, because that, I think it goes for many sports. Like if you are a young gun competing against the adults, it's going to take you a while to really break through and into that field. So having these dedicated junior categories, I hope we can see more of them in the future, because the young guns need a platform to shine.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Given that there's many more racing disciplines within that. We've got the SUP distance race, we've got the paddleboard distance race, and then of course the sprinting races on both sides as well. And that would be really cool to be able to see younger competitors from the paddleboarding side, from the stand-up paddleboarding side as well, get that opportunity to compete against their peers and not have to try to compete with the opens division in their national championships maybe to try and get that qualification. but to be able to come in as, 13, 14, 15-year-olds
True.
competing against their peers and grow together as that next generation contending against the open competitors.
Yeah, and of course there's something beautiful for a young athlete to have the opportunity to go up against the men and the women, right? But, they should also have their own division.
And whip on the backhand for, I believe that was Marco.
Yeah, that looked like Marco. Quick in and out there. He set up with nice bottom turn, but just didn't quite materialize as he attacked the lip there. Board did a interesting little flip. So definitely not going to be something that he's going to factor in too much. He got I believe a 1.5 for that ride, so it goes into his backup at this point. But Tom King still sitting in that commanding first place position with a 5.5.
Yeah, being the highest wave of the heat, also holding on to that highest heat total at the moment. Tom, a very well-rounded surfer, great longboarder, specifically has competed and represented South Africa on an international level at the World Championships many times on a longboard, as well as in the stand-up paddle categories. So it's great to see him back here, of course, traveling alongside of his wife and kids this week. And doing them proud right now to be advancing through, holding on to that leading position, just waiting it out.
I think Tom, it's great that he has his family here as well, but I think he's one of those underplayed guys. He's a family man. I love him. He's humble, but he's a gnarly competitor as well. He's been in the finals before of the ISA Surfing. I believe he might also have been a finalist in a longboarding event at some time in the past. But you see him just so calm and relaxed at the opening ceremony the other day with his family playing around in the park. I almost forgot for a second that that's a ruthless competitor right there.
He is definitely a brutal competitor and one that's scary to draw for any surfer in any event, really. As we can see, a big size set rolling through. Not really any shape to it, unfortunately. Down to 1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock. Marco, with his last wave, does jump into that advancing position. A 1.5 for that takeoff was just enough to put him into second over So. So is in a better position at the moment, though, because he only needs that 0.40, which is a takeoff. He's also out in a good position to not be caught quite on the inside of these sets, where I think Marco likely got clipped by these sets.
Yeah, I mean, with under 1 minute and 15 remaining, it's going to come down to one final wave for the athletes now, and between Marco and So, it's going to be, really between who gets the better wave of those two. Of course, So actually having the upper hand, holding a 4.27 versus a 3.17 of Marco. So I think it's really gonna come down to whoever gets the better wave of this exchange. Well, and here goes Tom King.
That's right. Tom King now up and riding on his second wave. One single hit on his backhand keeps that control. He's going to stay low and composed and see if there's anything else that this wave has. So with a huge takeoff, gets clipped by the lip, but he's only chasing a 0.4.
Well, he probably got a 0.4 for that.
I think you're right, given the context of what we've seen from a lot of the other waves so far. A heavy, dedicated takeoff that's made like that.
There's Tom. I got to point out, Tom's got 2 waves in this heat. In the previous heat, he also just got 2 waves and made it through. He's Mr. Casual right now.
Oh man, so score to drop through for Tom King, just, rolling up the sand on the way in. And So drops in a 1.13 for that takeoff, well deserved. I mean, small scores required, but dedicated takeoff gets him that advancing position over Marco Giracitano from Italy, and he will unfortunately bow out of this event, as well as Benyam Bosek of Germany. Benyam is going to be a competitor to keep a tight eye on in the SUP technical junior races coming up later this week, so that's going to be exciting. And well done to those out in the water. We've got more action to come from a busy day of surfing here on the shoreline as we see Tom there with the family. And we'll be back to call it all right after this.
Hello, everybody at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. I want to thank our host for putting this incredibly successful event. Please enjoy this time, this special time. Join riding and competing against people that you might know, friends from prior competitions, and new friends. You might or might not get to get home with medals, but you're a champion because you're there representing your country, and that's the highest honor for any athlete in the world.
Welcome back to the action here at the 2023 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship here in Les Sables d'Olonne on the west coast of France. We are neck deep in action here. We're in the men's Rapid Charge 2, heat number 5 coming up as we speak. We had a great previous heat with Tom King taking the win there with a 9.5 heat score. So Nomura making it through as well for Team Japan. And we say goodbye to Marco from Italy and Benyam from Germany. Oh, we're way into the elimination round now.
Yeah, we certainly are. And it's good to see So there getting that score he needed on that last big takeoff. So him advancing through to the next round.
Yeah, and as we look at the next round here, or next heat, we have heat 5 of the Rapid Charge here. In white, we have Marcel Oliveira from Costa Rica. We have in red, Guillermo Caracedo from Spain. Nick Cretinand in blue from Switzerland. And Fabrizio Rondinera in 4th place from Argentina. What do you make of this lineup, Bo?
It is another stacked heat. I think all the heats coming up now are just going to be stacked full of the top competitors and people vying for that, that gold medal. But yeah, Marcel opening up with a 5.33. We'll be able to get a replay on that wave hopefully shortly. But yeah, looks like he's opened up with a great score. Finding a wave amongst these tricky conditions as well, because we've seen a few of those lower scoring heats recently. So starting off with, a good a score in the good range is definitely a great way to start.
Yeah, so we have a brief overview of our heat here. We have a truly international heat coming up, as we see in the background. That is the beaches, or actually at high tide right now, there is not a whole lot of beach here in Les Sables d'Olonne. The surfing is taking place at the Plage de Tanchette, which is a little bit further down, a couple kilometers down from where we're sitting at the Grand Plage, where the racing is going to take place later this week. But nonetheless, excited to follow all the action. We've been going since 8 o'clock this morning. The surfers have been surfing multiple heats at this point. It's not just us here in the booth that are starting to feel a slight fatigue. I'm sure the surfers are feeling it much more than us.
Oh yeah, much more. Expending lots of energy with that current, with those waves coming as well. We see Guillermo here up on a wave. Beautiful first turn and finishes it off nicely. Can he ride out? Yes, he does. So a fantastic way for him to start. He's already got a 3-point ride on the board, so he'll be getting up to that first place with that ride.
Yeah, that was a really nice ride for Guillermo right there, the Spaniard taking off. He's here. I sense there's a mindset in Guillermo this year. He's here to do business. I mean, obviously being a doctor and very, very engaged with his TikTok following. But I sense a seriousness inside Guillermo this year. We're just going to switch to the beach. We have Drew Murren with Tom King on the beach.
Just busy. Thanks, guys. Here with Tom King, TK, South Africa. You finally fell into rhythm in that heat. I'll tell you, you've been struggling all, sort of just hanging in there bit by bit, but that one you caught 2 beauties. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I think the conditions are just super tricky. Tough paddle out, and then still try and balance out the back. So I knew I had to get away. 15-minute heats, you can't wait 5 minutes. So get a wave, get in, do the long run, paddle out. And then, I think I had like a minute left, and I was like, I need another wave. So, but on the waves, I felt good, as you say, felt a little bit of rhythm. So I'm happy. Long may it last.
You got to turn around and do it again here just in a short time. So you only got a little bit of time to prepare. And you said you haven't been surfing, so you're kind of a little bit out of surf shape right now. How are you going to adjust going into the upcoming heat just here in a few minutes?
Yeah, I think, I haven't been on my SUP as much as I'd want to, but that's life. I think my prep will be probably a few scrums with my 5-year-old son. Yeah, a few plays with the little daughter, and then back out there. So that's my prep nowadays, hey?
Let's talk about the family aspect real quick, because everybody loves Tom King and family. I mean, you got your wife, Taryn King, that also competes in the World Championships, and it's such a family affair for you. And what does the ISA mean to you and your family that have been keeping you competitive for so long for South Africa?
Yeah, I think, that this event and the ISA events are always good. Everyone, is in the same mindset here to do well and win, but there's also good camaraderie and that kind of family spirit, So I think we took my son when he was 1.5 to the first one in China, I can't remember when that was, 2018, I think. So yeah, so we've been going since then, and I'm happy to be back. My wife's an absolute champ. She actually traveled over here by herself. Yeah, I went to the South Africa Island rugby game. We won't talk too much about that, but so she's been an absolute star, and I mean, without her as our rock, you know, I don't think we'd even be here. So I'm super stoked.
We're super stoked to have you and Taryn to be a part of the ISA World Championships, and it's so cool to see your family grow, and we can't wait to see your kids out in the lineup one of these days.
Yeah, definitely. Hey, he loves surfing, so I think we'll get him on the SUP. I don't know what he'll do. Maybe he'll be a racer, maybe he'll be a surfer, I don't know. As long as he's in the ocean, then we'll be happy, so yeah.
So awesome. Tom, thanks for being such a huge ambassador for the sport. Really appreciate you.
Yeah, no worries, guys. Thank you.
Tom King, South Africa, moving on. You better hurry up. You got to be back on the water here in just a few minutes. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Drew. Thank you, Tom. That was a great insight right there from the father figure, Tom King. I don't know about you, Bo, but personally, I feel as a newly inducted member in the Father Club, I see myself in Tom right now. It's so cool that he's able to surf and compete still with his family on the sidelines. Like, that's got to be a dream come true for any father.
Oh, it definitely is. Yeah, traveling with your family just gives you, a sense of kind of home wherever you go. So he'll be feeling really comfortable out there, and that really showed in that last heat too. Obviously, coming back in, he's going to get all that love from his family too, and yeah, so he'll be looking to be strong in the next heat.
As we saw Team Netherlands passing us on the screen there, Coin and Pascal making their way down for the next heat that's about to hit the water after this. Two Dutch surfers in an elimination round. Hopefully both can advance, or at least one of them can advance. Who knows? But they're going to be putting on a show in the next heat. Current situation on the water. If you're just joining us, we're in the midst of the men's repechage here on day 2 of the SUP surfing. Heat number 5 is in the water. We have a situation right now with Marcel from Costa Rica. He is in the lead with an 8.90 heat total. He has a 5.33 and a 3.57. In second place, Guillermo from Spain with an 8-point total, a 5 and a 3, making up that. He needs a 3.91 to make it to first place, but he's in that second qualifying position at this point. Nick Cretinan from Switzerland still to get a score on the board, and Fabrizio Rondinera also with no score on the board at this point.
Yeah, so being very patient, Nick and Fabrizio, waiting for their waves to come through. Like we've said, there has been a lot of closeouts, so I think they're just opting to stay patient, wait for that good wave that's going to open up a little bit more. He's looking for a big score, but if you break it down into 2 different waves, and a couple of 4-point rides will get them there.
With 6 minutes and 19 seconds on the clock, we're seeing the heat entering the second half, and surfers are now switching their mindset, looking to consolidate. As we see out in the background, the beautiful city of Les Sables d'Olonne, a legendary maritime city. The Vendée Globe around the world sailing race originates from here. And being a total water geek myself, I feel something cool about being in that presence of great water sports locations.
Yeah, definitely. It's a fantastic arena as we watching Guillermo here getting another wave under his belt. So nice slash off the top. He's going to race this section down to the end there, and a huge hit off the top. Can he land it? Nice. He does. So he really gets that weight onto the front foot to land that maneuver. It's going to be a great score for him. Probably bettering that 3-point ride at least. So he'll be looking to jump up into first place.
Yeah, Guillermo really acing that end maneuver right there, as we have a replay here of white.
Yeah, so this is Marcel. Yeah, nice hit off the top. That was a great one-turn wave. You can see the judges rewarding that. I think that was with a 3-point ride. So we see a replay here. Guillermo switching the paddle for a lovely carve. That was a great carve. So this was one of his waves that he'd surfed, and just pulling out of that one. This was that.
I believe this is the 5.9.
It is, that first wave he caught. Nice hit off the top there as well. So he's really solid on that end section, knowing that that's where all of that score is going to be coming from. And then Marcel on another one, screaming down the line here. He does a nice turn on this one as well. Big float over the top there. So that's it's going to be one of his better rides too.
Oh, nice wave there too, yeah. As we see Guillermo tackling a series of waves here. This one, yeah, this was the critical one.
Yeah, that was his last wave. So I feel like that's going to be his best wave so far. Very controlled.
And that last one for Guillermo came in at a 5.9. He now has a 10.9 heat total. That makes Marcel Oliveira needing a 5.58 to retake the lead. Nick Cretinan needs a 7.77 to get into that advancing position. Bo, as an athlete yourself, needing a 7.77, having no material scores at this point, what would you adapt as a mindset for the heat?
Oh, it just, with that time ticking away, you just need to get that one really good-looking wave, I think, to get a 7.77. We did see Sebastian Gomez get that score, exactly that score, on a really critical big wave, one turn. So it can be done. But yeah, I'd be waiting out there patiently for that good wave to come through, and knowing that you got to throw it all on the line, a lot of commitment, get that board up into the lip, and the judges will reward that.
Well, better get on a phone call to Sebastian Gomez, find out how he got that 777. 777. I'm in airplane mode right now.
Perfect.
No, actually, talking about airplanes, aerials, have we seen anyone take to the air yet today?
Not yet. I think we've seen a lot of, big takeoffs and big drops, maybe a few little, air drops, but nothing in the airs today. It is a little bit tricky out there to get in the air, just with those bumps on the face. Also, that wind is quite onshore too. It does help with that aerial surfing, but I think their surfers just sticking to that power game. That's what the judges are looking for. As the surf maybe might drop off a little bit tomorrow, we'll have to wake up and see what the conditions are like in the morning. But those smaller waves generally where we see the more progressive aerial surfing.
And so far in the event, we're still halfway through the SUP surfing. We're going to have the finals tomorrow. There's a certain element also of safety and stability during the first rounds. Like, you don't want to take too many risks if it's unnecessary. And we're seeing surfers get through with fair and good scores, so you don't need to put everything on the line in the first heats, I assume.
Yeah, that's very true. So you want to try and also conserve your energy, because as you are progressing through these rounds, you're going to be surfing quite a lot. Some of these surfers are going to be surfing 3 or 4 times today, and then again tomorrow 3 or 4 times if they're getting through to the final. So yeah, a lot of surfing being done, and you just have to conserve that energy.
With 2 minutes and 25 seconds on the clock, we are getting towards the tail end of this rapid charge number 5, as we see on screen taking off. Hard to see with the glare here. Is this Nick Kretnan from Switzerland, I believe?
I think it is Nick, yeah. So doing well to find that wave toward the end of the heat, having to straighten out. But yeah, that time is ticking away, so not sure he'll be able to get back out the back. He's doing a lot of work on the inside section here, trying to get that board moving up and into the white water, doing a few little turns.
Keeping busy, making the most of a small inside section.
Yeah, it's not going to really change his scoreline though, so those little turns, inching his score up, but nothing significant.
Well, as he steps off on the beach, you can see the rocks kind of making up the shoreline. We have some reef submerged underneath the current high tide. It's been making it significantly difficult for the athletes as they approach and leave the beach again and again. But Nick opting to walk up the sand with 1 minute and 25 seconds on the clock. It is right at that moment where you're considering, will it be enough to make it back out? And that's obviously a trade-off and a decision you have to make instantly. Are you going to pursue it or not?
Yeah, exactly. Nick there just deciding there's not going to be enough time to paddle out. So we see Guillermo on screen, current heat leader, with some great scores in his scoreline there, 5.9, a 5-point ride out in front.
That's a solid bank account right there.
Yeah, it certainly is. Yeah, getting into those double digits, it's always nice to get above 10 points in a heat.
Do you feel a psychological difference if you see double digits or single digit total heat scores?
I do actually. Those double digits means that you've actually got a high wave in your scoreline. So there's at least a good scoring wave that comes into play. So
as we see Guillermo taking off on a nice looking left here, beautiful carve before, just making his way through the inside as he eyes a section in front of him, puts the board up vertical and goes off the back.
Yeah, I couldn't quite hang on to that one, but he's already going to solidify his spot into the next round.
And with 20 seconds remaining, we have position right now in red in first place with a 10.9 heat total. Guillermo from Spain, Marcel from Costa Rica with an 8.9, closely following him. Then we have Nick Kretnan from Switzerland needing a 7.57 with a few seconds remaining. Nick already having gone to the beach, determining it was not possible to make it back out. Great effort by him. And as we see heat number 5 with the rapid charge wrap up here. There's a really nice shot of the beach. You see the national flags in the sand, teams standing there cheering for their teammates, giving them some energy, maybe also some tactical advice. And we'll be right back with more action here from Plage de Tanchette as we keep going with the SUP surfing. Stay tuned for more action.
some.
Welcome back to the action. We are here in Les Sables d'Olonne, a beautiful part of the west coast of France, and there's some waves. So we have been running through competition. We are in day 2 of the SUP surfing division of this year's ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. Day 3 tomorrow is actually going to be finals day for the SUP surfing division specifically. And from our 4th day of competition on Wednesday, we will be heading into, or sorry, actually Thursday, we'll be heading into our racing for the final 3 days through finals day on Sunday here locally. So some great weather on the forecast, lots of people hanging out in the afternoons and already enjoying their time on the beach. And each of the competitors from around the world has really been making the most of the conditions. As we take a look at this opening wave of our surfer in the green jersey, Carlos Arson from New Zealand gets a nice hook in the pocket to start things off. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth by Bo Nixon. And Bo, it's been a great day of surfing so far. Some challenging conditions, but some real standout moments.
Yeah, definitely some standout moments. We're seeing a little bit of bump on the water out there today, but you know, we've seen some high scores coming through from our surfers. As we look at the names in this heat, we have in the heat number 6, the Repechage 2, Cohen Prost from the Netherlands. Also joined from the Netherlands, Pascal van der Mast. So those two hoping to get through to keep their point scores alive for their team. We also have Carlos Arsen from New Zealand in the green. And then we have Juan Bedini from Costa Rica.
So some exciting surfers to be keeping an eye on. You're a longtime competitor, and you've represented Australia specifically as a nation, as your home nation, at the ISA Worlds in the past. What's it like when you pair up with your teammate in a heat like this? Did you find that to be like a better situation or a worse situation?
Well, it's the ISA is such a fantastic event because you have that teammate together. I'm just going to cut to the live action here with Pascal on the wave. So he's in a nice bottom turn, throwing it up into the lip. So just that one turn wave for him surfing through. We'll wait to see what the scores come through with that. But yeah, I was saying the ISA is very different because you have that team spirit, very different to other events where it's that individual kind of, you're reaching for the win. So you can definitely work as a team out there. So, if you have priority, you can kind of work your way around that and try and hold off other competitors from getting waves and making sure you and your teammate are going to get through. It does get a little bit more competitive as you get to the pointy end of the draw toward the finals and semi-finals and things. But yeah, I think it's great that if you are out there with your teammate, you can kind of feed back off each other. Hey, the waves are really good over here. Come over here with me, or vice versa.
Pretty different from competing on the APP World Tour where it's that full individual side of things.
Yeah, exactly. People are just wanting to win the whole time, exactly. So even
Everyone's
if
in.
you might have, 3 or 4 surfers from the same country, in the same heat, they all want to get through.
Yeah, maybe even the same hometown.
Yeah, exactly
But at the
right.
end of the day, you're going for your own goals, which is, it's a fun dynamic here for ISA World. Any ISA events, whether it be shortboarding, longboarding, the Para Championships, which will be coming up soon in November in Southern California, Huntington Beach. That'll be an exciting event. But to see that team dynamic, to see that camaraderie behind the scenes, but also to see, especially like you said, when you get down to that kind of finals day conversation, you end up with surfers or competitors from the same countries in the finals, everyone's going for gold.
Oh, they certainly are, yeah. But I mean, if you have the same country in the final, how amazing to get the points for your team as well, to try and go for that team gold. Being part of the Australian team in the past, we've won quite a lot of gold medals, going back, rewinding the books a little bit, the history books, back in the early, 2012, 13, 14, Australia was very dominant. But yeah, Team France last couple of years has been extremely dominant with their team and SUP racing, SUP surfing, and the paddleboarding as well.
Yeah, it's been great to see that. Well, I mean, not so great because your country's maybe not done so well, but it's exciting to see those kind of changing of the guards where USA, where Australia had kind of traditionally handed those wins back and forth, and then now for France the last 2 years, which was 2022 in Puerto Rico, and then before that it was back in 2019. So it had been a while between events for the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. How did it feel for you, even though you're not competing on this stage anymore, how did it feel to see that kind of come back into being after COVID, after the world took a break and there was, some challenges with running global events, to be able to see it back on the calendar and really to see that the ISA is putting that foot forward to celebrate stand-up paddling? But we'll get back to that in a second because Pascal is up and riding again. He's already got that 2.8 on the board, just a quick in and out that might factor into that 1-point ride. But how does it feel, to see that resurgence of this event back on the calendar again?
Yeah, absolutely amazing. It's so great to have, the ISA, developing the sport of stand-up paddling. We may have seen a little bit of a dip kind of in the SUP surfing, the SUP race, especially over COVID. I think a lot of people didn't have the kind of ability to get out and obviously to run events and things like that. But the ISA has really backed that throughout that time, and it's great to have these events. Competitors from 30 countries around the world coming here and just enjoying over 200 competitors too. So fantastic to know that the sport is definitely not the end yet.
Yeah,
just getting started.
Exactly. And to see so many young competitors in the contest. Of course, we've got those that have been in the scene for a long time, or maybe even just later in life, picked up a paddle, got on a board that was big enough to float them, started paddling around, maybe in a lake, maybe in a lagoon, eventually got onto the open water and started surfing waves, whether they're in their 40s or 50s, like those that we have in the draw here. So it's really cool to see the spread of the generations across the rest of the crew. Well, we're down to 8 minutes on the clock, and I've just received word that we have Drew down on the beach. Seems like he's always down on the beach, so we're going to catch up with him now and see who he's found.
Team España taking home that last heat, and I'll tell you what, getting out's a lot of work, but I'll tell you, once you're out there, there's some bombs coming through.
Yeah, completely. There are bombs over there. It was really hard to paddle out, but when you are out, I was able to catch a few ones. Really good. I feel good in my surfing. Back to the feelings of the repertoire that I did in El Salvador, and now let's go work, hit by hit, and let's go to try to reach the more ones possible.
Let's talk about it. Most people going right all day today. We've seen a lot of people go left now, so you kind of have your options.
Yeah, it's like you have a close out, so you can decide if you want to go right or left. I decided right. I find 2 ones with 2 turns, and that was my 2 best scores. But let's try to find more in the next round.
Guillermo, where do you get your energy?
I don't know, but I'm a really happy boy, and I don't know. Just because I love my life, and I think the energy comes because of that.
Now we know why you have 4 million followers on Instagram. Well, congratulations. Moving on to the next round, you got 2 more heats to go to get into that final. So you got some work cut out for you.
Yeah, let's go. Really motivated. Say hello to all my family, to my girlfriend that is over here, to all the team, and let's keep hit by hit.
All right, go do some push-ups or something. Take off some of that energy. This guy's a ball full of energy.
Yesterday I posted a pic with you.
You did?
Yeah.
How many likes did we get?
Oh, I don't know.
1 million?
No, not too much.
Oh. Well, I got some work to do. Back to you guys.
Too much energy down on the beach today, and a lot in the water as well. That swell has picked up. There's been some bigger size sets rolling through. Our surfer in red, Koen Proust of the Netherlands, had a look at that last wave. A quick in and out as well for Juan Bernini of Costa Rica in the white jersey. And not too big of any, scores, but actually it's quite even across the field. Everyone with that 2 to 3 points range on their score line.
That's right. I think Pascal's done really well to get a quick start in this heat. Couple of waves to start off with. He can kind of wait a bit more patiently now to get a higher score. We saw Cohen's wave there. That was a really nice wave that he just took off on. So hopefully that improves his score line. He's got a 3.5, sitting in 2nd place at the moment.
Surfer down in 4th place at the moment is Carlos from New Zealand. He is sitting with that 1st place priority, and you can see him right there, sitting the deepest with that priority next to his name, means that he does have pick of the lineup. Comes from Whangamata in New Zealand on the Coromandel Peninsula. Beautiful part of the world, so many great waves, and really nice small communities that he's coming out of in Whangamata. So it's great to see him competing here, the 44-year-old, but he's got some work in front of him. A 1.11 being the only requirement, but should we see any of the other surfers in the draw drop in a 2nd score, it's going to be much greater.
Yeah, it definitely will be. It's just a small ask of him at the moment. He does have 1st priority, so he's hoping to extend that score line and get a good wave under his belt here. Looks like a bit of a closeout rolling through. See everyone start to paddle over this. Hopefully do have another wave coming through. Under 5 minutes remaining now. as we do see those waves. They do have a bit of size. You don't really notice from that drone angle actually how big they are, but from that beach angle, you get an idea that they are taller than some of our surfers.
At the moment, both of our Netherlands competitors are in the leading positions, second and first place to be advancing through. And yeah, like you said, those sets are definitely, you know, they're well overhead when they do roll through, and a lot of them are a bit straight still at the moment without those kind of open face opportunities to really engage the rail and try and hook up into a turn. So when a surfer can get that, we've been seeing some of those 6s and 7s dropped through across the board.
Yeah, definitely on those more critical sections on the inside, as we do see a nice wave coming through. Hopefully it's not going to be another closeout, but it does look like it's going to break a bit further out. So Carlos opting to go up and over that one. And as the other surfers go under it as well. It's so hard to duck dive on a stand-up paddle.
Yeah, what do you do? Is there anything else in that situation besides just bail?
Not really, no. That's kind of the only call. There's a few ways to go about it. You can either kind of kick the board in front of you, kick it up over the white water, and it kind of lands just in front of you as you pop up. So really easy to come back on, climb back on your board and keep paddling. Or just the good old, you know, tally-ho! Jump off and, yeah, just hope for the best.
And find a little humor in the moment, knowing, you know what, this wave's just going to take me out, so I got to just try and swim under as much as possible. Hold on to that paddle as well. I mean, there's so many things that come into play, you know, when it comes to like not losing the paddle. I haven't noticed anybody actually in any of these heats so far lose paddle.
No, I think, yeah, these SUP surfers is just accomplished at their sport and their craft. So hanging on to that paddle is very key. I know I've lost mine a few times in competitions. Just think, you know, sometimes just getting your head a bit too much and you think about it a little bit too much and you just let go of the paddle.
Yeah, I feel like that would just happen. Like you wouldn't even notice it and suddenly you'd be like, wait, it's not in my hand. Oh my God, where'd it go? Start swimming for it, try and find it.
That's it. But yeah, these competitors are, they're the world's best. That's why they're here at the ISA Championships. So yeah, representing their countries. Oh,
so true. And thinking of it, you know, being the world's best and then some of the fittest athletes that we have across the disciplines of surfing, I think, given that these guys competing in, you know, maybe their third heat already, there's still more heats to come in the rapid charge rounds. So you could see some of the surfers competing 4 or 5 times throughout today, standing on their boards for 20 minutes at least or 15 minutes in these heats. But it's using a lot of energy. It's using a lot of strength in that core muscles and in those quads and those hamstrings as well the entire time. It's really incredible to see the physique that needs to come into play to actually having the strength to make it out, surf big waves, you know, not fall off as often as possible, and know that if you make it through, you're going to have 2 or 3 more heats to surf possibly.
Yeah, that's so true. A lot of these competitors opting for those smaller boards to get, you know, those bigger turns. But we heard from Benoit Carpentier earlier in the day thinking that he's going to maybe take out a bit of a bigger board next time because the conditions might change, a bit more bumpy, so a little bit more, you know, a little bit more volume is going to help to save the energy as well, as we do have a surfer up and riding here. This is Carlos using his priority on this left-hander. Really nice first turn, carving through. Second turn there, and he's found a great wave that's opened up the whole way through, carving it back in. So this is going to be a really interesting, he's definitely got that 1.11 that he's looking for, and he's going to finish off on the inside here.
Yeah, this is really well surfed. I love his smooth style. That board's looking really clean under his feet and making his hometown proud. Olympian Ella Williams comes from Whangamata. She qualified for Tokyo 2020 on the surfing side out of the ISA World Surfing Games back in 2019. So it was really exciting to see a surfer from their small town community make it all the way to the Olympics.
Yeah, of course. And then obviously Carlos there just showcasing, you know, what a strong surfing culture there is back home in Whangamata.
Down to 1 minute on the clock, and we're waiting for that score to drop through for Carlos. Will it be the 1.11? We're both saying definitely he's going to get the score.
We're not a judge.
We're not a judge, but you can kind of figure it out. And there it is. It's enough to take him into the lead. He has dropped in a 4.33, the highest wave of the heat, takes him into first place position. Pascal down into second for Team Netherlands in the blue jersey, but also from the Netherlands, Cohen's down into third, so he's in a knockout position, chasing just a 0.47, which is, you know, a takeoff at this stage.
Just paddle to the beach, Cohen, paddle in. Just go, go, go.
And that's tricky because if he makes it, then he knocks out his teammate. But again, at this stage, it's down to that individual conversation. He's got to get into a wave, though. He's got to paddle into this one. The beach announcers would have, you know, tried to get that information to him as well, that it's a small requirement.
Yeah, that's right. So he would have heard that he only needs a 0.47, but having to give way here to Juan, who unfortunately just comes off, so Juan not going to be able to give it a good shot at that 1.65.
Yeah, really needing to like at least engage the rail and ride out complete from something. Pascal also up and riding, so he's looking to improve on that 1.17. If he can do that, it makes the requirement harder on Cohen. and on Juan in those second and third place positions. Really tied. I feel like that's the theme of today. You know, extremely tied, about as tied as it can get for that second place position. Occasionally that first place as well has been right in that conversation, but it's really been a challenge to get that second advancing spot.
Yeah, it really is, and it's quite nerve-wracking as well sitting in that second spot, because you know that anything can happen in these heats. You know, those waves, as we saw Carlos take off on a great left-hander, that could just come through and just change the whole situation as it did then. But, you know, we thought kind of the surfers from the Netherlands had it in the bag, first and second spot. As we watch a replay here, and that is Juan from Costa Rica just going down on that wave. And we have here Pascal surfing through. So I think he had a nice hit off the top. It's definitely going to extend his scoreline on that one. Comes through at that 2.27. So he's going to be advancing through into the next round of the repechage.
That's right. So Cohen Proust had an opportunity as well, but his score is not high enough to come into the equation. And so it's Pascal van der Mast of the Netherlands behind Carlos Arsen of New Zealand that are advancing through into the next round. Well fought for another 15-minute repechage heat. Like you said, just so tense all around. You know, for those of us watching, for the crew on the beach that are supporting them, and for the athletes themselves. So some great surfing all around. After this, we'll be heading into our women's repechage round 2, heat number 1, with a lot more action to come throughout the day, as we've still got plenty of hours of sunlight in front of us and a few waves rolling through as well.
Yeah, that's right. Hopefully the judges aren't going to be getting that glare in the eyes this afternoon, and we can keep rolling through these heats. But yeah, it looks like, you know, look at our surfer there, Pascal, happy to get through that heat.
Yeah, so much going on behind the scenes, and it's been exciting to see it all kind of unfolding here on the contest site. And we're going to go to a quick break before we catch up with women's action out in the water. Stay tuned for more right after this.
Yeah, this be fun, boy. Tonton pas ou quoi? Si. L'amour avec grand A, celui qu'on se sert. C'est après les mômes qu'il commence pour de vrai. Dans les débuts, c'est l'envie d'hobby. On se promet tout, et ça pour la vie. Ça va, encore et encore. Et toi et moi, c'est jusqu'à la gare. Si.
Well, welcome back to the action. Quick change around to see the women out in the water for repechage round 2, heat number 1. We've got 4 competitors. Top 2 will be advancing through. Italy, Japan, England, and Portugal in the water. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth to call the action alongside the 6-time world champion in Casper Steinfath. It's been great to be able to call the action with you, and pretty excited to see these women hit the water.
We got a great heat coming up here. Heat number 1 of the second repechage of the women. Laura Del Pont from Italy, Takayo Yokohama from Japan, Holly Bassett from England, and Veronica Silva from Portugal.
So an opportunity for each of them to keep themselves in the draw, to get those valuable points for their teams, as well as their individual records behind the scenes. And they're all out of backline to start this off. It has seemed really challenging to get out to backline once you catch a wave to the inside. So this first exchange is going to be ultra important to get that first big score down.
Oh, it absolutely is. There's a lot on the line at this point. You know, it's a elimination round. The athletes are, you know, fighting for advancement in the competition. They're fighting for points for the national team. And, you know, there's just tension in the water, I'm sure, at this point. There's 4 competent athletes out there fighting among each other, and yeah, I'm trying to put myself in their spot right now, and I just remember that feeling of you know, being in the repechage. You're on the edge of the cliff, essentially. You know, if you don't make this one, you're out. So a lot on the line, and that's what, you know, makes sport interesting at the end of the day for all of us watching, all of us fans. There is potential for glory, and there is the reality of defeat that will face many athletes throughout this event.
It's so true. A lot more surfers will, or a lot more athletes will face defeat than they will success at this event, at any event. So it'll be great to see who comes out on top within this opening heat. 11 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. 15 minutes staying on the timer for the rest of the rounds throughout today on the repecharge side. Of course, one of the reasons for that is that we have a lot of contests to get through at this event. We're not just running SUP surfing, but we're running a lot of racing divisions coming up at the end of the week as well. So we've got a bit of a time crunch to be able to squeeze everything in across a big 7 days of competition.
There's a lot happening, and it's a massive schedule for the athletes, also for the organizing crew here to make everything happen. So, you know, repecharge being 5 minutes shorter than the regular heats is, you know, it's not a big ask. It's just, it puts a little bit more pressure on the athletes, I would say. So they have a little bit less time to make the magic happen, so to say. But the athletes have so far been making the most of it.
And possible opportunity maybe missed there from, I believe that was our surfer in green, Holly Bassett for Team England, who was nearly in position, but just maybe a little bit too deep on that section. Would have been really challenging to make the drop. We've got another one of our surfers paddling to this inside and looking to put herself into position.
Yeah, and we're looking at a super high tide at this point. The tide has come in and made the waves, you know, break closer to shore. It's a little bit more mushy in sections, and yeah, again, the lineup is ever changing here. Let's see what it does during the next 10 minutes during this heat.
And we've got a paddle on the inside. We'll stick with this before we head down to the beach because we might have some live action. And a strong paddle now up and riding on her backhand. Nice snap under the section to hold on to that first turn. That looks like Takayo for Team Japan. And nice and steady, keeping low and composed as well, bending those knees and really showing that she's got that control of her equipment, looking to redirect time and time again. So this is a great looking wave to start things off and to put that score on the board for Takayo.
Yeah, and for Takayo, she makes it really far in towards the beach. You can see she's standing up in the water here. It's not so deep. She makes the most of that wave. Didn't get a huge hit on the outside, but, you know, got some small movements on her way in. So that'll definitely factor in her score line.
Well, scores to come through as we wait for that. Let's go down to the beach to catch up with someone from that last heat.
One person. Thanks, guys. Here with Carlos Austin from Team New Zealand. All it takes is two. That's what I'm going to call this repecharge heats. Seems like everybody just looking for two good waves out there. So you got to be patient, but cutting it down to that 15-minute mark really puts a little bit of pressure on it. Tell us about it.
Yeah, just lucky to get two in the 15 minutes. That was the plan. Only just get two. Get it done what needs to be done. So, yeah.
Talk about that left you took. It was kind of looked like you're a little hesitant to take it and then committed, and it ended up working out for you.
There was only a couple minutes to go, and I was like, I need something. I need a second score. And that was going to peel all the way in. It was only small, but at least it was going to peel. I get a couple of turns, so I was happy with that.
Congratulations. You got your work cut out for you, these upcoming repo heats to make it to the main. So all of Team New Zealand's behind you.
Yeah, oh, thank you. Just want to say hi to Hannah back home and all my friends and family in Whangamata. Yeah, cheers for watching. Thank you.
Plus, he needs a good shave. Can you see that right there? Thanks, guys. Back to you guys.
Great surfing from Carlos, taking through the wind right on, you know, the buzzer, able to find himself that 4.33, which was the wave of the heat. Laurel Del Point has waited a long time to catch this wave, and she's going to look to back up that 2.27. Good looking start. Hard to exactly see what happens from that drone angle. Holly Bassett now up and riding, and a nice snap back for that first section. Sets herself up here through the inside, and this is going to be really dynamic surfing, chasing a small score at the moment to get that advancing position and put herself in the conversation.
That was a really nice wave by Holly right there, you know, making the most of it, still riding as we speak. She had a couple of nice check turns. Again, nothing super critical, I recall, but the three-time British SUP surfing champion, you know, keeping busy, wants to get going, and the challenge now is going to be getting back out to the lineup. That has proved again and again today to put the athletes at the edge of their ability.
Yeah, it really has been the kind of defining factor of surfers that advance through and those that don't have an opportunity to advance through.
Yeah, so what we're seeing today with especially waves that demand a lot of physique, you can see the athletes here, first of all, laying down on their boards, paddling out through the initial part of the whitewater. They are allowed to lay on their board for a short period of time. That might actually be the next heat also already now attempting to get to the lineup. But you know, getting to the lineup today is really just a challenge in itself, and it requires physique to be able to power through, punch through the waves, stay consistent, keep fighting, but it also requires a calm mind. Your adrenaline's rushing, your pulse rate is really high, you're stressing, you might be needing a score. So to keep your head calm in a situation like, for example, well, now Holly's in the lead, but if you're not in the lead, you're stressing to get out, and that's really what I see has been making the difference so far today, is the athletes that have kept their cool have had a better chance.
Yeah, that's so well said. You know, especially coming from your background as a multiple world champion, but having worked with those sports psychologists behind the scenes to really know how to handle those moments when you feel like everything's going against you and you have your own mental kind of battles, as well as the physical battles of moments like this where it feels maybe impossible.
Yeah, and that's where, your strategy really comes into play, and that's something you've worked on before the heat. Like, you prepare for plan A, B, C, and D. But one of the things I've found from my competitive days is, you got to be ready to adapt, and you got to be ready for things not to go your way, and then dealing with the adversity and finding some small ways to also reset your mind, because we all know that feeling of being stressed and feeling like we've let down or failed, but finding a way to reset during the action and come back, that's a lot of times what actually makes the difference.
So true. Down to 5 minutes on the clock. Holly dropped in that 3.67, has her sitting in the lead, though she's on the inside trying to get back into the lineup now. So she's not safe in consideration of that high score on the board. Takayo sitting with that 2.83, chasing just a 0.85 to get herself the leading position. Laurel Dupont, it looks like she's there on the inside in the red jersey. She's just chasing a 0.57 at the moment to take that spot away from Takayo. And Veronica Silva of Portugal has yet to get a score on the board, chasing down a 2.84 heat total. And this might be her turning on the inside section to have a look at this wave just to get that first score on the board.
Yeah, that first crucial score can be the defining factor between if you make or you break in this heat. It is an elimination round, a little bit of extra nerves for all the athletes out there. Veronica Silva from Madeira, no stranger to more powerful waves, but coming from an island in the middle of the Atlantic, an island with a very deep ocean around it, provides some very, clean, big point breaks where getting out can be a challenge, but it's not like a relentless beach break like here. This beach break we have here is definitely ranking as one of the harder ones we've had at ISA World Championship so far.
Well, I was just thinking that, a moment ago as you were kind of describing the mental side of staying in check as an athlete, but really for me, being newer to the stand-up paddling world, I haven't experienced this many times. The event in Puerto Rico last year was my first time being present for an event like this and getting to call to action, which was really fun. But I'm really starting to sense the feeling that it's just as much of a skill set, kind of a test of skills as competitive surfers as it is a strength test. You've got to be the strongest, the most fit to be able to handle, at least if we're surfing on a beach break specifically, challenging conditions like this.
Oh, it's the complete package you need. We're seeing, we've had a lot of great surfers come into stand-up paddling over the years, transitioning in from shortboarding or longboarding or other sides of surfing. But if they don't possess the skill set and to paddle and really have the physical power to get through the lineup, you can be the best surfer, but you might not get to the waves. So it requires the full package, as we see some action here on the midsection, staring into the afternoon glare of the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah, really hectic with that glare. It looks like that is Takayo from Japan, who's currently sitting in that second place position. We do have a score coming through for her now. We'll see if she's able to take away that leading position from Holly Bassett, which would put her in a more comfortable spot to possibly be taking away that advancing position. But yeah, the fitness side of things is really, really crucial, especially considering the beach break scenarios where imagine that, running an event like this on a point break or a reef break where you're able to just paddle out into the channel as soon as you catch a wave and put yourself back into that positioning, then could maybe, make it the easier run for that stand-up paddle surfer that has maybe better surfing experience specifically. But in a beach break, it seems like quite the challenge just on the fitness.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I think, we've had events at great locations in the past. We've had the ISA SUP Worlds at Cloudbreak in Fiji, like where the SUP surfers were surfing one of the most perfect reefs in the world. So we do go to these locations that also are just pristine and perfect, but most of the time we get, not always the perfect conditions, and that goes into the mindset and the philosophy maybe of the water man or the water woman. That approach of you take whatever the ocean gives you and you work with it, and that's definitely a mindset that I see many of the top athletes, and myself included, you know, I used to adapt to that mindset of we cannot control what happens on the ocean. What we can control is how we prepare and execute, and you know, accept that we have these conditions, and let's just try to make the best of them.
And that is really, you know, the kind of recipe to being a great waterman or a great waterwoman, to have all that preparation behind the scenes. Sitting on 1 minute remaining, we do have a score to drop through for Takayo Yokoyama for Team Japan. She's chasing down to 0.85 to get the leading position away from Holly Bassett, who's wearing the green jersey from England. Laura Del Ponte of Italy is chasing down a small score to take herself into an advancing position. As we've just seen a score drop through for Takayo, it's a 2.30, so she remains in second as Holly Bassett has backed up her 3.67 with a 1.5. So super tight, and we've got a score to drop through for the first of Veronica Silva as well, as we've got a paddle here on the inside section. So at the moment, Holly in the lead and Takayo in second.
Yeah, that was Laura Del Ponte taking a look at that wave right there. You can really see the current rushing behind her. That's that rip, the famous rip current we've been talking about all day. Laura just casually drifting around. You can see the waves pushing a little bit in, the current pulling them out. It's a volatile ocean out there today, put it like that.
Yeah, this is not easy. This is a real test across many different things coming into the conversation. And that will be the finish of the heat. Holly Bassett holds on to the lead. Takayo Yokoyama holds on to second. Laura Del Ponte falls out in third. Would have been chasing a 2.86, which would have been one of the better scores of the heat. And a 5.13 would have been the requirement for Veronica. Sorry, just shy of that, a 4.070 as Veronica dropped in her first score, but unfortunately was unable to get that advancing position. So we'll say goodbye to our Italian Laura and our Portuguese surfer in Veronica. Thank you so much for being here, and we'll see so much more of you in the future. Holly Bassett and Takayo Yokoyama advancing through to the next round. And we've got more action to come on the women's side of the draw right after this.
Ta-dam!
Bonjour, welcome back to the 2023 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We're here on the west coast of France. We have beautiful conditions today for day 2 of competition. We're in the SUP surfing. If you're just joining us, we've had almost a full day of action so far, going through some of the main rounds. We're in the repechage right now of the women. We're in repechage heat number 2. We have a great heat coming up now. Conditions proving very tricky. We're going to talk much more about that. If you are watching from around the world, welcome, friends, family, fans. We got all of you covered with the best action here from France. I'm Casper Steinfath, and I'm joined here in the booth by Bo Nixon from Australia, a former competitor himself. And we're going to talk you through all the action unfolding in front of us. Bo, let's recap the day so far. What has been happening?
It's been a huge day of action. We started off with the main rounds of the men and also the women in the mornings. Really nice, clean conditions starting off the day today. So competitors greeted with really, really nice conditions. But then we can see the winds being a bit onshore, and also there's been a bit of a current with that tide coming in. So it's been a bit of a struggle out there for some of the competitors to find the best waves. But we have the best surfers in the world, so they are doing their best out there today.
We have the best athletes. We have athletes representing 30 different countries. In this heat particularly, we have 3 countries represented: Japan, Germany, and Australia. We have 2 German surfers in this heat with Milanka Linde and Bettina Kohl representing Germany, Skylar Rayner from Australia, and Aya Yurikusa from Japan.
Yeah, great to see so many countries here representing and surfing against each other. We've obviously got the two surfers from Germany hoping to make it through in this heat to keep their team medals alive for the future in the week.
Yeah, and this is day 2 of the SUP surfing. Tomorrow we're going to be hosting the final day of SUP surfing. The finals are going to be going down, so make sure to tune in again tomorrow. The forecast actually looks really good. We have this nice swell as the North Atlantic Ocean is starting to wake up from its summer hibernation. And as we see some nice waves approaching the lineup here.
Yeah, I was going to say those waves look small on the drone, but from that camera beach angle, those waves are pretty much well overhead. See Skylar paddling over that wave there.
Skylar Rayner from Australia. You being from Australia yourself, like what do you make of the Australian contingency so far in the event?
Yeah, definitely, strong representation in the SUP surfing with, Wes Fry, we've got Skylar Rayner in this hit and Kai Bates as well. And then, looking into the SUP kind of racing scene, Johnny Hagan and also Michael Booth. So pretty strong, not a huge contingent like we've had in the previous years at the ISA events. Australia's always had a pretty strong team of paddleboarders, SUP surfers, racing, both technical, sprint, and the long distance as well. As we see our first wave of the heat, Skylar Rayner, nice carve off the top there, just dropping down into a bit of a closeout, but she'll get a good score for that one turn.
She will get a score on the board for sure. That was a nice little first part of the wave before it went into that inside section that really is proving, I'm not going to say lethal, but definitely a little bit of a maze to navigate.
It really is, yeah. And Skylar doing a great job of reading the conditions there, understanding that she needs to get a turn in before that really critical section comes toward her. So doing a good job to get a score on the board at least. As we see our next competitor.
That is the next heat getting ready, and we have, because of the conditions being so physical in terms of making it to the lineup, I know the judges have agreed to let the following heat actually paddle out quite early, but just to get ready for make sure you get out to the lineup, as we have 11 minutes remaining on the clock, still waiting for a score from Skylar in green. The remaining 3 surfers also not posting any scores yet. The 2 German surfers very excited to be here. I know Bettina from surfing back in Denmark. Bettina frequenting my hometown of Cold Hawaii probably before I was even born. She is a very strong water woman with origins in the windsurfing world. She's been competing at multiple ISA World Championships. She has her family probably at home cheering for her right now, not least her son Benny is an avid SUP surfer himself. And Bettina, making a point out of representing Germany on the world stage, as we see Milanka Linde taking a look at that wave.
Yeah, great to see Germany represented here, and the SUP surfing as well. I know you were saying not much of a coastline in Germany, but
they do have a coastline.
Yeah, but not much of one. But it's good to see them traveling around to different spots. I guess Betty, having a bit of experience in these bumpier conditions as well, heading up your way in cold Hawaii to perfect her craft.
Yeah, there's definitely a strong German contingent frequenting the shores of Denmark. Germany has the coastline of Sylt and various small island in the Frisian Sea. As we see Milanka Linde from Germany up and riding, nice entry into this wave, as it unfortunately seems to shut down on her.
Yeah, it looks like she was trying to look for a little turn before it closed out. Great to see her identifying that there could be a little bit of an open section there. But yeah, now having to paddle back out through this pretty intense lineup. Seen a lot of waves closing out toward the high tide.
And an interesting backstory on Milanka is actually she enjoys the SUP surfing. She's 22 years old, but she has entered the stand-up paddling world through the racing side and has transitioned into surfing, which I find really interesting because normally it's a surfer that finds themselves transitioning into racing.
Yeah, very true. So yeah, a bit of a different way about it to get into the sport, but it's great that she's crossing over different disciplines and is she competing for later on in the week in the racing?
I think she's actually only competing in the SUP surfing at this event.
Okay. So yeah, representing Germany for SUP surfing and doing a great job of it so far. Got herself a little score of a 1-point ride on the board. They're putting her into second place.
She definitely is. And situation in the water right now with 8 minutes and 24 seconds remaining. Skylar Rayner, that first wave came in at a 3-pointer. Milanka Linde getting a 1-point ride for that wave we saw before. Still waiting for waves to be ridden from Aya and Bettina.
Yeah, so those ladies being quite selective out there. Could be a good option as well, just to wait for those better waves and get the higher scores to come through. We have seen a lot of different strategies throughout the day from surfers. Some of them either staying busy, catching lots of waves, as we do see a start here from Aya from Japan. Nice bottom turn up into the lip, hits it off the top. Just can't quite ride down from that one, but that was a beautiful looking turn had she rode out of that.
It looked like she got a little bit too high up on the wave there, just maybe didn't get into the power zone of the wave.
Can also be quite scary seeing that, really steep section coming toward you, so maybe just a little bit of hesitation there before making that turn down.
Aya from the city of Miyazaki in Japan, representing Team Japan. Japan having a very strong contingency here at the ISA Worlds. Strong surfers, strong racers, especially on the racing side. You will, well, if you are a fan of the stand-up paddling world, you will have heard of the powerhouse of Shrimpy and Rai, the two racers that really made a name for themselves, especially last season, both at the ISA Worlds and on the APP World Tour.
Yeah, that's right. Rai, especially, there's a clip of him doing a buoy turn in, I think it was Korea.
That's
at
right.
One of the events, and then that went absolutely viral in the stand-up paddle world because it was just an incredible drone shot of how quickly he can turn a board from the tail. So it's going to be amazing watching him competing later on in the week.
And as we saw Bettina Cole looking at a little wave there, not opting to go further with it. We will be talking a lot more about the racing as we progress into the week. It's only Tuesday. I feel like we've been here in France for many days already, but it's only Tuesday. We have the finals of the SUP surfing coming up tomorrow. We have that to look forward to. Then on Thursday, we have the technical racing kicking off with the initial rounds. Friday, the final rounds of the technical racing. And then Saturday, we do the long distance race out around the next point you can see at the end of their screen right here. Long distance is going to take the athletes out on I believe 14, 15 kilometer distance that really is going to be a brutal ordeal for them. And then finishing off on Sunday with the sprints and the legendary team relay race. Did you ever do the team relay?
I don't think I ever did the team relay. I was definitely more of the SUP surfing side of things. When I was competing, like I said before, Australia had such a big team, so a lot of top SUP racers were doing that really. I was on the beach cheering them along, and I think we took home a couple of medals there. So
you certainly did. Team Australia very dominant in those early years of the stand-up paddling. Australia winning I forget how many team world titles. We have also had USA in the mix in not I wouldn't say recent years, because in recent years it's been France.
Yeah,
it's been the powerhouse.
Last 2 years for France. USA before that, Australia. As we see a paddle here from our surfer in white, Betty. She drops in on this one. Great ride, great takeoff.
Nice.
Good control as well. So getting her heat started there. She's riding that smick board, so she'll look to get out into the lineup to hopefully get back up that score. We've just seen a couple of those, 1.43 rides from the surfers, Aya from Japan and Malanka as well from Germany. So hopefully Betty can get herself up into contention.
I'm sure she will. She'll be right in contention with that ride there. Bettina also recently releasing, it actually might be a couple of years now, but she released a documentary film called Betty Would Go, a very beautiful film about the ups and downs of life, following her passion for windsurfing and now stand-up paddling. A really great movie if you have the chance to check it out. And I think I'm a sucker for northern surf movies because we have a climate that's not always fantastically warm, but the stoke is real.
Yeah, that's so cool. It's definitely on my list of things to watch. Make sure I put it on your list of things to watch too.
As we look at the situation out there, we have 4 minutes, just over 4 minutes remaining on the clock. Skylar Rayner in first place with still that 3-point ride. She's looking to back it up. She's been in no rush, it seems, but time is ticking. In second place, Aya Yurikusa from Japan, sitting with a 1.43. She's also looking for a backup score. Bettina Cole getting that latest wave come in at a 1.2, also looking for a backup score. And Milanka Linde with a 1-point ride. So all ladies in the heat looking for that backup score.
Yeah, coming down to 3 minutes 40 seconds left on the clock, and these competitors only looking for really small scores in order to advance through. So yeah, we can see a paddler here, Milanka having a look at that wave, but not opting to take it. Even just to take off down the face is going to get them the score that they need to advance. But obviously Aya looking to get another wave to make the requirement a little bit harder for the other competitors. And also Skylar, she's not safe either. So she's looking for another backup score for her heat campaign as well.
Exactly. All 4 ladies in the water looking for waves to solidify their campaign. Another thing I want to point out is when we see the athletes taking off on the waves here, of course, we see a nice looking wave, and what the reality is, we don't see the complete picture. We don't see the current. We don't see, you know, where the waves are breaking, and is it going to be a closeout? So if you're joining us from home in a nice couch or from the kitchen, watching while you're eating a nice little meal or something, these women, these athletes are fighting. They're going all they can. The conditions are rough out there. Decision on which waves to take and which ones not to go is crucial. And it's really easy for us to sit here and be backseat commentators.
It certainly is. But this drone angle looks like fantastic conditions. But as soon as you get that angle from the beach like this, you can see it's quite bumpy and quite, a lot of water moving out there for the women. So you see a surfer hit. Nice turn there from our surfer. And I believe that's Aya in the red from Japan. So doing well with a couple of turns there on that wave.
Yes, and that is not you as viewers considering whether you're colorblind. It is a lot of backlit light from certain angles. It is tricky both for the judges and us here in the booth to see exactly who is the rider. But here we have blue Milanka Linde up and riding, looking at the right here, getting some nice speed, carving down this face, keeping busy with the paddle. Very nice transition as she makes her way to the inside. Nice off the top. Rides out into the whitewater. What do you make of that, Bill?
That was actually a really well put together wave. That was great surfing from Milanka there. I was thinking maybe with Aya, you know, increasing that score line with that previous wave, but Milanka I think is going to maybe jump up into that position as
we see Skylar.
Yeah, she's really doing well to hang on to this one as she makes it around that whitewater. So getting a little bit of scoring potential in the open face here, and a nice carve off the top there for Skylar. So realizing that this wave isn't quite done yet, she's going to ride it through. Does well again to hold on to that. Just to see how bumpy that water is out there. So these competitors trying to find the best waves that they can.
With 1 minute remaining, we have some scores that we're waiting for to drop from the judges. We're waiting from scores of Aya in red. Milanka just dropping a 2.27, sending her to the lead. Though still waiting for a score from Skylar Rayner in second place. She's looking to back up that initial 3-point ride she had. What can she get? She needs a 0.27 to make it into first place again. Probably pretty sure, are definite that this score she's getting is going to be above that. But how much will it solidify her position? And can Aya from Japan better her campaign? She needs a 1.58 to move back into that second place and advancing position.
I feel like the score that is going to be coming through for Aya might be that 1.58. Might just be enough. We'll have to see what the judges thought of that kind of two-turn combination on that wave. It's a very close heat as we, 10 seconds left on the clock.
Yep, it's a nail biter. We love these type of heat. It comes down to the wire. And judges definitely have their work cut out for them right now. They might be watching replays of the actual wave. They might be watching multiple different angles to get a better perspective of it. They can also go back and compare it to other waves.
Yeah, we might love the intense, but
as we go to a little break here, we'll be right back with the result of this last heat. And stay tuned for a lot more action coming up.
Yeah, this be fun, boy. T'entends pas ou quoi? Si. L'amour avec grand A, celui qu'on se sert. C'est après les mômes qu'il commence pour de vrai. Dans les débuts, c'est l'envie d'hobby. On se promet tout, et ça pour la vie. Ça va, c'est encore et encore. Et toi et moi, c'est jusqu'à la gare. Si.
Welcome back to the action here at the 2023 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. It's been a big day of surfing. We started out with our main event heats, which were non-elimination. Top two surfers were advancing through, and we've got quite a few surfers on the men's and women's side that will be competing on finals day tomorrow. And then the bottom surfers in those draws, third or fourth place positions, fell into the rapid charge rounds. We've been rolling through those now throughout the afternoon. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth by Bo Nixon. And Bo, it's been great to be able to call the action alongside of you, someone who's competed in SUP surfing for many years yourself.
Yeah, it's been really fun to be part of this event, calling all the action, watching some of the biggest names in stand-up paddleboard surfing take to the water and get through their rounds today. Like you said, we saw the main event. Surfers getting through into the repechage now. This is the women's repechage here, repechage 2, heat 3. So quite a stacked heat with this one as well. With Kanani Yochman in the red, we have Nimse Garcia, she's in the blue. Lisa Richard in the green from Canada, and then we also have Mara Carmen Rivera from Puerto Rico.
Well, down to 13 minutes on the clock. We have not seen a wave ridden yet, and it looks like it's a bit quiet out there. So let's go down to the beach and catch up with Drew Murin.
Thanks, guys. Catching up here. Sorry about that. We have Holly Bassett from round 2, heat 1 of the repechage heats. Took the top honors there. Holly, we got your boyfriend Joe behind you. Super excited with your performance in that last heat. Only took a maneuver or two to take it. Walk us through it.
Yeah, it's super hard paddle out. It's pretty savage shore dump. So once you get through that, you have to make the most of it. And that was my tactic for this heat. Get out the back, see what I can do with a set wave or one of the bigger waves coming through, and then play it from there. And luckily it paid off for this heat, which is...
Conditions out there a little bit different than what you're used to back in England. Why don't you describe your home surf?
Yeah, big up to everyone at West Wittering. It's good to have you supporting online as well. But yeah, home for us is small waves, south coast of England, sort of a place called West Wittering near Chichester. So yeah, it's a real difference here being on a beach break in France, Le Sable d'Olonne, but it's good fun. It's good to get out there and be in the mix with everyone for sure.
You don't have very long until you got to be back on the water again, so we're going to let you go, but good luck moving on.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's time for a refuel.
Get it, girl. Team England trying to represent here at the ISA World Championships.
Doing a great job representing. Holly through for another heat, and she's got, just a little bit of time to grab that power bar, grab a little bit of water, and get herself back out there.
Yeah, she'll be straight back out surfing again. So a lot of surfing is to be done today if you are getting through these repechage rounds, and also into tomorrow as well, making it through to the finals day here for the SUP surfing.
12 minutes on the clock, really quiet at the start of this heat, about 3 minutes down, 15 minutes that we began with. And a dig now for our first surfer up and riding. Nimse Garcia unfortunately just goes down on that opening section. And behind her, Lisa Richard for Team Canada has a quick paddle, is unable to get into it. And Mari Carmen for Team Puerto Rico into this one. So really frothy out in front of her. She's got this double up section. It doesn't look like she's going to be able to project down to the face of that wave. So a challenging exchange for that first one.
Really challenging exchange. I'm not quite sure what happened there with Nimse on that wave, just coming a little bit unstuck on her feet. And then, Mara Carmen on that one, getting a bit of a longer ride. Not going to be a huge score, but just opening her campaign, getting her feet on the board as we see our surfer in red, Kanani Yochman, taking off on this wave.
All right, good looking wave. Was able to get into that really early on the paddleboard. Can't find a connection with that rail though for that opening turn. So small scores across the board.
Yeah, judges really wanting to see these riders complete their turns, and that's where they're going to get the scores. That turn from Kanani not going to be scored because she fell off the back of that wave and wasn't able to complete that turn. So yeah, very small scores to start off this heat. But it's great to see all 4 women out in the lineup. And still 10 minutes, 40 seconds in this heat, so a lot of time to be able to get another couple of rides under their belt.
Kanani's from the town of Hilo on the big island of Hawaii. Of her 2 sons, her older at 15 years old is already a professional bodyboarder. So a family that just loves being in the water. That's been really cool to see that develop. Of course, coming from the islands, it's no surprise.
Yeah, of course, definitely. I mean, it's just all based around the water in Hawaii, and, breed watermen and water women, left, right and center. It's fantastic to see the whole family into water sports.
10 minutes on the clock, and it's Kanani currently sitting in the lead with that 1.6 on the board. Mari Carmen has dropped in a 1.03 for her wave, so she's just chasing a small score to take the lead away. Between Nimse and Lisa, it's pretty even, aside from the fact that Lisa hasn't caught that opening ride yet. She is sitting with that first priority next to her name, though, which is nice. And it seems like we finally have a bit of a lull in the action. The last maybe 2 hours, at least 2.5 hours, have really been pulsing through, lots of sets and really consistent. But as we come to the, closer to that high tide range, it's really slowed down.
Yeah, it's pretty much high tide bang on right now. So, the kind of surf break settling down a little bit. We did hear from think the lifeguard on the jet ski that just went past there, Leo, before at his home break, talking about the conditions, that kind of in-between tide not being the best, the high tide and the low tide being really great for conditions. So I think we're seeing that now. The waves starting to open up a little bit more. That last heat we saw, one of the competitors get multiple turns on the wave. So it's great to see these conditions starting to favour SUP surfing a little bit more.
Looking a little more favorable as the afternoon comes through. Two of our surfers in the draw right now, competing just in this division in SUP surfing as we take a look at the current conditions out there.
Yeah, taking a look at the conditions today, 5 to 8 feet swell height, and the swell direction is from the west, so getting right into this surf area, so we're getting the whole bulk of that swell. The wind is from the northwest, but it's quite light, which is nice. You see the high tide there, just gone past 2:16 this afternoon, so that tide's starting on its way back out. Balmy water temperature and balmy air temperature too. Lovely to see that.
Yeah, it's really great. There's so many spectators down on the shoreline that have just been enjoying the sun this morning. Plenty of kids playing in the sand as well as, people tanning and getting in the water for a swim because that water is just so pleasant. So that's been awesome to see. Nimze for Team Puerto Rico there in the blue jersey, just hanging around, waiting for the next set to roll through. Kind of probably questioning. I mean, this is really the slowest that we've seen it in a while. What's gone on in that change of the conditions? Yeah,
exactly. So it's, slowing down a little bit. You see them waiting for waves to come through. As we see Team Puerto Rico there, they're going to be cheering her on. Maybe even some whistles from the beach to let them know there's a set coming. But yeah, taking a seat in the shade because it's getting quite warm out there this afternoon. These competitors still opting to wear a wetsuit though, to keep their bodies warm. Water is a little bit chilly. And of course that wind as well when you're out in the water, especially on a stand-up paddleboard, you're out in the elements, so you're not going to, be getting super warm. So open to the wind, but you are out of the water, which is nice.
Yeah, fully exposed. There goes Garcia with a look at this wave for Team Puerto Rico, 9-time national champ in the SUP racing and in SUP surfing, so well-rounded between the two. She'll be competing in the SUP tech racing coming up as well. Lisa Richard putting herself in position, deciding not to have, a real paddle to get into that one for her opening wave. Nimse is studying at the University of Puerto Rico back at home, and she's an artist. She's currently studying metal sculpturing, which is a pretty amazing and unique field to be studying in. As we see her now up and riding on her second wave, already going to improve on that 0.60 that she has on the board, going up for a big hit for the finish. Can't hold on to the end of it, but at least got that one redirection thrown in.
Yeah, exactly. That one little turn was quite nice as well. Probably going to be the best score of the heat so far. So that's going to put her up into the lead, which is always a nice place to be as we count down this heat from about 6 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. And we'll see that the other heat should be paddling out now. The next heat getting, a bit of a longer paddle out, especially for the women. I think the men still have the 5-minute paddle out. The women bumping up to an 8-minute paddle out because those conditions were tough before the top of that tide that's just gone through.
That's right, and offering those extra few minutes for the paddle out means that we get to see more waves caught, means that these surfers have a better opportunity. As we take a look at Nimse here on the inside section, so she dropped in that 2.17 for her last wave. Now she's got that little boost of probably confidence to just start building on that scoreline.
Yeah, totally, and she's got this wave as a backup too, so doing some nice turns on the inside. Not going to get a super high score because it is a small wave on the inside, but definitely going to back up that 2.17 to put herself in a very favorable position to get through into the next round.
Lisa's now going to have a score to drop through as well. Just that quick in and out. It looked like she was going to try and go for that re-entry off the first section, but decided to kick out instead. Maybe even a safe decision, being that she's now back out at backline already, and she's not going to be stuck on the inside, wasting more time if that wave wasn't going to give her very much scoring potential.
Yeah, that's so true. As we see Mary Carmen there running up the beach, repositioning herself to be able to get back out there. She does have a 1.03 in her scoreline, looking for a 2.1. We did see Nimse bump up into the lead with a 1.5 score for that last ride. And Lisa Richard with 0.9. So looking for a 2.23 to get herself into advancing position.
So small, similar requirements for Neens. Mari Carmen having that run up the beach. She is, such a well-rounded athlete. She's going to be competing in a lot of divisions, competing in SUP surfing. So she's already using up so much of that energy this week, but she's been training so hard behind the scenes, as well as SUP distance racing, the sprint racing, and the tech racing, all on the SUP side of things. So she's going to be a name that we're going to be speaking a lot about throughout this entire week. one of the few athletes in the field that will be competing across all the disciplines within her field.
Yeah, quite a few of the athletes are, crossing over disciplines, which is great. She's going to have a very busy week ahead of her, competing in all of those disciplines, back-to-back days. I don't think she has a rest day in between all of that. So, yeah, it's really good to see her getting to be in the water a lot this week.
Yeah, and she's had some great results at the Pan American Games, walked away with the bronze medal back in Lima in 2019. And she had the bronze medal just last year in the ISA sprint category. So that was really exciting. I'm sure she's got that little taste now of making it into that final 4 pack of the medaling, sprinters to come across the line, and she'll be wanting to walk away with gold this year.
Yeah, how good to have that experience already, in the back pocket. Rely on that from the previous years and bring it out to this event here. Relying on some from past experience.
Nimse's jumped into the lead at 2:17 and the 1.5 from that wave on the inside, but where she just got all those turns thrown in, even though there were smaller foam climbs, it was just what she needed to put her into that leading position over Kanani. Kanani there with a quick in and out. Not sure that'll factor into her top 2 scores.
Don't think it will with that one. Just a very quick in and out. Didn't manage to even drop down the face on that, so judges realizing that was kind of going to be a very small score. But still in that second position, Kanani's sitting right now, so she's still not in the clear. 3 minutes left on the clock. You can see those bumps coming into play there. Kanani just getting knocked off her board, but she'll be up on her feet again very soon.
Down to 2 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. The Canadian, originally from Nova Scotia, now living on the West Coast in Vancouver Island. She's chasing a 2.23, and she's had a few opportunities. She's also been able to hold on to that priority for the majority of this heat.
Yeah, it's a good place to be right now, especially counting down the clock to have priority. You've got choice of the best wave that comes through. Hopefully that you're in the right position as well. As we see her possibly paddling for this one. She's looking like she might take this as a right-hander or may even go left. She's going to switch around to the right, switches that paddle over. Nice turn off the top, but can't quite ride down on that wave. So we'll have to see what score comes in for that, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. That 2.23. Best thing is, though, she's not too far in, so still in a good position to get back out the back into another wave before the end of this heat.
So true. And of the women's side of the field, she's one of those really strong competitors. One of her hobbies literally includes lifting heavy rocks and just getting in that training. Being from Canada, I feel like there's just such a culture of being outdoors and really being amongst the elements. She also loves food and cooking, being in the kitchen, and she's actually the mastermind behind the Tofino Hot Sauce Company. She has a line of medium spiced hot sauces that hit flavor, a variety of flavor panels, and she makes every single bottle by hand.
Wow, that is incredible. That's so fascinating to learn about Lisa. It's so cool to hear that. I'm not a hot sauce fan myself, but my wife absolutely loves it, so I'm sure she'd be keen to try some.
It is like kind of a niche, if you get into it, you got a refrigerator, pretty much a refrigerator shelf full of hot sauces for sure. Nimse Garcia with a great opportunity. I'm so impressed with her strategy throughout this heat to build on those score lines and really make the most of the conditions.
Yeah, she's been improving on every wave, so that wave's definitely going to be one of her highest scores. A couple of nice turns on the outside. You can see her there. We're just relaxing after that, knowing that it's only 1 minute left. She'll probably start to head in, fairly confident of her position.
And here we go. A big paddle for Lisa. Creating your hot sauce back in Tofino. And having a deep takeoff there. A 1.93 is the requirement. Gonna need to get to work here and put some turns together. Connects with that first backhand turn, but can't quite find that projection to ride through.
Yeah, I thought she might have a bit of opportunity on the inside. We've seen a couple of the surfers ride those waves through, but couldn't quite keep it moving there. So we'll have to see how the judges score that ride, if it's going to be that 1.93 she needs. And that leaves Kanani Yorkman out the back, sitting with priority, but only 20 seconds left.
Yeah, Kanani's kind of been in that seat where she had that, the start of that opening exchange. It took maybe 4 or 5 minutes to get that first wave ridden within this heat, and Kanani was the one to kind of pull the trigger and go. Now she's chasing down a 3.27, but if she can increase on the 1.53, she's going to be making it even harder on the rest of the field. Now up and riding, this is a great looking wave in front of her. Connects with that section, nice tag off the lip for the Hawaiian, and comes in with a second turn. Can't hold on to the finish. I feel like with that first turn, we could be looking at improvement on the score line.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was right on the buzzer. I'm not quite sure if that wave is going to score. So she might have been just outside the buzzer on that one. We'll have to wait and see if the judges do drop a score.
Well, there we go. It looks like Nimse Garcia holds on to the lead. Kanani Yorkman drops a 2.70 for her last wave, holds her in that second place position. the Canadian in Lisa Richard and the Puerto Rican in Mari Carmen Rivera, who are out of the competition. We'll definitely be seeing more of them in the week to come, so stay tuned for more action. And we've got more to come with Spain, England, Brazil, and South Africa all sending surfers out in the next heat. We'll be back with more right after this.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
Well, ticking through the Repicharge rounds, it always feels like, it's a bit of a battle through the Repicharge rounds at the ISA level, because we're giving everybody that second opportunity. But for those surfers that are advancing through on heats, it means that they're spending so much energy already, and they know they're going to have to paddle back out. It's not going to be a long time in between different heats, because the rounds get shorter and shorter as we advance through, and we're losing half the surfers every single round as we go. So it's been a big day, and we've got even more surfing to come as we're now into heat number 4 on the women's Repicharge round 2. Shannon and Casper here in the booth to call the action, and you can start to see that wind is picking up once again and creating a bit of chop on the surface.
Yeah, there's definitely some texture change out there. There's a bit of a, I'm going to call it an onshore wind. Can't quite see it from this angle as we see up and riding here. That is Alasne Orecoechea from Spain. Looking at a nice little wave here, having an off the top at the end. Doesn't quite ride out of that one. But yeah, Shannon, conditions changing throughout the day. And again, now looks like the wind has kicked into force.
Yeah, it's really like about every hour and a half, 2 hours, we've got a different playing field completely out here.
Yeah, it really is keeping the athletes on their toes. It's making the call for good tactical decisions something that's very crucial to making it through these heats. And I think, yeah, the athletes are, I wouldn't say it's gale force winds blowing onshore, maybe, I don't know, 5 to 10 knots, but definitely enough to mix things up.
Yeah, it's definitely that strong enough afternoon sea breeze as we see Alasne riding into the inside, and she's just going to reposition herself to paddle back out in a good section. Our surfer in the green jersey, Covia, has already dropped in her first score of a 3-point ride, which sets her up really well. And given the context of what we've seen from some other heats, a 3-point ride could easily be a keeping score to be advancing through. She finds that back up against Yvette Terblanche of South Africa and Sarah Perkins of England as well. Small scores on the board for both Yvette and Sarah at the moment, but it means that they've gotten that campaign started and we've got that priority set in order, which is maybe a little more important today, being that we've only got those 15 minutes on the clock, less time to get into those good waves as we take a look at the 3-point ride.
Yeah, this is the 3-point ride from Kilvia Cardosa. A little in and out, checking out the wave, making some small readjustments, but nothing major. Alasne from Spain making a nice roundhouse turn there, a little snap at the whitewater section at the end. I think this wave would have come in higher than a 4.33 had she made that last turn. But nonetheless, 4.33 is a great score to have on the board. The trend we've seen in the past few heats has been getting 2 waves, has been the key word. The conditions being rough for the athletes to get out to the lineup. So, getting a score early has left the athletes able to, get back out and choose a good wave for the second one. So, yep, they're getting their campaign going as we saw Cardosa from Brazil take a little head dip right there.
Well, scores in the 4-3-3 for Alasne sets her up with a great lead. 10 minutes on the clock. Let's go down to the beach to catch up with Nimze Garcia after her heat win in the last one.
Rico, the winner of that last Repicharge heat, and Nimze, looked like you're having a lot of fun out there, girl.
Well, the conditions are, really difficult, but, just having fun, just surfing another heat, got an opportunity to keep representing Puerto Rico, and just happy to be here.
Well, all you Puerto Ricans are having so much fun at this contest. You all support each other greatly, and I know that's a big part of it. Why don't you talk about the team camaraderie part of Team Puerto Rico? Everybody's supporting each other through all aspects.
Well, I consider the Team Puerto Rico the most loud, the most fun. Everybody just, spreading their energy around. Everybody knows, every other team knows that, we just get the spark going on. But yeah, that's how we are.
I love it. Hey, also, you're going to be competing in the technical races coming up. So you're moving on through the heats here and SUP surf, but you also got to start focusing on the technical race coming up. How are you such a crossover athlete when it comes to surfing and then racing?
Well, I use SUP surfing as a practice though, and just keeping active during the week that I surf. So yeah, that's what I use.
And it looks like we could see some waves in the upcoming SUP technical race, so that could be proven to be a lot more beneficial than a lot of the athletes that don't.
Yeah, it's gonna be way more fun with waves. I personally prefer it with waves, so yeah, it's gonna be really fun.
Great. Well, congratulations. We'll see you in the upcoming rounds, and Team Puerto Rico.
You
want to say the same. There.
Team Puerto Rico. Mami, te amo mucho. Sé que nos estás viendo. Vamos para el próximo heat.
Hi, Mom. Back to you guys.
Great to hear from Nimse, and knowing that she's going to be juggling multiple disciplines this week, but using this as the practice and the warm-up run, but also making it through the heat, so she's looking great heading into the next round this afternoon. Covia of Brazil now up and riding. Nice open face wave, connects with that first section. So she's already getting some really important work done here to back up that three-point ride. That looks like a more powerful snap in the pocket and has one more section. Can't quite hold on to the finish, unfortunately, but she's going to be moving into the lead with that last wave.
Yeah, to back up her 3.0 from earlier, that's definitely a great score from Kilvia. Just waiting for the score, but as we see the replay right here, nice takeoff, makes it around this whitewater section, eyes a little high line, drives off the bottom, check turn, uses the paddle, builds some speed again, jumps these bumps, and nice slash here. Again, multiple maneuvers. Lining up that final section, just gets a little bit bogged down with the board. Could have been a really great score had she stuck that last maneuver, but I think it's also going to come in as a very handy score for the Brazilian.
I couldn't agree more. That last maneuver was really critical to kind of jumping that score up, but getting all that work done through those middle sections. And she was really able to jam into the tail, throw a bit of spray with them, really show the power in her surfing as well.
Yeah, you could see she was looking for more potential, and I think one of the most frustrating things as an athlete is when you don't get to showcase your full potential, which we clearly see she possesses a lot more skill.
Having the runaround now, we'll notice in the last 30 minutes or so, the last few heats, that the paddle out zone has changed. And instead of paddling out south of the contest area, the surfers have been running up to this north end to find themselves in a different rip.
Yeah, it's hard to exactly say from our perspective what it is that's leading them there, but it's got to be a change of water movement, the water movement being crucial to getting out through these waves. It's kind of like going up the mountain. You want to find the ski lift, right, that takes you out there, and that's what, metaphorically speaking, these athletes are also doing. They're looking for where the water is rushing back out to the peak, as we see Alasne jump over that wave right there.
That was a solid size wave. It kind of thought maybe she was going to get there, and then it just peaked up right in front of her. So great execution just to get herself as close as she could to being over the top. There's another set rolling through. So one of those bigger sets starting to pulse in now. We had a little bit of a quieter heat in the one before without really any of these solid size sets, and she's about to take this one right on the head. Sitting with that 4.33, she's down into second now as a 3.60 has dropped through for last of Covia and sets her up in the lead. She'll be doing that run around and probably just now hitting the water to start paddling out.
Yeah, she'll be on her way back out. That set we're seeing detonating right here is not going to make that a whole lot easier in the next few minutes. There's a lot of water coming in that is going to have to stabilize before you can hope to make it back out through those waves. As we see Alasne get back on her board, the vice European champion from 2022, I believe, back out with first priority. Sarah Perkins from Team England Also looking to get some scores on the board. She currently has a 0.63 and a 0.43. Sarah, the university professor from England, definitely bringing the, how do I say, the level of conversation up among us surfers. That's really great. We need it.
Yeah, it's great. Bring in that education. She is so passionate about wildlife conservation and coral reef ecology when she's back at home working in the university. What a great looking turn from Alasne. So well controlled.
Yeah, that was really beautiful right there. There's some carving. There was some critical moments. Alasne definitely getting the most out of that wave. I don't know if there was like a real hit on the lip there, but beautiful wave surfing by Alasne. She'll be really happy to include that in the next part of her as she approaches this heat.
She comes from Sopela in the Basque Country of Spain, one of my favorite regions of the world. I absolutely love it there. The food is amazing, the culture is amazing, and it's just such a beautiful region to be able to spend time in. Her favorite wave, she gets to surf back at home, called Mundaka, a wave that probably most of the surfers tuning in to watch this are well familiar with.
Yeah, Mundaka being one of those legendary waves of the Basque Country, of Europe in general. I think, I've surfed it once, but I surfed it at a high tide on a really sloppy day, but I know Alasne and her crew down there surf some amazing waves in the Basque Country. Definitely one of those bucket list destinations if you're going for a surf trip in Europe.
Down to 3 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. We're not sure where Kovia is in the lineup. We know that Alasne just had a great looking wave and it was high enough to jump her back into the lead. So back and forth between first and second, going to red and green. Red currently in that first place position with a 3.67 as her last score. Yvette, the South African, loves those downwinders coming out of Cape Town, has, you know, some teenage kids back at home. So she's a mom wrangling in the kids. And she's been putting together some great surfing so far. We're going to see her competing on the racing side as well.
Yeah, that's really cool to see the crossover athletes, the ones taking on not just one discipline, but multiple ways of tackling competition. The racing obviously being very different than the surfing, but then again, on days like today, when we have victory at sea conditions, the racing skills that these athletes preside over can come in very handy. And actually, just Alasne's last wave, 3.67, I think it goes to show that she did some really nice carves on that wave before. Definitely puts her in a much better position than before. She is leading the heat now by a healthy margin and has Kilvia looking for a 4.4.
That's true. And a high 3 for that single maneuver is really great. If she can find a way that facilitates combination surfing, she's looking at 5s to 6s really easily. There's Yvette having a paddle. Towards the north end of the podium here, you can see a lot of those rocks exposed. It's an interesting beach here where there's a lot of sand, but you can imagine that when big storms roll through, it might even wash away more of the sand. You've got even more rock exposure right where the contest zone is.
Yeah, this is the Atlantic Ocean, and I think what we're seeing here is maybe one of the more, I'd say, friendly, calm periods of weather. It feels like summer, and the waves are, nice and big, but we get some incredible storms that hit these Atlantic shores. So as we go into the winter season, I'm sure the beach composure will change and look much different, say, if we came back in January.
Kovia now up and riding, mom to a 4-year-old, back at home. And she's putting together some great surfing here, trying to improve on the 3-point ride as her backup score. To get herself into that leading position, she would actually need a mid-range 4, which would be the highest single score of the heat so far.
Yeah, she's definitely in a good position right now.
Down to 1 minute, 55 seconds on the clock. Spain with priority, currently holding on to that lead. Getting to know this lineup even better. She takes through that advancing position. She's going to be right back out there shortly in the next women's repechage round. Same with Kovia.
They will be surfing again today.
He'll be surfing again today. I'll just double check that on the schedule to confirm.
So we see Alasne taking a look at the lineup. Seems like something is approaching, but holding on to that priority towards the end of the heat. This might not be the heat that it's going to come into play, but as we progress through the competition, especially tomorrow, it's going to be more and more crucial, the games played between the athletes and who catches the waves and who holds another athlete off her.
So true. Taking a look at this one, Alasne in the lead. Keeps those knees really bent to be able to hit that oncoming section. She's going to hold on to that leading position as the last score of Kovia was just a 2.17. And I am having a look at the schedule now. We're currently in our women's repechage round 2 with 4 heats in total, so this will be the finish of that round. Coming up next, we'll have our men's repechage round 3, followed by women's repechage round 3, and then men's repechage round 4 to end out the day. So we still have plenty of surfing to come. Now again, each of those rounds will be about half the size of the current rounds running before them, because we'll lose half of those surfers. They'll be advancing through to meet up with surfers that have fallen out of the main rounds earlier this morning. So some of these competitors already surfing 2 or 3 times in the day. Some that surfed maybe early this morning in the main round and lost out, and now will be matching up later this afternoon. So a well-surfed heat for Team Spain. They've been a real threat for that gold medal conversation for the team so far. And Alasne keeping that conversation alive. Brazil's Silvia Cardosa advancing through behind her. We're going to go to a quick break. As we return, we're going to have the men's repechage round 3 hitting the water for a total of 3 heats before we're back to the women.
Ta-dam!
Welcome back, friends and family around the world. We are here at day 2 of the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship in France. We're well underway with the SUP surfing. We're in repechage 3 of the men's. Heat number 1 just kicking off on the water now for a 15-minute heat. We have a really great heat in front of us. I'm joined by the legendary Bo Nixon here in the booth. My name is Casper Steinfath, and we're going to take you through this heat as it unfolds. Conditions changing. Bo, what do we got in front of us?
Yeah, we saw that front camera angle. The conditions looking quite bumpy out there this afternoon. We've just gone past that high tide, so conditions are going to probably improve slightly as the tide drains out just in the next hour or so. But yeah, that wind proving pretty difficult for these paddlers to stay standing as they're waiting for waves at the back.
Yeah, and with the risk of sounding like a broken record, we have been talking a lot about conditions today, and that is because we are on the Atlantic coast of France. It's a place where conditions change very quickly. We're not in a place where conditions are static and the same all day. We have a changing tide, we have variable winds, we have a swell that's also changing its mood. It's a dropping swell at this point, but especially the tide having changed the lineup many times. The latest addition is the wind, and as you can see, there are some white caps in the background on the waves approaching the lineup. What would you make of this onshore wind direction, Bo?
Yeah, it's not amazing for the competitors out there today, making those conditions a little bit bumpy. I feel it is better than a cross shore though, because that way you're not kind of surfing into the wind or against it. But it makes the faces of the wave really clean. So usually if you can be patient, wait for one wave to roll through, it'll clean up the lineup, and then the following waves after that will have a bit of a cleaner face. So we might see some good competitors strategizing.
As we see in blue, Marcio Diaz from England up and riding, making some nice carves down across the face here. A small wave specialist making his way all the way to the inside section here. There's a story I want to tell about Marcio here, but we see more action. Bo, take it away.
Yeah, looks like 2 surfers up on that wave, but we do see So Nomura there on a left-hander. Really radical surfing from So, really fast. As we see Amelv here on another left-hander. So yeah, conditions seem to get a little bit better, having a little bit more potential for multiple maneuvers on the wave. Amelv there finishing. Oh, he's not finished yet, actually.
He's still going.
He's still going. So yeah, getting an end section down here to do a couple more turns, but unfortunately just goes down in the bumps on that wave.
That was a really great flurry of waves we had here at the beginning of the heat. I believe all three competitors getting waves, and we have Sebastian Gomez catching a wave here from Peru. Just a quick in and out, taking a look at that wave. waiting for scores from the judges. Let's take a closer look at who we have in this heat as the athletes make their way back out to the lineup. We have in red, Omel Garcia from Puerto Rico. We have Sebastian Gomez in green from Peru. So Nomura from Japan in white. And Marcio Diaz in blue from England. Now, Marcio Diaz, full disclosure, he was my surfing coach back in 2006.
Wow, that is amazing to learn. That is so cool. Where did he teach you to surf?
Well, Marcio was he was a professional shortboarder for many years. He actually originally comes from Brazil, but has lived in England where he has a family now, and he's been there for the past 10, 15 years. But Marcio was traveling as a professional surfer back in the day and came to a regional contest in Denmark where he realized there were a few, we were a group of maybe 5, 10 small kids learning to surf, and he just thought it was fun to spend time with us, helping us improve our skills as surfers and, take it to the next level. And I remember we had a lot of fun chasing surf and tapping into his mindset of how do we become good surfers. So Marcio having a very strong input in the growth of surfing in Denmark and what became Cold Hawaii in recent years. But full circle, now we're here at a stand-up paddle world championship in France.
Yeah, amazing to hear that Marcio has done that. Yeah, been in England now for quite a long time, as you said. I haven't ran into him in the water, though.
You live in England as well
I do,
now these
that's
days.
Right, yeah. Haven't seen him in the water. I think we live kind of on different coastlines. But yeah, be good to catch up with him back home, and I'll mention that to him as well.
Yeah, definitely one of those legends in the world of surfing in Denmark. As we're still waiting for scores to drop from the judges, I think all the athletes there just gave the judges maybe the most hectic start to a heat we've seen so far. They're crunching the numbers, looking at replays, comparing waves between each other and previous heats to see what is the fair score to give for that corresponding wave. Can you take us a little bit through what are the judges factoring in at this moment?
Yeah, so judges definitely looking for high-risk maneuvers. They still want to see surfers, throwing themselves into those critical sections, but with speed, but in power and flow as well. So not forgetting that these surfers need to be in control with their maneuvers, and the judges really want to see them link together maneuvers too. So not much downtime on the wave, similar to like this one is here. You see Marcio just cruising along, rail to rail surfing, and nice little turn there as that wave just didn't have enough on the inside here for him to get to, and falls off the back of that one.
That was a 2.33. The judges rewarded him for that.
We see here, this is So Nomura. So paddling in, there'd be an interesting call for the judges there, as we see So do a nice finishing turn there. So that's what the judges want to see, the high risk maneuver up into the lip, and a Melv here on a replay as well. So again, this wave, he links together quite a few maneuvers. One turn out the back, holding onto that rail as he gets through, working that board again, up into the lip. That's a really nice turn there. And then he manages to get through, looking for a turn on the inside, but unfortunately he just goes down at the end of this ride here on this turn, just catches that nose of the board, just goes over the handlebars.
Yeah, almost there, but a series of really great maneuvers strung together by our that was our Puerto Rican surfer, Omel Garcia, unfortunately coming off on that last wave. So we have the exchange kind of scored out now. It seems like So Nomura from Japan getting the better of that exchange with a 5.67. Omel Garcia getting a 4.0 for that long left we just saw on screen. So in first place, So Nomura from Japan, Garcia in second, as we see up in riding.
This is So Nomura from Japan. Wow. Oh, a little turn under the lip. He gets up into the white water.
Big climb.
And he's got more open section to work with. Come on, what's he going to do? Oh, up into the lip. Lovely finish to that wave.
That, for the goofy foot inside me, looking at that, I was thinking, wow, that wave really opened up right there.
Yeah, definitely. It was one of those waves that had a clean face to it as well, so he didn't have to do too much navigating through the bumps. Seemed like he was chasing it a lot of the wave, but he managed to get 3 really nice turns in, and riding his own equipment as well.
He shapes his own boards. Who do you complain to if the board isn't working?
Yeah, that's a tricky one. Got to get on the phone with your board shaper.
How would you rank this latest wave he got compared to his 5.67 as his initial wave?
Yeah, I feel like that one turn, that 5.67, was really strong. This turn, this wave, sorry, the previous wave, like I said, I feel like he was chasing it a little bit too much, and maybe not the high quality of maneuvers that we saw. But 3 good turns. It might go up into that 5.67 range, but we'll have to check.
As we see up and riding, Marcio Diaz from England here. Nice little cut back, working the smaller wave towards the inside. Nice little hack off the top, riding that wave to its full potential. Nice slash Is this the short break he's in now?
I think it is. All the way. He steps off on the sand.
Yeah. I'm sure we'll see Marcio rush to get back out the back as we have up and riding Garcia from Puerto Rico. Making a really nice climb into the foam right there. Just gets a little off balance. Maybe the board knifed into the wave a bit too much.
I think it did, yeah. He had a lot of speed on that wave carrying through, so I thought he was going to set it up for something big, which I think just mistimed that end section. A little bump, just, catching his rail, I think, and then his feet kind of went off the board. But I'm liking the kind of energy in this heat. Lots of waves coming through, lots of waves being surfed. It's going to be a very interesting finish up to this heat.
Lots of energy coming through and time flying by. We only have 5 minutes and 25 seconds remaining on the clock. Situation right now, we have something to discuss right here as we have Sonomura out in front, still waiting for that second score. We have an interference situation. Bo, can you take us through this? There is interference on green.
Yeah, so as we saw in the replays on that, so we had Sonomura and also Sebastian Gomez up and riding at the same time. We did see Sebastian Gomez pull off, but he did get an interference put on him because it was interfering with Sonomura's left-hand wave that we saw him get that 5.67 on. So I think that's what the judges were taking their time to deliberate on and see if it was going to be I think it was actually maybe a priority interference too.
It looked like definitely an interference where Sebastian was hindering another surfer. We might get a replay of it in a little bit, but here we see Sonomura on that wave before. Take us through it, Bo.
Yeah, so bottom turn up into the lip. You can see him just doing turns that kind of angled down the line, so nothing that's turning the nose of that board directly back to the white water behind him, and another nice turn up into the lip. So it's definitely going to back up that situation, and we do see that score come through as a 5.33. It's just underneath his highest score, but it's going to put him well in front of the other competitors.
As we have situation in the water, Sonomura from Japan with an 11-point heat total. He has a 5.67 followed by a 5.33. That puts him in a commanding lead of this heat. Omel Garcia needs a 7.0 to move into that first position. Marcio Diaz needing a 2.61 to move into second position, which means that's the position he needs to advance to the next round. As we see Surfer up and riding.
Sonomura just on his backhand there.
Just having a quick look at that wave. Didn't materialize much.
No, nothing really happening there for So, but I think the Japanese team very happy that he's out in front in the lead in this heat. Quite a commanding lead as well. It's, those surfers in that third and fourth position looking for small scores, but that's to get into second place. O'Melvin second, looking for a 7-point ride to bump himself up into first.
I like how we see Rai Taguchi there, racer on the beach cheering on for his teammates as we see up and riding Marcio Diaz from England, taking a look at that wave. Nice float, climbing the white water on his backside, doing a little layback in the whitewash on the inside there.
Yeah, looking for a 2.61 to put himself into that second place advancing position into the next round of the repechage rounds of the men.
So we have an interesting situation right here with 3 minutes remaining. We have one of the, I'm not going to say favorites, but one of the highly ranked surfers on the World Tour as well, Sebastian Gomez, facing a fourth place position in this repechage. This could be the end destination for him if he doesn't manage to turn this heat around and make something happen. What's going through Sebastian's mind right now? What can he do to help his position and make it into the next heat?
Yeah, well, right now he's looking for 3.9. I think that's going to change with the last score that's just come through. But he's definitely looking for a wave that's going to offer a big score, because that penalty that he has on him, you can see that little red mark in the score box up on screen there. That means that his second wave is halved in scoring potential. So here he goes, Sebastian now. Big turn up on the lip. So one of the bigger turns of this heat. I'll have to see what that score comes through as.
Yeah, Sebastian Gomez getting busy with 2 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. You can see Team Peru on the beach there looking slightly nervous. They're definitely cheering on their teammate. They might have exchanged some information as well. Sebastian Gomez, of course, hearing the situation from the beach announcers, but might be getting some valuable insight from his team on the beach as well.
I think definitely he will be. He'll be looking at his competitors, his fellow teammates back on the beach for any kind of ideas if there's a set coming or what he needs to do. He understands his situation out in the water, that he does need a good score to get through this heat.
As we see up and riding, red, Omel Garcia from Puerto Rico hits the lip on his backside. Nice little series of waves. Finishes off with a little foam climb on the inside. As you can really see, the wave starts to decelerate there as it nears the beach.
Yeah, so Mel being put back into fourth position now after Sebastian's last wave, but only looking for a very small score to get himself back up into second. I think he's going to do that on that ride, a bit more than a 2-point ride that he needs. So we might be looking at another situation change as this heat winds down.
So with just about 1 minute remaining on the clock of this Rapid Charge 3 heat number 1, this is an elimination heat. 2 surfers are going to leave the competition after this heat. 2 surfers are going to have the chance to continue towards the dream of the grand finale. We have So Nomura from Japan in the lead, still waiting for a score to drop for him. Sebastian Gomez from Peru, nursing a halved score, but in second place right now in that advancing position. Marcio Diaz needing a 3.22 to make it into advancement position. Omel Garcia from Puerto Rico waiting for that last score. He needs a 2.05, clocks it in a 3.33.
Yeah, that's right. So very close scores coming through. Looks like we're going to see So Nomura, getting a board. Looks like he's back there. Hopefully he's going to be okay after that.
Utilizing priority, keeping other surfers off the wave. That's also a tactical decision towards the end of the heat.
Definitely. You can see Sebastian there wanting to catch that wave. 10 seconds now remaining on the clock. It doesn't look like there is another opportunity out there. So unfortunately, Sebastian Gomez has been pushed into third place.
Yeah, that is a tall order of a 5.13 with a few seconds remaining. Unfortunately, that is going to be the end destination for Sebastian Gomez. You see it on his face. There was not a happy expression right there. But that is competition. Sometimes you win, sometimes you learn.
Yeah, that's it. But congrats to Omel Garcia there from Puerto Rico, getting through into that second position, and So Nomura putting on a great heat.
That was a fantastic heat we got to witness here on the beautiful beach in Les Sables d'Olonne. Stay with us. We're going to be right back with more Rapid Charge action as we get into heat number 2 of the Rapid Charge. Lots of elimination coming. I'm Casper Steinfath. I'm here with Bo Nixon. Stay tuned for lots of action to come here from France.
Yeah, this be fun, boy. T'entends pas ou quoi? Si. L'amour avec un grand A, celui qu'on se sert. C'est après les mômes qu'il commence pour de vrai. Dans les débuts, c'est l'envie d'hobby. On se promet tout, et ça pour la vie. Ça va, c'est encore et encore. Et toi et moi, c'est jusqu'à la gare. Si.
Welcome back to the action here in Rapid Charge round 3, heat number 2. On the men's side of the draw, we saw So Nomura and Omel Garcia advance through in that previous heat. As we take a look at the lineup, we've swapped out one from Denmark in the booth here in Casper, and we've got Noah Stender taking his place in the lineup as I call the action. Shannon Hughes here alongside Bo Nixon with the rest of the surfers in the water.
Yeah, fantastic looking heat this one. Guillermo Carcedo from Spain. Pascal van der Maas, Leonard Nika as well, and as you said, Noah Stender from Denmark. So great heat. Looking forward to how this one plays out. That last heat was just fantastic, wave after wave after wave after wave. Let's hope it keeps going throughout the afternoon.
Can't wait to see it. Love when there's plenty of potential or plenty of opportunity for every surfer that's out there.
Yeah, that's right as well, especially with that priority situation. You don't want to be sitting for too long waiting for the good waves to come through. So surfers getting busy, getting early as well. So hopefully the surfers can continue that. Looks like a few scores waiting to drop for our surfers, so they could already have caught a couple of waves. Surfer in blue and also in white.
That's true. Just 1 minute down in this heat. Quick off the buzzer for a couple of the guys to get a piece of the action. The sun is really starting to just warm things up here in the afternoons. It seems to be the trend. It's a really late sunrise here in Europe on the Atlantic coast, about 8 a.m. when we got that first light around 7:30, 7:45 even. And so the afternoons really turn into the time to be outside, to really be enjoying the weather as well. And it's been great to see more spectators that are down by the beach supporting the surfers out there, and pretty pleasant to be sticking around for a late afternoon heat like this. As we take a look at Noah Stender for Denmark, driving down the line, sets it up for that first turn. I love that he pushed that tail around. We'll see if he can redeem that moment later on.
Yeah, I love that he's staying busy too. Already got a wave in this heat where a couple of other competitors haven't got it. As we catch up with Guillermo here on a wave as he runs through to the inside and throws it up vertically into the lip. So yeah, great two-turn combination for Guillermo on that wave.
13 minutes on the clock. Let's go down to the beach to catch up with the winner of that last heat, and Drew Murin.
Team Japan. And I'll tell you what, it's been a multiple different trying heats leading up to that, but you caught two beautiful waves. Take us through those two waves you caught. A couple of fives throwing up, the highest scores we've seen in a long time here today.
Yes, I can caught good waves, so I win.
We're gonna bring your coach Suzuki in. Come over here, Coach Suzuki. Pull over here. We'll have a help you out. I want to ask Sol though. Like, you know, he's seen the waves. We have some bomb waves coming through here, proven to be a little bit troublesome for a lot of people. But Sol seemed to really capture that and take it and rode that one all the way to the beach almost on a walk-off. Just curious how his wave selection and how he sort of instituted the patience that it took to catch those two.
Got it. 大きい波がいっぱい来てて、みんなそれに苦労してたけれど、でもそれの一番いいところに乗って、しかもそれをインサイドまでずっと乗り切って、もうそれのコツを教えてください。どうやったか。Powerful paddling. Paddle hard.
I like it. A very long-winded question and a very short answer. We'll call it that. So, best of luck in the upcoming heats. Keep paddling hard, okay?
Paddling hard.
He is very tired. I'm going to let you go take a rest. Coach Suzuki, thanks for your help. More to come as we battle through these repechage heats. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. 11 minutes on the clock. So paddling very hard to keep himself in the conversation.
Yeah, did really well in that previous heat. Kept busy. Got two really great scores on the waves as well. So he'll be advancing through. Very happy. And as he said, he caught good waves. And that's what you need to do to win these heats. You need to be on the best waves out there today because it is very, very tricky. We've seen a lot of closeouts coming through. A lot of waves that don't offer a lot of scoring potential, but so doing very well. And, you know, surfing does the talking.
A 4.17 on the board for Pascal van der Mast of the Netherlands, sitting with a 2.6 as his backup. Guillermo Caracero sitting with that 5.5, though, really the high mark of the heat, and sets him up in a great position. Moving into the back half of this heat with still 10 minutes on the clock. Team Japan there, all set up. It's a great contest venue with heaps of tents available for a lot of the teams. If there's a team that's competing or that's got a few surfers showing up, they can pop up for the day, have all their bags there, have a little bit of protection from the sun as well.
Yeah, fantastic to see that they have these for the athletes in these areas and the board storage as well. So athletes, you know, taking advantage of, you know, all the things that the ISA do offer. It's fantastic that they have, you know, that competitors area to get ready to. As we see a surfer here riding this wave. Looks like Guillermo again and just catching a rail on that one. So he already had that really good score of a 5.5 for multiple turns on his first wave, but just coming unstuck on his feet there on the second. Hopefully he can get back out pretty quick before this set comes through as we see our paddlers paddling over this one. But it's still a lot of size out there, even though with that dropping swell.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's dropping very much, does it?
No, definitely not. Not at all.
The rumors have maybe not quite been correct on that side of things. That's a great thing. I mean, we love having a contest where there's more waves maybe than, you know, much better that than it being a lot smaller when you show up and you were expecting it to be a little bigger. Driving down the line on his backhand. Nice switch of the paddle as well as he lands clean. I believe that's Noah Stender in the white jersey.
Yeah, Noah there. One nice turn off the top. Wasn't a really fast wave. He didn't get a lot of speed out of it, but really in control with his paddle switching and also that landing on that wave. So Noah will look to get back out as he has to dive under here. So hopefully taking advantage of the rip that's going to start forming again to be able to paddle out nice and easily.
Yeah, we were noticing that the surfers in the women's division just before, rather than paddling out on the south end of the contest site, their runaround was going the opposite direction up to the north end of the beach, so the rip on that side becoming a little bit easier to roll through.
Yeah, really great to see that the competitors are watching that with that awareness, knowing that the rip is going to be at the other end of the beach on the higher tide, taking advantage of that rip to get back out into the lineup.
Quick paddle from our surfer in the green there just to hold on to that composure as we take a look at the replay here.
Yeah, this is Guillermo's first wave, so a nice turn at the back, nice slashing maneuver there, and then throws it up for another turn on the end section here up into the lip. And that's going to be, yeah, that was that 5.5 that he scored, so putting him up into that second position at the moment. We do have Pascal in the lead, currently with a 4.17 and a 2.63.
Really well-controlled wave from Guillermo. I love the kick out as well. That's something that's pretty common and actually really showcases the judges a lot of control in the longboarding conversation for competitive longboarding. A good kick out is just as good as a good takeoff or even a maneuver in between when it comes to the look of things. As we take a look at this wave here on the inside section, just getting a bit of work done on his backhand and just comes undone on the finish for Pascal.
Very flowing wave though. He's linking those turns together. Not much downtime between the turns, so the judge is going to like that. That's why he's got those high scores in this heat, and he's sitting in first place as Guillermo takes off on this wave.
Oh, powerful slash to start things off with. Really using the power of that back leg now as he hits the section oncoming for the finish as well. That was really solid surfing, looking promising to back up that 5.5 and gets that foam climb on the inside. All the energy that he's been bottling up through the day. Hasn't really been bottling because he's been using it round after round. Still alive in there.
Yeah, that's it. He rode that wave all the way to the sand. He's going to do a little bit of a run around now, it looks like, taking advantage of that rip on this high tide.
Leo just got back on his board so quickly.
Yeah, these athletes, they need to get back on their board super quick to be able to get out through that impact zone. It's a technique that you really need to have dialed, because if you do fall off and take a bit of time to get back on your board, before you know it, the next waves are already coming through. So having the ability to get back on the board nice and quickly, get back out the back, is going to give you that time to rest before those next waves come through.
Doing all of that training in the lead up to an event like this is ultra important when it comes to world championships on the line. Of course, the gold medals coveted for the individual results, but also for those team results at the end of the week. And every bit of, extra bit of lifting back at home, every extra push-up and sit-up and burpee plays into moments like this where it could be that dividing factor between you having that little burst of energy or that ability to continue fighting when it gets really tough.
That's so true, yeah. Having the stamina, especially on days like this as well, where you're surfing multiple times. Although there might be 15-minute heats, you have to just go hard in every heat. So 15 minutes is going to take it out of these competitors quite quickly. So yeah, that's right. Having a good training routine beforehand, being able to rely on that, falling back on your fitness level is key to succeeding on a day like today.
Strong paddle from Leo. Setting himself up here with a foam climb, and he goes down. He just seems like he hasn't found that rhythm. We've seen him have a few really solid waves throughout today's action to be able to be advancing through into this round. But now chasing, that 3.95, he's only got a 2.83 and hasn't really gone complete on any good waves yet. As we take a look here at Pascal, nice hit off the lip to start things off with, and he'll just fall after that last turn as well. But he's already sitting in that leading position.
Yeah, he had a nice first turn on that wave, and then just couldn't quite back it up. Didn't have the speed to get up into the lip as quickly enough. Yeah, Leo Nika, I think maybe just adjusting from 20-minute heats down to 15-minute heats, adjusting his strategy a little bit as he takes another wave here, very quick to get this next one. But this one's going to close out on him as well, so not selecting the best waves in this heat. He does still have a bit of time to catch a few more waves. We've seen he's caught 3 waves in the last kind of 4 minutes, so he's got plenty of time to get back out there.
We're still waiting for that last score to drop through for Guillermo, and there it is, a 5.80. We knew it was going to be another solid score to his total. Has set him up into leading position. Now Pascal is chasing down a 7.13 to take away the lead, and it does increase the requirements into the 4-point range for both Noah and Leo.
Yeah, so a bit more of an ask for Noah and Leo as well to get up into advancing position. They definitely have the ability to get those scores out there today, but it's just a matter of finding the right waves, as we're mentioning these conditions. Really trying and testing the competitors, having to watch the waves quite a lot before their heat to understand where they are going to position themselves, which waves are going to be the best ones, whether to go left, whether to go right. There's so many different factors that come into play for all of these competitors.
The 19-year-old Noah Stender from Klipmoller in Denmark. He's currently chasing down that 4.54. He's the European SUP surfing champion from last year. So a really solid title to gain control of in a big field of competitors with multiple nations in that conversation.
Yeah, Noah, he's also been quite handy on the racing scene in previous years as well, coming through the ranks there, but just absolutely loving SUP surfing at the moment and putting all of his focus into that.
He'll be competing in the SUP technical racing coming up later this week. So we've got a strong paddle here from our surfer in white. And setting himself up with a great single turn. Looking for that 4.54. See if this wave will reform for him on the inside. Doesn't quite get there.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of big scores being thrown down for one-turn waves. It'd be great to see that replay from the front angle, but we see Leo Nica, throwing it up there and just coming unstuck on his board again, so not having a great heat. Leo Nica, he's a big name in the SUP in the SUP world. He's been competing for a lot of years, very, very handy on the racing scene as well. We heard from him in a previous interview that he loves a challenge, absolutely loves a challenge. He won there's the SUP 11 City Tour. He won the non-stop event last year for that race. So just showcasing that he is a good SUP surfer and racer. As we see Guillermo running through the inside here on this one.
So he had that run around, now flies into this last section, gets a bit of air out of that re-entry as well. Stays nice and low and compressed. Starting to show us, some taste of what we might be seeing in the type of surfing that we'll see showcased on finals day.
Yeah, that's right. You need to bring that radical surfing and finding the best waves in this heat as well, which is why he's out in the lead. And really, being aware of taking the rip out to the back of the lineup, getting on another wave really quick. We see Leo here paddling in for another wave, so he's trying to get a wave that's going to increase his score as he gets off the top and can't quite ride down. Just seems to be a little bit off on his timing in this heat. Maybe, those nerves getting the better of him in the last kind of minute of this heat.
Pascal now up and riding. He's holding on to that advancing position at the moment, riding a board with a bit more length to it, throwing it around really easily though and looking comfortable on his backhand. Nicely timed there and sort of safely surfed through that wave, looking to just stay on his feet, maybe feeling a bit of frustration coming out of that final maneuver.
Yeah, I think so, but he looked really solid on his feet there. The bigger board really helping him in these conditions to be stable, surfed with a lot of flow. It was great to see him up and surfing. He's currently in second position, so holding on to that advancing spot, and looks like he might be getting through to the next round at this point.
So he's looking to improve on a 3.60. We do have another score dropping in for Leo. It's just a 187. That's not going to factor in from his last wave. Had he maybe been able to land that sort of rooftop floater, could have been looking at the score in that 4 to 5 point range that he's chasing down. Noah Stender with a score to drop as well for Team Denmark as we take a look at Leo up and riding once again. So feeling like, really eager towards the end of this heat, putting in a lot of effort, but unable to kind of calm down and find the waves that were really going to give him that score.
Yeah, he's caught a lot of waves in this heat, but none of them have really been of any substance. A 2.83 being his highest score. We can see the other competitors really getting, more waves of that better quality.
Coming down to the last few seconds, and Guillermo has done very well within this heat. A couple of fives, dropped a throwaway score of a 4.43, which would have been the highest score of any other surfer in the water. So our surfer from Spain with another win here in France, feeling really comfortable and setting a bit of that tone for what we can expect from the rest of the Spanish team throughout the week. Pascal van der Mast will be advancing through. It looks like in that second place position, we do have another score to drop through for Leo Nica, but he's chasing a 4.94, which will be the second highest of the heat, and that'll be a tough ask.
Yeah, definitely. After that last wave where he just kind of fell off, I don't think he's going to get that score. So it will be Pascal moving through.
Well done to Noah and for Leo for being here. We'll see more of them this week, later in some of the other divisions like the SUP Technical Racing for Noah Stender. More action to come here at the 2023 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We'll return with more right after this.
Hello, everybody at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. I want to thank our host for putting this incredibly successful event. Please enjoy this time, this special time. Join riding and competing against people that you might know, friends from prior competitions, and new friends. you might not get to get home with medals. But you're a champion because you're there representing your country. And that's the highest honor for any athlete in the world.
And we're back on a sunny afternoon here in France in Les Sables d'Olonne. It is such a beautiful region of the world. Some of Europe's most beautiful beaches right here at La Grande Plage, and some great beach break surfing at Tanget, where the SUP surfing event has been running throughout today. We've been seeing some great action, a few of those moments that have been really challenging for every single surfer in the water, which has made it even more tense and even more exciting, sitting in the back seat and watching it all go down. Tom King from South Africa now up and riding in the red jersey. Quick in and out, got that single turn thrown in, and it looks like Jonatas of the USA up and riding on his opening ride as well. So bit of top to bottom surfing here, just trying to kind of hold on as we see some of those big waves starting to roll through, Casper.
Yeah, as we see heat number 3 of the third rapid charge, Tom King from South Africa, he was just up and riding, as well was Jonatas Novaes from the US, Carlos Arson from New Zealand, and Marcel Oliveira rounding out this heat from Costa Rica.
It's going to be another really good one. We've got a couple scores on the board so far. Tom King with a 3 and a 2.5 on the board for Jonatas. So judges not rewarding them too high and showing, you know, you kind of get that feeling on that first wave of any heat. All right, this is what I did. Maybe I had a fall at the last maneuver, or maybe I had a few maneuvers and I kicked out clean, but the wave was really small and didn't offer a lot of power. You get to kind of reassess that in your own mind and adjust what the judge is looking for.
Yeah, I think the judges are also becoming a little bit more critical of what they're seeing. You know, they might, you know, they also have the ability to lower the criteria throughout the day if they do it consistently. And especially as we approach the finals, that's probably, you know, that's tomorrow, we're going to see that. They might start to score a little bit more conservatively, expecting more of the surfers to actually get into that good and excellent range. But I think the waves we saw here from Tom King was, you know, it reflects very well. It was a 3.0, and for Jonatas a 2.5. Nothing special, but a great little start to their campaign in this heat.
There's Marcel Oliveira from Costa Rica. He's been putting together some really great surfing so far this week as well, and positioning himself farther away from the rest of the pack to be freed up to pick off this right-hander. Nice deep paddles to try and get into it, and he finds that little lip to launch him in, sets it up for one big re-entry, and that's going to be a really solid message to the judging panel.
And that was a beautiful angle of that off the top. You could see the blue board right there, just fully visible up from the back of the wave. That is a good ride. It was critical. Look forward to seeing a replay there, but that drone angle really came into, you know, into the fray there and showed how cool it can look. And I like this angle right here, looking at the backdrop of here in Les Sables d'Olonne, the beautiful French beach town by the Atlantic Ocean.
What an incredible place to be able to spend our week and to experience a little taste of French culture. It's a part of France specifically that I haven't spent any time in, so it's been really nice to be a little bit farther north of the Hossegor region, which is, you know, so talked about in the surfing world, but to be able to see a different experience as we take a look.
This is Marcel right here. That was the really nice off the top that we saw from the drone angle before. Here we get the drone again. Watch him keep some speed, eyeing that section right there as he projects the board up and above. A little bit of fin visibility there as well. The judges are going to love that. Actually, we see the score dropping here, a 5.0. Definitely an indication that the judges enjoyed watching that one single maneuver.
Carlos with a couple kind of, you know, S-turns back and forth to get things going for him. He's going to put a score down, but that 5-point ride, a really good way for Marcel to set things up, and for the rest of the surfers in the water, like you're saying, to be able to hear, you know, kind of what they might be chasing now.
Yeah, so the benchmark is set. That's the 5-point ride that Marcel has. That's the best wave of the heat so far. I think Tom King, Jonatas, and Carlos are all going to be, they're going to be looking for something in that range as well. They possess some backup waves. Tom with a 3-point ride, Jonatas a 2.5, and Carlos with that quick in and out for a 2.1. They're going to be backup scores if they're going to want to advance from this heat.
Down to 10 minutes on the clock. Let's go down to the beach and catch up with another win from Guillermo.
Thanks, guys. Here with Guillermo Caraceto from España. And I'll tell you what, things starting to open up out there. You really showed that in that last heat. Take us through it.
Well, thanks a lot. It's increasing, it's improving, and I found really good ones. I found the left with 3 turns. I ride with another 3. The high is going up, the swell is going down, so it's opening more, they are opening more waves. Really motivated, my best score until the moment. Let's go for more, but the next heat will be hard.
Yeah, let's talk about that next heat. You got your fellow countrymen in that next heat, so you guys are going to be battling against each other to try to move on. Does that change anything for you, or you guys used to surfing together?
Well, we are from different parts of Spain, but we are really friends, so I think even more than a match will be a team complaint for going to the next round together.
Well, good luck in the upcoming rounds. You're surfing well, friend. Keep it up.
Thanks a lot, bro.
Guillermo Querceto from España.
Big hi to all my friends. Hola amigos, hola familia, y hola mi novia.
He likes to talk. Back to
Guillermo has been on fire. It's been really great to see him finding that consistency and using his energy to get onto the right waves out in the lineup.
Yeah, Guillermo, definitely one of those guys. Good energy on and off the water. I want to see Guillermo. Actually, he has a huge TikTok following. And it just dawned upon me. Have we ever seen Drew Murren on TikTok? I think there's some work to be done there, Guillermo.
I think so too. That's his next project for Guillermo, getting Drew into that side of social media. Down to 8 minutes on the clock. Marcel currently sitting in the lead. Marcel was born to a Brazilian mother and a Venezuelan father. He was born and raised in Venezuela, spent a little bit of time in Brazil during his life because that's where his mom comes from. But in the year 2000, he went to Costa Rica on a surf trip, and he says he just never left. He just fell in love with it. He fell in love with it. He's been living there for the last 23 years, left the family behind in Venezuela, and has been absolutely loving the lifestyle that Costa Rica offers, and works in the kind of wellness world and surf coaching as well. So it's really just provided some incredible opportunities for him, as we see a quick in and out from Janatas.
Yeah, Janatas taking a quick look at that wave. I think quickly determining there was not a whole lot of scoring potential. I think there's a bigger difference now between the smaller and the bigger waves. We're seeing some differentiation in the scores, I would say. Like if you want one of those really good scores, you're going to have to look for a little bit bigger wave now. Marcel still having that 5-point ride that he's holding on to. But we're waiting for a score from Thomas King to drop. I believe a wave that was written while we had that beach interview before. That will be interesting to see how that factors in. But so far, yeah, the heat winding down really quick. Only 7 minutes left.
Yeah, halfway through. It's going by lightning fast. The surfer with some kind of heavy beach break experience back at home in Playa Hermosa in Costa Rica, just outside of Jaco, is Marcel holding on to the lead. No surprise with the kind of bigger conditions we had today, how challenging it's been for some of the other crew out in the lineup, that he's been able to find his way in a pretty easy setup. As we take another look at this one from Tom King, though, could be interesting coming through.
Yeah, this is the wave we're waiting on a score for. Tom King with a nice initial check turn out the back, and then a nice up and above on the end section here, casually diving off. That just came in as a 5.27 as we see ride of white Marcel. That was also a really nice one. I'm unsure if that was his initial. That might have been his initial 5.0.
I think you're right. That single maneuver, and we've been waiting for Marcel to get into his second ride. He's now sitting with first priority. Tom into the lead, sitting with second priority as he's already out back.
I could imagine the judges might have compared those two waves actually. Similar scores, slight difference as we saw up and riding there. Couldn't quite see for the glare, but this is red. Thomas King up and riding the goofy footer. Nice little foam climb. He has a section to navigate now. Can he make it around? Nope, didn't quite make it around that section there.
I love that comment of the comparison between the 5 of Marcel and the 5.27 of Tom. Marcel obviously getting all of his work done on one big heavy section, a lot of consequence to it. So to get a 5-point ride for that single maneuver is really impressive. For Tom King, it took a lot more work to get to that 5.27. But that work was really good just on a smaller size wave without quite as critical of an opportunity.
Yeah, and that's the difference right there. Tom had to do more work. It wasn't quite as critical maneuvers, but there were some substantial moves made, and I think the fact that it was more than one maneuver is what gave it that little bit boost above the 5-point range. So yeah, Tom King leading the heat with a 5.27 and a 3.0. Marcel still not with a backup score. He just needs a 3.28 to take back the lead, but it's Carlos and Janatas that are put under pressure here. It seems like they're looking for some high 2-point scores to make it back into contention.
5 minutes on the clock. Carlos out of Whangamata on the Coromandel Peninsula in New Zealand. He put together a really good heat right towards the end of his last repecharge round, where he found a wave pretty much off the buzzer that was able to carry him through into the leading position. Had really beautiful style and really great rail-to-rail work that looked really clean. So we'll see if he's able to find himself with another opportunity, just chasing that 2.9, because like you said, Marcel hasn't gotten that backup score yet. Jonatas out of Ventura, California. He's an MMA fighter and loves jiu-jitsu, so has spent a lot of his life on the mat, actually, instead of in the water, and started stand-up paddling a few years back and just has really taken to the joy of it. Felt really proud to be asked to represent Team United States, as he's now up and riding with a nice, powerful hack from a powerful man.
I'm going to use the keyword power right there. If you master jiu-jitsu and various formats of you know, fighting and, you know, handling waves like this seems like a piece of cake for him.
Yeah, it's really no match for the power of the ocean with the strength that he has coming through. But a lot of that comes down to technique and to, you know, finding those right waves in those critical sections to get the big scores. So he'll have a score to drop down. Carlos now up and riding on his backhand. This is the type of wave that we saw him find his advancing score in the previous round. Nice. Couple turns so far, smaller size wave. This could be a really great moment as he comes through to the inside section. Just looking so fluid up until the last moment.
He was very sharp, very precise. I like that off the top he had earlier on the wave. It was very, you know, it was very clear to see what his intention was. His mind was made up, and he went for it. You know, definitely a wave that's going to better his 2.1. I think we're going to see the judges improve that, but if it's enough to take him up into the lead, we'll have to wait. Up and riding, Marcel in white, looking for that backup wave here. He's pumping down the wave on his backside. Nice little foam climb as he redirects towards the right, but not seeing anything of real potential there. But nonetheless, it'll better a 0.0.
This is true. It will certainly better that, and it's going to increase that requirement, likely into the 3-point range for both of the surfers in the 3rd and 4th place position. Tom now up and riding, just a quick kick in and out. You can see him keep that control as he just pulls that board out of the water, and he's going to paddle over, grab a hold of that paddle once again, and be back up to his feet in no time. He has dropped in a 3-point ride to back up the 5.27. Sorry, that was from his earlier wave, so he's in the lead. But it's Carlos now that's jumped himself in the last couple minutes up into that advancing position, possibly momentarily, as we do have a score to drop through for Marcel.
Yeah, I think it's going to be momentarily for Carlos. He's going to be looking for something better than that. Marcel, exactly, he has a score to drop. He only needs a 0.93 to make it into that second advancing position. And it's safe to say he's got that. Carlos would need to better a 2.1. So yeah, it's definitely still on with just under 2 minutes remaining. I think Tom has pretty much got this heat sealed at this point, but never say never. And Tom, one thing I wanted to mention about Tom, how many heats has he surfed now?
Yeah, it's been quite a few. We should have been tallying Tom up throughout the day.
I think a lot of the athletes have been surfing many heats by this point, and I'm just putting myself in Tom's place, you know, returning to 2 kids and a family after this. I don't know, I would love to relax in a jacuzzi, and I hope Tom can do something like that.
And Taryn's been in the water too. So today they've been bouncing back and forth between supporting each other, between both competing, and then having the kids down on the shoreline. Taryn's mom is in tow with them. They often travel with her, which is awesome to see behind the scenes. And Taryn actually took a trip for the very first time solo as a mom without their daughter Izzy earlier this year to El Salvador for the ISA World Longboard Championships, which was a pretty big decision for them because Izzy's she may be 1 year old now, but she was just below that 1 year mark. And Tom at home with the family decided, you know, send Taryn on the road, let her have that opportunity. She gained that position through the South African National Championships and give her a chance to represent her country once again on that level. So that's really exciting. Yeah. As we see Marcel trying to just stay busy on the inside. He did drop in that 2.37, which puts a 3.55 and a 4.88 as requirements for 3rd and 4th. Tom King with a quick in and out, just that one backhand turn, might not factor into that 3-point ride.
I don't think it's going to factor in for Tom. Tom is going to struggle to get out the back, though, for another heat. I'm sure he's feeling the fatigue at this point. Marcel in the 2nd place. He's on the inside, so if Carlos and Jonatas are on the outside, they have the ability to strike back here towards the end of the heat. But yeah, here we go. There is a wave for Carlos.
Chasing down a 3.55, would have needed something likely dynamic on the outside section in order to get a score that high. This wave, he's just going to kind of cruise through to the inside, probably feeling, you know, that he's done what he could on those other waves, but he needed that open face in order to get the score.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be coming his way. Jonatas finishing off with a nice attempt at an off the top right there, just not really sticking it. So yeah, heat number 3 of the 3rd rep charge coming to an end here. Seeing Tom walk up the beach here, high-fived.
Quick debrief with Coach Taryn.
Yeah, that's a good coach.
Great coach behind the scenes. gold medalist for Taryn King in the sprint races on the SUP side. We're going to see her competing there as well later this week. Well, Tom King walks away with the win for South Africa. Marcel Oliveira for Costa Rica in second. And unfortunately, Carlos and Jonatas looks like they will be eliminated from competition. Carlos with the 3.55 requirement just gets a 183 for his last wave, so won't factor in. And Marcel with another score to drop will not change whether or not he advances through. We'll give you that result as far as who takes out the win when we return with more action. Still have the women's repechage round after this men's round finishes and one more men's round to round out the day.
Welcome back to day 2 of the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship here in Les Sables d'Olonne on the west coast of France. We have a beautiful sunny day. The sun is still shining. We got waves on tap and we're well underway with the women's repechage number 3, heat number 1, as we see Ryder up there. My name is Casper Steinfeld. I'm joined by Bo Nixon here in the booth, and we're going to take you through the action unfolding on screen here as we see in blue Aya Yurikusa from Japan taking on this wave. Nice little backside attack on the wave. Okay, Bo, take us through. We're in the repechage number 3. We got some action in front of us. What are we going to expect from this heat?
Yeah, looking like a really stacked heat, this one. Quite a number of good surfers as we see. Nimsei up here riding, cutting back from left to right. She's going to opt to go to the left to finish this wave off. A nice carve off the top. She's had some great heats this morning. Another beautiful turn there. So really showing the judges that she's one to look out for in this heat. That was some great surfing on that wave.
Yeah, so 15-minute heats here in the repechage. It puts a lot of pressure on the athletes. You don't have a whole lot of time to perform. 2 waves scored. Your best two waves are going to factor in as we see up and riding red Holly Bassett, the 3-time British subsurfing champion, as she makes her way frontside down this left. Just gets a little bit clipped by the wave there. And as we see Holly going to return out to the lineup. On the beach right now, we have Drew Murren with the winner of that last heat, Thomas King. How's Thomas doing, Drew?
Thanks, guys. Here with Tom King, TK from South Africa. You're making it. You're making it. You're almost there. I know you gave every last bit of energy in that last heat, but I just want to let you know you have another heat before the end of the day today. Thanks, yeah. Talk us through that 5-point ride. That was a hell of a ride.
Yeah, I mean, the guys have been getting a lot of waves, which is good. So I was like, well, I got to get busy. I don't want to leave it to, one wave on the 10-minute and one on the 2-minute. So, yeah, I had a 1 or something for my first one, and then I linked into a nice one. And then I got another 2 or 3, but I think that's just lack of energy. So, but the waves have got better. It's not as harsh. It's easier to get out. So,
you got one more surf today to make it into the rounds tomorrow. I mean, where are you going to pull the energy from, my friend?
Good question. Kiss and a hug from my wife. Quick video call to the kids because they're at home with the granny, and yeah, I think I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully it comes. Hopefully it comes.
You got all the elder statesmen rooting you on here, buddy. So hopefully you can feel the energy from all those back home and whatnot to make it for this last surf coming up. But I'll tell you what, the way things are shaping up out there right now, it's going to make for a very exciting heat.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. This part of the repo round is stacked, So there's a lot of good guys in it. So it should be good the next round, and hopefully I make it. So.
Oh, you're really starting to fall into your flow. It's fun to watch you right now. So good luck, TK, in the upcoming round.
Cool, thanks. And then I missed the opportunity. So in my last interview, just want to shout out to the Springboks. I know you guys are watching me, so yeah, shout out. Come on, Boko, we can do this.
Tell me what the Springboks is again.
So our national rugby team, yeah, they took a loss against Ireland, but hey, you can win from anywhere, so that's it. Come on, boys.
Come on, boys, let's go. There it is, Tom King. Coming up, one more surf to go for the man. Let's cheer him on. South Africa, back to you guys.
Thank you, Drew, for that great interview with Tom King. Definitely looking a little bit phased there towards the end. Tom being cheered on from near and far by his family and friends watching from around the world. He'll be up again in the men's Rapid Charge 4 heat number 2 later today against Aaron Rowe, Thomas Lacerda, and Omel Garcia. So Tom getting a quick recovery there with the family.
Yeah, as he said, these Rapid Charge heats are stacked. There are some big names getting back into these Rapid Charge heats, so he's going to come up against some tough competitors, but hopefully he can find that energy as he was talking about in that post-heat interview.
As we return to the heat at hand and the action in front of us, we have 10 minutes remaining here of heat number 1 of the women's Rapid Charge 3. We see paddler on screen paddling for this wave, just not quite making into it. Situation on the water, in first place, Nimse Garcia from Puerto Rico with a 3.83. She's in the lead, followed by Kilvia Cardoso with a 3.5 heat total of 2 smaller waves. In third place, Aya Yurikusa from Japan needing a 2.01 to get into that qualifying position. And Holly Bassett from England with a 1.2 on that last wave. Holly needs a 2.3 with 9 minutes, 25 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so they only require some small scores, these surfers, but Nimse putting out a really high score on the board. Just that one wave, putting her in the lead at the moment. So she'd be sitting pretty comfortably at the back, waiting for another wave to hopefully improve her scoreline. But yeah, those other ladies are very close behind, only looking for those small scores.
Yep. Any score today can be a hard score to get. We're seeing, that's been the topic of the day, ever-changing conditions. We still got that onshore breeze kind of filling in. Doesn't seem like it's ruining the waves too much, but it's definitely shifted from coming more from the left and the south initially. Now it seems to be more of coming from the northwest.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, northwest wind, so pretty much directly onshore here. I think the drone angle makes it look a lot friendlier than it actually is. You kind of get a scene from above. There's still a bit of white caps out there. So the SUP surfers out there having to battle through some tropic conditions. Does seem like the winds might change again tomorrow, so the forecast changes quite regularly here. Obviously the tide plays a lot into how the conditions are. As you heard Tom King in that interview as well, the conditions a little better out there, a little easier to manage, a little easier to get out to the back to the lineup. And these ladies are waiting for some sets to roll through.
Yeah, and if you've been following us all day, or if you're just tuning in, we're in the middle of the stand-up paddle surfing discipline of this event. We have a few more heats to go. After this round of the women's, we're going to go into the men's Rapid Charge, which will finish out the day. Then tomorrow we'll be back early with the final rounds and the final heats of the SUP surfing for men and women. What do you make of what is the forecast for tomorrow? Have you checked it?
I have checked it, yeah. It's actually looking pretty fun. So the wind swings around back to the south direction, and the swell is bumping up a little bit toward the afternoon too. So we should see some really clean conditions on offer to start with, as we see our surfer here in green, current heat leader. Nimse, a nice turn off the top there, just waiting for this wave to offer something else up on the inside. Unfortunately, nothing there for extra scoring potential, but I think that's going to be a great backup score to complement her 3.83.
It definitely puts her in a really nice position with 7 minutes on the clock. As we see in the background, the next heat already paddling out. That is not your current heat in the water, but your that might be. There is a lot of waves breaking all over the place and athletes battling left and right. As we see on your screen right now, that was Aya Yurikusa taking a look at that wave.
Yeah, the women getting an 8-minute paddle out, so it could well be that next heat paddling into the lineup. Yeah, Aya there, just coming unstuck on that bumpy water to paddle into the wave.
Yeah, and situation in the water, Nimse Garcia with a 7.16 heat total. She holds a 3.83 and a 3.33, so that's a very nice position to be in with 6.5 minutes remaining. Kilvia Cardoso from Brazil holding a 2.67 and a 0.83, so she's going to be looking for another backup wave. Aya from Japan also only holding a 1.5. We're not waiting for any scores to drop right now as the athletes make their way back out to the lineup up and riding here is Holly Bassett from Team England. Nice little slash in the middle face of the wave. She has a lot of white water to navigate here as she looks for a 2.31 to get into that second qualifying position of the heat.
Yeah, that was a nice little turn, actually. It wasn't super high on the wave, so it wasn't really critical, but I think that's going to play into her scoreline really well. Probably bumping up into that 2.31 needed to advance into that second position. So I like what I saw there from Holly. Hopefully she can get back out there. It's going to be a tough paddle out for the last kind of 5.5 minutes of this heat.
How much do you think, as an athlete, how much do you think fatigue is starting to set in now? We've been going since, been having heat since 8 o'clock this morning. It's 4:30 here. We've been going for, 4.5 hours.
Yeah, it's crazy to think.
8.5 hours.
It's crazy to think that these surfers have had maybe four surfs already in the water. As we go to live action here, this is Kilvia Cardoso with a lovely turn off the top. So that's going to be one of the biggest turns of this heat so far. The judge is going to be rewarding that very highly.
Yeah, that looked like a really nice little hack in the lip section. Looked really critical. She stuck the landing. And as we look at the clock, 5 minutes remaining, we have, that's going to be an interesting score to see how that comes in. It's probably going to better her 0.83, I could imagine.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to better that 2.67 as well. I'd love to get another view of that on the replay because very critical turn up into the lip. And lands it as well. Judges want to see you completing these maneuvers to get the higher scores. And Kilvia did that very, very nicely. So it could be a bit of a battle for second place here with Holly and Aya sitting in that third and fourth position. Still waiting for some waves to come through, though.
Yeah. And we see a wave ridden here by Holly Bassett one more time. Just, not really materializing too much there as she's going to be paddling back out to the lineup, attempting to get another wave that can send her into that qualifying position. We are losing athletes left and right now. We're in the Repcharge series. This means it's the final, the final stop of many of our athletes. 2 people advance from these heats, 2 athletes advance, and 2 leave the contest. Here's the replay.
Oh, fantastic. She did well to step back on the tail of that board to lift up the nose so she wouldn't nosedive on that section. So the judges are going to lock in a high score. We're just seeing that score just starting to come through on our screen now, so we'll update you as soon as it does drop.
Kilvia Cardoso before, as we see green. Nimse Garcia up and riding here. Nice off the top little cut back as she cuts back again towards the white water, but just falls off the board. They're not able to complete that maneuver. For Kilvia Cardoso, though, a 4.53 single move wave.
Yeah, very high score for that one move. So that's going to put her up into the lead now, being in a very good position there. She's hoping to back that up with another high score to really push her scoreline up. But that one turn, Casper, was just a really, really nice. Highest wave score of the heat so far for one turn. And we just saw on that wave before Nimse get a really nice turn at the back. Couldn't quite back it up with that second maneuver. That would have been a nice score if she could have finished that wave off.
Yeah, judges still deliberating on that score. We've seen the judges take their time today when they were in doubt. The judges are in no rush to deliver the scores, even though we as commentators watching the webcast and family and friends and fans around the world, of course, we want as quickly as we can to get the scores to satisfy our curiosity. But judges putting in a score for green, Nimse Garcia 2.7. So yeah, again, not factoring into her top scores.
No, so at this point in the heat, really trying to select waves that are going to go in the top 2. As you see that replay again, that's Kilvia Cardoso.
That looks like a really nice, roller coaster moment there. At the top, here goes weightless, boom, and gravity, sucking her back down.
Oh, that would have felt really nice, and especially landing that maneuver, she would have had a lot of confidence after that.
Talk us through that. That was a nice little airdrop from the top of the wave she had there at the end. We've seen a lot of people go for that last move off the top, not able to stick the landing. What do you think is making the difference right now, for example, on that wave?
Yeah, a couple of different things. I think timing is one of the biggest things because you've got such a fast-moving critical section coming towards you. You really need to hit at the right time. If you go up too early, you're not going to get that projection needed. I think Kilvia had great timing on that wave, but also just the way she used her weight on the board, kept that weight on the back foot as we see her go up again, keep that weight on the back foot, a great turn off the top, and she claims that she knows that was a good feeling on that turn.
Yeah, that was some stoke in the air right there. Of course, claiming one of the more controversial sides of surfing. Not that the judges are really going to care about it, but I think it's great to see claiming. I love seeing the stoke and when athletes, are proud of a maneuver, of a movement, of some type of situation they've just been in.
That's right. I think there's two sides to claiming. There's, the side where people feel like they've done something amazing. It felt really good. They want to let out their emotion. You can see them put their hands up. Then there's the other side of, wanting to try and manufacture a score for the judges and telling the judges, come on, give me the score kind of thing. But that one was just pure joy, excitement from that turn. Loving that she made that really big rail carve.
Yeah, absolutely right there. As we see the heat winding down, 45 seconds on the clock, situation in the water. Kilvia Cardoso from Brazil leading this heat over Nimse Garcia. Not a huge lead, but with a 7.2 heat total over a 7.16. Means Nimse Garcia needs a 3.38 to take the lead. Holly Bassett in red needs a 5.03 to get into that second qualifying position. As we see Kilvia Cardoso up and riding one more time, looking for that end section.
Again, just timed it so well to be able to land that maneuver. She's got that down pat now. She knows what she needs to do in the rounds coming up. She looks like she'll be progressing through this heat just with 10 seconds left. So she's put herself in a great position, and we will see Nimse paddling for this wave right at the end of the heat. This score will count toward her top scoring waves. However, she still is in that second place advancing position.
Yeah, Nimse looking for a nice little end turn to that wave. Kilvia Cardoso moving through to the next round of the repecharge. I think it's safe to say Nimse Garcia as well following her. We're going to say thank you and goodbye to Holly Bassett from England. Great performance throughout the event. Aya Yorikusa from Japan, also an amazing performance representing Team Japan. And here we have the beach. We are going to take a short break here. We'll be back with more action soon, so don't go anywhere. The waves are on fire, and it's a beautiful day here in France.
Yeah, this be fun, boy. T'entends pas ou quoi? Si. L'amour avec un grand A, celui qu'on se sert. C'est après les mômes qu'il commence pour de vrai. Dans les débuts, c'est l'envie d'hobby. On se promet tout, et ça pour la vie. Ça va, c'est encore et encore. Et toi et moi, c'est jusqu'à la gare. Si.
Hello, everybody at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. I want to thank our host for putting this incredibly successful event. Please enjoy this time, this special time. Join riding and competing against people that you might know, friends from prior competitions, and new friends. You might or might not get to get home with medals, but you're a champion because you're there representing your country, and that's the highest honor for any athlete in the world.
Welcome back to the action. We are about to see the final women's heat of the day. We do have one more men's repecharge round to get through once we finish this. We've just seen Kilvia Cardoso of Brazil take out the win over Nimse Garcia of Puerto Rico, who advances through in second. Holly Bassett of England and Aya Yorikusa from Japan, unfortunately knocked out of the event, but put together some great waves throughout the contest so far. So exciting to see. Now our final women's heat of the day in the water. Shannon and Bo here to call the action, and we've got a really stacked field out in the lineup.
Yeah, I think every heat from now on is going to be super stacked. We see the Skylar Rayner in red, Lasne in the green, and as we see Skylar up here in riding.
Yeah, great looking wave to start things off with. Makes that redirection from her backhand to her forehand in order to just ride clean out of that wave. She'll put a score on the board. Alasne dropped through a 2.67 for her first wave. And also in the water, we have Takayo from Japan and Kanani from the USA. So a couple of these surfers have been winning through those repecharge rounds. A couple of them fell out in the main round earlier on today and are now out in the lineup for the first time. As we take a look, I believe at Takayo on her backhand in the blue jersey for Team Japan.
That's right, yeah, getting a really nice start there. Really nice to see that turn underneath the lip there from Takayo. Her fellow teammate just falling out of the mix in that last heat, but she's hoping to keep the points alive for Japan in this heat. So good to see her on that wave to get a quick start in this heat. But yeah, Kanani Yokman's been on fire as well, finding some really long lefts throughout these repechage heats throughout the day. Skylar Rayner as well, managing to get through. She was one of the other competitors in her heat that made it at the back and managed to get some higher scores as well. And Lasne, we've seen her just ripping as well throughout. So I'm really excited about this heat. It's been some great rides already, and we're going to have to see a lot more action coming up.
Yeah, absolutely, especially just with so little time on the clock to see who can come out on top. Got a paddle now from our surfer in white, Kanani. You said she's been eyeing off those lefts throughout competition all day, and her strategy doesn't seem to be changing in any way. Down to 12 minutes on the clock, and we've got the winner from that last heat down with Team Brazil and Drew Murin.
I'm here with Cuvia Cardosa for Team Brazil and her interpreter, her head coach here. But first question for Cuvia, that last drop, man, she took some risk and it actually paid off for her.
O último drop você apostou tudo e deu certo, né?
Isso, eu vinha de 2 baterias tentando mostrar de verdade o meu surf. Graças a Deus agora na terceira oportunidade eu pude mostrar um pouco o que eu sei fazer, o que eu venho treinando. Estou com a pranchinha no pé. Tinha muita vontade de estar aqui, é um sonho realizado e quero agradecer todo mundo aí de Ceará que está torcendo por mim e vamos para a próxima, a batalha não terminou.
She struggled in the first hits and was a tough path, as we were saying. So she took a risk for the drop and have to take a card off the cat. And she's very happy, very stoked. She's feeling the board finally in the fit, and she wants to thank all the people for her home place, Ceará, and we're very happy, and we're still on.
Well, tell her congratulations. I look forward to seeing her in the upcoming rounds.
So, tá falando parabéns para você e tá louco para ver você de novo na água.
Muito obrigado, vamos para a próxima.
Yes, she said thank you and excited to need the new one.
There it is, Cuvia Cardosa, Team Brazil, watch out for her. She's a smiler. Good luck, girl.
Cuvia with another impressive heat under her belt as we just saw a great looking wave from Skylar Rayner.
Yeah, she unfortunately couldn't finish off that wave, but a couple of turns on the outside. She's currently in the lead in this heat. Maybe waiting for a couple of scores to come through from other surfers, but yeah, Skylar is a very strong surfer from Australia. Yeah, she's done a lot of events recently, and I know she's in that competitive mindset. She's over here with her partner Wes Fry as well, who's competing in the men's. So yeah, Skylar doing well at the moment in this heat.
What's it been like for the growth of stand-up paddling within Australia? You're originally from Newcastle. Has it been something that picked up pretty quick with the sort of birth of stand-up paddling?
It was, yeah, it was very, very popular early in kind of when modern stand-up paddleboarding came about. Late 2000s, early 2010s kind of thing, got very popular. I think more recently we've seen a huge shift to the foiling side of things. A lot of the stand-up paddleboarding athletes have been riding foils, doing downwinding, winging as well on that. But I hope that it comes back full circle because there actually are a lot of great SUP surfers that aren't competing in Australia as well. And we have seen a bit of a revival there of longboard SUP surfing too. So, Surfing Australia making a big push on the longboarding. There's been a couple of groups really trying to get that off the ground as we see a surfer up and riding here. This is Kanani Yokman.
Great looking left in front of her. Nice composure for that opening section. Wasn't really able to redirect out of that final turn. She'll just kick out the back. Looking to improve on the 0.57, chasing down that 2.31. So interesting when you're talking about the variety of stand-up paddling even, the types of craft that you could do it on.
Yeah, totally. It's unbelievable to think how many boards you could have as a stand-up paddler. You have one for...
You'd have to have like just a garage for the quiver and then like a garage for your cars, your bikes, your everything else.
Totally. You could have a SUP surfboard, SUP longboard, you have a race board, a white water board, you could have foils, you could... Oh my God. It just goes on and on and on what you could do with stand-up paddling. And that's what makes it so great, this sport. It's very inclusive. A lot of people can get into it. A lot of people who are coming in through the foiling, maybe are surfers before but want to get into stand-up paddleboard foiling, and moving into SUP surfing, and then obviously kind of, get a lot of crossover between downwinding and SUP surfing and whitewater paddling too. So fantastic to see a lot of these surfers, entering multiple disciplines this week, representing their country in SUP surfing, SUP racing, and we'll also see the paddleboarders take to the water toward the end of the week.
And whitewater paddling sounds like a really challenging thing. I mean, something that would test like every facet of fitness as well as knowledge of how that water is moving.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of skill comes into that too. A lot of skill of using the paddle as a balance tool, holding it in different kind of positions. We'll see whitewater paddlers holding the paddle differently to how SUP surfers do, kind of more away from the board and using it as a kind of balance tool in the whitewater. And obviously, yeah, some crazy rapids that they go down on as well. Yeah, we've seen quite a lot of competitors mixing it between the different disciplines of SUP surfing and whitewater. But yeah, it's definitely starting to make that split a bit more.
I guess it's almost like the way that surfers have taken to river surfing, same as the stand-up paddle surfers have taken to now whitewater paddling.
Yeah, definitely. Especially like I've been in the UK for a number of years now, and seeing the whitewater scene kind of taking off there. There's the kind of national whitewater centre in Nottingham there, the Holme Pierpont, and that is an actual whitewater course for rafting, but also stand-up paddling. And we see some great stand-up paddlers coming out of Nottingham in the UK for whitewater.
Amazing. As we take a look at some live action here, we're down to 6 minutes 40 seconds on the clock. I believe that was our surfer in the the red jersey. Skylar with a quick in and out. Hard to tell with the glare now on the surface of the ocean. She is currently sitting in the lead with that 2.33 and that 1.5. Kanani has the single highest score from that solid left-hander that she had just before. Looking to build on it, though, if she can find another wave to back up the 0.57, or sorry, to really erase that from her score line and put herself into that leading position. Alansde has just dropped in a score that's jumped her up into the lead, so we're really seeing that heat lead and those advancing positions change moment by moment.
Yeah, really back and forth between these ladies here, and you can see third and fourth position needing less than a 1-point ride. So very, very close with this heat. We'll see a lot of changes, I think, in the last 5 minutes of this heat. But yeah, Skylar on the replay there couldn't quite get up to the lip on that one. Would have been nice to get something else, as we do see another paddle there from our surfer in the green. That is Alasne, and this is her last score of that 1.77, which bumped her up into the lead.
A lot of distance between those two, so no fear of interference in any way. They're a little bit closer in the lineup. You'd see that priority needing to come into play.
Yes, we have actually seen that priority or the interference come into play earlier in the men's repechage rounds. As we see Skylar Rayner taking off here.
On her forehand, a lot of power going into that first snap. Under the lip, will she be able to find that open face again? That wave backs off just enough for her to connect with another section. This could be the wave that really sets her apart within this heat. A very accomplished stand-up paddle surfer coming out of Australia and looking to tag the section on that finish. And that's going to set her up with a really convincing lead over the field. With 5 minutes on the clock, though, the question will be, can she get out the back to hold on and secure that position?
Yeah, it's a long paddle out now. She surfed all the way into the beach. You can see that span of whitewater there, but we're going to watch this replay from this wave. 5 turns on this one, so you see that first turn under the lip there. She does really well to get around this section to be able to get onto the open face. Getting up in the lip again for another turn. Nothing super critical, but I like the way she keeps the board moving with speed, surfing with a bit of power as well. And so she brings it right through. Another little turn on the end there. So fantastic wave from Skylar. Going to be the best wave of the heat so far. Put her up into the lead. But like you said, a long paddle back out.
So scores to roll through for Skylar. Currently sitting in second. She's going to get the 2.2 she needs. And then we're going to have a real, idea of the situation for the rest of the surfers. We're going to know where that requirement's going to sit on second place, which is really going to give us that feeling of where the rest of the pack is sitting. So we've got the flags down on the beach. You can see the Spanish flag there being held specifically at an angle to give some direction to Alasne out in the water.
Yeah, that's right. So I think she's going to be relying on her teammates to identify where the best position is to sit. But I think she's going to be in that second place anyway as Skylar's wave's about to drop through. But yeah, Kanani and Takayo looking to get their last waves within the last 3.5 minutes of this heat. Hoping to get a good score to be able to jump up into advancing position, because it's kind of do or die at this point in time. Our bottom 2 competitors will be exiting the competition. Top 2 moving through to the next round to keep their dreams alive of a medal here at this year's event.
It's pretty wild. We'll know the medalists, or we'll know the results of the stand-up paddle surfing division specifically tomorrow, although we won't have our closing ceremonies with the presentation until Sunday afternoon. We'll have 4 days of racing to follow once we finish with SUP surfing tomorrow. That'll start on Thursday, run Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at La Grande Plage, which you can see way in the background behind where Alasne is now taking off. She's chasing a score of a 3.60 to get herself back into the lead, and that wave's going to close out in front of her. Unfortunately, not going to give her that scoring potential, as a 3.93 has dropped through for Skylar. Judges took a little while with that. We knew they were looking at that replay. They've got that option to take a look at the video replays to really study and decide where that should sit in the scale.
Yeah, the highest wave of the heat so far. But yeah, maybe I was thinking maybe it'll go a little bit higher than a 3.93, but I think the judges identifying that those turns that she was doing, the nose of the board wasn't, redirecting as critically or as fast as other surfers have been throughout the day. So the judges really keeping that scoring consistent, which is really great to know, really, holds that non-bias out there for all the surfers. They are identifying the colors out there rather than the individual surfer. So the judges, really got their work cut out for them, but they're doing a great job today.
Yeah, that was a view of the judges up there in the panel. Got a little sunshine on them in the late afternoon, so they'll be doing everything they can to keep that focus absolutely sharp. A great professional team of judges that range from, Olympic experience to SUP-specific experience as well across the world.
Yeah, definitely. And David, one of the head judges there, he has got a lot of experience. He was judging way back when the APP was starting up. It's tours and things like that. So a lot of experience in there, a lot of SUP surfing experience with the judges. Most of those judges SUP surf themselves, so they know exactly what to look for in the judging criteria.
Down to 1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock. We do have Skylar sitting in the lead. We have Alasne in second, who's going to be all the way on the inside, probably unlikely to defend that second place position at the moment. Kanani sitting out the back, looking for another one of those lefts, and that was Takayo with that paddle into the last wave. She'll drop down a score to back up that 2.87, but it's just the 0.2 for a quick kind of takeoff and fall. Quick paddle now for Kanani, and she's got this left opening up in front of her. Nice and steep, critical section, uses that paddle to just come in from that high line, now drives off the bottom. She's looking for a 1.47 to get herself into that advancing position. Getting that real change of direction here will help get that score a little bit higher. But beautiful style coming through from the Hawaiian out of the Big Island. And she'll finish off cleanly on the inside.
Yeah, it was a really long wave. I was hoping there was going to be a little bit more of a turn on there that would really make that score decisive and get her up into that second place. But we'll have to wait to see, because it was quite a well-ridden wave, but very straight, not too many turns on it. So we'll have to see what the judges think.
Yeah, it had a really good critical section to it, so I feel like that will bode in her favor, but there wasn't really those good turns or any particular change of direction thrown into that wave. So scores to come through for Kanani, and another quick score to come through for this last wave as well for our surfers out in the water, as the time has just ticked down. So we'll wait to see if Kanani Yakman was able to find that 1.47 that she needs to get that advancing position over Alasne. Alasne had that last opportunity as well and took off on a steep section, but it closed out for her, so she didn't have that chance to really put a good score down.
Of course, yeah, very tense moments right now for Alasne, waiting for that last score of Kanani to come through. We'll have to see the little spinning disc on our screen waiting for that score to come through. But it was a very tight heat, very well-fought battle out there for the ladies in that one.
That's so true, and we spend a lot of our day staring at that little spinning disc. We'll see what happens with it when we return. Skylar Rayner holding on to the lead at the moment, but will it be Alasne or Kanani taking away the advancing position? We will give you those results right after this break. Stay tuned for more. Welcome back to the action. We are still waiting on the score for the last wave of Kanani Yakman for Team USA, chasing down a 1.47. And we're just waiting for that score to roll through on our scoreboard to be able to find out the outcome, and she gets it. It's a 3.03 from the panel. Well rewarded for wave selection, for the critical nature of the wave itself. She had a lot of speed, carried a lot of momentum, had kind of those, top to bottom rail work thrown in the mix. So judges rewarding her with her highest single score, and that means the Hawaiian for Team USA is advancing through into the next round, just ahead of Alasne for Team Spain, who unfortunately is now knocked out of competition, as well as Takayo for Team Japan. That was a nail-biter finish. Kanani waited a long time to get that final wave, Casper, and she did it once again right on the buzzer.
Yeah, that was a very, very, very tight heat right there. Obviously, coming down to the buzzer, waiting for the judges to get that score locked in. A tough heat. I think you see Alasne on screen here, obviously not happy with that last score, but that's competition. Kanani, very stoked to advance into the next round of the repechage, still in contention for the event. That's the brutal side of sport. Sometimes, it just doesn't go your way, but huge congratulations to Skylar and Kanani for advancing, and good job by Takayo and Alasne.
And switching into our current heat in the water, Kapono on his backhand, looking really strong with that opening re-entry. He's going to put a solid score down. Out in the lineup, Kapono Fukuda for Team Japan. So Nomura also in the water for Team Japan, wearing the green jersey. Wes Fry of Australia, and Pascal van der Mast from the Netherlands. So 4 surfers, only 2 will be advancing through. That's been the story throughout the day. And this will be the final round that we'll be running through in today's competition.
Yeah, this is the final round. We have 3 heats here for the men's repechage 4. This is heat 1. And this is a pretty interesting heat coming up right here. We have 2 Japanese surfers. We have Pascal from the Netherlands and Wes Fry holding the highest, one of the highest heat single wave scores of the event so far at 8.17, matched by Leo Jimenez earlier today as well. So Wes Fry, one of those surfers really proving already that he is able to deliver those excellent scores when the wave, when the right wave presents itself. So we'll be looking out for him, and watching as all the surfers get their campaign started here in the heat.
Seems like that wind, although there's still a lot of texture, and you can still see, the kind of tops, the peaks of those waves feathering out a little bit. That wind seems to be just backing off a little bit in the later afternoon sun. It's 5 p.m. local time here on the west coast of France. We began competition this morning at 8 a.m., so it's a big day, considering that we still have an hour, or nearly an hour, about 45 minutes of competition to run before we'll be timing out for the afternoon.
Yeah, we've been going for a long time today, but the athletes have been going even longer, as we see up and riding here on his backside. Is this So Nomura?
That would be my guess. Very challenging to see in the backlight, but I could see that little tinge of green, and that style as well, looking really explosive from So.
Yeah, that was a very beautiful attack at the lip. I think just ultimately not quite working out, but potential right there. He's playing into the judges' criteria of wanting to see something critical delivered in the powerful section of the wave.
12 minutes remaining in this heat. Kapono currently sitting with that 4.5. Wes Fry with a quick throwaway score. He's one of those surfers. He actually dropped in the first excellent score of the event in yesterday's competition. Found himself an 8.17 in the opening round, which was exciting. Surprising now to see him with a score like that, dropped into the repechage round, just unlucky in one of his earlier heats to find himself on this side of the draw.
Yeah, and that is the story of the repechage a lot of times. You do not expect to find yourself in it, but suddenly you're there. You might have had a heat that didn't go your way. As we look at a replay here of green, So Nomura off the top, gets up there. Really nice off the top. They're waiting for that score to drop.
Judges taking their time, having a look at that replay, but nice and critical in the section. So far, they've been rewarding a single maneuver like that quite well, if it has been critical and in the zone. On his forehand now, great looking snap to start for Wes Fry. Setting himself up for the second, but something went wrong there.
Yeah, he had a nice setup turn, the goofy footer from Australia, powering down the line. He was eyeing a section that I think just ultimately didn't materialize. So he'll be back out to the lineup quick, restarting his heat mentally, so to say, getting back in there. The situation quite interesting right now with our 2 Japanese competitors, both getting off to really good starts. This is a Japanese masterclass we're seeing so far. 4.5 for Capono and a 5.4 So.
Down to 11 minutes on the clock, and we've maybe got a look here. Wes Fry going to have a swing around on the inside section, so we'll track with live action. That last wave we're still waiting for is just a 2.83, and now he's going to make better of that great looking second turn. Really just engages that tail, gets it fully flared out, and gets a little bit of work done on the way through.
He releases a few fins right there.
So good. Pascal now up and riding. Nice little check on his backhand as well, as he's got this good looking left. So the left's really providing some great opportunity throughout this afternoon. That's how we saw Kanani get the score that she needed to be advancing through. We're down to 10 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. We'll see Pascal just go down as he tries to make it through that inside section. And I do believe that we have Drew Murin ready to go with the winner of that last heat down on the shore.
Thanks, guys. Here with Skylar Renner for Team Australia. First of all, happy birthday.
Thank you, thank you. Good way to celebrate.
Yeah, just turned 25. Now, you celebrated 2 birthdays. You celebrated one at home yesterday and then one here today because is that what it was?
Yeah, back in Australia it was the day before, so I got to celebrate 2 birthdays here.
That's amazing. Hey, first off, congratulations for moving on. This is a big, big move for Team Australia. I know your team's definitely behind you on that one. Take us through that surf you just had.
Yeah, tricky conditions today. That was my 3rd surf out there actually today. Just chewing through the recoil rounds, but super stoked, got my 2 waves and won and through to the next recoil.
That's been kind of the coin phrase of the day, just give me 2. That's all it takes.
Give me 2. 15 minutes out there is pretty hard work, especially with these conditions and a lot of white water moving. So 2 waves and I'm happy.
Now on the water right now is your fellow countryman and actual boyfriend, Wes Fry's on the water. So I see you looking over your shoulder a lot. He's surfing really well. So we're going to let you go cheer him on. But I'll tell you, this is big for Team Australia to keep moving you through the rounds.
Yeah, really excited. This is my first ISA, so super stoked to be here and watching my partner Wes out there now. We're both in red, so go Australia.
It's good luck. Happy birthday.
Thank you, thank you.
Skylar, ladies and gentlemen, back to you guys. Now go get
Happy birthday to Skylar, and what a way to take it out. Taking another win, getting herself through the rounds, and she's into finals day tomorrow in the SUP surfing division. Taking a look now at Wes on his forehand. That was really good tail surfing.
Yeah, Wes Fry, boyfriend of Skylar, yeah, she said they're both in the red jersey. Wes dropped a really nice wave before, as we see up and riding here.
Capono looking so sharp on his backhand, just switching that paddle from side to side, giving a big claim. I thought it was going to be the kind of no claim at the start. You could see him standing tall, but goes in for the full fist pump. And he's feeling that energy, wants to try and match the scores that we're seeing dropped as Wes Fry's put in a 6-point ride for his previous wave and has Capono chasing a mid-range 4.
It's safe to say this is a high-octane heat we're witnessing right here. We had Wes Fry drop a 6.0 before. Judges still deliberating on what that latest wave of Wes Fry is. Capono dropping, still waiting for a score, has a 4.5. Sonomura has a 5, also waiting for a score on one of those nice waves before. So judges taking their time, taking a good look. What happened? How do they break it down? They're looking at, getting the right scores in. So rather take a minute and make sure they get it right.
Repositioning himself out in the lineup, our surfer in the green jersey. Started out with that 5-point ride. He's been patient. He's in a good position, not a huge requirement in front of him. As our surfer in white on his backhand, Pascal is looking really in control on that last wave.
Yeah, Pascal looking to see what that wave could help him do. He's got a 3.57 on the board, which is actually a decent score to get started with, as we see a replay here of Wes Fry. Nice off the top. Really nice off the top. He blows his fins totally out there. Doesn't quite make that next foam climb. A single maneuver wave, as we see here from Capono up and riding on his backside. Nice float there before. Speed turn off the top. Climbs the white water. And that's where he lets out that, nice little claim. And then that might also be a bit of psychology right there, making himself feel on top of the world.
So true. So he's dropped in a 4.57 for that 2-turn combination. Has him sitting in the lead now above Wes Fry, but we do have the last score of Wes to drop through. Really just counting that single maneuver that he landed, but it was really dynamic. It was probably the best, push of the fins and the tail that we've seen throughout competition this week. as we
live
see him.
live action again.
Just looking so comfortable out there. He is on an absolute roll and loving the fact. I think all goofy footers love finding a left, no matter if it's a right-hand point break and they can go left on it, they're going to be going left. So seeing a beach break here.
I'm part of that club.
You're part of that club. I had a feeling.
I'm mind surfing through Wes right now.
So good. So Wes on fire. We're still waiting for his previous score. Now we'll have another to drop through. Small requirements as he's already got that 6 on the board. And now So Nomura drops down into 4th as Pascal jumps up into that 3rd place position with a 2.5 for his last wave. Wes Fry drops through a 5.9 for that single turn full fin release. Has him with a convincing lead now and a 7.33 requirement on Capono.
Yeah, that's interesting. Wes Fry, again, being rewarded for that single maneuver on that wave, 5.9. That's one of the higher scores we've seen for a single maneuver wave, as we see up and riding here. This is Pascal from the Netherlands taking a quick look at this in and out. But Wes definitely in the driver's seat of this event, leaving Capono chasing a 7.36. That's a tall order.
That's a very tall order. 5 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. So Nomura, curious to see what he's able to find towards the end of this heat, because he does have that, Wes has the 2 highest scores, but So's sitting in a great position with that 5 as the 3rd highest score of the heat. Now up and riding on his forehand, just that single sort of, foam climb to get through that opening section, but not a really difficult or critical turn thrown in the mix.
Yeah, he was, I think, a little bit frustrated there on that wave, hoping that it had opened up, allowing a little bit more potential than what it ended up doing. You see him here. No, this is Wes Fry again on that great off the top. That was the single maneuver wave that yielded him a 5.9. We have a 5.93 as well.
So the 5.93 was for that last wave that he rode that we kind of picked up on about halfway through. We missed that opening section. So he dropped a 5.9 for the single maneuver and then improved with a 5.93 for a wave that had multiple maneuvers connected together. So he's just building on that score line.
It's definitely clear to see that Wes has that left-eyed. He's looking for every opportunity he can get to chase it down. As we see up and riding here, that was So just taking a quick look at that. Again, a smaller wave, so he probably realized there wasn't going to be there wasn't going to be a big scoring potential, as he needs a 4.07 to get into that 2nd position.
Capono now up and riding. Deep paddle in to get some speed heading into this lip line finish. He throws up the claim, so he's feeling it. Chasing down a 7.36, which would be the highest score for a single maneuver that we would see if the judges would go in that direction. Pascal keeping that nice fluid style in his surfing.
Pascal keeping busy, nice style there. He might better a 2.5 there. Pascal from the Netherlands, really nice to see the Netherlands represented here in the SUP surfing at the ISA Worlds. He's probably used to a little bit conditions similar to this up in the Netherlands. It can be rough, it can be unruly, and you really got to deal with wind and a lot of water moving. But he's got his work cut out for him. He needs a 5.5 at this point to jump straight into that 2nd place, or he needs to better his combination of his scores.
Down to 3 minutes on the clock. It's the Aussie that's currently holding on to the lead. A great battle between the 2 Japanese competitors. As we see So on his forehand, he spends a lot of time back at home working on his own boards. He's really interested in using natural materials for laminating and surfboard design, so it's awesome to see him bringing that into his own equipment. Nice forehand attack, looking for that 4.07. You gotta feel like he's right there on the brink of finding a score like that, but needs to maybe just pull it back and be a little more patient.
Maybe a little bit more patient. I mean, it is, quote, only a 4.07 he's looking for. It's very attainable. He already has a 5, but it's one of those things that when you're in the closing stage of the heat, your mind can play tricks on you. You might be feeling a lot of stress at that point. So to keep a clear head is easier said than done for the athlete. But also a strategy one can apply is to stay busy. And you can definitely say So has been keeping busy, looking at many ways left and right.
Yeah, he's been looking to luck into that opportunity, that's for sure. Down to 2 minutes on the clock. Everyone's sitting pretty close together. That bank has definitely shifted to that north end as the high tide has come into play this afternoon.
Yeah, interesting to see how the athletes have been moving around. Like, actually, this is one of the first times I recall seeing the athletes very bunched together. We're seeing priority come into play here towards the last minute and a half. Wes Fry with that first priority, 2nd Pascal, third, Capono in fourth. So Wes and Red will have the first choice of making a takeoff on a wave, as we see, I believe, Pascal here sneaking in. Nice little foam climb off the top. Attempting another little foam climb, but getting bogged down and not making it onto that, further on that wave at least.
Yeah, just tries to, tags the first section, doesn't quite find that projection out of the second for our surfer out of Holland. And he's back up and riding on his feet. Down to 1 minute on the clock. So drops into 3.37 for his last wave, which betters his heat total overall, but is shy of that 4.20. To imagine, had he been able to complete that next maneuver, he could have been looking at the score.
It might have unlocked some more potential on the wave. So we see, again, taking a look right there. He's gonna not go for it. It is really, with 40 seconds left, it's a battle between the two Japanese athletes, So and Kupono. They are fighting for that second place advancing position. Wes Fry seems pretty confident in the driver's seat with an 11.93 heat total. So needs a 4.2 to knock Capono away from the second position. So it's really all to fight for, and I'm sure Team Japan is having mixed emotions on the beach right now.
This is so true. Capono being a very well decorated competitor already, currently sitting in the lead over So. So goes down on a challenging section. He had so much speed going into that last turn, but it's looking to favor Capono Fukuda, who had a pretty incredible run in the junior side of the APP World Tour just last year at the Gran Canaries, taking out a first place finish in the under 18s. And he's going to be a really strong threat, I believe, even in this opens division up against some of, the men that have been holding down those world titles for many years. Capono's one of those competitors who's going to be a strong threat for that gold medal.
Absolutely. Great to see Japan still represented, even though they are saying goodbye to one of their competitors right here.
That's right. Well, Wes Fry and Capono Fukuda advancing through into the next round. We've got 2 more heats to go before we call it a day on competition. Stay tuned for all the action here.
Yeah, this be fun, boy. T'entends pas ou quoi? Si. L'amour avec un grand A, celui qu'on se sert. C'est après les mômes qu'il commence pour de vrai. Dans les débuts, c'est l'envie d'hobby. On se promet tout, et ça pour la vie. Ça va, c'est encore et encore. Et toi et moi, c'est jusqu'à la gare. Si.
Bonjour and welcome back here to France for the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We are at the beach of La Tonche. We are underway with the SUP surfing. This is Report Charge 4 for the men, heat number 2 on the water. As we see the last heat, Pascal from the Netherlands walking away from that last heat. Unfortunately in 4th place, we will be saying goodbye to him and So Nomura, as we see Wes Fray and Capono from Japan moving on to the next heat, but they will not be surfing again today. My name's Casper Steinfath. I'm joined here by Bo Nixon in the booth. We're going to take you through the action here of heat number 2 of the men's Report Charge 4. And Bo, we got a stacked heat right here in front of us. Take us through the lineup.
Yeah, amazing surfers in this heat. As we see live action out here in the water, this is Olmev Garcia in the white jersey, redirecting his board left and right. Unfortunately coming unstuck there, but a nice couple of turns to begin his heat here. But yeah, a really stacked lineup, as you say, Casper. Also got Tom King in the water as well from South Africa in the green. I think it's his 4th or 5th surf of today.
I was counting, yeah, I think it's 4.
4, yeah, that's absolutely incredible. And then Aaron Rowe in the red jersey and Thomas Lacerda as well in the blue.
Yeah, that is definitely a stacked heat right here as we see Thomas King on screen, making a nice off the top, going through the white water. Just doesn't quite come out of that. Situation in the water with 11 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. Up and riding, is this Thomas King again?
It is, yeah, on his backhand. Trying to get a bit of work done on this wave as he brings it to the inside. A little foam climb there to finish off this one. We did see another surfer up as well. So we'll catch up to their wave. But Tom King doing a great job there. Looks like he has found that burst of energy that he was speaking about earlier. He didn't know where he was going to pull it from, but I think he has.
That was the FaceTime session with his kids, I assume.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, cheering their dad on in the water in this heat.
As we see lots of action unfolding in front of us. This is going to be one of those heats, like I don't think we have a lot of time to talk about anything else than the action. As we see up and riding here, this is Thomas Lacerda, I believe, on this nice looking right. A little off the top for Thomas. Going to try and milk it through the inside, but again, nothing spectacular on the inside. Waiting for a lot of scores to drop. I think every single surfer is waiting for a score to drop. And as we wait for the judges to deliberate on this, we're going to go to the beach. We got Drew Murren standing by. What do you got for us, Drew?
Thanks, guys. Down here with Wes Fry from Team Australia. And I'll tell you what, you kept the judges busy in that heat. It was like rapid fire, just score, score, score. You had to feel pretty good about your surf. You had great waves in that heat.
Yeah, it was a bit of a blur, like you say. It was just like constant. Yeah, there was some other real good surfers in the heat, and it was sort of, didn't even know where to see it. Everyone was catching so many waves. Could barely hear the judges because we were just paddling so much. And yeah, it was like pretty tricky. So I think I got lucky. I had one that sort of just held up and got a couple of turns, and it was probably just enough to get through. So stoked.
I want to say I interviewed your girlfriend Skylar in the last interview when she took her heat, and she wished you luck. And I just want you to know that she's taking full credit for you moving on.
Yeah, she tends to do that. Yeah, most of my successes are 80% of her successes that I'll just somehow claim a bit of. But yeah, no, I was down cheering her, and I didn't even realise the heat was on, and the Japanese boys here were about to paddle out, and I was like, shit, I'm on. So I ran up and got the rashi and then paddled out. And Skylar got through, I got through, so happy days. Lived to find another day.
It's a family affair here with Team Australia, so now you both got to keep cheering each other on. You're moving on.
Yeah, that's it. We've into the repo round, so we've got a long way to go, but we'll see what happens tomorrow. Might drop off a bit, and we could suit our little mushy wave surfing style. We'll see.
All right. Well, it's okay to tell her that she was right on camera. I mean, you seemed like you learned this a long time ago, so everybody back home, you can just admit that Skylar helped you with that one.
That's it, yeah. No more to say to that one.
There you go, Skylar and Wes both moving on for Team Australia, and I hope you're taking your Xanax because after that heat, boy, that was fun to watch. Congratulations, you guys. See you in the upcoming heats. Back to you guys.
Great insight there from Drew down on the beach. We got the power couple right there, Wes and Skylar from Australia, both advancing into the next round of the Reprecharge. We're going to see them surf again tomorrow. And yeah, talking about tomorrow, we got finals day coming up. We are 2/3 of the way through the SUP surfing right now. Tomorrow we're going to reach the culmination. And yeah, we're going to talk a lot more about that. But what do you expect from tomorrow and the conditions?
Yeah, so I checked the forecast just before jumping back on air, and it does look like it might be pretty challenging tomorrow. The winds are going to be kind of offshore in the morning, so we're going to see those really nice conditions, but the wind's slowly moving around to the south during the day, so we might see a little bit of cross-shore conditions. The swell looks like it's dropping slightly, but then picking up again in the afternoon. I think we're going to have some great waves on offer no matter what, and these competitors are going to be taken to the water and yeah, showcasing their A game because it is finals day. Competitors really enjoying making it through to finals day as well, getting a shot at that gold medal.
Yeah, there's going to be lots of action to come as we take a situation on the heat in front of us. Heat number 2 of the men's Reprecharge 4. In the lead, Tom King from South Africa with a 6.13 heat total. It's composed of a 3.33 and a 2.8. In second place, Omel Garcia chasing a 3.46 to take the lead. Tomas Lacerda from Portugal needing a 1.57 to get into that advancing position. And Aaron Rowe from the island of Jersey needing a 4.63. That was Thomas King we saw there, wasn't it? Up and taking a quick look at that wave?
I think it was, yeah. Just taking a very quick look. It's getting hard to see with that sunlight coming in, but yeah, we see other competitors out the back there just waiting patiently for their waves. We did see a bit of a flurry at the start of this heat, so the SUP is getting a lot of waves to start with, but maybe just a little bit of a rest time. We do see them all paddling out the back here, so we'll see if anything's going to be coming through.
Maybe something's on the horizon, but yeah, we were anticipating a really busy heat. It might still turn around, but as we see the paddlers reaching for the horizon, something is out there. We have Aaron Rowe with first priority right now. Aaron having his dad, Tim Rowe, I believe, on the beach. Cheering him on, coaching him a little bit. Aaron, no stranger to competition. We've competed with him for many years. As we see White, Omelv Garcia taking a quick look at that wave, but not making it into it. Aaron Rowe, you remember competing with Aaron?
Yeah, I met Aaron in La Torche in Brittany, in the northwest of France. Way back, maybe 2014, I think it might have been. Haven't caught up with him much since then, but he's definitely been practicing his SUP surfing skills. He's multiple national champion in the UK as well for SUP surfing, as we see him paddling onto a wave
Aaron.
here. Yeah, taking off on this one, switching the paddle for a nice turn off the top. He's going to set it up into the lip on that second turn, so really good. He's loving it.
He's showing off now.
Yeah, he certainly is. Not quite sure what that claim is, but very cool. No, maybe he's signaling for...
this might actually not be fun and games. It might actually be serious communication.
I think so, yeah. I think maybe he's might have hit his head out there in the water. So we'll
see what that means.
Trying to understand what's happening.
There's definitely some communication going back and forth. There might be a change of equipment, or we'll find out more about this. Aaron recently engaged to I forget her name, but a lovely girl on the island of Jersey. Aaron disappearing out of the competition world for a few years. Clearly, he might have hit his board, or
I think so. Yeah, something like that. Maybe just a bit of a daze. Seems like he's struggling a little bit there, so hopefully Aaron can get back out there. That was a very nice wave. It put him into the lead, actually, so a 5.5 for that last wave. Looks like he's going to get back out there.
Representing the Channel Islands. He usually competes for Team England, was not on the team this year, so he decided if you can't join them, beat them, right? So Channel Islands in the mix.
Yeah, very much so. So yeah, obviously Aaron winning a few UK national titles, but not competing for England, competing for the Channel Islands. And the only person to represent the Channel Islands this year.
Yeah, as we see, taking a look at that wave is Tom King, surfing out of our screen. Nice looking left foam climb. Eyes a good section, climbs into it. Is he going to find more to work with? A little slash as he goes to town. Is Tom King beatable?
I don't think so, not with all those turns. He went back to back with just little slashes on the inside there. A bit of a smaller wave. Judge is going to be looking at that, so maybe not going really high in the scoring potential. However, it's going to put him in a good position, probably back up into that second place.
Absolutely, as we have just under 4 minutes remaining in this heat number 2 of the men's rapid charge 4 situation. Aaron Rowe in the lead with a 5.5 and a 1.5. He's holding off Omelv Garcia from Puerto Rico. Omelv needs a 3.31 to make it back into that first position. Thomas King, short, but very, very close behind, needing a 3.5 to make that leap up into second place. And Thomas Lacerda from the island of Madeira in Portugal, also needing a 3.05. So a very, very close heat we got on our hands with 3.5 minutes remaining. What do you see happening in front of us, Bo?
Yeah, so it looks like a bit of a change of situation. Tom King jumping up into that first position after a 4.77 on that last ride. Drops Aaron Rowe back into second position as we see Melvin Thomas looking to secure that second place position. Just needing scores in that 3-point range as we see Melv take off here, throwing that board up into the foam and getting a nice little two-turn combination on that wave, jumping off, opting to get back out the back before this heat ends so he could get another chance at a good wave.
A small wave there for Omelv. Do you see it improving a 2.67 in his scoreline at current?
I don't. I'm no judge though. So actually it did. It was a 2.73, so a very, very small score, but he still needs a 3.31.
I think you would make a great judge, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I did used to judge quite a lot, but I've been out of that seat for quite a while now. But yeah, so Melv needing that 3.31. He's back at the back almost, as we see. This looks like Tomas.
Yeah, Tomas taking a look at this wave. A strange little double up as Tomas definitely frustrated with that selection. It's been a long day. Many thoughts going through the athletes. They've been in the sun for many hours. What do you think, as Thomas was dropping down that wave, what might have transpired in his head?
Yeah, I think he was just a bit of disappointment, bit of frustration that the waves that wave wasn't going to cooperate. But I think maybe he could have kicked out a little earlier. Got back at the back as we see Aaron Rowe back at the back. Oh, tries to go vertical on that wave. Maybe he's just a little bit, sun-fried as well.
I wouldn't blame anyone for being sun-fried at this point.
Yeah, definitely. Especially looking into the glare as well, watching for the waves coming. That's very tricky because it takes your toll on your eyes. You need to really be thinking about where those waves are coming through. It makes it hard to see those waves coming through as well. So making last-minute calls to take certain types of waves and then adjusting your eyes as well when you do look in, as Aaron's going to take a smaller one here.
Yeah, Aaron up and riding there on the left. He's pumping, eyeing a section down the line. Does he stick it? Very nice off the top there for Aaron, going for another foam climb. He needs a 1.5 to make it into that advancing position, as we see Thomas King up and riding, I believe, right there.
Yeah, current heat leader, Tom King there, getting a little wave. Probably going to come in after that one. Probably not have enough time to get out the back, as we see Thomas here just finding a really small wave, but needing 3.68 in order to get up into that advancing position. Aaron might even increase his scoreline. In fact, he probably will definitely improve on that 1.5 he has. So it's going to make it harder for Omelv and Thomas to get those scores.
Yeah, Aaron holding on to the highest wave of the heat so far, a 5.5 for that initial wave. One of the initial waves he caught. Aaron will definitely better that 1.5 and make it harder for Omelv Garcia to take that second place. Aaron might even take the lead of this heat. What do you say?
That is, yeah, very true. Only after a 2.6 to get into that first position as Omelv here. A bit of a slash and just unfortunate slip off there for Omelv.
Yeah, it seemed like the wave died on him, the wave not opening up, allowing a whole lot of scoring potential. As we've seen at multiple stages today, waves, ultimately controlling what the athletes can and cannot do. With 4 seconds remaining on the clock, we have some scores still waiting to drop for red, blue, and green. This wave will probably not count, as it was after the buzzard, and the wave shutting down for, I believe, Thomas right there. So looking at Thomas King returning to the beach, is that his son Koa?
I think that he's running away. But yeah, I think Tom there, he's going to be happy with his performance, making it through. Nice high five, Dad. Well done.
So great job by Thomas King and Aaron Rowe. Still standing by for some scores, but looking like Thomas King, Aaron Rowe moving through to the next round. Thomas Lacerda and Omelv Garcia bowing out of competition. Great run by them. Lots of action. We have one heat remaining, so stay with us. We're going to take a quick break, and be right back.
Yeah, this be fun, boy. Tonton pas ou quoi? Si. L'amour avec grand A, celui qu'on se sert. C'est après les mômes qu'il commence pour de vrai. Dans les débuts, c'est l'envie d'hobby. On se promet tout, et ça pour la vie. Ça va, c'est encore et encore. Et toi et moi, c'est jusqu'à la gare. Si.
Bonjour, welcome back to the final heat of the day here at the 2023 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship on the beaches of Les Sables d'Olonne on the west coast of France. My name is Casper Steinfath. I'm joined by Bo Nixon. We're taking you through this final heat of the day. It's the men's repechage heat number 3. We have a great heat in front of us, and actually just wrapping up a great heat where we saw Aaron Rowe from the Channel Islands make it through to the next round alongside Thomas King from South Africa.
Yeah, that's right. Really great heat there. We saw Aaron come in, maybe thinking his campaign was over, but managed to get back out there to solidify his spot into the next round.
We might still be standing by for some scores, but we will let you know as soon as possible. But definitely the sun going lower on the horizon. The day is coming to an end after we've been going for 9.5 hours now. Many of the athletes have been surfing 3-4 times, I believe.
Yeah, quite a lot of times out there. They must be pretty fried right now as we see the competitors standing up on their boards. So looking like we're getting this heat underway.
Heat number 3 of the men's repechage round 4. In this heat we have from Spain, two familiar faces, Oyhan Aispuru and Guillermo Caracedo, followed by Adriano Novokolski from Brazil and Marcel Oliveira from Costa Rica.
Yeah, another stacked heat. These heats are definitely some big names in there as well. We are going to see the surfer from Brazil,
Adriano. Quick in and out there.
Really radical, getting that tail super loose. I think he's a very powerful surfer, so hopefully he can get himself on some good waves in this heat.
Yeah, as we have the heat starting, 15 minutes counting down. The surfers are taking on the last heat here. They're battling tired muscles. They're battling fatigue, an ocean that has challenged them throughout the day. So I'm sure after this heat, all the athletes are going to be looking forward to a nice, relaxing evening. I know I certainly am, and I've just been commentating.
Yeah, we've been watching all the action. It just makes us feel tired, and knowing these competitors have surfed multiple heats, but here we have a surfer looking like possibly maybe Marcel.
This could be Marcel right here. It's really hard to tell with the glare.
I think with the style it was Marcel there.
Yeah,
from Costa Rica.
Marcel from Costa Rica taking on that waves. We had a couple of scores drop for Adriano from Brazil, a 1.13, and Guillermo from Spain, a 0.5. And yes, that was Marcel, I believe, taking a look at that wave before. As you see the beautiful backdrop here in Les Sables d'Olonne, the beautiful maritime city here in France, host to the Vendée Globe, the around the world sailing race kicking off next year. Actually, a funny fact I just learned recently is that the Olympic flame will be traveling from New York here to Les Sables d'Olonne in June next year, just before the Paris Olympics. It'll be landing here at this beach and making its way around Europe afterwards. So a very historic beach, and for us, the venue of this World Championship.
Yeah, no better place to really showcase the best SUP surfers in the world, and also SUP racing and paddleboarding coming up later this week as we catch up with
Adriano.
Really nice first turn there, and a big slashing turn in that second maneuver on the wave, and finishing it off with that foam climb and another foam climb as well. So Adriano finding a nice wave that's opening up for him to get a good score on the board.
Adriano milking that wave to the inside, multiple turns. We saw someone catch a wave in the back. We will probably have a replay coming up in a second, waiting for the judges to drop some scores for Guillermo and Marcel, and now also Adriano. Judges being kept busy here with 12 minutes remaining of this final heat of the day. We are 2/3 of the way through the SUP surfing competition. Tomorrow will be the finals, so make sure to join us there. We'll be starting in the morning with 12 men remaining, 8 women remaining. They started 36 men, 27 women. They've been cut down, to 12 men and 8 women now. We're going to have the best of the best surfing tomorrow, and with some pretty good conditions on tap. But you looked at the forecast. What is it exactly we're expecting?
Yeah, so expecting the swell to probably be about the same size as you're seeing now on screen. Cleaner conditions to start the day off. But that wind, it's northwest at the moment. It's going to be switching around to kind of the south direction. And maybe even a bit of southwest. So we might see a little bit of that cross-shore wind coming into factor as the day goes on. But yeah, top surfers in tomorrow's round, they're going to be able to handle those conditions really well.
Yeah, a lot of surfers excited for the prospect of a good day of surfing tomorrow as we see some scores dropping from the judges. And almost up and riding here on screen, Oyhan opting not to get into that wave. Probably a good decision, looking like it was more of a closeout.
Yeah, identifying that wave's not going to offer any scoring potential. So Oyhan keeping priority at the back, waiting, being very patient in this heat. You see 15-minute heats, they go by very, very quickly. So Oyhan wanting to try and get at least 2 good waves. The 2 waves are going to count toward your score line. And Oyhan paddling out here, maybe identified a bit of a set coming in.
Yeah, there might be something moving on the horizon. Situation, Guillermo Caracedo from Spain commanding this heat so far. He has a 4.0 and a 3.0 just dropped for his latest ride, propelling him into the lead. This lets Marcel sit in second place, needing a 5.7. And as we look at a little lull in the action right now, we're going to cut down to Drew on the beach. Drew has some action for us. What's up, Drew?
Hey guys, I'm down here at beachside right now with my good friend Aaron Rowe. And Aaron, I'll tell you what, I remember back in China, we got this scar right there, and we're here in France, and We got this scar right here. I would like to go one contest without seeing you bleed, my friend.
Yeah, I'd like that. I'd like a heat where I don't come out bleeding, or that was my second wave into the heat, and I had a little kiss from my board. I'd say it's on my forehead, but I'm not too sure where my forehead starts. So yeah, it's on my head somewhere.
Well, it's starting to lump up pretty good, but I have to say it knocked some sense into you to move on to the next round, so that's good.
Yeah, I mean, I hope I don't have to do that again to get through, but hey, if I have to, I'll do it.
Well, I want to point out Aaron's the only competitor for the Channel Islands and competed in the ISAs for multiple different years. Aaron, it's always stoked to have you, a great personality, and I'll tell you what, you got to be very happy with the way you surfed out of there, especially with the gash.
Yeah, I mean, it took me a little while to focus because that was the second wave, and I was kind of like paddling around going, you can feel it, you don't know how deep it is or what, so you lose focus. I had one wave, went to see the guy, said it was nothing but a flesh wound, paddled back out and caught one last wave, and then yeah, I'm done for the day. I'm out.
You took medical advice from one of your competitors. That seems perfectly normal, perfectly healthy.
Hey, it done the trick.
Well, we're going to let you go get patched up, but congratulations for moving on, and I'll tell you what, if you're going to keep up that pace, you might want to think about knocking yourself on the other forehead.
I need some insurance.
And a big shout out to Team Mom Sarah back here. She's the team mom. She's representing England. She's representing Channel Islands. I mean, she's amazing. Lots going on. Last heat of the day, you guys. Aaron, let's go get you patched up, brother. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Drew. Great interview with Aaron Rowe right there, the gladiator from the island of Jersey. Aaron getting a little flesh wound to the head right there in his previous heat. I'm assuming it was probably his paddle that nicked him in the head.
Yeah, I think so. I think maybe he said it was his board in the interview, but yeah, it's it seems like he's okay and in good spirits after that. So he'll be moving into tomorrow into finals day.
Aaron will be someone to watch as he loves these conditions. Situation in the water right now in the current heat, heat number 3, the final heat of the day. Guillermo from Spain still in the lead. In second place, Adriano from Brazil, having locked in a 4.67, backed up with a 1.13. Oyhan from Spain also just locking in a 5.07. We saw that as we were watching the interview with Aaron. Talk us through that one, Bo.
Yeah, it looked like a really nice wave from Oyhan, and the highest score of the heat so far, so he's going to be looking to back that up. 7.5 minutes remaining in this one. Marcel still with a couple of small scores, but he'll be looking to improve that situation as well. Looking for a 3.81 to move up into second position.
With just over 7 minutes on the clock, time is winding down. Opportunities are winding down as we see Blue Adriano taking a look at this smaller inside wave. Nice left ramping up for him as he goes off the top, powering around that section. Nice little flick of the board, but unfortunately comes unstuck there.
I really like Adriano's wave selection. He's going for the smaller waves, but it's opening up, giving him opportunity to do more than one turn. So the judges are going to be looking at that he is able to do a couple of maneuvers on the wave. But we have seen big scores come from single maneuvers as well in those critical sections.
And we're only going to be seeing more of that as we get into finals day tomorrow. We've had a full day here now. We got to just touch on this. Adriano dropped a 3.1 for that wave before. That propels him into the lead now. He's sitting with a 7.77 heat score. Guillermo is in second, needing a 3.78 to retake that first place. Oyhan needing a 2.63 to get into qualifying position. And Marcel, yeah, as you said, still chasing a bigger score due to the 2 small waves he carries under his belt right now.
Yeah, that's right, as we do see Guillermo up and riding here on a left-hander, so riding backside. First turn was very nice. Second turn up into the lip. He's going to get a third one. He's going to do a little foam climb at the end. But Guillermo, he's in a good position now. He's probably going to increase that scoring that he has from that wave, which is very nice. I really like the way he surfs. Very low to the board, very compact. Pushes his back foot really strong, so he slides that tail. I think he's a great controlled SUP surfer.
He definitely is, and no stranger to competition, having seen Guillermo at multiple events, both at ISA Worlds and on the APP World Tour over recent years. Actually trained as a medical doctor, Guillermo recently quitting his job as a doctor to become a full-time mix of a professional stand-up paddler, but more importantly, an influencer.
Yeah, that's right.
Guillermo, just a great character, living that beach lifestyle.
Yeah, definitely. 4 million followers on Instagram, so he's definitely, that influencer stage. Just absolutely loving life. You can see how happy he was from his post-heat interviews that he's done throughout the day today, winning quite a number of his heats, advancing through, and he's in that advancing position right now as well.
It definitely looks like a dance on roses when you see his post-heat interviews, but a ruthless competitor nonetheless, as we see Adriano with a beautiful off the top, busting those fins out on this left-hander. You said Adriano really looking at those smaller waves, and it seems like it's paying off for him.
Yeah, it definitely does. He's just been knocked down in second place there. Guillermo just extending his scoreline from a 3.9 on that last wave. But Adriano, yeah, a very solid surfer. Looking at those smaller waves, but yeah, still surfing very, very well. I think he wants to find a little bit bigger wave, and then we go, the situation's just changed again as Adriano drops in at a 3.5, which brings his position into first place. Guillermo in second now. Oihan looking at this one.
A very dynamic heat we have in front of us as we see Oihan deliver a really nice above the lip approach on that backside hack right there. Oihan having a 5.07 to his name in this heat so far. No backup wave. This is going to definitely change his situation.
Yeah, definitely. So 2.83 needed. That's going to be right on the edge of that because it was a very nice vertical turn, but not a big wave. Not doing that turn with a lot of speed, but he was in very much control of that. So we'll have to see how the judges score that. And there we go. It comes through as a 3-point ride. Puts him up into second position. Guillermo now in the third position, needing a 4.08. So, you know, after we're saying he had put together a good heat, Oihan comes from behind. He's already got that highest wave score of this heat so far, 5.07. So he only needed a small score to get into second position. And Marcel Oliveira
still chasing. The top three separated by less than 0.3 of a point. It's a very close affair with Adriano from Brazil out in the lead right now with a 4.67 and a 3.5. Oihan with a 5.07, the highest wave score of the heat so far, only backed up by a 3 at this point. And Guillermo chasing a 4.08 to get into that qualifying position. As we see up and riding Guillermo.
Yeah, great first turn there from Guillermo, who looks like he's found a great wave that's going to offer another turn. Oh, hits it, slides the tail. Fantastic surfing and a foam climb there to finish off with as well. Porsche doesn't ride out of that, but that was a fantastic wave. I'm going to say he gets the score, the 4.08, because those two turns were very, very nice.
He definitely put his reputation on the line right there. He had a nice off the top on his wave there previously, as we see up and riding here. This was Marcel, I believe.
I think that was Oihan.
Was that Oihan?
Yeah, I think it was Oihan, actually.
Yeah, the glare again making it difficult.
Marcel, here we go.
That's Marcel.
Big floater. Oh, unfortunately, he doesn't ride out of that one, but he needed to go big on that wave to be able to get that 6-point ride that he needs. 2 minutes left on the clock, so he's going to be getting out the back, hopefully getting another wave. But yeah, Oihan had a really nice one-turn wave. He got that 3-point ride for that one turn on his backhand. That forehand wave, I think, was a little bit stronger, so he might, there we go, he gets a 3.87. Jumps him up into first place.
Now Oihan's in the lead, still waiting for a score from Guillermo. That incredible off the top before. We're going to see the judges probably take an extra look at that wave to see, does it factor in the good range or are we into the excellent? What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's going to go into that good range. Probably good, better than that 4.18 that he's needing at the moment. So you might even see Adriano drop down into third position. It's been a lot of changes in this heat. I think it's a very, very close heat as well between all of these surfers. Marcel hasn't been on the best waves, but he'll be looking to, he might get priority out here as he paddles out, as the furthest surfer paddling out.
And with a really tight heat on our hands here, again, less than just under a point separating the top three, we see priority is going to come into the picture here, as we have a score dropping for Guillermo, a 4.23, definitely not in the excellent range, but a score nonetheless that's going to propel him into second place.
Yeah, so situation with Adriano now in the third position. You can see actually he's just snapped his leash. That is Adriano's board.
That is a very unfortunate time to snap a leash right there. Adriano needing a 3.56 to advance. He has a good set of scores, but is just 0.6 points shy of keeping on par with Guillermo from Spain. So Adriano is going to be very frantic to see if he can get back out. Probably going to be difficult at this stage in the heat with only 36 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think it will be fairly difficult for him to get back out. But interesting to see the strategy, catching those smaller waves, judges noticing that. So really rewarding these scores that on the bigger waves like this one here. Big turn there from Guillermo.
Above and beyond.
Yeah, that's a great one-turn wave. He's pumped. He's loving it. He knows that he might be going through into the next round.
Yeah, it's a tight heat though. The judges are definitely on their toes on this one because we have three surfers very much in contention, as we see Oihan from Spain again doing a nice backside attack on the lip. I like these subtle claims that are going out right now.
I think these surfers are very happy to get a spot in finals day, solidifying their chances for a team medal. But yeah, fantastic surfing from all surfers in that heat. We saw a very, very close heat between Oihan, Guillermo and Adriano. Unfortunately, Marcel are going to be bowing out in this heat.
Yeah, we got a few scores still waiting to drop, but I think it is almost safe to say that we have Oihan and Guillermo advancing to the final day of competition. We definitely are saying goodbye to Marcel at this point from Costa Rica. Great effort making it this far in the event. We have finals day coming up tomorrow. We have an action-packed day in front of us, and we're just going to await these final scores as the surfers make it to the beach to receive the information from their teams and wait for the judges to lock in those final scores. But as it stands right now, Oihan from Spain and Guillermo also from Spain looking at advancing into that next round of the repechage.
Yeah, great
So-
showing from Team Spain there.
So make sure to check out all the action from today. You can watch all the replays online. We're 2/3 of the way through the SUP surfing, and we have 12 men remaining, 8 women remaining in the competition for the finals day tomorrow. You can watch all the action at ISAsurf.org tomorrow. The questions that are to be answered is, can Lucia Cusoletto retain her world title from last year? Can past champions reclaim the world titles in SUP surfing, such as Benoit Carpentier, or will we see new champions ascend? There's so many questions to be answered tomorrow. We have a packed day of competition coming at us. So make sure to tune into ISAsurf.org. Join Bo Nixon, myself, Shannon Hughes, as we call all the action, crowning new world champions here at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship in France.